Lin Feng, an ordinary college student, was lying in bed in a daze, preparing to get through this lonely and boring night. However, something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a little girl suddenly appeared and sat quietly beside his bed. She hugged his arms, her eyes full of fear, and whispered, "Brother, I'm afraid." This sudden change made Lin Feng's back instantly cold. His first reaction was, "This is unscientific." He was the only one in the dormitory. Who was this little girl? "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked calmly, but the little girl was not in a hurry and smiled mysteriously. "I am the system that the host has been thinking about day and night." Her voice was as clear as a bell, but with a hint of teasing. Then, her figure turned into a beam of light, rushed straight into Lin Feng's mind, and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng was stunned on the spot, wondering if he was crazy. All this was too unreal, and he even wondered if he was dreaming. But when he woke up the next day, the voice in his head shattered his hopeless mentality. He, Lin Feng, really activated a super-rich sign-in system. The system explained that this was a God-given opportunity. He was chosen because he had been addicted to novels for a long time and got the opportunity to change his fate. This counterattack made Lin Feng excited and nervous. He quickly asked the system what this system was capable of. The system did not disappoint him. It directly gave Lin Feng 10 trillion pocket money, a top-level black card, and a comprehensive improvement in appearance and physical fitness. He also arranged an important turning point in his life, becoming the benefactor of the school beauty, Su Yushu. Faced with these surprises that came one after another, Lin Feng was a little dazed, but more excited. After confirming the authenticity of the 10 trillion pocket money, Lin Feng felt that he had leapt from an ordinary college student to a person standing at the pinnacle of wealth. He linked his top-tier black card and emptied his shopping cart of luxury items that had once been out of his reach: mobile phones, computers, cameras, action figures, everything. Even the fact that he couldn't use them didn't stop him from going on a shopping spree. The pleasure of emptying the shopping cart left him wanting more, but the system's task reminder brought him back to reality from his excitement. The system informed him that Su Yushu, the most beautiful girl at Qizhou University, was in dire straits because her father was seriously ill and urgently needed 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. For an ordinary family, this is an astronomical figure, but for Lin Feng today, it is just a drop in the bucket. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not only to help others, but also to establish a relationship with the school beauty through this mission and become her benefactor. Lin Feng decisively got dressed and went out, deciding to go to the hospital to resolve the matter himself. Along the way, Lin Feng was full of fantasies about the future. He took out the revenge book he had kept for many years and recalled the humiliation and resentment he had suffered over the years. Now, with unlimited resources, he can finally change his fate completely and settle all the past shames one by one. Opening the notebook, a name was clearly written on the first page: Lu Shuo. He was Lin Feng's desk mate in the 3rd grade of junior high school. Although they had a decent relationship, Lin Feng hated him to this day because of a bad joke. It was a day in the 3rd year of junior high school. Lin Feng came to school happily wearing the new shoes his mother bought for him. Unexpectedly, this pair of cheap imitation shoes became the beginning of his nightmare. After Lu Shuo found out, he clapped and shouted in public, attracting the attention of the whole class. He then pulled Lin Feng to the podium and mocked him in a joking tone. "Look everyone, there's a hook on this shoe. Is this Nike? No, it should be Assassin. Huh?" The laughter of the whole class deeply hurt Lin Feng's self-esteem. Since then, he has become silent for a while because of his inferiority complex. Now Lin Feng recalled the past. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Revenge is inevitable. He closed the vengeance book and made a secret decision. Just as he was about to think about his next plan, the system's voice rang in his mind. "Host, don't forget to sign in today. Signing in every day will bring you unexpected surprises." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then his consciousness sank into the system space. "Sign in." Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host has obtained 51% of the shares and 100% of the voting rights of Huarong Group, a Fortune 500 company. The host has substantially controlled Huarong Group. The system's reward made Lin Feng dumbfounded. You know, Huarong Group is the leading enterprise in Qizhou City and even the entire Shanbei province, involving multiple industries and with a market value of over 100 billion. Lin Feng had submitted his internship resume to Huarong, but his application was ignored. Now he has become the owner of Huarong Group. In order to better assist the host in managing the enterprise, the system has arranged for you a personal secretary Liu Xin and a professional manager Zhang Lei. Lin Feng came back to his senses from the system, with a smile on his face. Huarong Group, now I'm so familiar with it. While I was thinking, the bus arrived at the station and several passengers got on. Finally, an old lady was a step late and had to stand in the middle of the car. Lin Feng was about to give up his seat when he saw a young man standing up and greeting the old lady. "Annie, sit here. I'll get off at the next stop." The old lady sat down and chatted with the young man. "How old is the child?" 26, the young man replied. The old lady smiled and praised. "Oh, you look really young, brother. You look less than 40 years old, and your child is already 26. As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of laughter in the carriage, and Lin Feng couldn't help laughing in the back seat. The young man's face turned black, but he could only cope with it reluctantly. "You're welcome. Annie, you should thank yourself for sitting firmly." A few minutes later, the bus arrived at the station, and Lin Feng got off the bus with the dark-faced young man and headed straight to Qizhou People's Hospital. At the door of the intensive care unit on the third floor of the hospital, he saw the familiar figure at a glance, Su Yushu. Su Yushu was sitting on a chair in the corridor, her face pale and her eyes red. Obviously, she had been crying for a long time. At this time, a nurse walked up to her quickly and said, "Are you Su Xingui's family member?" The patient's condition is not optimistic. The surgery requires equipment from the second hospital, but the surgery fee has not been paid in full. "Have you raised the money?" Su Yushu lowered her head, her voice trembling. I haven't." The nurse frowned and urged, "Why haven't you raised the money yet?" The patient was in critical condition and had surgery directly, but now the equipment cannot be adjusted and the surgery cannot continue. "If the fee cannot be paid this afternoon, your father may." Hearing this, Su Yushu burst into tears again and almost collapsed. "I have tried my best, but 500,000 is too much. Can you give me a few days? Please save my dad first." The nurse sighed and shook her head. "I understand your difficulties, but the hospital has regulations. There is really nothing we can do if you don't pay." After saying that, she left helplessly. Despair overwhelmed Su Yushu like a tide. 500,000 was an astronomical figure for her. She borrowed from all her relatives and friends, but couldn't even get 1/10 of it. Looking at the door of the intensive care unit, she clenched her fists and tears streamed down her face. At this moment, a tall figure blocked her way. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said firmly, "I'll pay for the surgery. Nurse, please take me to pay the fee." Su Yushu's expression froze as she looked at the tall figure in front of her that was blocking her way. Lin Feng turned his head and met her eyes. Su Yushu wanted to say something, but Lin Feng held her words down with his fingers. "Don't worry, let's talk later. I'll go pay the fee first." Then he turned to the nurse. "Take me there." The nurse was delighted. She had seen too many helpless patients' families over the years. Su Yushu in front of her made her feel particularly distressed. It was really a good thing that someone was willing to help. "Okay, sir, please follow me. The payment place is on the first floor." Before Su Yushu could react, Lin Feng had already left with the nurse. On the way, when passing the second floor, Lin Feng accidentally caught a glimpse of the young man who gave up his seat on the bus being asked about his condition by a doctor in a white coat. "How do you feel now, young man?" the doctor asked. "I felt someone touching my stomach." The young man answered seriously. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he heard this, shook his head, and continued to follow the nurse to the first floor. When we got to the payment window, the nurse said, "Su Xingui's surgery fee is 500,000 yuan, plus the cost of transferring equipment from the second hospital. The total is 580,000 yuan. Please swipe your card." Lin Feng took out the black card, and after a moment of thought asked, "The patient needs to be hospitalized for observation after the operation, right? How much will the subsequent treatment cost?" The nurse was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect someone would ask this question. "Yes, the condition is quite serious and requires hospitalization for observation. There will be some subsequent treatment costs." Lin Feng nodded. "Then let's swipe 1 million and refund more and supplement less. We can't delay follow-up treatment because of the cost." The nurse looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Okay, sir, no problem." With a swipe of the black card, 1 million was quietly transferred into the account, and Su Xingui's operation was finally able to continue. Lin Feng returned to the third floor and stood in front of Su Yushu again. "The surgery fee has been settled, and your father's surgery can proceed normally," he said, extending his hand politely. "By the way, let's get to know each other. My name is Lin Feng, And I'm also from Chizhou University. Su Yushu stared at Lin Feng in a daze, and after a slight hesitation, she stretched out her hand and shook his hand gently. My name is Su Yushu. You just mentioned the surgery fee. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. It has been paid. You don't have to worry. By the way, looking at you like this, did you not get enough rest last night? You should find a place to rest. Seeing this, the nurse also interrupted and said, Girl, thanks to this gentleman, he not only paid for the surgery, but also prepaid for the hospitalization observation and subsequent treatment. He is such a kind man. Hearing this, the panic on Su Yushu's face eased a little, and she seemed to have lifted a heavy burden. She looked at the nurse and asked cautiously, Nurse, can my father really continue the operation? The nurse nodded and said softly, Yes, the equipment has been mobilized. As long as everything goes well, your father will be able to get off the operating table tonight. After Su Yushu heard this, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but soon she revealed a complex emotion. She looked up at Lin Feng, full of questions. Why are you helping me? Lin Feng did not answer directly, but noticed that her eyes were red and her face was haggard, and whispered, You didn't sleep all night, did you? Su Yushu nodded, her voice trembling. Around 11 o'clock last night, my father suddenly fell and hit the corner of the cabinet, and he was unconscious at the time. I called 120 to send him to the hospital, and then I spent the whole night calling to raise money. Lin Feng took out a tissue from his bag and handed it to her. The money has been settled. The most important thing now is that you take a rest. Only then will you have the strength to take care of your father. Su Yushu took the tissue but didn't move. She just stared at Lin Feng blankly, and her mind began to wander. She never believed that there were free good things in this world. She thought, if Lin Feng paid for her, did that mean she had to pay a price? All the men who had pursued her made similar requests when asking for money. Seeing that she was not moving, Lin Feng waved his hand in confusion. Hey, are you too tired? You can't sleep here even if you are sleepy. I will help you find a room to rest. This sentence made Su Yushu more certain of her guess. Her heart tightened and her voice trembled. Then help me find it. Lin Feng didn't notice her nervousness and went straight to ask the nurse about the availability of wards. The nurse explained, The ordinary wards are tight, but the advanced wards are very spacious. Lin Feng nodded. Then let's go to the advanced ward. The nurse handed over the key and said casually, Ward 404. Lin Feng returned to Su Yushu with the key and said with a smile, The ward has been arranged. It's on the 4th floor of the hospital. Come with me to rest for a while. Su Yushu lowered her head, clutching the corner of her clothes with both hands, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. In the hospital? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Where else can it be if not in the hospital? Just rest assured, and come to see your father when the operation is over in the evening. Su Yushu felt mixed emotions and bit her lips, as if she was making a decision. After a moment, she took a deep breath and whispered, Okay, let's go. Seeing her strange expression, Lin Feng frowned slightly and suddenly said, as if he suddenly realized something, You are not greedy for my body, are you? Lin Feng covered his chest with his hands and acted terrified. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not a casual person. It's not that easy for you to get me. Su Yushu was stunned. She had looked determined just now, but now her mind was full of question marks. Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. I found a ward for you to rest. I really want you to rest, not to sleep with you. What on earth is in your head? Here is the key. Ward 404 is on the 4th floor. Hurry up. I won't go up with you, lest you think I'm a pervert. Su Yushu took the key, her tone a little dazed. You. Not everyone is as lustful as you think. Although I am a little lustful, I am a principled pervert. I won't take advantage of others, and I won't coerce or bribe them. Understand? Su Yushu said nothing more and turned to walk towards the ward. Lin Feng looked at her leaving, shrugged, then sat down again, took out the grudge notebook, and began to ponder. There are 3 people I have to deal with right now, Lu Shaw, Li Haoyu, the high school class monitor, and Wang Ziheo. In addition, I have to find a chance to make up for the relationship that I didn't break in high school. I will get back everything that's owed to me, no matter if it's humiliation or regret. Lin Feng looked through the information for a while and decided to start with the first target, Lu Shuo. However, the contact between the junior high school classmates had been severed long ago, and there was no contact information for Lu Shuo. After thinking for a moment, he took out his cell phone and called Lu Xin. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Director Lin? A mature voice came from the other end of the phone, and Lin Feng's heart moved. Excuse me, what can I do for you? I need to check someone? Can you help me? Lin Feng asked directly. Of course, Director Lin. Please tell me who to investigate, and to what extent. His name is Lu Shuo. I want to know where he is now, whether he is studying or working, and what his family members are doing. Lu Xian paused for a moment and said, Director Lin, this name is too common. I know several people named Lu Shuo. You need to provide more specific details. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, then I will go directly to the company and explain the information to you in person. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng left the hospital without leaving Su Yushu's contact information. He knew that this would make the other party remember him better. Soon, a special car order was received, and he drove straight to Chizhou's landmark building, Huarong Building. Huarong Building is the headquarters of Huarong Group. It occupies the entire building and is wholly owned by the group, unlike those small companies that rent a few floors. When Lin Feng walked into the hall, it was rush hour, and the busy flow of people around him made him feel the vitality of this company. He casually called Lu Xian and found an empty seat to sit down. Soon after he sat down, he noticed several eyes staring at him. Soon, a sexy woman in a black short skirt and high heels walked towards him. She had a curvy figure, gorgeous makeup, and an aggressive aura. Handsome, are you alone? The woman asked with a sweet smile. Lin Feng frowned. Why are you scolding me? You are not a human being. Sexy woman. Lin Feng's words directly disrupted her rhythm. After a slight adjustment, the woman continued to test. Handsome guy, I want to ask if you are waiting for someone, or if you have something else? Lin Feng glanced at her calmly. What do you want to do? The woman smiled slightly, walked around behind him, put her hands on his shoulders, and whispered in his ear. If handsome boy is free, do you mind playing with me? I am very obedient. Lin Feng stood up suddenly, his eyes lit up. Are you really going to listen to me in everything? The woman licked her lips provocatively, slid her fingers over her collarbone, and whispered, Of course, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Feng said excitedly, Great, my uncle just happened to be in need of people to move the goods. He was worried about who could move the 50 bags of cement. If we hire a mover, it would cost another 600 or 700 yuan. You really helped a lot. Let's go. There's no time to lose. Lin Feng said this, grabbed the woman's hand, and was about to walk out. The woman was stunned and struggled desperately. Hey, I don't want to move cement. Let me go. Brother, I just want to have sex. Is it that serious? You almost broke my hand. Lin Feng grinned and let go of his hand. It's just a joke. You are so small that you really can't move cement. The woman just breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Feng continued. However, looking at the strength of your arms, shoulders, and thighs, it would be a shame if you didn't go and pick up manure. For a genius like you, it would be unjust for heaven to not pick up manure. The woman's eyes met Lin Feng's, and she felt a chill on her back. She screamed, threw off her high heels, and ran away. You really don't want to consider it? Lin Feng looked at her back, shook his head, and sighed. It would be a pity if such an excellent figure was buried. Jillian wiped her nose and said to Li Wei beside her in grievance, Sister Wei, is that man mentally ill? One moment he asked me to carry bricks for his uncle, and the next moment he said I was a genius at carrying manure. It's outrageous. Li Wei smiled with a hint of interest in her eyes. It's really interesting. I haven't met such an interesting, handsome guy in a long time. Whether he has a partner or not, I'm determined to get him. Let's go, Jillian. Go meet him again. Jillian held up her high heels with a bitter look on her face and said hesitantly, Sister Wei, I think he's really a little bit mentally unstable. Li Wei raised her eyebrows and glanced at her. That's because you were dressed like a chicken, so he deliberately played tricks on you. Jillian was stunned. Am I dressed like a chicken? Li Wei pointed at the people around her and said, Do you think she is dressed like a chicken? Of course. This is not an ordinary chicken. This is the best roast chicken. Chickens need to learn how to dress from you. Jillian's face flushed red, and she felt ashamed of the teasing around her. Li Wei had already turned around and started walking. Okay, no more nonsense. I'm going to meet this handsome boy in person. Downstairs, Lin Feng was boredly checking the time, wondering why Lu Xian hadn't come down yet. Just then, Li Wei and a group of people came towards him aggressively. Some people in the hall saw this scene and talked in low voices. TSK, Sister Wei has set her sights on a new target. What a pity for such a handsome boy. There's nothing we can do. Who made him run into trouble? Do you remember the little Zhang from the marketing department? He stayed with Sister Wei for 2 days and then resigned. He even left cursing. Oh, how pitiful. Everyone in the company knows about Xiao Zhang's affair. He persisted for 2 days. I heard that Sister Wei used... Chill. Keep your voice down. If Sister Wei hears you, life will be even more difficult. Lin Feng looked at Li Wei, who was approaching, and his eyes immediately fell on Jillian, who was behind her. He raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Hey, isn't this Sister Dung? Have you figured it out? I say, it's such a waste if you don't go pick up Dung with your conditions. Come on, I'll take you there. Jiao was so scared that she hid behind Li Wei, fearing that Lin Feng would drag her away again, and said incoherently, I won't go to pick up manure. Li Wei stood still, folded her arms, and said with a smile, Little handsome boy, my sister was just joking with you. Don't mind it. Actually, I want to get to know you. Lin Feng looked Li Wei up and down. This woman looked to be about 40 years old. She was well-maintained, but the short skirt and black stockings made her look a little young. Although her chest was not exaggerated, it was still quite attractive. He asked suspiciously, You want to get to know me? Then just tell me. What's your purpose? Li Wei smiled gently. Okay, I like people like you who are straightforward. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Wei, the financial director of Huarong Group headquarters. I have never seen you in the company before, and I want to get to know you today. I am considered a Huarong person, but stop talking nonsense. What do you want to do? Lin Feng responded impatiently. Li Wei smiled even more. You are handsome and have a good figure. Most importantly, I like your earlobes, which make you look very lucky. As she spoke, Li Wei licked her lips, her eyes filled with obvious possessiveness. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. His tone was full of disgust. Annie, my age multiplied by 2 is not as old as you. You didn't vomit your breakfast, but I feel like vomiting. Li Wei didn't care and kept smiling. Obviously, she had seen many people who resisted like Lin Feng. She clapped her hands, and 2 of her men behind her immediately took out a box and opened it to reveal a pile of neatly packed cash. Here is 800,000 yuan, Li Wei said proudly. It's so hard to make money nowadays. How many thousands can you make working in a month? I'll give you a chance. As long as you stay with me for a month, the 800,000 yuan will be all yours. Lin Feng looked at the box of banknotes and couldn't help but smile. He calculated that the interest on his account was 950,000 per minute. This woman wanted to keep him for a month for 800,000? Li Wei had no idea what Lin Feng was thinking, and she still looked determined. Don't rush to answer. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. At this moment, the door of the executive elevator opened, and a stunning beauty in a professional suit walked out of the elevator. Lu Xian quickly ran towards Lin Feng and whispered nervously to herself, I'm late for my first meeting with the chairman. I must apologize later. She walked straight to Li Wei and her group with a professional smile on her face. Director Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late. Lin Feng nodded. It's okay. Lu Xian immediately turned around and glanced coldly at Li Wei and her group, saying sharply, Why are you gathering here? You're free, right? Have you finished your work? Her aura of a superior instantly made Li Wei and her companions feel as if they were falling into an icy cave, and the expressions on their faces suddenly became stiff and uneasy. Lu Xian frowned and looked at the flustered Li Wei and her group. What are you doing? Why are you gathered here? Don't you have anything to do? Wait, what did you call him just now? Li Wei forced a smile, her eyes lingering between Lin Feng and Lu Xian uneasily. Secretary Lu, we didn't do anything. We were just chatting casually. By the way, you just called him Director Lin? Lu Xian turned to look at Lin Feng, her tone tentative. Director Lin, do you know these people? Lin Feng had a playful smile on his face. We just met. Is this Ms. Li Wei? I heard that she is the company's financial director. She is really a passionate senior. She just offered me 800,000 yuan to support me for a month. Secretary Lu, do you think I should agree? Lu Xian laughed out loud after hearing this. Then her eyes turned cold, and she regained her usual royal sister aura. Director Lin is the new chairman of Huarong Group and the largest shareholder of the group. In the board of directors, Director Lin holds more than 80% of the voting rights. Li Wei, did you really say that just now? Li Wei's face turned pale instantly. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and the clothes on her back were soaked with sweat. Secretary Lu? I don't know what you were talking about. Lu Xian sneered, her tone sharp. Don't know? What you mean is if the person you met today was not the chairman, but an ordinary employee, you would be right. Many people in the company have already complained that you harassed employees. I was worried about the lack of evidence, and today you came to me on your own. She then waved her hand and called several security guards. Control them all. The police will be here soon. Such scumbags are not worthy of staying in the company. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and subdued Li Wei and her group. Lu Xian turned around and stared at Li Wei coldly. Li Wei, you know the damage you have caused to the company. From today on, you are officially fired. If your personal behavior causes negative public opinion, the company will hold you legally responsible. Li Wei collapsed to the ground. She didn't even have the strength to defend herself when she was dragged away by the security guards. Lu Xian turned around, retracted her fierce aura, and smiled respectfully at Lin Feng. Director Lin, are you satisfied with the handling of this matter? Lin Feng nodded, and suddenly his eyes turned, and he called the security guard. Wait a minute, Sister Fun. Come here. When Jiao was called, a glimmer of hope instantly appeared on her face. She squeezed the security guard aside and ran to Lin Feng. Director Lin, are you calling me? Do you think I'm really suitable for carrying manure? Lu Xian glanced at Lin Feng in confusion, then looked at Jillian, her mind full of questions. What is going on? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, but his tone was cold. Tell the truth about whether you were involved in Li Wei's affairs. I advise you not to lie to me. You can't afford the consequences. Jillian shuddered, lowered her head, and quickly explained. Boss Lin, I just joined the company last month and only started to follow Li Wei this week. Today is the first time I want to show off. I really didn't do anything. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Just working with her can earn 70,000 or 80,000 a month? Jillian smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lin, that's just bragging. My monthly salary is only 8,000. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then looked at Lu Xian. After checking clearly, if there is really nothing wrong with her, there is no need to fire her for the time being. I always think that she will be of some use in the future. Jillian nodded quickly. Thank you, Director Lin. Whatever Director Lin needs Jillian to do, Jillian is always at your service. Even if it's... Shut up. Lin Feng interrupted her coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you to pick up manure right now. Jillian fell silent instantly and quickly stepped aside. After the security guards took Li Wei and the others away, Lu Xian dispersed the onlookers, leaving only her and Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, let me take you to your office so that we can discuss what you want to investigate. Lu Xian said respectfully. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, lead the way. The two walked into the executive elevator, which went straight to the 33rd floor. Lin Feng stood behind Lu Xian, but his eyes kept looking at her. It was not until the elevator reached the 20th floor that he finally spoke. Secretary Lu, I have a question. Lu Xian turned around with a professional smile on her face. Director Lin, you can ask whatever you want, and I will answer truthfully. Lin Feng looked at her and suddenly asked, What kind of shield are you wearing? Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, then her face turned slightly red, and she stammered. Director Lin, I was protected. Real? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Lu Xian lowered her head, her ears turning red. Seeing her embarrassed look, Lin Feng continued to ask, Then let me see. Lu Xian's face flushed immediately, and she was so embarrassed that she stuttered. Director Lin, there are surveillance cameras here. This is not good, right? Surveillance? What does letting me see your driver's license have to do with surveillance? What kind of secrets can your driver's license have? Lu Xian was stunned. Then she reacted and was completely petrified. She was devastated. Boss Lin, are you talking about a driver's license? Of course, the kind that rides a motorcycle. Didn't you say it's a shield? Lin Feng explained with a smile. Lu Xian was speechless and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Lu Xian walked out of the elevator quickly with a red face. Lin Feng looked at her hurried back with a playful smile on his face. Interesting. Then he followed her into his own spacious office. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the spaciousness of the chairman's office of Huarong Group. The entire office area is about 200 square meters, and the space layout is very sophisticated. The entrance is an office room for processing documents, and inside is a study and bedroom with all the functional divisions available. The background wall of the office room adopts a geometric decorative design, with a magnificent ink painting in the center and a striking calligraphy hanging in front. Become a marquee soon. The ceiling design is simple and artistic, and the hollow structure and original wood color make the whole space look elegant and steady. Tea sets are placed on the sofa area on the left, which is suitable for meeting guests. What attracted Lin Feng's attention most was the huge custom-made desk. It looked ordinary from the outside, but when sitting in the boss chair, He could find that there was ample hidden space under the desk. Lin Feng couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Then he shook his head and put his wild thoughts away. Further in is the study, where the bookshelves are filled with all kinds of books, ranging from world classics to martial arts novels. Lin Feng casually flipped through a book. Are you crazy? Do you call 10 trillion pocket money? And read it with great interest. The bedroom is fully equipped. In addition to a comfortable large bed, it also has a separate bathroom and toilet, and is designed to be extremely private. Lin Feng noticed that the bedroom had excellent sound insulation. With a playful smile, he thought, this is a really nice place. Lu Xen took Lin Feng around the office, and her blushing face had returned to her usual calm. As a professional secretary, she quickly adjusted her state. After the tour, Lin Feng sat on the large boss chair, looked around, and said in a puzzled tone, why is there only one chair in this office? Secretary Lu, you're my secretary. I can't sit and let you stand. It's too inhumane. Since there is only one chair, then you can sit on my lap. Lu Xian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and glanced at the sofa and stool not far away, secretly admiring Lin Feng's ability to talk nonsense seriously. Although this sounded outrageous, she had 100% trust in Lin Feng and did not feel disgusted at all. She smiled calmly, adjusted her skirt, put her arm around Lin Feng's neck, and sat sideways on his lap. Director Lin, you are really considerate of your subordinates. Then I will obey your command. Lin Feng felt the softness on his knees, and his heart was slightly confused. What were we talking about just now? Lu Xian looked calm on the surface, but she was a little nervous inside. Director Lin, it seems like you were looking for someone. Oh yeah, who am I looking for? Lu Xian couldn't help laughing. Director Lin, have you even forgotten who you were looking for? I'm old and my memory is not good. Lin Feng said casually. Lu Xian recalled and said, the name you mentioned just now seems to be Lu Shua. Lin Feng slapped his head and said, yes, it's him, but I suddenly feel that finding someone is not that urgent. Secretary Lu, it seems to be getting late. Are you sleepy? Why don't you go to the bedroom and take a rest? Lu Xian was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand Lin Feng's good intentions. She looked at the sunlight outside the window and smiled mischievously. Mr. Lin, if you say it's late, then it's late. Although it's 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm really sleepy because of what you said. Lin Feng said seriously. Since you are sleepy, don't force yourself to work. Go to your room and rest. I am a boss who cares about my employees and will never allow my subordinates to work when they are tired. Lu Xian stood up from Lin Feng's legs and stretched. Director Lin, you are so nice. I will go to bed now. Go quickly. I'll guard you and ensure your safety. Lin Feng put on a righteous look. Lu Xian said coquettishly, but Director Lin, I've been afraid of unfamiliar environments since I was a child. I am afraid to sleep alone. Lin Feng comforted him. Don't be afraid. I won't let any monsters in even if there are any. Lu Xian nodded and walked into the bedroom, while Lin Feng waited outside as expected and did not take a step inside. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yushu woke up slowly. It was dark outside the window, and she looked at her phone. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After quickly tidying up the bed, she walked out of the room and came to the door of the intensive care unit. Nurse, is my father's operation almost over? She asked anxiously. The nurse smiled and replied, it will be over in about an hour. The operation went smoothly. If you rest well after the operation, there will be no sequelae. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, but then thought of Lin Feng and asked hurriedly, Nurse, is the young man who helped me pay the bill before still here? The nurse shook her head. He was busy. You went to rest and he left soon. Gone. Su Yushu felt empty inside. She thought Lin Feng would stay, but when she woke up, she didn't see him, which made her feel a little disappointed. When Su Yushu heard what the nurse said, she hurriedly asked, did he leave any contact information or any information? The nurse shook her head with a complicated expression. No. He casually paid more than 500,000 yuan for your medical expenses and paid hundreds of thousands more as your father's post-operative recuperation expenses. In the end, you don't even have his contact information? Don't you know him? Su Yushu was stunned. Indeed, she and Lin Feng had only met a few times at school and had never become close friends, let alone exchange contact information. She didn't expect that after Lin Feng helped her, he just left quietly without leaving anything. Will he come back? Su Yushu felt empty in her heart. The tall figure seemed to have taken root in her heart. About an hour later, the lights in the operating room went out and the doctor pushed the door open. Su Yushu hurriedly went up to him. Doctor, how was the operation? Is my dad okay? The doctor nodded and smiled. The operation was successful. Fortunately, the equipment from the second hospital was delivered in time. As long as you rest well, there will be no problem. The huge rock in Su Yushu's heart finally fell to the ground. After thanking him gratefully, she quietly waited outside her father's ward. But her eyes always involuntarily swept towards the stairs. Every time she heard footsteps, she hoped that the familiar figure would appear again, but the stairs were always empty. At this time, Lin Feng was standing outside the chairman's office. Lu Exin lazily spoke from the bedroom. Director Lin, I just took a nap and was very tired. I don't think I will have the energy to go to work today. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect Lu Xin to sleep for 5 hours. She slept from 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. This efficiency was really unmatched by ordinary people. Lu Xin touched her stomach and said helplessly, I slept too deeply. I'm hungry. Lin Feng's stomach had already begun to protest, but because of his duties as the door god, he really couldn't leave. The two discussed for a while, and Lu Xin suggested ordering takeout, but then she taunted, Does Mr. Lin plan to have the delivery guy deliver it directly to your bed, or go out and get it naked? Lin Feng thought of Ah Jiao in the morning, and decided to ask her to buy food and bring it up. Lu Xin hesitated for a moment while hugging the quilt after hearing this. Do you really want her to come? I always feel that she is not very good at keeping her mouth shut. Lin Feng spread his hands. No matter how loose her mouth is, it's better than going hungry. Lu Xin had no choice but to find Jillian's phone number and ask her to buy some food and send it to the office. Jillian was efficient and arrived at the 33rd floor in less than 15 minutes with a few bags. Mr. Lin, I brought hamburgers, pizza, and fried chicken. Where are you? Come in, it's in the bedroom. Lin Feng's voice came out. Hearing this, Jillian timidly opened the door and saw Lu Xin. She was stunned and turned away quickly. I didn't see anything. Lu Xin lazily leaned on the bed and said softly, I'm not on guard against you. Just look at it, put it on the bed. Jillian closed one eye and opened the other, slowly putting the food on the bed. Seeing this, Lin Feng asked in confusion, What are you doing? Jillian replied seriously, My mind told me not to watch it, but my curiosity made me want to watch it. In the struggle between my mind and curiosity, it turned out like this. Lin Feng. Lu Xin. Lin Feng waved his hand. Okay, open your eyes. By the way, which department are you in now? Finance department. Just got hired not long ago. Jillian replied. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly said, Then don't stay in the finance department anymore. Hearing this, Jillian immediately burst into tears and screamed. This unscrupulous boss is bullying a small employee. He just said he would not fire me this morning, but now he wants to fire me just for a meal at McDonald's. Lin Feng held his forehead with his hand. I said stop crying. I'm not going to fire you, but I'm going to let you transfer to Secretary Lu and be her assistant. Your salary will be double. Jillian stopped crying instantly, her eyes full of surprise. Director Lin, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Work hard next time and be less nervous. Jillian nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Director Lin. Secretary Lu, from now on I will go wherever you point me to without hesitation. Okay, let's go out first. Lin Feng waved his hand. By the way, how much did you spend on the food just now? I'll transfer it to you. Jillian waved her hands and smiled. Hey, Mr. Lin, this is nothing. I'll treat you all. Lin Feng looked at her helplessly and thought, If you hadn't just called me an unscrupulous boss, I would have almost believed it. Jillian said with a smile on her face. Director Lin, I will leave first. You guys continue with your work. However, just as she stepped to the door, Lin Feng suddenly farted loudly. Originally, this was no big deal, but Jillian stopped in her tracks, turned around and said seriously, Sorry, my stomach is a little uncomfortable, and I farted just now. It has nothing to do with Director Lin. After saying that, she gave Lin Feng a smile that could be described as high emotional intelligence. Lin Feng. Lu Xin. Lu Xin looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Director Lin, are you sure you want her to be my assistant? Lin Feng rubbed his brows. I regret it a little bit. She doesn't seem to be in her right mind. Jillian was anxious and quickly defended herself. Boss Lin, Secretary Lu, I am really normal. Recently, I followed a blogger who taught me how to deal with my boss's embarrassment with high emotional intelligence and let me take the initiative to take the responsibility myself. Lin Feng asked speechlessly, There are only 3 of us here. Who are you talking to just now? Jillian paused, thought for a moment and nodded. It seems what you said makes sense. Lin Feng shook his head. Forget it. I will not read this kind of weird blogger anymore. Of course, it may not be the blogger's fault. Whose problem is that? Jillian asked doubtfully. Lin Feng looked helpless. My problem, okay? Go away. Jillian left the office with a confused look on her face, still thinking, how did this become Director Lin's problem? After Jillian left, Lin Feng and Liu Xin continued to discuss company affairs. Although they were talking about work on the surface, the two chatted in a relaxed manner with a pleasant atmosphere and a lot of jokes in between work. The next day at noon, Lin Feng slept until noon before waking up. If his cell phone hadn't rang, he would probably have continued to sleep until the afternoon. He talked with Liu Xin for a long time last night, and although several company problems had not been solved, he was exhausted. In a daze, Lin Feng picked up the phone. Hello? The mother Jiang Yu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng, did you rob a bank? How many things did you buy? The express deliveries at home are almost full. Lin Feng woke up instantly and sat up. Mom, what did you say? What express delivery? You asked me? Didn't you buy the things? Now my house is filled with 4 computers, a dozen tablets, headphones, cameras, shoes, clothes. Where did you get the money to buy all these things? Lin Feng's mind flashed back to the scene of emptying the shopping cart yesterday, and he suddenly remembered that the express address he filled in was his home. I didn't expect it to be delivered in one day. The delivery speed is amazing. But now is obviously not the time to praise the delivery. Mom, don't get excited. Lin Feng scratched his head and quickly thought about how to explain. He couldn't say that the system gave him 10 trillion pocket money, right? This kind of reason would directly send him to a mental hospital. Jiang Yu was obviously not so easily fooled, and his tone became anxious. Hurry up and tell the truth. You can't do anything illegal. Lin Feng thought quickly and made up a story. Mom, I made this money from stock trading. When I was in college, I learned how to trade stocks from someone else and made my first pot of gold by luck. Later, I accumulated experience and invested in a company's stock a few years ago. The result was 1,000 times increase. I recently found out that I am now the largest shareholder of that company and worth more than $1 billion. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Jiang Yu asked, Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Lin Feng swore. I just cashed out several hundred million a few days ago. These things are just gifts for my roommates, and I also want to show my filial piety to you and Dad. Jiang Yu was skeptical. Then why did you buy so many things? How can one person use so many computers and tablets? Lin Feng coughed and made up a story. I didn't make any money. I wanted to buy some gifts for my roommates, so I bought a little too much. Jiang Yu reluctantly believed it. That's true. By the way, Meow Meow will be back today, and we will have dinner at home tonight. Sister Meow Meow? Lin Feng sat up straight immediately. Really? When will you be back? She said she'd be here this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Lin Meow Meow, the half-sister who grew up with him, was finally coming back. He couldn't wait to get up, change his clothes, and get ready to go home. Chapter 10. There is someone behind you. Lin Meow Meow was a child that Lin Feng's Uncle Lin Yin picked up from a trash can when he was 45 years old. Due to his congenital infertility, Lin Yin had never married. After picking up Lin Meow Meow, Lin Yin discovered that Lin Meow Meow was sick and needed surgery, which might be the reason why she was abandoned. So Lin Yin sold his house to pay for Lin Meow Meow's surgery. Fortunately, the operation was successful. When Lin Meow Meow was abandoned, she was less than 4 years old, but she had already started to remember things, so she had always known her identity. But the good times did not last long. When Lin Meow Meow was 10 years old, Lin Yin died in a car accident. That year, Lin Feng was 7 years old. From then on, Lin Meow Meow became a member of the family. Lin Feng was 7 years old, and Lin Meow Meow was 10 years old. They lived together day and night for 8 years. During these 8 years, Lin Meow Meow has been like a caring older sister and has been extremely doting on Lin Feng. Although they are not related by blood, their relationship is better than that of ordinary siblings. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu did not favor boys over girls just because Lin Meow Meow was not their biological daughter. On the contrary, they treated Lin Meow Meow very well, so the relationship within the family was exceptionally good. Lin Meow Meow thought that she and Lin Feng could live like this forever, but something unexpected happened the year Lin Meow Meow took the college entrance examination. After Lin Meow Meow took the college entrance examination, a group of people appeared in Lin Feng's home. They said they were Lin Miao Miao's biological parents and came to meet Lin Miao Miao. It was Lin Miao Miao's grandmother and her family who abandoned her. They didn't know at the time and thought she was lost, so they have been looking for her all these years. It was not until Lin Miao Miao's grandmother was dying that she told the truth. Finally, after discussion between the two parents, the final result was that Lin Miao Miao returned to her biological parents. But because Lin Miao Miao was an adult, her biological parents could not restrict her from returning. When Lin Feng was leaving, he was reluctant to part with Lin Miao Miao. When they were parting, Lin Miao Miao leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and promised that she would come to see Lin Feng whenever she had time in the future. Lin Miao Miao kept her promise and came back to stay for a few days every 2 months on average. After Lin Feng went to college, she stayed at home to accompany Lin Feng during every winter and summer vacation. Lin Feng had already decided in his heart that he and Lin Miao Miao would be a family for life. That's why Lin Feng was so happy when Jiang Yu said Lin Miao Miao would come back today. Lin Miao Miao has not been home for several months recently because she has been busy with work. The last time she came back was during the Chinese New Year. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he discovered that there were dozens of text messages from couriers and messages from Lin Miao Miao on his phone. Xiao Feng, I will go back today. Please wait for me at home. Lin Feng immediately replied, I'll wait for you to come back. I'll go make your bed now. Even though you don't need it, you always come to my room to sleep in the middle of the night. After replying, Lin Feng put his phone aside, put on his clothes, and stretched. Because Lu Xin worked overtime yesterday, she hasn't gotten up yet today. Lin Feng left her a note saying that he was going home and that she had worked hard overtime yesterday, so he gave her a few days off and she could come back to work at any time. After leaving the note, Lin Feng called Jillian again and asked her to take care of Lu Xin. Then he took the elevator downstairs and prepared to go home. While in the elevator, Lin Feng signed in for today. Sign in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the global limited edition Pagani, worth $16 million about 100 million. The vehicle has been parked in the underground parking lot of Huarong building for the host, and the vehicle key has been placed in the host's pocket. In order to give the host a better driving experience, an additional mastery-level driving skill is given. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Pagani sports car? Worth 100 million? It sounds pretty good. Come to think of it, as a super rich man, it is not suitable to not have a suitable car. Now it's just right. I don't need it. Lin Feng took the elevator directly down to the underground parking lot. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Lin Feng saw the light blue beast that seemed to be shining from afar. However, when Lin Feng got closer, he found that there was someone next to the car, and it seemed to be a host. At this moment, next to Pagani, there was a little loli who was live streaming with a selfie stick. My dear brothers in the live broadcast room, guess what I saw? I really can't believe my eyes. A sports car. So cool. Come on, let me adjust the camera and show it to Brother Ming. If Baing Ruo was a small anchor, there would only be more than 200 people in the live broadcast room, and there wouldn't be many comments. But when she pointed the camera at the Pagani in front of her, the comments suddenly became lively. Lonling Wang Fugue. Wow, what a luxury car. Can the host give me one? I'm a student. Void daughter Xiao Biluo. The one above, don't say you are a student. Even if you are a beast, this won't work. Shit is poisonous. Is there anyone in the live broadcast room who knows what kind of car this is? How long will it take me to buy it with my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan? A frank person doesn't talk behind people's backs. Don't worry about it. With your salary, you should think about how to avoid starving to death, or set a small goal and ask God for another 500 years. The world's most knowledgeable man. 500 years is far from enough. Here comes the knowledgeable man. Hurry up and kick me up. If I'm not mistaken, the car in front of the anchor is a Pagani, limited to 3 units worldwide. The shameless author of the watery words. The price of this car is $16 million, which is equivalent to 100 million. The toxic brother just now, if you earn 3,000 a month, 36,000 a year, it will take about 2,777 years to earn enough. Breast sandwich biscuit. Wow, it's the year 2,777. Qin Shi Huang's grandfather hasn't even been born yet, and you have to start working. The world's most knowledgeable man. Although this Pagani is expensive, its performance and value retention are completely worth the price. It is powered by a naturally aspirated engine, and it takes only 3 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 9 seconds, and the top speed is over 350. Just like the acceleration, the braking reaction time is also amazing, 102 seconds, and 204 seconds. The world's most knowledgeable brother. Who wouldn't want to buy such a powerful machine? It's worth 100 million. It's not particularly expensive. Poison and shit. 100 million is not particularly expensive. Do you listen to what others say? I have to work as hard as the first Emperor Qin to be able to afford this, and you tell me it is not particularly expensive? Sun Shang Soap. Your discussion seems to have frightened the host a bit, and the host even took several steps back. Ever since the barrage of comments became lively, Bai Ruo has been staring at them curiously. After reading them, she was amazed and quickly took several steps back. She didn't expect that a car she just randomly came across would be worth 100 million. Brother Meng, what you said makes me a little scared. If I just use this car, I will probably have to live in the shadow of paying back the money for the rest of my life, right? At this moment, a sentence suddenly popped up in the barrage. There's poison in the shit. Be careful, anchor. Someone is circling behind you. There's someone behind you, and he's getting closer and closer to you. Chapter 11. 3 sentences made the system angry. There's poison in the shit. Be careful, anchor. Someone is circling behind you. There's someone behind you, and he's getting closer and closer to you. Breast sandwiching biscuit. Anchor, be careful. Someone is circling behind you. There is someone behind you, and he is getting closer and closer to you. Good luck. Be careful, anchor. Someone is circling behind you. There is someone behind you, and he is getting closer and closer to you. So handsome that he was chopped. Anchor, be careful. Someone is circling behind you. There is someone behind you, and he is getting closer and closer to you. Bai Ruo looked at the screen full of comments and thought the netizens were joking. She didn't take it seriously because she had been cheated before. Not long ago, when she was live streaming at home, someone in the barrage said that the cabinet behind her moved, and then the barrage immediately turned into words reminding herself that the cabinet moved. This caused Bai Ruo to be frightened for a long time, and only at the end of the barrage did she explain that it was a lie. Brother Meng, you tried to fool me twice with the same trick, but it didn't work. He poison in the shit. Host, we really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, turn around and look. That person is standing behind you, about 10 centimeters away from you. Bai Ruo saw that the barrage was spoken so seriously and thought it couldn't be true, so she turned around to take a look. It didn't matter what she saw. It almost scared her to death. What the hell? Bai Ruo threw the selfie stick in her hand away, took several steps back, and hid behind Pagani. Seeing Bai Ruo's reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that such a cute girl also yelled F***CK when she was surprised. You can't poop, can you? Hurry up and say you can't, right? Bai Ruo. Why are you deliberately scaring me from behind? My phone screen is broken. Bai Ruo hurriedly picked up the selfie stick and phone on the ground and wiped the dust off them. How could I scare you on purpose? You scared yourself, okay? I didn't do anything, but you just ran away. Lin Feng looked innocent. Then why are you standing behind me for no reason, and so close to me? You were blocking my way. You have been standing there motionless. If I want to go over, I can only stand behind you and wait. Lin Feng spread his hands. I don't believe you. The road here is so wide. I'm not standing in the middle of the road. How can I block you? But you were standing next to my car door. How can I drive if you don't move away? Lin Feng said with a smile. Bai Ruo's eyes widened. Is this your car? Lin Feng took out the key and pressed it. The Pagani's taillights flashed twice, and everything was self-explanatory. Bai Ruo's live broadcast room became more lively. Shit is poisonous. The anchor has met the car owner? Can the anchor do me a favor and ask the car owner if he accepts men? I really want to sit in his passenger seat. Wear a bra for more protection. I'm also a man. I wanted the anchor can also help me ask, but you must not eat alone. My bottom line is very low. I can accept anything. Shit nature remains unchanged. Everyone else, get out of the way, boss. Look at me. I am a woman. I can be salty or sweet, a lowly or a queen, even a man or a woman. I can do it all. Handsome enough to be hacked. Hey. Why is the live broadcast screen only halfway through? Did you break your phone when you dropped it just now? Also, why are you talking so strangely? Have you given up your dignity for money? What's wrong with this world? Shout out Labuchuan. You can't even give up money for the sake of dignity, right? The anchor also asked for me. I'm a man. I'm so horny. Mom, my wife ran away. The anchor must not fall into depravity. If the anchor must fall into depravity for money, please take me with you, Chio. Bai Ruo glanced at her phone. She didn't pay attention to the various comments in the barrage asking her to set up a relationship with Lin Feng. She only saw the cracks on her phone and half of the camera popped out. Brother Ming, my phone is broken. Let's stop here for today's live broadcast. I have to go get my phone fixed. After saying that, Bai Yingrua was about to turn off the live broadcast, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Wait a minute. Bai Yingrua looked at Lin Feng blankly. What's wrong? Which platform do you broadcast live on? What's your name? Lin Feng moved closer to Bai Yingrua and glanced at the person in her live broadcast room. Classmate Xiao Bai. I am also partly responsible for your broken phone, so I'll give you a small gift as a token of my gratitude for repairing your phone. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and casually recharged 1 million Douyin coins. I entered Bai Yingrua's live broadcast room, found the most expensive carnival gift, and bought 33 of them in a row. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, which requires 30,000 Douyin coins. Lin Feng stopped only when 1 million Douyin coins were not enough. He touched Bai Yingrua's little head and pinched her little face. The money from the gift can be regarded as compensation for your phone. After saying that, Lin Feng got into the car and drove away with a rumble. It was not until Lin Feng left that Bai Yingrua realized that he seemed to have given her a lot of gifts just now. And also, pinch your face? I didn't even resist just now. Lin Feng drove away with a hidden purpose. Although he did not leave Bai Yingrua's contact information, he was not in a hurry. Just like the last time in the hospital, Lin Feng did not leave Su Yusu's contact information. Not keeping it is more impressive than keeping it. I believe that it won't be long before Su Yusu will ask around to find out my WeChat account. Bai Yingrua is the same. In the future, she will take the initiative to contact me on Douyin. Su Chun touched his chin in the car. Do I feel like a bit of a scumbag now? Host, you are not a scumbag. You just had your heart broken by someone in the past, and now different pieces of your heart have fallen in love with different people. You are fundamentally different from a scumbag. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the system to be so capable. System, I forgot to ask you, can you turn into a real person and come out of my mind? What does the host want to do? It can't be erotic, it can't be erotic. Demi-yo, demi-demi. Lin Feng. Okay, I won't tease the host anymore. Actually, what the host saw in the dream yesterday was the real body of the system. It's just that the host doesn't have the ability to materialize the system yet. As for when it can be materialized, please stay tuned. I don't seem to be looking forward to it. It doesn't seem to have much appeal whether it is materialized or not. It's just a small cover. So ridiculous. Lin Feng complained. System. Host, can you explain what you just said? What are you talking about? What do you mean by Xiao Xiao Zhan is ridiculous? Why are you silent? System. Voice 60. After successfully making the system angry, Lin Feng exited the system as if nothing had happened and continued driving. These 3 sentences made the system come alive. What is a good person? Lin Feng is a good person who can do good things and wave goodbye without leaving a trace. The system should be very grateful to me, right? In less than half an hour, Lin Feng drove back to Yuanshan community, where he had lived for more than 20 years. Chapter 12. When you have money, you need to work harder. After driving into Yuanshan community, Lin Feng deliberately drove very slowly. As the saying goes, if you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. If you have money but don't show off, it's like having a naked beauty sitting next to you and you just show off that you have clothes. As the Pagani slowly drove into the community, this cool sports car immediately attracted everyone's attention. And before they knew it, at least dozens of people gathered around it. When did our neighborhood get this kind of car? It looks like a sports car, right? It should be. The chassis is so low, but the logo doesn't seem to be a big brand. Do you recognize it? I don't know it either. It's probably a cheap brand. It can't compare to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche. Lin Feng was unaware of the discussions of the people around him at this time. After parking the car, he walked out of the car with a smile on his face. He thought that when he got out of the car, people around him would rush up to him, flatter him when they saw it was him, and finally compete to marry their daughters to him. But when he got out of the car, he found that the situation seemed different from what he thought. Oh, it's Xiao Feng. I thought it was someone else just now, but it turned out to be you. Lin Feng looked towards the source of the voice. It was Aunt Zhao, whom he had known since childhood. She had also lived in this community for decades. Aunt Zhao, are you taking a walk after dinner again? Yes, Xiao Feng, when did you buy a car? It's a sports car. Even though it looks like a no-name brand, but it's really impressive that you can afford one while you're still in school. The smile on Lin Feng's lips gradually froze. Miscellaneous brands. Pagani, a miscellaneous brand. Xiaofeng, don't blame me for being nosy. I understand that you young people like sports cars, but although these cars look good, they are not very practical after all. They are not as comfortable as sedans. Yeah, it was driving so slowly when it entered the community just now, and the horsepower isn't that of a sports car. If you're buying a new car, you'd better think carefully about it. With that kind of money, it's better to buy a Mercedes or a BMW. Xiaofeng, listen to your aunt's advice and sell this no-name brand car. Use the down payment on a Mercedes-Benz. My son-in-law drives a Mercedes-Benz, and it's very comfortable to sit in. Lin Feng searched everywhere in the crowd, but he couldn't find the brother he wanted. Lin Feng cried out in his heart. Why is it that other protagonists always have someone to introduce car models and prices to them wherever they drive, but there is no one to introduce them to me? It's obviously a Pagani worth 100 million yuan, but it's made to seem as if it's not even as good as a Mercedes-Benz. Whoa. Lin Feng forced a smile, and after dealing with many middle-aged ladies, he went upstairs in disappointment. What a shame, he failed in his pretense. Lin Feng's home is on the 5th floor, which is the top floor. The weather is still okay at the end of March, neither cold nor hot. If it is July or August in summer, it would be impossible to stay at home without turning on the air conditioner. It's not as hot outside as inside. It's just like a steamer. When Lin Feng went upstairs, he had already made up his mind that he had to move to another house as soon as possible. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Feng's father Lin Tinya and mother Jiangyu sitting on the sofa, having been waiting for Lin Feng for a while. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After Lin Feng entered the door, he called out to the sofa, then changed his shoes and sat on the sofa. Son, your mom said you robbed a bank. Should we run now or at night? Puff. Lin Feng sprayed out half a mouthful of water. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing violently for a while, Lin Feng looked at Jiang Yu with a confused look on his face. Mom, what did you say to my dad? Jiang Yu's face flushed slightly. When you called me just now, didn't I think you were going to rob a bank? So I called your dad at that time. Later you explained it on the phone, but I forgot about calling your dad. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. There was no one in his family who didn't have an unconventional way of thinking. So, you haven't explained since Mom came back from Dad? Jiang Yu nodded guiltily, then turned to Lin Tinya in confusion. So you thought your son had robbed a bank since you walked in? Then why were you sitting on the sofa with me so calmly? Without even asking a question? Lin Feng and Jiang Yu looked at Lin Tinya at the same time, waiting for him to give an explanation. Lin Tinya spread his hands. I came back immediately after hearing you say Xiaofeng robbed a bank on the phone. I didn't dare to delay for even a second. But as soon as I walked in, I saw you sitting calmly on the sofa with a pile of express deliveries next to you. You smile from time to time. I thought you were involved and were waiting for me to run away. Then why should I ask? Can't you just sit on the sofa and wait for Xiaofeng? Lin Feng. Jiang Yu? Lin Feng covered his face. Dad, Mom, you don't expect anything good from me. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Of course I know. I've seen it since you were little. You are an ambitious person. So I'm not surprised when your mother said you robbed a bank. In this world, if you want to move up in social class, you have to take unconventional approaches. Lin Tinya's words made Lin Feng completely confused. After a long pause, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Let's just pretend that what happened just now never happened. I'll go back home and we'll start over again. After entering the house again, things were no longer strange. Lin Tinya and Jiang Yu also accepted Lin Feng's reasons and the fact that Lin Feng had become rich. Dad, Mom, I transferred 100 million to each of your cards. If you have anything you want to buy, but haven't bought due to price constraints, just buy it. I will also go to look at houses in the near future. As for cars, you can go to 4 stores to have a look. If you find one that you like, you can just swipe the card and pick it up. Lin Tinya and Jiang Yu looked at each other, counted the numbers on the bank card balance again, and were very excited. So, does this mean we don't have to work anymore in the future? Lin Tinya said with a smile. However, Lin Feng stood up and shook his head slightly. Dad, your idea is wrong. Just because you have money, does that mean you don't have to work? I once had a classmate whose family assets amounted to tens of billions, but everyone in their family went to school or worked. Those who go to school will not miss a day, and those who go to work will not be late or leave early. Think about them, and then think about yourself. Do you feel ashamed? An expression of shame appeared on Lin Tinya's face. Xiaofeng, what you mean is that no matter how much money you have, You should never forget your roots and the most basic work. Your friend's family is so rich, but they still work. Is this the secret to how they can stay so rich? No, what I mean is if I don't work, who are you going to show off to when I become rich? Lin Tianya? Chapter 13, Did I Meet a Liar? Lin Feng smiled and said, I was just joking. Now you are financially free. It's up to you whether to go to work or not. If you want to go, you can go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Or I can just buy out your company. Go away. If you acquire the company, I won't be able to go to work anymore. I won't be able to greet my old colleagues. Who hasn't cursed the boss together at work? If you really acquire the company, how embarrassing it would be for my colleagues who cursed the company with me a few days ago to see that I've become the boss. That's true. Then do whatever you want. Anyway, you have money now and don't have to be bound by life anymore. Then Lin Feng and his family tidied up the house and sorted out a large number of express deliveries, filling up half of Lin Feng's house. After packing up the express boxes, Lin Feng directly opened several of them. There were mobile phones, tablets, computers, headphones, sneakers, cameras, a complete set. After replacing all his devices, Lin Feng lay happily on the bed playing with his new phone. Just as Lin Feng lay down on the bed, a friend request came in on WeChat, and the avatar was a girl. Lin Feng touched his chin. Could it be Su Yushu? Finally got my contact information from someone? Pretty fast. Then let me have a good chat with you. Jingjing has accepted your friend request. Now you can chat. Jingjing. Hello? Do we know each other? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Why was Su Yushu's opening remarks so weird? Did he pay for her surgery because he thought he knew her from the past? But you should introduce yourself first. Otherwise, how will others know who you are? Maple Leaf. You added me, and now you ask if we know each other? Jingjing. I didn't know that you suddenly became my friend in my phone. Maybe this is fate. By the way, since we are so destined, let's get to know each other. My name is Jingjing. What's your name, little brother? Lin Feng suddenly stood up and said, the way of chatting doesn't seem to be Su Yushu, but more like a T-girl. Did I meet a liar? Lin Feng's expression changed from sudden enlightenment at the beginning to extreme excitement. Finally, I met a liar again. I haven't met a liar for a long time. I can have a pleasant chat with a liar again. Hey, Jingjing, right? Let me meet you. Maple Leaf. My last name is Ni, and my given name is Baba. You can just call me Baba, or you can call me by my nickname. I have fallen easily since I was a child, so my nickname is Dai. You can call me Baba or Dai. There was silence for a moment, but the other party responded quickly. Jingjing, brother, your name is very special. If you don't mind, how about I call you Brother and I? Maple Leaf, no, I really mind. You can call me Baba or Dai. If you really don't want to call me these two names, you can also call me by my stage name. Jingjing, brother has a stage name. That's amazing. What is your stage name? Maple Leaf. I have had a dream of becoming a singer since I was a child, so I practice diligently and often practice pronunciation. Do you know what is the most appropriate sound to practice when practicing pronunciation? Jingjing, wow, brother knows so much. He will definitely become an excellent singer in the future. Tell your sister quickly. Maple Leaf. When I practice pronunciation, the sound I practice most is the sound of yeah, so I gave myself the stage name of yeah. From now on, you can call me yeah. There was silence again from the other side. This time the silence lasted much longer than last time, about 2 minutes. But the other party probably felt that the conversation had already started and didn't want to give up Lin Feng. So 2 minutes later, Jingjing still replied. Jingjing, then I will call you by your stage name from now on, yeah. Maple Leaf, oh so good. Jingjing, yeah, what do you do for a living? Maple Leaf, my mother is the daughter of the village chief. She owns 6 acres of land and is likely to inherit my grandfather's estate in the future. My mother's share of the money is conservatively estimated to be 20,000 yuan. Maple Leaf, my father is even more amazing. He is the only genius in the village who graduated from high school. He is also of a very noble status. I believe you have also heard of the Shidanli fertilizer factory in New Jiazhuang, right? The fertilizer factory now makes at least 40,000 yuan in profit every year. Maple Leaf, and I, who was known as the prince born with a dung bead in his mouth, just got the 3rd tractor in the whole village 2 days ago. I dare not say that I am the richest person in the world, but strength is not something that can be boasted. You have seen what I just said. My strength does not allow me to be low-key. This time the silence lasted much longer than the previous 2 times, and at one point Lin Feng even thought that the other party had ignored him. 15 minutes later, Jingjing finally replied. Jingjing, so you are so rich, yay? Jingjing is so pitiful. She has been living with my grandfather and now lives on his tea garden. My grandfather just called me to go out and pick tea leaves. I took advantage of him, not noticing to reply to your message, yay. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. How many grandfathers do you have? In this case, should I call her brother instead of grandpa? After laughing, Lin Feng continued chatting with him. He also knew that when talking about the tea garden, she should get to the point. Maple Leaf, are you a tea picker? Jingjing, yes, I've been picking tea with my grandfather for many years. Yay, you won't look down on me, right? Maple Leaf, of course I will. Haha, not only do I look down on you, I even want to laugh at you. You live with your grandfather, which means you have no parents. Your mother is dead? Your father is also gone. Lin Feng had no psychological burden at all when scolding this tea-selling swindler. Although her name was Jingjing, the person on the other end of the phone might be a man or an old lady who picked his toes. No, it might be a group of men and old ladies who pick their toes. Lin Feng won't have any sympathy for this liar, even if he dies. If we sympathize with them, who will sympathize with those who were cheated of their money? Unexpectedly, the other party replied immediately after Lin Feng had just scolded him. It seemed that after getting to the point, he was eager to cheat money. Jingjing, I lost my parents when I was young, and have been living in the countryside with my grandfather. Yaya, what you just said made me so sad. Maple Leaf, you lost your parents when you were young? Are you an orphan? Hello, orphan, 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 orphan. Jingjing, if you keep talking like this, Jingjing will get angry. Angry expression. Maple Leaf, even if you are angry, can your parents come back? Okay, now I call you an angry orphan. Later, Lin Feng also added an anxious emoticon, which was extremely sarcastic. Chapter 14, Flirting with the Liar. Jingjing, if you keep talking like this, Jingjing will get angry. Angry expression. Maple Leaf, even if you are angry, can your parents come back? Okay, now I call you an angry orphan. The other party was silent again, probably because he was very angry. This time he was silent for a full half an hour. Half an hour later, Jingjing probably wanted to try one last time. Jingjing, yeah, do you have a girlfriend? Maple Leaf, yes. Why are you asking this? Jingjing, I really envy your girlfriend, yay, for being able to find a good boy like you, yay. Unlike me, I am from the countryside and no one wants me. Crying expression. Maple Leaf, see, he is indeed an orphan. No one wants him. Ha ha ha. Jingjing, I fuck you. Jingjing, 60. Jingjing, fuck you. Jingjing, 60. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he was surprised. 2 60-second voice messages. Although he knew that there must be insults in the video, Lin Feng was very curious whether the person he was chatting with was a big guy who picked his toes. So he clicked on it to listen. Good job. My guess was correct. Judging from his voice, he is at least 40 years old. Alas, can't these scammers do the whole package now? For example, they can send voice messages to cute girls. Maybe someone will believe it. Afterwards, Lin Feng decided to have a final chat with him. Maple Leaf? Okay. After scolding you just now, I am very happy. According to the principle of equal exchange, I will buy you a few boxes of tea. Jingjing, are you serious? Maple Leaf. Ha, of course it's fake. You believe it? With this IQ, you're still a liar. You might as well be a fool and beg for food. Then Lin Feng blocked her and felt extremely happy. I like these scammers the most. I feel very happy every time after having a friendly conversation with them. I really hope I can communicate with them every day. After blocking Jingjing, coincidentally, another friend request popped up. This time it's not a liar, it's Su Yushu. Hello, classmate Lin Feng. CC. Thank you so much for helping me pay for my father's surgery yesterday. You left after I woke up yesterday. I asked for your WeChat for a long time. Can you agree to be friends? I will pay you back for the surgery in due course. Thank you so much. The following words were written on the application notes. Su Yushu was indeed worthy of the reputation she had during college. If Su Yushu was only good-looking on the outside, Lin Feng would not like her. He would only be attracted to her physically, not emotionally. But now it seems that Lin Feng was not wrong about Su Yushu. Lin Feng decisively agreed to Su Yushu's friend request and also wrote a long paragraph to her. Hello, classmate Su. You don't need to return the money to me. If you really want to do something, then live a good life. In fact, I paid attention to you when I was in college. It might be because you were good looking at that time, but gradually, I found that you are not just good looking, your heart is very pure. Even though you are in the dye vat of school, you can still keep yourself clean. I'm not helping you to get something from you. I will be relieved as long as you live a good life in the future. Su Yushu. But the surgery fee is not a small amount. Not only did you advance the surgery fee for me, you also saved the money for my recovery after the surgery. How can I not repay your kindness to me? I must return this money to you. Seeing that Su Yushu was determined not to give up until the money was returned, Lin Feng's eyes turned, and an idea came to his mind. Lin Feng, you are determined to pay me back, right? Su Yushu. Yes, benefactor, I will find an internship in a company right away. After I get my first salary, I will pay you back the rest of the money after deducting living expenses every month. Lin Feng, have you found a company for internship yet? Su Yushu. Not yet, but I will go find him once my father's condition stabilizes. Lin Feng, if you go for an internship, you should go to Huarong Group, right? After all, your grades are so good, it would be a pity if you don't go to Huarong Group. Su Yushu, my current plan is to intern at Huarong Group. Lin Feng, if you plan to go to Huarong Group, we can be companions. I also plan to intern at Huarong Group. Su Yushu, really? That's great. If everything goes well, we can be colleagues in the future. Starting with the topic of internship together, Lin Feng and Su Yushu talked for a long time. Even when he was having lunch, Lin Feng kept holding his phone in his hand. The relationship between the two of them became much closer after today's chat, but in the end they still remained at the level of friends. Lin Feng didn't care. If he expected to seduce a girl like Su Yushu in just one chat, then she would not be Su Yushu. As they chatted, Lin Feng fell asleep on the bed. I don't know how long it had been. Lin Feng turned over in bed, slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly a person appeared beside the bed. Who? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, then instantly widened them. All his sleepiness disappeared. Meow Meow sister? Lin Feng suddenly sat up and got up from the bed. Sister Meow Meow, when did you come? Why didn't you ask me to get up? Lin Meow Meow looked at Lin Feng lovingly. I just arrived too, and I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. Don't worry if you were still sleepy, just continue sleeping. I'm not sleepy. When I saw you, Sister Meow Meow, I instantly stopped feeling sleepy. Lin Feng's face was filled with a happy smile. He and Lin Meow Meow had been together day and night and hadn't seen each other for several months. Now he finally saw each other. How could he not be happy? Lin Meow Meow puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Come and take a look. Can you tell that I am different from a few months ago?" Lin Feng's eyes fell on her chest. Sister Meow Meow, did you eat papaya? Hey, I've been having papaya for dinner every night for the past few months. How's that? Is it useful? It is useful, but it is not the most useful thing. Don't you have anything more effective? Lin Feng smiled, leaned close to Lin Meow Meow's ear, and whispered softly. Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes at him and said, "You just keep talking nonsense." Then the two of them recalled many things from the past. After some playing and reminiscing, Lin Feng and Lin Meow Meow both looked happy. Lin Feng, who was lying down after playing tired, suddenly remembered something. Where are my parents? Are they outside? Our house is not soundproof, and we just complained about them. Lin Meow Meow knocked on Lin Feng's head. What are you thinking about? If they were at home, would I dare to talk to you about this? When I first came, I suggested going out for dinner in the evening, so they went out together to book a restaurant. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. But then he thought, so it means there are only two of us at home now. Lin Meow Meow pursed her lips and smiled. What do you want to do? Let's chat for a while. Chapter 15. Transferred 1 billion. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Lin Meow Meow hesitated for a long time and finally went out. After going out, Lin Meow Meow held Lin Feng's arm, very intimately. People in the community are also accustomed to the actions between the two. After going downstairs, Lin Feng patted Lin Meow Meow's hips and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go drive." Have you become rich recently? Have you bought a car? Just now I saw a lot of express deliveries in your room, but I was busy with other things and forgot to ask you. Have you really become rich? Lin Feng waved the Pagani key in his hand and said, "Of course, Meow Meow. You supported me before, now it's time to switch sides." Then Lin Feng used the prepared reasons to tell Lin Meow Meow how he got rich by speculating in stocks. Lin Meow Meow was stunned for a while. Xiao Feng, are you serious? Do you really have hundreds of millions now? Lin Feng opened a bank card balance on his phone and handed it to Lin Meow Meow. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Meow Meow snorted. You lie to me all the time. Remember last summer vacation? We said it was just a kiss. What happened? Lin Feng chuckled. Actually, it's not really a lie. If you don't kiss, it's not a kiss, right? He's got a smooth tongue, and now he's so rich. I don't know who he'll harm in the future. Lin Feng immediately raised one hand. I swear, even if I become a nuisance in the future, I will be the first to cause trouble to you, meow meow. After all, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its nest, and I will come back sooner or later. After hitting Lin Feng lightly, Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes at him and said, all right, stop talking so smoothly. Mom and Dad have been waiting for you for a long time. You have already wasted quite a while at home. Let's go. Then my princess, please get in the car. Lin Feng made a gesture of invitation. After the two got in the car, Lin Meow Meow was surprised. If I'm not mistaken, this is the limited edition Pagani, right? This car is not cheap. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy you a similar one. It's so unpredictable. I used to worry about what would happen if you didn't make enough money in the future, so I deposited some money in the bank for you and transferred money to that bank card every month. I was planning to give it to you after you graduated, but I didn't expect that you have hundreds of millions of dollars now. It seems that the money I saved is useless. Lin Meow Meow said with emotion. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. Lin Meow Meow was really kind to him. In the past, before she left home, if there was anything delicious, she would think of eating it herself first. And if there was anything fun, she would also think of playing with it herself first. Now that I'm working, I'm also thinking about saving money for my future. Having such a good sister makes me have no regrets in this life. Meow Meow, can you show me the bank card where you deposited money for me? Here you go. What a coincidence. The last 4 digits of this bank card are exactly your birthday. When I first applied for it, I really thought it was destined by God. Lin Feng took the bank card with his birthday on the last 4 digits and asked, how much money is in this card now? It's about 200,000 yuan now. This year is my 4th year of saving money. Every year when my second father gives me pocket money, I save a little and put it into this card. I remember that I asked my second father how much the local bride price was. He said that the average bride price was 300,000 yuan. At that time, when I just started saving money, I was still thinking that I must save up 300,000 yuan for you to marry me. Now I think I was thinking too much at that time. As long as I was willing, why would I need any dowry? So later on, this money was considered as my savings for your future. Lin Feng played with the bank card, memorized the card number, and then transferred 999.8 million into it. It's a perfect number. Then returned the card to Lin Meow Meow. I just transferred some more money to my card, and it's just the right amount. Take it back and consider it as my betrothal gift to you in the future. How much did you transfer? 800,000? Didn't I just say that? As long as I like her, why would I need any betrothal gifts? My parents, there are very open-minded people. They don't need those old-fashioned feudal remnants at all. Lin Feng smiled. If you don't need it, then treat this money as pocket money I transferred to you. Anyway, I've already transferred it to you. It's not 800,000. You can open the mobile bank to check it. Lin Meow Meow was also very curious, but after checking, she was stunned. The long string of numbers on the phone seemed like a dream. She rubbed her eyes several times, but the numbers on the phone remained unchanged. Xiao Feng, you transfer this to me? It's not much. With the 200,000 yuan in your original card, I rounded it up to 1 billion. If you want to buy anything in the future, just buy it. Lin Meow Meow wanted to refuse, but Lin Feng directly blocked her mouth, looking like a domineering president. Just keep what I give you. If you don't, I'll be angry. Lin Meow Meow was a little dazed for a moment. Lin Feng, whom he had always treated as a child, has grown up in every sense of the word. Okay, I'm gonna drive. You can empty your shopping cart now. You saw the pile of express boxes in my room just now. They are the spoils of my empty shopping cart. After saying that, Lin Feng started the blue beast under his feet, and with a rumbling sound, it drove towards the direction of the hotel. After driving for a while, Lin Feng was indeed not disappointed by Qizhou's traffic. It's blocked. Just now, when Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu called Lin Feng, he used traffic jam as an excuse, but he didn't expect that he really encountered a traffic jam now. Just when she was bored in the traffic jam, Lin Meow Meow took out her cell phone and handed it to Lin Feng. I recently found a new job, and these guys send me messages every day. Some of them have confessed their love to me several times. It's not convenient to delete them since we work in the same department. How about you help me chat with them? Lin Feng took the phone directly. It would be boring to be stuck in traffic anyway, so he might as well chat. What's more, Lin Feng liked chatting with people the most, just like the liar in the morning. Wang Fugui. Hello, Meow Meow. Please allow me to say hello to you on a new day. Today, I still like you very much. Lin Feng. Thank you. Wang Fugui. I really like you. Lin Feng. Thank you so much. Li Ming. Are you free today? Can we go to a movie? Lin Feng. But it's almost 6 o'clock now. If we finish eating, it will probably be very late after watching it, right? Li Ming. So, after watching the movie, you can't go back? Smirk. Lin Feng. Yeah, forget it, I won't go then. Chapter 16 Zhang Lei, the chatty one. After Lin Feng finished dealing with the first two with a smile, he had no intention of stopping and continued to click on the chat box of the third person. This person's name is Mei Wenhua, which sounds very cultured. Mei Wenhua. Do you mind if I just call you Meow Meow from now on? Lin Feng. Of course I mind, he. I know that many people are pursuing you, including some rich people, but I am not like those vulgar people. I am a scholar, and I have read the 4 great classics at least 10 times. If you don't believe me, you can ask any questions you want. As long as it is something from the 4 great classics, I can definitely answer it fluently. Oh, really? Of course. If there's a question I can't answer, I'll eat my poop while standing upside down. Well, let me ask you, if Sun Wukong and Lin Daiyu have a child, will it be a human, a monkey, or a stone? Mei Wenhua, what did Cao Cao say to Tang Monk when he went to Liangshan? Mei Wenhua, does Sima eat like Granny Lu? Why hasn't Wu Qin published a book recently? What did Lu, Guan, and Zhang worship when they swore brotherhood in Taoyuan? Guan Gong. When is Lin Daiyu's menstrual period? Is Erling Xinyang Jian's third eye single or a double eyelid? Does Taishang Laojuan's Bagua furnace burn coal or gas? What size is Tang Monk's cassock? Mei Wenhua. Finally, under Lin Feng's repeated questioning, Mei Wenhua quietly canceled his WeChat account. Maybe I felt ashamed. The next one was a man called Zhang Wei, who spoke in a very arrogant tone, saying that he had memorized the entire criminal law and civil law, and that he was known as a great master, and that people could consult him on anything. Lin Feng took a look and was surprised. He was so arrogant. If we don't fight, it will be a real regret in our life. If a pig has kidney deficiency, can its kidneys still be nutritious? If I get caught on the way to surrender, does it still count as surrendering? Excuse me, is it considered a gang fight if a pregnant woman hits someone? Excuse me, my second uncle was a soldier. Does that affect my going to jail? If a person's grandfather is a traitor, his grandfather is a translator for the Japanese, his third uncle is a bandit, and his second uncle is a loan shark, can he join the army under such circumstances? Zhang Wei was silent, and then nothing happened. Then, Lin Feng treated the rest of Lin Miao Miao's suitors in the same way, and only returned the phone to Lin Miao Miao when the traffic jam ahead was finally over. After Lin Miao Miao took the phone, she directly deleted all the contacts in the phone. Why did you delete so many people at once? Lin Feng asked curiously. Just now, Lin Miao Miao deleted at least dozens of people in succession, and she hadn't stopped until Lin Feng asked the question. They are all new colleagues. We worked together before, so I didn't refuse when they asked me to join. Now I have decided to quit, so there is no need for these colleagues to stay. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It's good that you've resigned. You don't need to work now. I remember you once told me that your dream is to travel around the world one day, right? If you have time recently, you can go. Lin Miao Miao pursed her lips. You still remember what I said casually before? Of course I am Sister Miao Miao's close little brother. I want you to give me kisses, hugs, and lift me up high. You're so sweet-talking and smooth-talking. I don't know who you learned this from. Lin Miao Miao pouted. I can testify that my parents taught me well. You're quite proud of yourself? I'll tell my parents about it later. Lin Feng chuckled. It's okay. I'll say the same thing in front of my parents. You're not afraid if your parents hear it? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Lin Miao Miao. Not long after, Lin Feng drove to the address given by Lin Tinya and Jiangyu. This was a very famous private restaurant in Qizhou. In the past, Lin Feng's family often came here to eat, so gradually this place became the exclusive place for the family to eat after Lin Miao Miao came back. The name of the restaurant is Seaview Pavilion, and its main dish is light side dishes. If it is the first time for him to come here, and he sees the cheap prices on the menu and only orders a few dishes, I believe he will be dumbfounded when the food is served. Because each dish here is in very small portions, almost everyone in the family finishes it in just a few bites. After Lin Feng parked the car, he and Lin Miao Miao walked into the gate arm in arm. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu had already opened a private room and were waiting for them. After the four of them sat down, the food slowly came up. The family was having a great time, and the smiles on their faces were genuine. Inside the general manager's office on the 33rd floor of Huarong Group, Zhang Lei is holding a mobile phone at the moment with a worried look on his face. If there are any company employees here at this moment, they will definitely be stunned by Zhang Lei's expression at this moment. Zhang Lei, who usually had a robot-like expression and never showed sadness or joy on his face, now had a sad face. Zhang Lei looked at the red exclamation point on the chat box on his phone and sighed. Am I really not suitable for online dating? I feel there is nothing wrong with what we were chatting about. Why did you delete me? The screen switches to the chat interface. The content of Zhang Lei's chat with the girl opposite is as follows. Girl, I'm telling you, I felt like I was dying last night. It felt like there was an electric drill drilling in my stomach. Zhang Lei, electric drill? Have you ever been drilled by an electric drill? Before. I'm just describing it. I'm having my period. They say that women who have their periods tend to be irritable. Now it seems that's true. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. It hurt until 2 o'clock yesterday, and I'm still in pain now. Does it hurt until exactly 2 o'clock? So magical? It stops at a certain time? Is there a switch? The structure of women is really magical. You are mentally ill. I have my period and my stomach hurts so much and you're still talking nonsense here. Do you know that my quilt and pillow were wet last night, and my head was all sweaty? Now you are not comforting me, but still asking if there is a switch. Is it that serious? Fortunately, I didn't. Roll! The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Just when Zhang Lei was worried, a phone call interrupted him. Zhang Lei's expression changed instantly, as if what happened just now had never happened at all, and he returned to the expression of the general manager of the company. Secretary Liu? What's the matter? I met with the chairman today. Mr. Lin wanted to check someone's information. I was originally in charge of it, but I have something else to do today, so I'll leave it to you. I'll give you the chairman's number, and you can contact Mr. Lin. Okay, I'll send you the number and I'll do it right away. Chapter 17. I want a parking space. I'll give it to you. After Liu Xin sent Lin Feng's number, Zhang Lei immediately contacted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was having dinner, walked out of the private room and answered the phone. Director Lin, I'm Zhang Lei, the general manager of Huarong Group. Secretary Liu told me that you wanted to find someone's information. She didn't have time today, so she gave this task to me. Director Lin, who are you looking for? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He almost forgot about investigating Lu Shua. He had gone to the company yesterday to ask Liu Xin to investigate Lu Shua, but when he got to the company, he had so much fun that he forgot about the business. Fortunately, although Liu Xin had some inconvenience in moving in bed, she did not forget about this matter. The person I'm looking for is named Lu Shua. He went to Chunfeng Primary School and Qizhou No. 2 Middle School for junior high school. His family seems to be in Lincheng, Qizhou. Is this all I can find? Zhang Lei immediately responded. Mr. Lin, this information is still a little insufficient and may not be accurate. Do you have any other clues, such as his mobile phone number or ID number or photos? Lin Feng groaned. Cell phone number? Photo? Are photos from 7 years ago okay? That's fine. As long as the person hasn't changed too much, it will be helpful in finding him. Okay, I'll send you the photo now. It's a junior high school graduation photo. Lin Feng did not hang up the phone directly. Instead, he found his junior high school graduation photo from his collection, circled Lu Shua separately, and then sent it to Zhang Lei. I sent it. Did you see if you received it? Got it. I'll check it now. If everything goes well, I'll probably have the result tomorrow morning. Zhang Lei spoke and acted neatly and efficiently, and Lin Feng was very satisfied with him. Okay, go ahead and do it. Just let me know when you have the result. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Lei, Lin Feng returned to the private room. The family of four chatted and laughed, and time passed quietly. After dinner, Jiang Yu and Lin Tianya went to the mall. Jiang Yu said that when she was shopping in the mall before, she liked a lot of clothes, but she was reluctant to buy them at that time. Now she wanted to buy them all. Jiang Yu knew that Lin Feng and Lin Miao Miao had a good relationship, so this also gave them a chance to be alone together. She and Lin Tianya could go shopping for clothes. As two young people, they could decide for themselves where to go. After Jiang Yu and the other person left, Lin Feng looked at the map and found that there was a movie theater nearby. How about we go to the movies? There seems to be a pretty good movie coming out recently, so we can continue chatting and discussing the issue after we finish watching it. Lin Miao Miao tilted her head and looked at Lin Feng. Discuss the problem? What problem? Is it the kind of problem I'm thinking of? Lin Feng smiled. What problem are you thinking about? Lin Miao Miao took a step forward and said with a smile, I am thinking the same thing as you are thinking. Then don't we want to go together? What are we waiting for? I'll buy the movie tickets now. Forget it. I won't go to the cinema to watch a movie. I'm tired. Let's find a hotel and watch the movie inside. The seats in the cinema are uncomfortable for me. I'm used to lying on the bed to watch the movie. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Then, the two of them drove to a nearby hotel without wasting any time. However, Lin Miao Miao got off the car in the middle. She said she was going to buy something and asked Lin Feng to go first. Lin Feng asked her what she was going to buy, and Lin Miao Miao just gave him a mysterious smile. You'll know in a moment. Lin Miao Miao's words made Lin Feng feel itchy and full of curiosity. With curiosity in his heart, Lin Feng drove quickly to a nearby hotel. Unexpectedly, as soon as he drove into the hotel, he saw two suspicious people, a man and a woman, discussing something at the door. Because Lin Feng's body has been strengthened by the system, his hearing is very sensitive and he can hear clearly even through the glass. Originally, Lin Feng could hear but had no interest in other people's affairs. But when he heard those two people talking about their target being him, Lin Feng instantly became interested. He released the accelerator and the car slowed down instantly. Lin Feng also heard the conversation between the man and the woman clearly. Brother, have you really thought it through? These $200 are all the money we have now. Are you sure you can do it? 200 yuan will be gone if we only eat a few meals. If we don't use this 200 yuan to make money, we won't have a penny left in a few days. What but? Don't worry about buts. We have no way out now. The most important thing now is to earn enough money to flee the country. Otherwise, those creditors will find us sooner or later. We have done fraud before. So why are you worrying about such a small matter? There is no time to hesitate. You wait here for me and keep an eye on this Pagani. The people who drive this kind of car are the richest. Wait for me to deal with the Porsche over there, and then we will deal with this Pagani together. Okay, then be careful, brother. Lin Feng smiled, and a strong curiosity surged in his heart. Is this a robbery or something? Through the car window, Lin Feng saw that the man among the two was holding 2 red banknotes in his hand, and he walked towards a Porsche that had just stopped. He knocked on the window of the Porsche, said something, and threw the $200 in his hand into the car as if to humiliate him. Immediately afterwards, a pile of banknotes were thrown out of the Porsche and hit the boy directly in the face. Then several people in the Porsche got out of the car cursing and walked into the hotel. The boy happily picked up the banknotes on the ground, gestured to the girl at the gate, and then the two of them met up and walked towards Lin Feng's car again. Lin Feng smiled and understood the two men's tactics. Just when Lin Feng parked the car, 2 people came. The boy hugged the girl, pointed his nose at Lin Feng, and knocked on Lin Feng's car window with an arrogant look. Hey, who told you to park here? Don't you know that this parking space is the one I, the young master, have chosen? Take this money and go find another parking space. I'm not short of money. Take the money and leave. After saying that, the boy threw all the money in his hand into the car. Judging from the amount, he should have thrown in all the money that Porsche just threw at him. The 2 men looked at Lin Feng arrogantly, expecting Lin Feng to explode and then use money to throw at him, but Lin Feng looked calm. You want this parking space? Here you go. There are so many empty spaces anyway. Thanks for the money. Chapter 18, Sign in New Rewards. The boy and the girl were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. They hadn't recovered until Lin Feng drove the car to another parking space. After a while, Lin Feng stopped the car, picked up all the money, counted it, and found that there was nearly 2,000. Before leaving, Lin Feng waved to the 2 of them and said, Thank you. You are so generous. The boy hurriedly chased after him. You stop. Lin Feng smiled and turned back. What? Is there anything else? Do you want to give me some more money? The boy was silent for a moment. Then he forced a smile and said through gritted teeth, No, it's okay. After entering the hotel, Lin Feng no longer cared about the 2 little scammers. From what they said just now, they had defrauded others before, so Lin Feng had no psychological burden to cheat them. Walking to the front desk, Lin Feng directly booked a presidential suite and then sent the room number to Lin Miao Miao. Not long after, Lin Miao Miao came back carrying a box. What's in this? Are you going to steal another wife for me? Lin Feng just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "What are you thinking about? If you want another wife, go find one yourself. What I'm pretending to have here is a serious thing." Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the box, wanting to see how serious the things inside were. As soon as he opened the box, Lin Feng's eyes widened. It's really true. There are all kinds of discs, all of which are classic movies from the past, most of which are from Japan. This is Lin Feng's favorite. Whenever several of his teachers have new movies released, Lin Feng is the first to support them. This is all art, a true work of art. Seeing Lin Feng's surprised expression, Lin Miao Miao smiled faintly. "Is it very complete? Do you like it? I remember that you used to like watching all kinds of movies. These discs are enough for you to watch for a long time." Lin Feng hugged Lin Miao Miao excitedly. "Sister Miao Miao, I love you so much. I've been collecting these for a long time. Just consider them as a belated New Year's gift. I love this gift so much. Let's pick a movie from here when we go to the movies. They're all classics and we can watch any one of them over and over again. Okay, let's watch Momonoji Sensei's movie later. I like that one better. Okay, listen to Sister Meow Meow. I'll go take a shower first, you go and put the disc in. Remember not to put it in the wrong place. We'll watch it together later. By the way, don't forget to call and tell them that we're going to the internet cafe all night and won't be back today." Lin Meow Meow instructed. "Got it. I'm familiar with the route. Also, if you feel like you need a bath, feel free to call me." Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and closed the bathroom door. "You just keep talking nonsense. I don't need a bath scrub." The two were used to bickering with each other, and Lin Feng didn't care. He fiddled with the movie discs on the ground. These movie discs can be roughly divided into two types, this type and that type. Laugh. Lin Feng played the classic train movie on the hotel's TV with ease, then sat on the bed to appreciate these artistic masterpieces of mankind. About half an hour later, Lin Miao Miao also came out of the shower. "Hey, why don't you wait for me? Didn't we agree to watch it together? Pause it now. Go back. I want to watch it from the beginning." Okay. Go back and start from the beginning. It was a rare opportunity for Lin Feng to be a pampered monster. The two watched the movie until late at night, and then they fell into a deep sleep because they were too sleepy. The next day, yesterday's movie is still playing on TV. Yesterday, the two of us watched 4 classic films in total and gained a lot. I fell asleep while watching TV until almost 3 o'clock in the morning, without even turning off the TV. When Lin Feng woke up, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After Lin Feng woke up, he took a look at his phone. There were several messages from Su Yushu, as well as 2 calls and text messages from Zhang Lei. After a quick glance, Su Yushu was asking herself when she would come to Huarong Group for an internship. Her resume had been approved, and she would go for an interview today. Zhang Lei sent himself Lu Shua's message. Lin Feng did not reply immediately. He got up from the bed, stretched his body, and called Lin Miao Miao. "Little lazy pig. Why don't you get up?" No, I'm going to sleep all day today. I'm so tired," Lin Miao Miao said in a daze. "Are you still going to eat?" "Eat? I'm starving." Lin Miao Miao stood up immediately. "It is time to eat. Sleeping is not as important as eating." Lin Feng called the hotel front desk and asked the waiter to bring meals for 2 people. The two quickly replenished their strength. While eating, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the system space, and the number of sign-ins for today was refreshed again. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the poison milk skill. Poison milk. What the host says using this skill will have the exact opposite effect. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. This is a good stuff. Finally, there's something good coming as a sign-in reward. Lin Feng doesn't like anything that can be bought with money as a sign-in reward. Lin Feng has no shortage of money at the moment. 10 trillion is already enough to rival a country. What he is looking forward to now are some rewards that cannot be bought with money. This poisonous milk skill is a good thing that cannot be bought with money. With this, if anyone offends Lin Feng in the future, he will have to wish the offender and his family peace and happiness. Whoever helps Lin Feng, I wish him bad luck every day. It seems to sound strange. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Lin Miao Miao, who was eating nearby. Lin Feng just wanted to try out his new skill, so he silently said in his heart, "Use the poison milk skill." After Lin Miao Miao finishes eating, she will become more and more tired. She will have no energy at all and can't even walk. Chapter 19. Xin, do me a favor. Lin Miao Miao, who was eating, suddenly felt that her fatigue was slowly disappearing. Her waist, which had been a little sore just now, didn't hurt anymore. Just when Lin Meow Meow swallowed the last mouthful of rice, all her fatigue was swept away. Her waist was no longer sore, her hands no longer hurt, and she felt more energetic. After stretching her body for a while, Lin Meow Meow was surprised. The meal just now was amazing. I didn't feel tired at all after eating it. Did they add some magic medicine to it? I wanted to go to sleep after dinner, but now it seems that I don't need to do that at all. Lin Feng was surprised that it was so effective. Doesn't that mean I can become invincible just by saying something casually? But just when Lin Feng was daydreaming, the system made a sound. Host, please note that the poisonous nursing skill is not as powerful as the host imagines. The smaller the matter, the faster and more obvious the feedback of the poisonous nursing skill. The bigger the matter the host nurses, the longer the effect will be, and the feedback effect will be weakened. Lin Feng nodded slightly. So that's how it is? Come to think of it, if everything was really like what just happened to Lin Meow Meow, then I would be completely invincible. If you are in a bad mood one day and wish the earth to get better and better and have good luck tomorrow, then everything will be ruined, right? Although the effect is not as good as he imagined, Lin Feng is also very satisfied. It may not be of much use on big things, but it is not bad to disgust others with small things. After Lin Feng and Lin Meow Meow finished their meal, they were no longer tired, so they did not continue to sleep, but started to clean up the room. Although she could just leave and let the hotel cleaning staff do these things, Lin Meow Meow insisted on doing it herself. Sister Meow Meow, can't you just ask the cleaning lady to clean up these things? How can you clean up after staying in a hotel? Lin Feng complained. You just know how to talk nonsense. Hurry up and clean up. Can't I be considerate of the cleaning lady? Lin Meow Meow glared at Lin Feng. The two of them spent nearly an hour cleaning up and put everything that needed to be cleaned up into the garbage bag. After packing up, the two came out of the hotel. Lin Feng remembered that Su Yusu went to Huarong Group for an interview today, and Zhang Lei had found Lu Shua's information, so he thought about going to Huarong Group. So Lin Feng asked Lin Meow Meow to go look at houses with Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu, and after they had chosen one, Lin Feng would just go and pay. Lin Feng drove to Huarong Group alone. Before driving, Lin Feng replied to Su Yushu's message. I just overslept. What time is your interview today? Is it too late for me to rush over now? As soon as the message was sent, Su Yushu replied almost instantly. Did you stay up late yesterday? Staying up late is bad for your health. Try not to stay up late in the future. I just arrived at Huarong Group, and the interview is at 3 o'clock, and there is still more than 40 minutes. Then I'll come to you now. It's a good opportunity for you to share your experience with me after the interview. Okay, I'll wait for you at the company entrance. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then replied, I haven't set off yet, so I might be a little late. Don't delay your interview. You better not come to the door. Your interview is more important. If I arrive at the company before 3 o'clock, I will send you a message. Yeah, okay. Then send me a message when you get there, and I'll come find you. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the tone of Su Yushu's conversation with him was much more intimate than yesterday, and the relationship between the two had become closer. It seems that I have to go to the company in advance to remind the company's employees that I will have an additional identity in the company from now on, and in turn, after making up his mind, Lin Feng fastened his seatbelt, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards Huarong Group. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng parked his car in the underground parking lot and then took the elevator directly to the 33rd floor. In the chairman's office, Lu Xin and Jillian were lying on the sofa like Guyu, and a small table next to them was filled with snacks. Lin Feng pushed the door open and came in. The two of them were startled, and then both of them showed surprise on their faces. Director Lin, you're back. Seeing that Lu Xin was still a little unsteady in walking, Lin Feng used the poisoned milk again. I wish Lu Xin isn't so much pain that she can't even stand. She has no strength in her body, is listless, and has lost her appetite. The kind blessing took effect immediately. When Lin Feng was blessing Lin Meow Meow in the hotel, he didn't notice that as soon as he finished speaking in his heart, a halo appeared above Lu Xion's head and then slowly merged into Lu Xion's body. After the halo entered, Lu Xion's complexion improved visibly, and her eyes were filled with shock. Director Lin, you may not believe me when I tell you this, but as soon as I saw you, I felt no more discomfort or tiredness in my body. Lin Feng smiled. Actually, I know magic. As long as you get close to me, all your fatigue will be swept away and you will be full of energy. Lu Xion's eyes widened. Director Lin, can you do magic? Do you really believe that I can do magic? Of course, as long as Director Lin says it. I believe it. Lu Xian witnessed Lin Feng's magic with her own eyes, so she naturally believed it. By the way, I came here to talk to you about something very important. Jillian was sitting on the sofa and felt a little uneasy when she heard the two people talking about important things. Should I leave? Still not leaving? If I leave now, will it disturb them? If I don't leave, what if we talk about some confidential information and I accidentally overhear it? Will you kill me? In the end, Lin Feng gave her a look, and Jillian then quietly slipped away with a sense of relief, closing the door for both of them. After Jillian left, Lin Feng finally told her his plan. Can I ask you to do me a favor? Chapter 20 Zhang Lei's Online Romance. After Lin Feng told Lu Xian about his idea of posing as an intern in the company to get close to Su Yusu, Lu Xian first thought about the feasibility of the plan. But then she realized that she was going to be jealous today. Although she did not feel disgusted by the fact that Lin Feng had another woman, and instead felt it was very normal, the rebellious feeling in her heart told her that she should act coquettishly and be jealous. Then Lu Xian pouted, snorted and turned her head away. Boss Lin wants to pick up girls and asked me to help you. I'm jealous. Lin Feng smiled slightly and pinched Lu Xian's little face. You are such a little foodie. Lu Xian. Director Lin, you are so bad. Humph, I won't help you. Go find Zhang Lei to make the arrangements. Humph, I'm angry. Humph. Lu Xian pushed Lin Feng out of the office and returned to the bedroom. Lin Feng pursed his lips and could only go to Zhang Lei's office in shame. However, when he just opened the door of Zhang Lei's office, he found Zhang Lei looking at his mobile phone with a sad face. Zhang Lei was concentrating on his mobile phone and didn't even notice Lin Feng pushing the door in. Lin Feng quietly walked behind Zhang Lei and suddenly patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder. Zhang Lei stood up with a start, then calmed down when he saw that it was Lin Feng. Director Lin, when did you come in? I just came in. What were you looking at? Why were you so focused? Zhang Lei smiled awkwardly. Nothing, not work-related. Director Lin, are you here to see Lu Shua's information? Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't worry, I came to you for something else. Lin Feng quickly explained his plan to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei nodded slightly. Director Lin, do you want me to give an order to the entire company, asking everyone in the company to pretend not to know you? Giving an order is simple, but there are too many people in the company, and it's hard to guarantee that no one will leak the news. Lin Feng touched his chin. There were nearly several thousand people at the Huarong Group headquarters, and when there were so many people, there would be a lot of gossip. It is indeed not an easy thing to keep a secret for everyone. After a moment, Zhang Lei continued, I suggest that Director Lin not spread your identity as an intern in the company on a large scale. Only let a small number of people know about it. The fewer people who know about it, the less likely it is that your identity will be leaked. When you come to the company in the future, try to cover your face, wear a mask and a hat, and try to downplay your appearance in the company. It just so happens that not many people in the company know that you are the chairman. Lin Feng nodded. That's a good idea. Go ahead and arrange it. By the way, is there an interview today? Zhang Lei was stunned. I'll go ask the HR department now. No need to ask. Just tell the HR department that there is a person named Su Yushu who is interviewing today. Tell the HR department not to make things difficult for her. Notify her to start work tomorrow. Also, after she starts working, her salary and benefits will all be raised to a higher standard. In order to prevent her from being unconventional, all interns in the same period as her will be treated the same way as her. Okay, Director Lin, I'll do it right away. When Zhang Lei went to notify them, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already 2:55. So Lin Feng sent a message to Su Yusu, asking her to prepare for the interview, saying that he might be stuck in traffic and would arrive a little late. Su Yushu replied immediately, probably because she had been looking at her phone waiting for Lin Feng's message. Yeah, then be careful on the road, I have an interview. The 9th floor of the company. Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng's chat box, smiled faintly, then clenched her fists, as if to encourage herself. I must do it. I must pass the interview. Then Su Yushu turned off her cell phone and walked into the interview room. Zhang Lei acted decisively and quickly sent the message to the heads of several departments, and then notified the Human Resources Department, asking them not to make things difficult for Su Yushu during the interview and to hire her directly. After finishing his work, Zhang Lei returned to the office and Lin Feng was sitting in Zhang Lei's chair. Director Lin, I have done everything you asked me to do. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I will come over tomorrow to go through the interview process and then go to work the day after tomorrow. Where will you arrange my position? Director Lin, your position is an intern secretary in the secretarial department. Your superior is Zhou Chunjiao. This is Secretary Lu's suggestion. The secretarial department is also the department that Secretary Lu just proposed to build. It is located on the 32nd floor. You can take the elevator reserved for executives, so you will meet fewer people. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lu Xin was really a person with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She said that she didn't care about being angry, but her body was still very honest. Jillian actually became her immediate boss. I wonder what her expression would be when she finds out. Okay, let's do it. Then Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject. By the way, when I just came into your office, you looked so sad. What was that about? I seem to see that you were deleted by someone. Zhang Lei showed an embarrassed expression on his face. Yes, Director Lin, I won't hide it from you. I was in an online relationship, but this time I was deleted right after we started chatting. Lin Feng instantly became interested. You're in an online relationship? You're the general manager of Huarong Group, and you're only 30 years old. You're also quite handsome. Do you still need an online relationship? Mr. Lin, you don't know that I've had a few relationships before. But apart from the one in high school, which was very pure, the other times people approached me with a purpose. Some wanted money, and some wanted me to do something for them. So I've always wanted to have a relationship without any mixed interests, so I've been trying to have an online relationship since about half a year ago. So how was your online love? Zhang Lei looked bitter. I haven't been successful at all. The longest time I talked was only 1.5 months, but he still deleted me in the end. Today's one set a record. He deleted me after just a few minutes of chatting. Tell me how you two talked about this. Zhang Lei handed the chat page on his phone to Lin Feng. Hello, my name is Zhang Lei. I'm glad to be your friend. After reading the first sentence, Zhang Lei cried. Boss Lin, do you think it's okay for me to say hello? There is indeed no problem. Keep reading. Hello, my name is Li Yiliang. Your name is so special. I seem to have heard it somewhere. I remember it was in a song, Unity is Li Yijing, Unity is Li Yijing. The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Chapter 21, it's her. Director Lin, wasn't I thinking that making a joke would help us get closer since we just met? But she deleted me straight away. Zhang Lei looked as aggrieved as a 150-pound child, and there was no trace of the decisive general manager just now. Lin Feng tried hard not to laugh. How many times have you been deleted now? I haven't counted, but it's at least a dozen times. Show me all the chat records before they were deleted. Zhang Lei found various screenshots and handed the phone to Lin Feng. Baby, we've been chatting for such a long time. Isn't it time to meet? Zhang Lei. Okay, I also want to see what you look like. In that case, how about you come to my house tonight? I don't want to be a virgin anymore. You still believe in horoscopes, but horoscopes are something that cannot be changed. The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Zhang Lei, have you arrived home yet? You must be very tired after traveling for a few days, right? I'm still on the train. Oh, I hate sleeping on the train. I feel uncomfortable all over. Then I'll buy you a standing ticket next time. You probably won't be able to sleep if you stand. The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. We have been chatting for almost a month, and we happen to be in the same city. Do you want to meet up? There happens to be a good movie coming out recently. Zhang Lei? Okay, dot. But this movie has very few showtimes. Today there is only one show at 10 o'clock. It will be 12 o'clock when I finish watching it. There will be no cars on the street by then. What should I do if I can't go home? Is that so? Then I won't go. You are an idiot. The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Zhang Lei, I don't have work today. I was thinking, can we meet? I also want to meet you, but I am not free tonight. I have to have dinner with my dad. Comparing eating with your dad? Then your dad definitely can't compare with you. I remember you told me last time that you finished 3 big bowls of rice in one meal. Ha ha ha. What I mean is, eat with me, daddy. Are you out of your mind? The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. After reading it, Lin Feng tried hard not to laugh. Director Lin, what do you think is the problem? I feel like it was deleted for no apparent reason. I have tried my best to learn from every mistake. Lin Feng touched his chin and said, Actually, this can't be completely blamed on you. Although some of the things you said weren't particularly appropriate, it wouldn't be necessary to delete you. In fact, I feel that you've gone a little astray in this path of online dating. Wandering? Director Lin, what do you mean? Since you want to find a relationship without any mixed feelings, you can actually look back. Just like you said just now that you had a relationship in high school, are you still in touch with that girl? After Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Lei suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Zhang Lei seemed to have thought of something, and tears welled up in his eyes. Director Lin, I still can't forget her. We broke up in high school because the school found out about our premature love relationship and called our parents. I was too weak at the time. If I had been stronger, maybe that relationship could have continued, but Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei and silently used the poisoned milk skill in his heart. I wish Zhang Lei's future love life will be a complete failure. He and his high school girlfriend will never be together and will miss each other forever. After the poisonous milk, Lin Feng said, Do you know when is the best time to plant a tree? Zhang Lei raised his head and looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Director Lin, why are you asking this? The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. The best time for you to find her was in high school. The second best time is now. Zhang Lei was stunned for a moment, looking out the window, a smile on his face, recalling every little detail of his past with his girlfriend. But then he lost his temper again. But I haven't been in touch with her for a long time. I still remember when I was in college, I still had her account, and I checked her social media every day. Later, she might have found out and blocked me. Now many years have passed. Maybe she has already gotten married. How do you know that she is married if you don't go and look for her? She might be single like you now and still have you in her heart. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a pity for you? Lin Feng continued to persuade. Zhang Lei was still hesitating, and Lin Feng directly handed the phone to him. Do you still have her contact information? Come on, be bold and contact her. Zhang Lei took the phone, but did not move. Director Lin, how about forget it? I still can't do it. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei with a look of disappointment. What are you afraid of? If she really gets married or has a boyfriend, wouldn't it be enough for you to simply give her your blessing? I still don't want to face it. If I really find out from her mouth that she has someone else, I will collapse. Zhang Lei sighed. Lin Feng also sighed when he saw this. Although he had not experienced what Zhang Lei had experienced, he understood it. Since Zhang Lei was unwilling, Lin Feng did not force him any further. Everyone has their own choice and cannot be forced. But just when Lin Feng decided to give up, Zhang Lei's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng glanced at the name above, You. Zhang Lei also saw the name on the phone. For a moment, his eyes seemed to be tightly hooked by that name. At that moment, Zhang Lei seemed to have his soul leaving his body. His eyes were empty and his body was frozen. Lin Feng hurriedly pushed him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Lei finally came to his senses. Director Lin, it's her. It's her. That girlfriend you had in high school? Yes. I will never forget this name. Then answer the phone quickly, or he'll hang up in a moment. Zhang Lei realized it later and hurriedly picked up the phone, then turned on the speakerphone and said in a trembling voice, Hello. The other side seemed to be crying. I want to borrow some money from you, can I? Chapter 22, I hold your hand, afraid you will get lost. Can you lend me some money? I really have no other choice. The voice on the other end of the phone was clearly crying, and the voice was hoarse. Zhang Lei's heart seemed to be tightly gripped. After calming down a bit, Zhang Lei asked, What happened? How much does it cost? My father was defrauded in business, and more than 1 million yuan was taken away. Now the debt collector has taken up residence in our house and won't leave. I have already contacted everyone I can, and I really have no other options. Where are you now? I hope those debt collectors didn't do anything to you. Zhang Lei asked anxiously. I'm fine now. My family and I are living in the basement of my uncle's house. No one has found us yet, but those debt collectors are too well informed. They found our previous residences. We can't blame others. They believed in my dad and invested a lot of money in it. The largest amount was over 800,000. I am really desperate and would like to borrow some money from you for emergency. You don't have to worry about the money now. Just send me the address and I'll be there right away. After Zhang Yu said the address in a crying voice, Zhang Lei hung up the phone in a hurry. Without even having time to say hello to Lin Feng, he rushed out of the office. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him. Don't be too anxious. I don't think you are fit to drive now. It will take at least an hour to drive there. If you ask your driver to take you there, what will she do if something happens on the way? Safety first, understand? Zhang Lei nodded heavily, then bowed to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, thank you. Why thank me? Remember, if you have regrets, the best time to make amends is before they happen. The second best time is now. Go ahead, don't let her wait any longer. I'll pay for it. I'll make up for the holes of all those who were cheated. No, Mr. Lin, I will pay for it myself. Zhang Lei was firm. We'll talk about the money later. Hurry up and go. I'm waiting to drink at your wedding. Zhang Lei didn't say anything, turned around, and got into the elevator. Lin Feng watched Zhang Lei's departing back and smiled. It is a great merit to bring a pair of missed people back together. Not long after Zhang Lei left, Lin Feng received a call from Su Yushu. Su Yushu said with surprise, I passed. I passed the interview, and I can come to work tomorrow. Really? That's great. I have good news for you. I just received a notice asking me to go for an interview tomorrow. If the interview goes well, we can be colleagues in the future. Really? You also got the interview? Are you working in the company now? Let me tell you what the interviewer asked me today. Which floor are you on? I'll come find you now. Lin Feng took the executive elevator from the 33rd floor to the first floor and then took the ordinary employee elevator. In the elevator, Lin Feng deliberately put on a hat and a mask to try not to be recognized. Although not many people in the company know me now, most of them have seen me that day in the lobby when Li Wei wanted to support me and watch the fun. But now that Lin Feng has decided to work as an employee in a company, it is necessary to reduce the possibility of being recognized. There were not many people in the elevator. Apart from Lin Feng, there were two other groups of people, all girls. One of the girls standing in front of Lin Feng on the left side to the girl next to her. Why are people's physiques so weak nowadays? When I was playing ball with my friends yesterday, I accidentally hit one of my friends on the back, and he fainted. He's still lying in the hospital. Maybe he's weak. Is that person okay? It's nothing serious. I woke up after being unconscious for a few hours. The doctor also said it was nothing serious. Fortunately, the impact was a little off to the side. That's good. By the way, I don't remember you being able to play basketball. Could it be football? No, I was playing shot put. Girl next to her. The two girls in front of Lin Feng on the right are also good candidates to be comedians. Xiao Bei, you have a quick mind. Can you help me analyze this? I just asked my supervisor if he could let me leave work early. I wanted to go home and sleep, but he told me to dream. Do you think he agreed to let me leave work early or not? Xiao Bei touched the girl's head and said, Xiao Jia, maybe you can go to bed early every day in the future. Really? That's what the supervisor meant. Lin Feng suppressed a smile and got off the elevator. Once there were more people in the company, he would meet all kinds of talents. Just like the old saying goes, if a bird is big enough, it can fly into any forest. Huh? Why does this old saying sound a little bit wrong? Forget it, never mind. I'm going to see Su Yushu. Lin Feng walked around a corner, took off his mask and hat, and saw Su Yushu from afar, who was the most dazzling person wherever she went. Su Yushu wore a women's suit today. Although the fabric did not look very good and had a cheap feel, Su Yushu's appearance brought a temperament that did not belong to this cheap suit. Su Yushu had put on some makeup for today's interview. Her hair was neatly tied up, the spring breeze was blowing on her face, and the beautiful lady was smiling. Lin Feng was a little dazed the moment he saw Su Yushu. We meet again. Although the communication on the phone was smooth, Su Yushu still felt a little nervous when she saw Lin Feng again. Nice to meet you again. You look better today than last time, Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Yushu's face turned slightly red, and after a while she found a topic. Let me tell you what the interviewer asked today. Then don't just stand here. When I came here, I saw a cafe opposite the company. How about we go there and have a cup of coffee while chatting? Okay, I'll buy you coffee. Then let's go. Lin Feng naturally took Su Yushu's hand. The moment their hands touched, Su Yushu stood there in a daze. What are you doing? Su Yushu's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the redness gradually spread from her cheeks to her neck. Lin Feng said seriously, You don't know where the cafe is, so I'll take you there. Su Yushu couldn't tell for a moment whether Lin Feng was pretending to be stupid or had pure intentions. She wanted to pull her hand out of Lin Feng's, but Lin Feng held it tightly and she couldn't move at all. I'll just follow you. I don't need you to lead me. Lin Feng tilted his head. That won't do. You won't look good. What if I don't hold your hand and you get snatched away by someone else or get lost? Listen to me. Just hold your hand like this. Chapter 23. Looking at each other in silence. Only tears flow. Su Yushu didn't know how to refute Lin Feng, so she could only let Lin Feng hold her hand. And because it was on the 4th floor, Lin Feng did not choose to take the elevator, but instead held Su Yusu's hand and walked down the stairs. Su Yushu, like a young wife, pouting her lips, was led by Lin Feng as she walked out of the company building, crossed the street, and went to the cafe opposite. Just as she reached the door of the cafe, Su Yushu stopped and said weakly, "We're here. Can you let go of my hand?" Lin Feng still had a smile on his face and said casually, "This cafe is very big. What if you get lost inside? It's better for me to hold your hand." Su Yushu was pulled into the cafe by Lin Feng. Just after entering, Su Yushu whispered, "You're not like this when chatting on the phone. You're different when you meet in person." Lin Feng stopped, turned around, and looked at Su Yushu. "What did you say?" Su Yushu was like a child who was caught doing something wrong. Her eyes were erratic, her hands and feet were unnatural. I didn't say anything." "You didn't say anything?" "I heard everything. I punished you by asking you to treat me to a meal after I passed the interview. Do you remember?" "Remember, even if you didn't tell me, I wanted to treat you to a meal." "Okay then, the previous punishment will be canceled. Now I will punish you by letting me hold your hand for the whole afternoon." Suduso. After the two of them walked into the cafe, they instantly attracted the attention of most of the people in the cafe. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. It's really pleasing to the eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Feng ordered a latte and a caramel macchiato. It was Su Yusu's first time to come to a coffee shop, and she was very unfamiliar with all the names. So after Lin Feng ordered, she came to Lin Feng's side and asked in a low voice, "What is latte? What a strange name. Why latte?" Lin Feng smiled. Su Yushu herself didn't even realize that she was very cute and adorable now. Latte is actually milk, which is translated from Italian. Latte coffee is milk and coffee mixed together. Su Yushu nodded slowly. "Oh, so that's how it is." Lin Feng and Su Yushu's whispered discussion was somehow heard by a clerk at the front desk. The clerk, who was jealous of Su Yushu's beauty, said sourly, "Why are you drinking coffee if you don't even know this?" Lin Feng frowned and looked at the clerk. "What did you just say? If you don't know what latte is, you're not worthy of coming to your store to consume, right? Is this what you meant just now?" The clerk was startled and waved his hands hurriedly. No, sir, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant just now." "Then what do you mean? Please explain it to me." Lin Feng's face was gloomy. I... The clerk stammered and was speechless. Lin Feng held up his hands and said, "Call your store manager over here. Since you can't give me an explanation, let your store manager come and explain it to me personally." The clerk was completely frightened. She knew that if she let the manager come, she would be in trouble. "Sir, I apologize. I'll give you a free bill for today's purchase. I'll buy you a drink. Can you please not look for the store manager? My family depends on my job." The clerk also lies without thinking and speaks nonsense without thinking. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Just looking at what she said, it was fake at first glance. "You're in financial difficulty, right? Well, then I won't look for your store manager. I just wish you a smooth life in the future. Good luck and good fortune." The clerk finally let go of his worries and said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you. You are such a good person. Thank you for your generosity." "No need to thank me. There's nothing to thank me for," Lin Feng said lightly. "There is really nothing to thank me for, because with those few words just now, Lin Feng used his poisonous milk skill." At this time, Lin Feng's coffee was ready. The receptionist smiled and handed Lin Feng the latte and caramel macchiato. "Sir, your coffee. These 2 cups of coffee are on me." "No need. Isn't your family in financial difficulty? You should use this money to support your family." Lin Feng held Su Yusu's hand and walked towards an empty space in a corner of the store. After taking 2 steps, Lin Feng suddenly stopped and returned to the clerk. "By the way, let me ask you something. Has anyone ever told you that you look beautiful today?" The clerk was very surprised and thought that it was her beauty that attracted Lin Feng. "I was still thinking that the plots in idol dramas actually exist." She quickly covered her face and said, "Not yet." Lin Feng smiled. "It seems that no one is willing to lie. I wish you good luck tomorrow and meet someone who can lie." After saying that, Lin Feng turned and walked towards his seat, leaving the clerk with a gloomy expression. After sitting down, Lin Feng finally let go of Su Yushu's hand. The two started talking about the interview and ended up talking about hobbies, songs, movies, food, etc. Except for the fact that they didn't do anything overly intimate, there wasn't much difference between the two and an ordinary couple. Happy times are always short, so that's why you're so quick. Before I knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was already getting dark outside. Su Yushu looked at the sky, and it was time to go back. Lin Feng offered to take Su Yushu home, but was rejected by Su Yushu. Moreover, Lin Feng thought again and realized that he was about to play the role of a small employee in the company, and driving a Pagani was indeed not appropriate. Now, the image that Lin Feng created in front of Su Yushu was that of a child from an ordinary family, but he had recently made a fortune doing business with his friends, probably several million. Because he was kind, he paid the surgery fee for Su Yushu that day. It is indeed not suitable for ordinary families to drive a Pagani. After watching Su Yushu leave on the bus, Lin Feng was about to return to the company when the system made a sound. Ding! Zhang Lei and his first love have met. Does the host want to watch their reactions when they meet? Lin Feng was stunned. How should I see it? Should I fly over now? No. The system can open a God's perspective for the host, which is a benefit the system gives to the host. That's a good feeling. Let's start it. As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen about the size of a TV screen appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. On it were Zhang Lei and his first love, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was standing at the gate of a dilapidated residential area. Zhang Lei got out of the car and slowly walked toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Lei stopped about 3 or 4 meters away from Zhang Yu. Zhang Lei's eyes were already filled with tears, and tears were also falling from the corners of Zhang Yu's eyes. The love that began when they were 16 or 17 years old has passed for more than 10 years, and both of them are 30 years old now. At this moment, all the longing, regret, excitement, and joy in the two people's hearts turned into tears in their eyes. The two just looked at each other in silence, with tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 24 bought all. After watching for a while, Lin Feng took the initiative to ask the system to close the God's perspective. I'm glad to know that Zhang Lei has arrived at Zhang Yu safely. Zhang Lei will take care of the rest, and Lin Feng can't continue to pry into their privacy. Just when Lin Feng was about to return to the company, Lin Miao Miao sent him a message saying that she had found a house and paid the deposit, and the whole family was waiting for Lin Feng to come over. Lin Feng slapped his head and remembered that he seemed to have asked Lin Miao Miao and her parents to go house hunting together before returning to Huarong Group. Lin Feng called Lin Miao Miao back, asked the name of the property, and then immediately drove to the underground parking lot. The name of the property is Maple Forest Landscape. It is one of the best real estate projects in Qizhou. At about 6 o'clock, Lin Feng arrived at Fenglin Landscape. 6 o'clock is usually the time for the sales office to close, but at this moment the maple forest and landscape are still brightly lit, with no sign of closing at all. Lin Feng walked into the sales office and saw Lin Miao Miao and the other two sitting on the sofa on one side. 3 beautiful sales ladies were standing beside them with smiles on their faces. When Lin Miao Miao saw Lin Feng coming, she quickly stood up and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Brother, you are finally here. We visited several real estate projects in the afternoon and selected many apartment types before finally deciding on this one. Zhang Yu and Lin Tinya have become accustomed to the two people hugging each other. After all, they are siblings, so what's wrong with hugging each other? The staff here are also very nice. They were supposed to get off work at this time, but they extended their working time because of our order, said Zhang Yu. Hello, sir. I am a salesperson at Fenglin Shanshui sales office. My name is Li Xiaodong. You can just call me Xiao Li. Do you need to go and see the house again? Li Xiaodong's attitude was very respectful. That's how all salespeople are. As long as you buy a house, you are the boss. There are even some real estate sales companies that use dumplings specifically to thank the owners. In some communities that sales champions are responsible for, half of the community may be filled with comrades in arms. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Lin Miao Miao and the other two. Did you see it? Are you satisfied? I'm quite satisfied, but I still think the price is a bit high. You just made money. Isn't it a bit too big a step to buy such an expensive house? When Zhang Yu heard the salesperson say that the price of the house was over 100 million, she was really shocked. But Lin Feng naturally didn't care about the price. Mom, you don't have to worry about the money. Since you have all finished watching it and are satisfied, I won't go to watch it. Just swipe the card. Li Xiaodong smiled. This order brought her a profit of hundreds of thousands. Sir, this house is the most expensive in our Fenglin Shanshui building. The total price is 180 million. This lady has already paid a deposit of 10 million. Do you want to pay the full amount now? We have an activity in our building. After you pay the deposit, you can experience the house for about 2 weeks and then pay the rest of the fee. Lin Feng waved his hand. No need, just swipe the card. It's just over 100 million. There's no need. Well, please wait a moment, sir. I will prepare the contract for you. Li Xiaodong left with a smile on her face, and at the same time instructed a few people to serve Lin Feng's family a few more cups of tea and coffee, snacks, and the like. Just after Li Xiaodong left, the system suddenly made a sound. Ding! It is detected that the host once had a dream of becoming a landlord when he was young. Now the task of realizing the childhood dream is triggered. Realizing a childhood dream. The host rents out all the vacant houses in Fenglin Shanshui and then rents them out. Task reward: a double cashback card for house purchases. The host can get double cashback for all the houses he buys. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It seemed that the system understood him. I did have this dream when I was a child. At that time, Lin Feng thought, if he had dozens of houses to rent out, then he wouldn't have to work or go to school every day and could just live a life of luxury and debauchery. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Now there is a real chance to make it happen. Plus you can get double cash back on your money spent. What a coincidence of two good things. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng came in front of Lin Miao Miao and the other two. Mom, Dad, Sister Miao Miao, I have a new idea. I think buying one house is a bit too little. How about we buy a few more? Okay, one house is indeed not enough. If you get married in the future, you can't continue to live with us, right? The one we just mentioned will be your wedding house. Let's buy a smaller one. Jiang Yu said. Mom, that's not what I meant. I want to buy another one, not a set. How many units do you want to buy? Why buy so many? Are you going to rent them out? Lin Feng smiled slightly. I want to buy the entire community. What? All three of them were shocked. Are you kidding? Buying an entire community? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Of course I'm not kidding. To be honest, this property will appreciate a lot in the future. So I'm not actually buying a house. I'm investing. Even if Lin Feng made up a reason, he would not be able to convince Jiang Yu and the other two without finding a reasonable excuse. Where did you get the news about appreciation? Is the news true? Lin Tianyao looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. Originally, several people did not believe what Lin Feng said, but Lin Feng's last words made them all change their minds. A house is a fixed asset anyway. Even if it doesn't appreciate in value after I buy it, it won't collapse in value. Even if I have no money in the future, at least I still have a house in the community, don't you think? Persuaded by Lin Feng's theory, several people finally accepted Lin Feng's crazy idea of buying an entire community. Not long, Li Xiaodong came back with the contract. Sir, this is the purchase contract. Please take a look. If there are no problems, you can sign it directly. Lin Feng did not take the contract directly. I changed my mind about buying a house. Li Xiaodong paused, thinking that Lin Feng didn't want to buy it anymore. Sir, is there a problem? Or are you dissatisfied with our service? Tell us, and we will do our best to correct it. Every house here is very precious. If you give up today, someone else may come to book it tomorrow. Li Xiaodong's attitude remained very respectful. She did not get upset just because Lin Feng refused to buy it. She still had basic professional qualities. But Lin Feng shook his head. No, I'm not buying the house I just bought. I just want to buy more. I want to be a landlord. Li Xiaodong's mood went through ups and downs in just a few tens of seconds, and the disappointment in her heart was immediately swept away. Sir, would you like to buy a set? How many empty houses are there in the community? Chapter 25, check for yourself how much money is in my card. Li Xiaodong's forehead was full of question marks. What did you say, sir? I want to ask, how many unsold houses are there in your community? Li Xiaodong had a premonition in her heart, but she couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. Sir, please come with me. This sand table can show the maple forest and the houses that have no owners. Li Xiaodong came to the sand table, pressed something under the sand table, and then the light above the sand table suddenly turned off. 2 seconds later, scattered lights began to light up. The villa area had just been opened for sale, so all the lights were on. Although not as many lights were on in the high-rise buildings as in the villa area, more than half of them were still on. Sir, these lit houses are the ones that have no owners yet. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Okay, I'll take them all. Go prepare the contract. Okay, sir, I'll go right away. Li Xiaodong was halfway through her words when she suddenly got stuck. The look of shock stayed on her face for more than a minute. Sir, what did you just say? I said I want all the ones with lights on. Why? Don't you want to sell them? No, sir, that's not what I meant. This matter is not something I can decide. Please wait a moment. I'll call the manager over. Li Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. She instinctively thought that Lin Feng was here to cause trouble, but the 10 million deposit they had paid when they bought the best apartment in the building had already been received. Would someone who can easily take out 10 million yuan make such a joke? But if Li Xiaodong was asked to choose one to believe between Lin Feng making trouble and Lin Feng really buying all the remaining houses, she would choose the first one without hesitation. Fenglin Shanshui is not an ordinary residential area. It is one of the top real estate projects in the entire Qizhou and even in the entire Annan province. When the house was first put on the market, the average price of Fenglin Shanshui houses was over 30,000 per square meter. The housing prices in the villa area that was recently launched have reached a new high. The lowest price is over 150,000 per square meter. It is definitely a high-end residence. But even in such a high-end community, Lin Feng actually said that he wanted to buy all the remaining houses. If this isn't making trouble, what is this? If it were anyone else, Li Xiaodong might have asked the security guard to kick them out directly, but Lin Feng had just paid a deposit of 10 million and was obviously not a wealthy man, so she could only choose to let the manager handle it. About a few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hurried to the sales office lobby. Under the leadership of Li Xiaodong, the manager came to Lin Feng. The manager ran all the way and was already out of breath when he came to Lin Feng. Whoosh whoosh. After panting for several minutes, the manager finally spoke. First, sir, my name is Song Xin, and I am the sales manager of Fenglin Shanshui. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Lin Feng told Song Xin again that he wanted to buy all the remaining houses in Fenglin Shanshui. Song Xin smiled slightly, and it was obvious that he subconsciously thought that Lin Feng was here to cause trouble. Sir, I want to confirm with you again. Do you really want to buy all our remaining houses? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Yes, how many times have I said this? Don't you understand? Sir, you may not understand the positioning of our maple forest. We are one of the best high-end real estate projects in the entire Annan province. The average price of high-rise buildings is about 30,000 per square meter, and the average price of villas is more than 200,000 per square meter. There are at least several hundred houses left. Have you really thought it through? Lin Feng was a little impatient. Do you think I'm here to cause trouble? Song Xin had a professional smile on his face. Sir, you are joking. I just want to remind you that if you want to buy all the remaining houses, you will need a very large amount of money. Even if you pay in installments, the bank may not be able to take such an order. You should reconsider it. The meaning of Song Xion's words was very clear. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had so much money. Even if it was a loan, the bank would not lend it to you. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Song Xion and Li Xiaodong's reactions were normal. After all, anyone who rashly said he wanted to buy an entire community would be considered a braggart. If you don't come up with something substantial, others won't believe it. Just like the protagonists in some novels, they wear shabby clothes to go to various high-end places every day, and they say that cheap clothes are comfortable to wear. I can't trust you. Expensive clothes are not necessarily good, but cheap clothes are definitely not very good. The price is there. How good can the material of the clothes be? So when a protagonist like that is ridiculed, half of the blame should be on the villain, and the other half should be on the protagonist himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that since he became rich, he had not gone to the mall to buy some new clothes and was still wearing his old clothes. It's just that the clothes Lin Feng bought before were not cheap goods, and Lin Feng is so handsome that even the most ordinary clothes can look elegant on him. Isn't this the sense of substitution? Faced with Song Xion's disbelief, Lin Feng directly took out a card. This card is not the black card with 10 trillion yuan. Lin Feng will not use that card directly. He will transfer part of the money to other cards before spending. After all, 10 trillion is really too terrifying. If others saw that long string of zeros, they would think that Lin Feng had directly robbed the printing factory. So Lin Feng prepared a few cards. One card contains 10 billion, one contains 2 billion, one contains 100 million, and another contains 5 million. Different cards can be used in different places. What Lin Feng took out now was the card worth 10 billion. You guys should have an organic store here, right? Check how much money is in this card, and then tell me if I have enough to buy a house. Song Xian took the card from Lin Feng's hand suspiciously, and his heart began to beat. A guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that Lin Feng is really rich? As soon as this speculation came up, he immediately denied it. Song Xian roughly calculated that if he wanted to buy all the remaining houses in Fenglin Shanshui, it would cost at least 5 billion. Even though the rich people on the current rich list are worth hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars, if you ask a rich person with a net worth of 100 billion to come up with 5 billion in cash flow all at once, he probably won't be able to do it. That's why Song Xian doesn't trust Lin Feng. Anyone who can take out 5 billion at once will definitely not use it to buy a house. Although housing prices are still rising, the chance of a further significant increase is almost zero. If you invest 5 billion in the financial sector and make some investments, the returns will definitely be higher than buying a house. Song Xian did not refuse Lin Feng's request. He asked Li Xiaodong to bring the machine. But the next moment, Li Xiaodong's expression changed. Chapter 26. What? Can I be here? Snap. The phone fell from Li Xiaodong's hand and fell to the ground. Li Xiaodong also seemed to be dazed and stood there in a daze. Song Xian frowned. What's going on? Are you so clumsy? Why don't you pick it up quickly? Li Xiaodong turned around stiffly and swallowed. Manager, this card inside the card. When Song Xian saw Li Xiaodong's look, he had a bad feeling. What's wrong with the card? Song Xian asked hurriedly. Li Xiaodong took a deep breath, then picked up the phone on the ground and handed it to Song Xian. Manager, take a look yourself. There's a lot of money in this card. When Song Xian heard what Li Xiaodong said, his heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly began to hang in the balance. No way. How is this possible? With a nervous heart, Song Xian took the phone and his eyes fell on the number on it. Hiss. Song Xian almost couldn't breathe. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, it's all over. 10 billion. There are 10 billion in this card. This shows that Lin Feng has exactly the strength he said. It's easy to buy the remaining houses in Fenglin Shanshui. What's more, how could someone who can come up with 10 billion in cash flow at once be an ordinary person? Song Xian thought about his attitude just now. Although he didn't say anything sarcastic, he had never believed, either explicitly or implicitly, that what Lin Feng said was true. If someone with this kind of wealth wanted to target me casually, my life would probably be over. Thinking of this, Song Xian trembled all over. His back was soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. First, sir, your card. Song Xian tremblingly handed the card back to Lin Feng, then sat down on the ground, his eyes seeming to have seen his own miserable end. Lin Feng took the card and looked down at him. Do you believe now that I have enough money to buy a house? My lord, I believe. Song Xian looked as pale as death. Why don't you prepare the contract? I'm getting impatient waiting. Get it done quickly, so you can get off work soon. Lin Feng said lightly. Song Xian widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Feng had no intention of targeting him. Sir, you don't blame me for not believing you just now. Although you don't believe me, at least your attitude is not bad. Besides, no one would believe someone who said he was going to buy an entire high-end residential complex. You have done everything you should do. Although Lin Feng holds a grudge, he is definitely not an unreasonable person. If Song Xian had mocked me just now, I might have been a little angry, and in the end I didn't want him to be involved in buying the house. However, Song Xian did nothing out of the ordinary, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't deliberately hold a grudge against him. Song Xian felt relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He finally let go of his worries. Life is full of ups and downs. Thank you, sir. Thank you. People like you deserve to be rich. I will prepare the contract and procedures for buying a house for you. At this moment, 2 more people came into the sales office. Seeing this, Song Xian hurried over and bowed to apologize. Excuse me, you two. We are not accepting guests now. Please forgive me. You won't accept any customers? Why? Are you worried that I can't afford it? Is this how you treat customers? The store is open, but you're driving them out. Are you bullying customers because you're big? Song Xian hurriedly tried to explain to him. Sir, you misunderstood. It's actually because... Before Song Xian finished speaking, the man suddenly looked in the direction of Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Why are you here? Then the man looked at Song Xian again. Didn't you say that you no longer accept customers? Then who is he? If he is not a customer here, is he still your sales representative? The sound at the door also attracted Lin Feng's attention. He looked at the person at the door and narrowed his eyes. Zheng Haowen? Interesting. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. The world is really interesting. Lin Feng waved at Song Xian and walked to the door. What? Can I be here? Lin Feng, can you afford a house here? The most expensive house here costs 5 million, right? With the little money your parents earn. If you want to buy a house here, you'd better ask God for another 500 years. Zheng Haowen tilted his head back and looked at people through his nostrils. Next to him stood a woman wearing a light blue miniskirt, and her face looked as if covered with a pound of chemical raw materials. Lin Feng also recognized this woman. Her name was Cheng Wenwen. Like Zheng Haowen, she was Lin Feng's high school classmate. At that time, Cheng Wenwen confessed her love to Lin Feng, but was rejected by Lin Feng. So Cheng Wenwen became angry and got together with Zheng Haowen. She did this because Zheng Haowen was a gangster in the school at that time, and she wanted Zheng Haowen to teach Lin Feng a lesson. However, as fate would have it, Zheng Haowen, this small gangster, is a subordinate of Feng Zhan, a big gangster in the school, and that big gangster Feng Zhan is Lin Feng's diehard supporter. Feng Zhan and Lin Feng have had a good relationship since junior high school. So Cheng Wenwen and Zheng Haowen came to Lin Feng in a show of force, and finally left in embarrassment. So Zheng Haowen doesn't deserve to be in Lin Feng's grudge book. He doesn't deserve it. After being humiliated by Lin Feng, Zheng Haowen became invisible in front of Lin Feng. After graduating from high school, there seemed to be news that Zheng Haowen's family was lucky enough that their home was demolished, and they were given several houses and several $1 million at once. I didn't expect that he didn't kick Cheng Wenwen away even after he became rich. It seems that he is still a lovesick person. Lin Feng came in front of Zheng Haowen and smiled faintly. Why? From what you said, you want to buy the house here. Zheng Haowen smiled grimly. Lin Feng, I told you, I came here today just to buy a house. Did you think you were awesome just because you knew a few hooligans in high school? You are nothing outside of school. Do you really think you were a big shot by showing off in school? Now that you have no money, you are at the bottom of society. You are the bottom who are only worthy of carrying my shoes. Yes, you study better than me. You are more handsome than me, and you are more powerful than me in school, but now you have graduated and entered the society. All your previous halos are shit. Now only money is king. I have money and you don't. So you are nothing in front of me. Zheng Haowen's expression became ferocious, and he said a lot in one breath, as if he had burst out with years of resentment. Cheng Wenwen on the side seemed to have poured out all her grievances. It's a good thing I didn't get together with you before. Look at you now, besides being a little prettier. What else do you have? Even if you graduated from Qizhou University, what else does it have? Haowen has started to take over the family business, and can even buy a house in Fenglin Shanshui. Look at you now. You are nothing. Facing the two people's various pointing fingers, Lin Feng spread his hands. Hey, you guys, at least ask me what I'm doing here? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face like in high school? Chapter 27, what do you know? Single dog. Hey, you guys, at least ask me what I'm doing here? Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face like you did in high school? Lin Feng had a helpless look on his face. He had just been complaining about the weird protagonists and mentally retarded villains in some weird novels, and now he had encountered one himself. I am speechless. However, Zheng Haowen and Cheng Wenwen really perfectly fit the character of the villain with low IQ, and did not disappoint Lin Feng at all. It's really stupid. What are you doing here? What can you do here? You can't afford a house here, so you must be working here. Ha! Cheng Wenwen covered her mouth and laughed arrogantly. Lin Feng waved his hand at Song Exun. Tell him why you didn't let him in just now. After receiving Lin Feng's instructions, Song Exai nodded and came in front of Zheng Haowen and the other person. He also understood the relationship between Lin Feng and Zheng Haowen, and could see that Lin Feng did not like Zheng Haowen and the others. Lin Feng didn't pursue the fact that he didn't recognize the great man just now. He also needed to have good eyesight. Hello, sir. I said just now that I couldn't entertain you too. There is indeed a reason. Just now, all the remaining houses here have been bought by this gentleman, so we have no vacant houses anymore. As soon as Song Xian finished speaking, Zheng Haowen laughed. Are you kidding me? He bought all the vacant houses here? Do you believe it? How many houses are left here? If there is only one left and he happens to buy it, does that also mean he bought all of them? Ha ha ha. Zheng Haowen still didn't believe it. He always believed in what he believed. Song Xian replied calmly. Of course not. We still have less than 200 large flats left in the high-rise area of our building, and more than 100 in the villa area. All of them now belong to this gentleman. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. Zheng Haowen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Feng and Song Xian, then nodded slightly. Oh, I see, Lin Feng. You really put a lot of effort into feeling superior in front of me, finding someone to act in front of me. But I'll let you know, you hit a wall today. Zheng Haowen took out his cell phone. The Fenglin Shanshui property belongs to Feiyang Group, right? My dad happens to know a CEO of Feiyang Group. If you dare to act in front of me, you should have thought about the consequences from the beginning. After a cold snort, Zheng Haowen dialed a number. Lin Miao Miao and Lin Tinya also came to Lin Feng's side. What happened? Lin Miao Miao asked with concern. Lin Feng waved his hand. It's nothing, I just met a moron. I should be able to solve it in a short while. After Zheng Haowen's call was connected, he kept calling Mr. Liu, and after a few minutes, he finally got to the point. Mr. Liu, I want to buy a house recently. Because of my father's relationship with you, I want to buy one in Fenglin Shanshui. Okay, if you want to buy it, I'll give you the cheapest internal price. Mr. Liu, I'm at the sales office right now, but your manager doesn't seem to be very willing to entertain me. He also said that all the remaining houses here have been bought by one person. Is this true, Mr. Liu? What? There's such a thing? Why didn't he say that he has bought all the houses in the world? I remember the manager of the sales office is Song Xian, right? Give him the phone number, and I'll ask him. Zheng Haowen raised the corner of his mouth, and then looked in the direction of Song Xian. You should be the Song Xian that Mr. Liu mentioned, right? Here, Mr. Liu's phone number. Song Xian took the phone from Zheng Haowen with a normal expression. Hello, Mr. Liu, I'm Song Xian. Is what Xiaozheng said just now true? Did you say that all the remaining houses in the building have been bought up by others? Mr. Liu spoke very impolitely. That's what I said. What I said is true. I've just checked the capital. There is no problem with the gentleman's funds. If it weren't for the delay caused by the gentleman who just came in, I would have been preparing the contract now. Stop talking nonsense. You are a manager after all. Don't you know how much money is needed to achieve what you said? It would be at least several billion. Can even our group come up with that much money? Song Xian still said the same thing. What I said is all true. If you think I'm lying, you can come and see for yourself. Also, you are in the finance department of the company, so it's not your turn to make decisions about the sales department. Mr. Liu on the other end of the phone got angry all of a sudden. What's your attitude? Just wait. I can't control you, right? Then I want to see if Lao Zhou can control you. Even if Mr. Zhou came, I would say the same thing. After saying that, Song Xian hung up the phone and threw the phone back to Zheng Haowen. Sir, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Our building is temporarily closed and will not accept new customers. After saying that, Song Xian walked respectfully in front of Lin Feng. Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will prepare the contract for you. If the tea here is not enough, just call any salesperson to refill it for you. Then Song Xian left to prepare the contract. Zheng Haowen's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that even after he brought up Mr. Liu, Song Xian would not give him face. I'll be waiting here. When Mr. Liu comes, I'll let him expose you in public. Zheng Haowen and Cheng Wenwen found a place to sit down. Lin Feng didn't want to pay attention to him, so he returned to the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng called Liu Xian, and the call was quickly picked up. Humph, you bad boss Lin. You still remember to call me. Lin Feng was sweating profusely. Fortunately, I didn't turn on the hands-free function. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Lin Feng coughed twice. Well, I'm outside now. Please help me find out which company Fenglin Shanshui belongs to, and then notify that company. I'm at their property now. Lin Feng told Liu Xian everything that had just happened. Liu Xian on the other end of the phone blushed. It was rare for Lin Feng to be so serious on the phone, so it must be inconvenient for him to talk. I hope that what I just said could not be heard by others. Director Lin, I'll do it right away. By the way, Lin Feng, I need to report something to you about the company. Can we do it in the evening? Liu Xian said in a low voice. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Miao Miao and Lin Tinya and replied calmly. Well, I will go there when the time comes, but it may be a little late. Then I'll wait for you in the evening, Mr. Lin. Liu Xian hung up the phone with a smile, then went to look up information happily. When she walked out of the office, she met Jillian. Jillian approached Liu Xian curiously. Sister Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are you so happy? Liu Xian raised her chin. What do you know? You're a single guy. Jillian. Chapter 28 Torn. Jillian looked at Liu Xian with resentment as she left, then pouted. Only the weak are called single dogs. I should be called a lone wolf. Woo woo woo. Even a lone wolf is still single. Woo woo woo. Inside the sales office, Lin Feng's family of four were talking and laughing, while Zheng Haowen and Cheng Wenwen were staring at them with frowns. Brother Wen, why are they so relaxed? Aren't they afraid that Mr. Liu will come and expose them? Cheng Wenwen asked puzzledly. Just hold on. Since he has already started pretending, he has to finish it even if he has to cry. Maybe he is already crying and begging us to let them go. Zheng Haowen is still so confident. While Lin Feng was waiting, he received another call from Lu Xian. He asked someone to check and found out that Fenglin Landscape belonged to Feiyang Group. After Zhang Lane knew about this, he combined it with what Lin Feng said about Mr. Lu from the finance department and found out an interesting thing. People from Feiyang Group and Lu Xian were also rushing to the sales office. About an hour passed. Song Xian reappeared with the contract in his hand. "Sir, the contract is ready. Can we sign it now?" Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, let's sign now." After working hard for a while, Lin Feng finally completed all the procedures and gloriously became a future landlord. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your hard work, too. It's not hard. This is all my job, and it's my honor to serve you." All the houses cost a total of more than 5.6 billion yuan, and Song Xian simply paid for the remaining balance, so the total cost was 5.6 billion yuan. As soon as he finished paying, the voice of the system rang in Lin Feng's mind. "Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, spending 5.6 billion, and getting double cashback. Ding, cashback of 11.2 billion has been deposited into the host's black card." Lin Feng smiled slightly and easily earned billions. Not long after Lin Feng signed the contract, a car suddenly stopped outside the sales office, and then two people rushed in angrily. Zheng Haowen hurriedly went up to him, smiling. "Uncle Lu, you're here." Lu He and a thin man next to him came in front of Zheng Haowen. "Where's Song Xian? How dare you talk to me like that on the phone? Are you looking for death?" Song Xian slowly came in front of Lu He, but he passed Lu He directly and came to the thin, middle-aged man behind him. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Song Xian's action made Lu He even more angry. "Lao Zhou, look at your subordinates. This is how they treat their superiors. They just spoke rudely to me on the phone and hung up on me. Now they don't even say hello to me. Song Xian, you don't have to come to work tomorrow." Zhou Rui, behind Lu He, had an unsure expression. "Song Xian, what happened just now? I just heard from Mr. Lu that you drove the customers away. He also said that the house was booked out by someone else." "Mr. Zhou, I didn't chase the customer out. It's just that before this gentleman came in, I had already negotiated with Mr. Lin Feng over there. He wants all the remaining houses in Fenglin Shanshui. We have already signed a contract just now." Song Xian handed the contract he had just signed to Zhou Rui, but before Zhou Rui could take it, Lu He in the middle snatched it away. "What nonsense! I really am not telling you what's wrong with you. If he really buys all the remaining houses, I will eat all the poop in the toilets in Qizhou." As he spoke, Lu He tore the contract into pieces and threw the pieces into the air like falling snow. In an instant, the entire sales building was so quiet that it seemed as if everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. During this period, Lu He's heavy breathing was also heard. Song Xian widened his eyes, staring blankly at the debris on the ground, and looked at Lu He in disbelief. You? What do you mean by you? You're holding a pile of scraps of paper and claiming it's a contract. Are you kidding me? Didn't you hear what I just said? You don't have to come to work in the company starting tomorrow. You're fired." Song Xian took a deep breath and said, "I don't know whether I was fired or not, but you are in big trouble." At this moment, more than a dozen cars suddenly came outside and parked neatly at the gate of the sales office. Although these cars were not luxury cars or sports cars, they were all black Audis without exception, which were the uniform company cars. A moment later, dozens of people got off the car and walked in aggressively. The moment this group of people walked in, Lu He felt a fatal sense of oppression. Although Lu He did not know the few people walking in front of the crowd, he knew all the people in the large group following behind. Wang Lin, chairman of Feiyang Real Estate Group. Hua Haiying, general manager of Feiyang Real Estate Group. Feng Fei, deputy general manager of Feiyang Real Estate Group. Guang Jie, group chief financial officer of Feiyang Group. And a slightly larger shareholder in Feiyang Real Estate Group. All here. Lu He and Zhou Rui looked at each other and asked, "Do you know what happened?" Zhou Rui had a bad feeling in his heart. "Is it coming for us? At us? How is that possible? We didn't do anything." However, after saying this, Lu He suddenly looked at the scattered fragments on the ground, and a guess emerged in his mind. No way. Can't be so unlucky. Zheng Haowen was also startled by this sudden scene, but he only knew Lu He and Feiyang Group, and he didn't know the identities of those people. So even though he was frightened by those people at first, he still didn't back down and rushed forward directly. "What do you do? Who are you looking for?" However, that group of people didn't even pay attention to Zheng Haowen. The bodyguards wearing sunglasses on both sides pushed Zheng Haowen away. The leader Liu Xin and the group's deputy general manager Han Jun walked straight to Lin Feng. Director Lin, after the people at Feiyang Group heard about the situation we reported, all shareholders and executives came here on their own initiative to deal with the negative factors in the company. Liu Xin was wearing a dark gray suit with a white shirt underneath. Liu Xin wore a black knee-length skirt, which was very fitted and showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. At this moment, she was very powerful. Not long after Liu Xin and her group walked up to Lin Feng, Zheng Haowen, who had been pushed away just now, walked back with anger written all over his face. Chapter 29. The fight started. You dare to push me? Do you know who I am? I was just wondering who all these people were. It turns out that they are the helpers you found, Lin Feng. Don't think that I am afraid of you, just because you have more people. Bang! Before Zheng Haowen could finish his words, he was interrupted by a slap. Shut up. You still think I haven't lived long enough, right? The one who beat people was Liu He. After beating Zheng Haowen, Liu He slowly walked to the front of the crowd and then knelt down on the ground. From what Liu Xin said to Lin Feng just now, he knew that he had hit a wall. Liu Xin and Lin Feng didn't say anything. Wang Lin, the chairman of Feiyang Group, came to Liu He. Bang! Pa! Pa! The three slaps made Liu He dizzy, but he did not dare to resist. Do you know who you have offended? Director Lin of Huarong Group. Director Lin came to our building to buy a house to give us face. What do you want to do? Liu He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Also, if Huarong Group hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you were actually cheating on your own company and embezzling so much money from the company. Wang Lin's words rang like a thunderclap in Liu He's ears. Just now, when he knew that he had offended the chairman of Huarong Group, he didn't react so strongly. If he offended Lin Feng, he might be fired from the company in the future, and no company in Qizhou or even Annan province would want him. But he could still go outside the province or even abroad because he had secretly saved a lot of money over the years. But what Wang Lin just said really made him lose his composure. Corruption. He thought he had done this matter perfectly, but now it was exposed by Wang Lin. Wang. Mr. Wang. I don't know what you were talking about. Liu He was still struggling. You still don't want to admit it? Then I'll make it clear to you. Manager Hua, bring the account book and the evidence over here, and make him give up. Hua Haiying, the general manager of Feiyang Group, took out a stack of documents and threw them in front of Liu He. Take a look for yourself. You are really brave. Liu He panicked and frantically looked through the information on the ground. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and the more disappointed he became. Finally, Liu He went crazy and tore up all the documents on the ground. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lin and Hua Haiying looked down at him. Thanks to Huarong Group, otherwise, we really wouldn't know that the head of the company's finance department is actually the biggest borer in the company. I was wondering why the company's profits have grown so slowly over the years. It turns out that you were the one who took bribes, created fictitious positions, and embezzled assets. In the past few years, it must have amounted to hundreds of millions, right? This money is enough for you to stay in jail until you are over 60 years old. Liu He's face turned pale, and then he seemed to remember something. He used all his strength to crawl towards where Zheng Haowen was. It's him. I was instigated by his family to do these things. They were the ones who dragged me into this at the beginning. It's all their fault. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Liu Xin. Is there anything about Zheng Haowen involved? Liu Xin nodded slightly. Yes, according to our investigation. When Liu has started to embezzle the assets of Feiyang Group, he was in partnership with a man named Zheng Yinhe, and that Zheng Yinhe was Zheng Haowen's father. Lin Feng smiled. So, this is how these two families know each other? It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Then, does the Zheng Yinhe you just mentioned have to go in too? Yes, and Zheng Yinhe's crime is more serious than Liu He's. I think his sentence will be even heavier than Liu He's. When Zheng Haowen heard this, he was dumbfounded. Impossible. This is impossible. How could something happen to my dad? If you don't believe it, you can call now to confirm it. But you have to do it as soon as possible. The police are probably on their way to find your father. Lin Feng said with a smile. Zheng Haowen hurriedly took out his cell phone and hurriedly found Zheng Yinhe's number. His hands were shaking and he kept muttering, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Impossible. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally picked up, but it was not Zheng Yinhe's voice. I'm Wei Yu, the captain of the Qizhou Public Security Bureau. Zheng Yinha has been arrested according to law. His personal belongings will be confiscated. If you are a family member, you can wait for notification to retrieve his personal belongings after they have been reviewed. Zheng Haowen was struck by lightning, and the light disappeared from his eyes. Their family was finished. Cheng Wenwen, who was standing by, saw this and immediately changed her expression. I didn't expect your family to be such people. I'm really blind and have delayed me for so many years. Cheng Wenwen wanted to leave, but the fire in Zheng Haowen's heart was immediately ignited. Fuck you, you stinky bitch. You showed your true colors when you saw that something happened to our family. You can leave if you want, but I've spent so much money on you over the years. Give me back all of it. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Zheng Haowen screamed hysterically. What do you mean? You spent that money on me willingly, and you didn't lend it to me. Why should I pay it back? If you don't let me go, I will call the police and have them arrest you too, so that you and your son can be reunited. Cheng Wenwen is not a pushover either. Cheng Wenwen's words completely angered Zheng Haowen. You stinky bitch, you're looking for death. As he spoke, Zheng Haowen threw a punch at Cheng Wenwen. Bang! After being punched, Cheng Wenwen turned into a shrew and started fighting with Zheng Haowen. Although Zheng Haowen is very strong, Cheng Wenwen also has sharp nails, so for a while the two of them were evenly matched. Just as the two were fighting, a figure ran over and joined the battle. It's Luha! Luha gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he ran toward Zheng Haowen, cursing as he ran. Fuck you, if your father hadn't instigated me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. My life is ruined anyway, so I'll just take someone with me? In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. The originally evenly matched battle between the two men changed drastically with the sudden joining of Luha. Zheng Haowen instantly fell into an absolute disadvantage. However, Luhi's emotions were out of control, and the target of his attack was no longer limited to Zheng Haowen. Even Cheng Wenwen was not spared. Looking at the three people fighting, Lin Feng watched with relish. Mr. Lin, do you want to pull these three apart? The police are almost here. Lu Xin asked. How long will it take for the police to arrive? About 10 minutes. Then there's no need to pull them apart. Let them continue fighting. When they are exhausted from fighting each other, it will be easier for the police to take them away. Chapter 30 Maple Forest Landscape Tower King Villa. Just like that, a group of people watched the three-person fight for 10 minutes like they were watching a monkey show. Zheng Haowen is bulky, but young and strong. Cheng Wenwen is vicious and specifically targets your lower body, and her nails may have been digging into your body at some point without you noticing. Luha is old, but he is not past his prime. His strength is second only to Zheng Haowen, but he must have had experience in fighting before and has always had the upper hand. 10 minutes later, alarm bells rang loudly. The police are coming. 3 police cars stopped behind the dozen or so Audis, and then a total of 7 policemen walked in one after another. Wang Lin went straight to meet him. Captain Jiang, right? I'm Wang Lin, the chairman of Feiyang Group. You've worked hard on the journey. I was the one who called the police. Jiang Feng nodded to Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. It is our responsibility to respond to the call. Where is the person? Mr. Wang pursed his lips and said, Over there, the one at the top of the 3. Only then did the police notice the 3 people who were still fighting. The 3 men were so enraged that they didn't stop even when the police came in. Hey, stop hitting me, let me go. It took a lot of effort for several policemen to pull the 3 people apart. Don't pull me, keep fighting. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll make sure you all have no offspring. Keep fighting. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You stinky bitch. You old thing. Give me a little more time, and I'll scatter all your ashes. You 2 little bastards and your father, that old bastard, all die. Captain Jiang Feng looked at Wang Lin. Boss Wang, what's going on with these 3 people? Wang Lin spread his hands and said, Maybe there is a conflict between them. We dare not stop them, and we can't stop them. Jiang Feng rubbed his temples and said, Thank you, Mr. Wang, for taking the initiative to report the case. If there is nothing else, we will withdraw our team. Captain Jiang, wait a moment. These are all kinds of evidence of Lu He's crimes. They are very detailed and will be of great help in interrogating him after he goes in. Wang Lin handed a large pile of information to Jiang Feng. These documents are the same as the ones Lu He just saw. Although Lu He tore up a copy, he still has a backup. Jiang Feng took the document and said, Okay, then I would like to thank Mr. Wang. The police came quickly and left quickly, taking away Lu He, Zheng Haowen, and Cheng Wenwen. You ask why Zheng Haowen and Cheng Wenwen were also taken away? Because when the police pulled the 3 of them apart just now, none of them stopped. They were so angry that they even dared to hit the police. Assaulting a police officer is against the law. After the police took all three away, there were still a group of people from Feiyang Group left in the sales hall, as well as Lin Feng's family of 4 and Liu Xian and several people from Huarong Group. Wang Lini and others said to Lin Feng respectfully, "Director Lin, thanks to you, otherwise I would not know that there is such a parasite in our company. You are really a great benefactor of our company." Lin Feng waved his hand. "It's okay. If you want to thank someone, thank Zhang Lei. He found out all these things, but he doesn't have time to come now. By the way, I came here to buy a house, but the contract was torn up by Liu He. Let's prepare another contract." Lin Feng paused and then said, "By the way, Song Xan is the manager of the sales office, right? He's a good guy. You can promote him." Song Xan, in the corner of the crowd, widened his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Feng to say something good about him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Song Xan hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. After re-signing the contract, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng suggested that the family move into the newly purchased house. Of course, they cannot live in all the hundreds of houses in total. Lin Feng and his family can just keep one house in the best building. As for the rest, Lin Feng plans to rent out and satisfy his life as a landlord. Lin Feng's proposal to move into the new house was immediately approved by the whole family. So the whole family rushed to the new home together. Maple Forest Landscape Villa Area. This is one of the most upscale villa areas in Qizhou. The villa area is built on the mountain. Each villa in it is independent, with its own door and yard. The price is there, at least tens of millions, and it deserves this configuration. Lin Feng's family of 4 walked to the seat of the king of the building. The architecture combines Chinese and Western elements in such a harmonious way. The basic charm of Chinese style and the architectural symbols and details of Western style complement each other. It is not only aesthetically pleasing, but more importantly, it makes living comfortable and close to nature. The external space layout has the feeling of being enclosed by a Chinese-style house, and the overall advantage of being small and exquisite is reflected. The entrance door of the villa is in Dai Tai style, which is very novel and unique. Lush and verdant bamboos stand in 2 rows along the path, and the emerald green bamboo leaves gradually close together at the top to form an arched roof, thus isolating the strong sunlight and the scorching heat of late summer. No matter where you go in the park, you can never see the scenery more than 10 meters ahead of the road. The tall green bamboo forest hides the entire park in it. There are passages at the twists and turns, and bamboo forests are everywhere at the passages. The romantic and solemn temperament, high foyer and grandeur, round arched windows and corner stonework show elegance and luxury. Fresh and unconventional, white plaster walls combined with light red roof tiles, continuous arches and corridors, high-ceilinged, large-windowed living room, make people feel excited. Elegant and exquisite, there is no lack of comfort. The porch and foyer stretch to the north and south. The living room and bedroom are equipped with low windows and hexagonal viewing bay windows. The restaurant is connected from north to south, and the indoor and outdoor scenes are integrated. As you walk through the gate, there is a long corridor with various flowers and green plants planted on both sides. As you walk along the corridor, you will be greeted by a fragrance and freshness. Chapter 31, Sleepless Night. After being accustomed to breathing the air from the city center, it felt very good to come here to purify it. Lin Feng took several deep breaths as he walked by. After turning the corner in the corridor, there is the door to the house. The door is a 50-50 split. When both doors are open together, the space is very large, and there is no need to worry about large furniture being inconvenient to enter. The first thing Lin Feng saw when he entered the house was a jade screen, which was elegant and noble. When Lin Feng came to the living room, his first feeling was, it's huge. Well, the same as Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that this living room alone was as big as his entire home. Although the living room is large, the decoration inside does not make it look empty. A set of sofas is placed on the side near the door, and there is a coffee table next to the sofa. On the east side of the living room is the TV wall. When you are not watching TV, the TV is hidden. If you want to watch TV, just click a button and the TV will slowly appear. In addition to the regular configurations such as TV and sofa, there are also some ornaments and potted plants. The window on the south side of the living room is designed as a floor-to-ceiling window. There is a swimming pool outside the window. In the summer, whenever you want to swim, You can jump into the swimming pool in a few steps anytime and anywhere. The dining and kitchen are located across the wall from the living room. There are 2 sets of dining tables at home. There is a dining table in the house with more than a dozen seats, which is enough for friends to have a meal together. There is also a dining table on the large terrace outside. On a summer night, it would be a wonderful thing to enjoy the evening breeze and eat barbecue. In addition to the living room, dining room, and kitchen, the entire first floor also has a suite and a guest bedroom. If friends come to visit, they can stay here. Each room has an independent bathroom with dry and wet separation, which avoids the embarrassment of having to go out to use the toilet and sharing one. The entire villa has 5 floors, including the underground floor, so there is an elevator inside. Lin Feng took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is where the master bedroom is located. The 2nd floor has a total area of more than 200 square meters and only has 3 bedrooms. One of them is the master bedroom, which is the largest and suitable for young couples living in the villa. The other 2, one is the children's room and the other is the elderly's room, which is just right for the family. The 3rd floor is a small park integrating entertainment, with a singing room, a private cinema, a toy room, a figurine room, and a gym. Then he came to the 4th floor, and Lin Feng felt like he had come to a small library. There were several large bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. In addition, there was a set of tables and chairs. If you like reading, you might stay here for a whole day without getting bored. Unfortunately, Lin Feng doesn't like reading very much. Do you want to ask what Lin Feng likes? Sorry, I like Mako. After looking at all 4 floors, Lin Feng finally reached the basement. Lin Feng took the elevator to the basement level of the villa. In addition to a parking lot, the underground floor also has a large wine cellar, which currently stores many precious red wines. Although Lin Feng is not a wine lover, he has done some research on red wine in the past. He can see that the red wines in the wine cellar are not cheap, and the cheapest one costs several thousand yuan a bottle. After touring the entire villa, Lin Feng said with emotion, "It's great to be rich. This evil money, it's really hard not to be corrupted." After Lin Feng and his family finished visiting the villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The family didn't want to cook anymore, so they just ordered takeout. After dinner around 10 o'clock, Lin Feng took the lead. They say going to bed late is bad for your health. Since this is my first time living in a new house, I'll try not to stay up late. It just so happened that Lin Tianya and his wife were a little tired after a day of house hunting, so they did not refute Lin Feng's suggestion and went to sleep in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The reason why Lin Feng did this was naturally because he wanted his parents to go to bed early. He would go to Huarong Group in a while, and Lu Xian wanted to see him about some company matters. The company's matters are urgent, so Lin Feng has to go. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Lin Tianya and his wife went straight to the bedroom. After spending half a day choosing a house, they were a little tired. Middle-aged people do not have as much physical strength as young people, so they went straight to bed. After Lin Feng and Lin Miao dealt with some things, Lin Feng drove away from Fenglin Landscape and headed for Huarong Group. Inside the chairman's office on the 33rd floor of Huarong Group, Lu Xian lay lazily on the bed, waiting to report her work to Lin Feng. Picking up her cell phone, Lu Xian looked at the time. It was 12 o'clock. Lu Xian picked up the big bear on the bed and hit it several times. "You stinky CEO Lin, you clearly said you would come over tonight. The company's business is very urgent." "You liar. I'm angry." "Humph, next time I'll just ignore him. I will ignore him no matter what you say. I will not be his secretary anymore, and I will not report to him. Who told her to stand me up after promising me something? I will not come to this office next time, humph." "Yes, not here anymore, leave now." But just when Lu Xian wanted to get up, a message suddenly came on her mobile phone. It was from Lin Feng. "I was delayed by something. I will be at the company in about half an hour. Did you wait too long?" When Lu Xian saw Lin Feng's message, the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and she quickly replied, "I'm waiting for you in the office, waiting to report on my work." I didn't want to pay attention to him, but he replied to my message. Who can refuse Lin Feng's reply? Just like that, Lu Xian, who was full of resentment just now, smiled foolishly after receiving a message from Lin Feng. Her eyes were always on the door, waiting for Lin Feng to come back and report to him about some things in the company. Half an hour later, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the office as promised. Lu Xian ran over excitedly and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng felt the softness from Lu Xian. "Coach, I'm reporting this to you. Someone dribbled the ball and hit someone. Mr. Lin, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The company's matters are very urgent. Lu Xin pretended to be displeased. Some things have delayed me, but now I'm here, right? As the chairman of the company, I certainly can't ignore the company's affairs. Okay, let's go into the office and talk. It took a long time to report the work. In addition to Lin Feng, who had a sleepless night, there were several other people who also had a sleepless night. Zhang Lei and his first love girlfriend Zhang Yu also stayed awake all night tonight. Of course, what they do is not reporting work. Chapter 32, It's Raining So Hard. After Zhang Lei solved all the problems for Zhang Yu, at night, after they had dinner, they lay on the bed in the hotel and recalled every detail of the past. The first time they spoke was in class, when Zhang Yu asked Zhang Lei a question. In fact, Zhang Yu later told Zhang Lei that when Zhang Lei was explaining the questions to her, she didn't listen at all and was looking at Zhang Lei the whole time. The first time their relationship became better was when they were moved to sit at the same table. Later, Zhang Lei told Zhang Yu that it was actually he who asked the teacher for help, which made it possible for the two of them to sit at the same table. The first time they held hands was when they were not yet together. The two of them sat at the same table. During class, Zhang Lei deliberately took Zhang Yu's things and put them in the hole in the table. When Zhang Yu put his hand into the hole, he grabbed Zhang Yu's hand and wouldn't let go. Because the class was still going on, Zhang Yu could only stare at Zhang Lei. The two of them held hands like this for the whole class. This method should be imitated with caution and is only applicable between two people who are ambiguous with each other. If you imitate it rashly, you may be exposed as a hooligan in front of the whole class. The two officially got together while running on the playground. It suddenly started to rain while they were running, but the two looked at each other, ignored the rain, and continued running. Gradually, the rain got heavier and heavier, and the clothes of both of them were soaked. The two of them were holding up a school uniform and running in the rain like fools. Zhang Yu, can I be with you? What did you say? I said the rain is too heavy. I do. What did you say? I said this rain is really heavy. Then the two looked at each other and smiled. Maybe that was the happiest time for the two of them, right? Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu cried and laughed at times, and all those little things seemed to have happened just yesterday. The two of them just went home after school and didn't see each other for one night. In addition to Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu, there were several other people who did not sleep all night. They are Zheng Haowen's father, and Lu He. As soon as they were taken to the police station, several of them were severely punished by the prison bullies inside. This was also specially arranged by Wang Lin. After being taught a lesson, the three men lay prone on their beds, covering their buttocks and looking up at the sky. The next day, Lin Feng slept until noon. I was a little late dealing with company matters yesterday, so I got up a little late, which is reasonable. Lu Xin also reported on her work and worked overtime until very late, showing her professionalism. The reason why Lin Feng woke up was that he felt hungry. After the high-intensity work, he couldn't do without replenishing calories. After stretching, Lin Feng asked Lu Xin, "Are you hungry? Do you want to ask Jillian to buy something for you?" Lu Xin, who was still asleep, answered subconsciously, "Yeah, eat. Hungry, very hungry." Lin Feng called Jillian directly and asked her to buy some more fried chicken and some coffee to wake her up. After the last experience, Jillian was familiar with the process and agreed with a pat on her chest. Not long after, Jillian knocked on the door with a bunch of food. "Mr. Lin, Jillian is here with some fried chicken. Am I particularly capable?" Jillian raised her neck as if asking for credit from Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "What can you do?" "Of course I can. I ran back here and didn't spill a drop of coffee. If you can do it, then come on." Jillian, are we two talking about the same thing? Okay, I was just kidding you. Give me the food. Lin Feng took a big bag of fried chicken. Jillian pursed her lips. "Che Lin Dong, you made me happy for nothing. It's boring. I'm leaving now." Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Lu Xin finished eating the fried chicken, Lu Xin rubbed her eyes and yawned again. "Director Lin, I'm going to sleep now. I'm going to take a day off today. I don't want to deal with any more company matters." Lu Xin said lazily. Lin Feng smiled. "It's okay. If I don't want to work, then I won't work. It's okay. I've approved your leave." After Lu Xin went to bed, Lin Feng called Jillian to take care of Lu Xin and then walked out of the office. Taking out the cell phone that had been muted last night, Lin Feng saw that Su Yusu had called him 8 times and sent him more than a dozen messages. Lin Feng took a look and slapped his head. Yesterday, Lin Feng and Su Yusu said that they would come to Huarong Group for an interview today. Boy, I forgot everything. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng walked back and forth in the corridor with his cell phone, trying to find a very reasonable excuse to explain to Su Yushu why he didn't answer the call. But after thinking for a long time, I couldn't come up with a reasonable excuse. I haven't signed in for today yet. Let's sign in first. If there's anything good here, maybe it can just solve this problem. After saying this, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. I feel like I have poisonous milk. Bah, bah, bah. Gotta say it again. I hope the reward for my sign-in this time is nothing and can't solve the problem that I didn't reply to Su Yushu's message for 5 hours. After reciting silently for a while, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the system space. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 100 million Douyin coins. The Douyin coins have been deposited into the host's Douyin account. The host can use them with confidence. Lin Feng. System, come out and explain to me. Why am I not getting any corresponding rewards after I gave you a bad omen? Because the system's rewards don't have that kind of thing at all. Reversing reality is too unrealistic, and the host is too successful. The host should experience the feeling of frustration. Lin Feng. However, the system can give you a suggestion. You can explain that you stayed up all night preparing for the interview and then turned off your phone. Because she cares about you, she won't be too angry. Oh, the system is quite smart. I'll give you a big bag as a reward. System, why are you silent? System, why are you ignoring me? After shouting for a long time, the system still ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt bored and withdrew his consciousness from the system. Perhaps the method the system just mentioned will work. We can't delay any longer. Let's do it. Lin Feng called Su Yushu. Su Yushu replied immediately. Did you oversleep again? Today is the day of your interview. Chapter 33 finally remembered Lu Shua. Su Yushu's tone was urgent, but her words contained concern, not anger. Lin Feng explained softly. I was preparing for an interview this morning, and then I turned off my phone. I just turned it on now. I'm sorry for making you anxious. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was just worried that you wouldn't miss the interview. What time is your interview? Lin Feng's eyes rolled. 3 o'clock. I'll leave for the company now. You've come to work today, right? Yes, today is my first day at work. I was originally interviewing for a job in finance, but when I went to work today, I was told that there was a temporary change in my position. The company recently established a secretarial department, so I was assigned to that department. Lin Feng was stunned. Secretariat? It seems that Lu Xan is thoughtful, and it seems that the love I spent the whole night loving her yesterday was not in vain. I'm also interviewing for a job in the finance department. From what you said, there's a good chance we'll be in the same department. I don't want to be in the same department with you. Last time when we were drinking coffee, you held my hand on purpose. Humph! Lin Feng was stunned. Su Yushu just now was acting like a spoiled child to him. This shows that Su Yushu no longer treats Lin Feng as an outsider. The relationship between the two has become one step closer. Don't worry, even if we are not in the same department, I will make a special trip to your department every day to find you. You will definitely not be able to escape my clutches. I was inexperienced yesterday. I searched online when I got home yesterday. If you hold my hand again next time, I will bite you. Lin Feng's heart moved. Bite me? Isn't this a bit too fast? After all, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. So, what are you talking about? Why do I feel like we are not on the same channel? Lin Feng coughed. Ahem, nothing. Su Yushu did not pursue the matter any further. Then come to the company now. Don't be late for your first interview. I wish you a successful interview. I believe that with your words, my interview will go smoothly. Lin Feng hung up the phone with a smile and then went to Zhang Lei's office. Although Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu did not sleep all night last night, Zhang Lei, as a workaholic, would not easily leave his job unless it was necessary. As soon as Lin Feng entered the room, Zhang Lei immediately stood up and asked, Director Lin, you're here? Is everything settled? It's all been solved. The chances of recovering the money that was taken away are slim, so I used my own money to fill the holes, and those people left after taking the money. Lin Feng nodded. The money issue has been resolved. What about your issue? How are you and her doing? Zhang Lei smiled and said, Yes, we are together. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, Not bad. By the way, what is your current annual salary? My annual salary is 20 million, but I also have 0.1% of the company's shares, and I can get dividends every year. At the end of the year, If all the annual salary, year-end bonus, and dividends are added together, it will be close to 100 million. Why are you suddenly asking this, Mr. Lin? Zhang Lei was a little surprised. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I originally wanted to give you a raise, but I didn't expect you to earn so much, so forget it, I'll just give you some verbal encouragement. I don't care much about money. My attitude towards money is that as long as it is enough for me to spend, the extra money is not necessary. Zhang Lei was telling the truth. It can be seen from his clothes that he does not own watches, belts, or luxury cars. It is either because he cannot afford them or he is simply not interested in them. You could do this before, but from now on, there will be one more person in your life. Although money is not omnipotent, enough money can solve 99% of the problems in life. If you marry her in the future, you probably won't have a wedding house, right? You definitely can't live in an old house when you get married. I just bought some houses recently, so I'll give you one. It's in the Maple Forest Villa District, so you can pick any one you want when the time comes. Since you said so, Director Lin, I won't be polite. By the way, Director Lin, it seems that you have never looked at this thing. The information you asked me to look up was about someone called Lu Shua. Lin Feng patted his head. Good job. I forgot everything. From the moment he first got the system, he had been thinking about checking Lu Shua's information. However, due to various distractions, Lin Feng has not looked at Lu Shua's current information until now. In fact, Lin Feng's mentality has changed a lot compared to the past few days. When he first activated the system, he felt that he must take revenge on Lu Shua, but now he thinks that there is actually no need. But now that the investigation is completed, just take a look. As for whether to retaliate or not, it depends on Lin Feng's mood. Where is his information? Let me see it. Zhang Lei immediately returned to the computer and pulled out a document. Director Lin, please take a look. Lin Feng looked at the files on the computer. Lu Shua has now come out to make a living. With his grades at the time, he could only barely get into a junior college. But Lu Shua's father used his connections to get him into a second-tier university and was guaranteed admission to graduate school. But he just didn't want to walk on the path his father had paved for him, thinking it was too boring, so he didn't go. According to investigations, another reason he didn't go was because Lu Shua had a very bad reputation in the university. Lu Shuaguang was exposed for getting girls pregnant 5 times and for getting into fights countless times. Lu Shua has become a man that everyone wants to punish. After he got out, Lu Shua started his own company, but he lost a lot of money and failed in everything he did. Now he works in his father's company to make a living. After Lin Feng read it briefly, the magnanimous thoughts in his mind were instantly put away. If he didn't take revenge on this scum, it would be too easy for him. Lin Feng does not sympathize with those girls who were made pregnant by Lu Shua. They definitely deserved it. But after Lu Shua was exposed for being irresponsible and getting someone pregnant for the first time, he was still willing to be with Lu Shua and Wu Tao. What was he trying to achieve? It can't be those few seconds of Lu Shua, right? Lu Shua and them. One was after sex, the other was after money, but in the end they couldn't agree on the money, so the incident was exposed. The reason why Lin Feng felt that Lu Shua was hateful was that he had a fight in college and sent someone to the hospital. This kind of scum should be beaten to death. Lin Feng had just finished reading when Zhang Lei's words attracted Lin Feng's attention. Director Lin, Lu Shua's father Lu Ping's China company has a deep cooperation with our group. Chapter 34, Just Call Me Xiaolin. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei. Does your company have a close relationship with us? Zhang Lei nodded and said, Chinga Company's main business is large supermarkets. Now we have opened more than 30 branches in the province. Our Huarong group focuses on financial business. If some banks are unwilling to do business, others will come to us. In recent years, as some internet giants have also begun to enter the physical store retail field, Chinga Supermarket's efficiency has declined a lot, so its financial situation has had some problems, so that banks are no longer willing to lend to them. So since last year, Chinga's supermarket source of funds has always come from our Huarong group. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Our group is doing a business that even banks don't dare to do? Aren't you afraid that all this money will go down the drain? Mr. Lin is overthinking. Our group certainly cannot do business at a loss. The bank is unwilling to lend money to Chinga Supermarket because they have a single equity structure and are fully controlled by Lu Shua's father, Lu Ping. Moreover, their rule for suppliers is to withhold money year by year and settle the bill at the end of the year. Chinga Supermarket's credit is not very good, and it has owed interest to the bank several times before. Therefore, after multiple evaluations, the bank decided not to lend money to Chinga Supermarket. However, our willingness to give them money is conditional. Our Huarong group will acquire shares in Chinga's supermarket and send people to participate in the management, taking over some suppliers and the supermarket. In this way, even if Lu Ping runs away with the money, we will not suffer too much loss. And the reason why I decided to take over the hot potato of Chinga Group at that time was that I wanted to expand Huarong Group's industrial line and enter the supermarket retail industry. Lin Feng listened to Zhang Lei's well-reasoned talk and nodded. You are indeed a professional. Since Lu Shua's company has in-depth cooperation with our group, let's find a way to turn Chinga's supermarket into Huarong Groups. Didn't you say you wanted to enter the supermarket retail industry? Here is a ready-made one. Well, I will make a plan now. If I want the Lu family to hand over their shares, I have to completely destroy the Chinga's supermarket brand. There's no rush for this. I see you have some dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you get enough rest last night? Xiao Yu and I chatted all night last night, but it doesn't matter. I'm not sleepy now, and I can still work without any problems. How can you work well without a good rest? I'm not an evil capitalist who exploits employees. I'm giving you a day off today. It's the first day you and your girlfriend are back together, so you should have a good reunion. Lin Feng emphasized the word reunion. Zhang Lei was not a naive boy, so he naturally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Director Lin, we actually already. Yesterday is yesterday. What does it have to do with today? It's settled. You don't have to go to work this afternoon. This is called a paid relationship. Others can't even envy you, but you still don't want it. Then I will respectfully obey Director Lin's orders. Just when Zhang Lei wanted to call Zhang Yu, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot what I came to see you about. Don't rush to whip me. Arrange an interview for me first. I want to officially join Huarong Group as an employee. Oh, that's easy. I can just make a phone call? After making arrangements with a phone call, Zhang Lei started his paid relationship. After a while, Lin Feng saw that the time was 2:20, so he went down from the special elevator and then took the ordinary elevator upstairs. After finding Su Yushu, the two chatted for a while, and Lin Feng tried to hold her hand again. Although Su Yushu said on the phone that if Lin Feng held her hand again, she would bite Lin Feng. But she was only good at talking. When she really met Lin Feng, she became timid again and could only let Lin Feng hold her delicate and boneless hands. You're about to go for an interview. It's already 2:45. Su Yushu said weakly. She tried to pull her hand back, but her strength was not as great as Lin Feng's. No rush. Touch me again, no. There's no rush to chat for another 5 minutes. Sudusu? After another 5 minutes, Lin Feng could only let go of his hand reluctantly and pretend to go for the interview. It was called an interview, but in fact, Lin Feng just sat inside for a while. The interviewers arranged by Zhang Lei all knew Lin Feng's identity. After sitting inside for about half an hour, Lin Feng looked at his watch and felt that the time was about up, so he called Jillian and asked her to come and take him to the secretarial department. Now Jillian is Lin Feng's nominal superior. Not long after I called Jillian, she came running over happily. Director Lin, Director Lin. Don't call me Director Lin when you're outside. I'm currently an intern in the company's secretarial department. Just call me Xiao Lin. Otherwise, if someone hears you calling an intern Director Lin, you'll definitely be exposed. Jillian looked strange. Director Lin, should I really call you Xiao Lin? You won't be angry, right? Do you think I'm such a stingy person? Isn't it just calling me Xiao Lin? Then if I were in front of other people, could I talk to you in a bossy manner? For example, tell you to do something. You are my superior now. Isn't it your duty to give me orders? Lin Feng said indifferently. Then I feel relieved. Mr. Lin, can I start now? Jillian asked again. Okay, let's call you Xiaolin from now on. After getting Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Jillian smiled, then opened her palms, raised them up, and dropped them. He slapped Lin Feng on the butt. Xiao Lin, let me check if you are growing normally. Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood there in a daze, staring at Jillian in amazement. After a long time, Lin Feng came to his senses. What are you doing? Mr. Lin, didn't you say that I could call you Xiao Lin? Are you angry? Jillian asked fearfully. This is not a question of whether to call me Xiao Lin or not. Why did you slap my butt just now? And what are you talking about? Am I developing normally? Are you Brother Jia? Jillian dropped her hands in front of her and lowered her head slightly. Is this not okay? Of course not. Just treat me normally, like a superior treats a subordinate. Jillian nodded. Oh, I understand then. You really understand? Then practice it. Now you are my boss. How should you talk to me? Jillian's eyes became indifferent, and she put her hands behind her back. Xiao Lin, go get me a glass of water. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right, very good. What are you laughing at? I told you to pour me some water. Stop smiling like that, Jillian said with a cold face. Lin Feng. Okay, now you're the superior, just bear with it. Sister Jiao, wait a moment. I'll go get you some water. Not long after, Lin Feng handed a glass of water to Jiao. Sister Jiao, the water is here. Jillian took the cup and then frowned. Why is it hot? What month is it now? Still pouring hot water. Lin Feng clenched his fists and his breathing became a little rapid. You are my superior. I will endure it. Okay, I'll go get some cold water. Lin Feng was busy again, changing the hot water to cold water, but Jillian still frowned. Why is it so cold? Will I have diarrhea if I drink this? Then what kind do you want to drink? Not hot and not cold. Lin Feng said in a muffled voice. The hot one is too hot, and the cold one is too cold. Can you try to balance it out by pouring half hot and half cold? As soon as Jillian finished speaking, Lin Feng pulled her into an empty meeting room and said, Come here for a moment. I'm so mad at you. I have something to talk to you about. Bang! Chapter 35, Are the Company Benefits Too Good? Lin Feng taught Jillian a lesson in the conference room on what a normal superior should do. After nearly an hour, Lin Feng looked at Jiao. Do you understand? What should a normal superior do? Jillian nodded. I think I understand. As if? It seems you still don't understand. Let me explain it to you again. Close the door of the conference room. After teaching Jillian for more than an hour, Jillian finally understood what a normal superior should be like. Director Lin, there are still many things I don't understand about the company. Please teach me again. Jillian looked at Lin Feng with expectant eyes. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at her and said, That's a nice thought. We'll talk about it next time when I have time. Now it's time to get down to business. Don't worry, Director Lin. I will perform well when we are doing the real work. No one will ever discover your identity. Jillian has never been so serious. Let's go quickly. Take me to the secretarial department, introduce me as a new employee, and tell me what to do. Don't mess it up. Lin Feng tapped Jillian's little head. Jillian chuckled. Don't worry, Director Lin. I'm very good at playing the role of a superior now. A normal superior. Lin Feng thought of his teaching just now and nodded, thinking that there should be no problem. Okay, stop thinking about those things. It's time to get down to business. Hurry up. Then Lin Feng and Jillian came to the 23rd floor, which was converted into the secretariat. Before entering the door, Jillian suddenly remembered something and stopped. What's wrong? Why don't you go in? Lin Feng asked curiously. Director Lin, no, Shaolin. I remember something that Sister Xin told me to do. Sister Xin said that Director Lin, the benefits you gave to the secretarial department were too high, and there was a gap between them and the employees in other departments of the company. Sister Xin was afraid that if the benefits of the secretarial department were spread, other departments in the company would be dissatisfied. What was I doing? Just raise the benefits of other departments in the company to the same level as the secretarial department. The company is making so much money anyway. Isn't it reasonable to spend more on employees? Mr. Lin, you are so generous. Jillian praised sincerely. Lin Feng waved his hand. As long as I have enough money to spend, it's fine. What's more, I have more money than I can spend now. Okay, let's stop talking. Let's go in quickly. You go in front. Jillian quickly took on the role of a leader, walking in front, while Lin Feng followed behind like a small employee. Not long after, the two arrived at the office area. Because the secretariat had just been established, there were not many people in the department. Lu Xin transferred several old employees from other departments, plus 2 interns from the same period as Su Yusu and Lin Feng, making a total of less than 10 people. Jillian brought Lin Feng to all the current employees in the secretariat and clapped her hands. Everyone, please stop what you are doing, and let me introduce you to a new colleague. Our secretarial department is short of staff recently, so I have selected one of the newest interns to join our secretarial department. From now on, you'll all be colleagues. Xiaolin, please introduce yourself. Lin Feng had a smile on his face as he glanced at everyone. When he saw Su Yushu, he raised his eyebrows slightly at her. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng. Feng means maple leaf. Please take care of me in the future. You are a handsome guy. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, you can consider me. We are all colleagues from now on. If you don't understand something, just come and ask us. Especially handsome guys, I welcome you. I suddenly realized that Lin Feng is the only boy in our department. From now on, Lin Feng, you are blessed. After hearing what was said just now, Lin Feng also noticed that he was indeed the only man in the entire secretarial department. Secretarial jobs were indeed more inclined to recruit females, and Lu Xin had also deliberately greeted them. Lin Feng herself was an accident. Otherwise, the secretariat would be composed entirely of girls. Lin Feng, you and Su Yushu both graduated from Qizhou University, and you two seem to know each other, right? Then your workstation will be arranged next to her, and work hard in the future. Jillian said calmly. If Lin Feng didn't know that she was acting, he really wouldn't notice anything unusual. It seems that I have to reward her well when I go back. Jillian left after she finished speaking, and Lin Feng came and sat down next to Su Yushu. As soon as Lin Feng came over, Su Yushu came over excitedly. You actually came to the secretarial department? And you came here right after the interview? How did you do it? Lin Feng spread his hands. After my interview, they said that the secretariat had just been established and was in great need of people, so they asked me if I was willing to come here. The salary and benefits here are better. Of course I agreed, and I applied to start work today. Su Yushu smiled. Great. This way we can see each other every day in the future. After the two chatted for a while, Jillian suddenly came back with a box in her hand. Everyone looked at me. Because the secretariat had just been established, our sister Xin applied for a lot of benefits from the group. From now on, everyone will receive a meal allowance for 3 meals a day, with the standard for each meal being 50 yuan. There will also be a taxi allowance, with the standard of 100 yuan per day, and normal subsidies for weekends and holidays. There will also be a housing allowance, with the standard of 4,000 yuan per month. In addition, overtime pay will be calculated at 3 times the original hourly wage. As soon as Jillian finished speaking, all the employees burst into deafening cheers. Did they hear this benefit correctly? The standard cost of each meal is 50 yuan, 3 meals a day, which means 4,500 yuan for 30 days in a month. The taxi subsidy is 100 yuan per day, which is 3,000 yuan for 30 days in a month. Housing subsidy of 4,000 yuan. This adds up to more than 10,000. People say that Huarong Group has good treatment, but it's not as good as this, right? Several of them are interns. After Jillian finished speaking, someone hurriedly asked, Sister Jiao, are only formal employees entitled to this kind of treatment? Of course not. Interns and regular employees enjoy the same treatment, and all interns can be converted to regular employees next month, barring any unexpected events. They don't have to wait 3 months. Wow, what kind of magical company is this? I knew I came to the right place. Jiaojia pinched me quickly. Am I dreaming? Can I really get this treatment? Is Jiaojia going to use unspoken rules? I will accept unspoken rules. Jiaojia seduced me. All the employees went crazy. They now felt that coming to Huarong Group was the wisest decision they had ever made in their lives. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. I haven't finished what I want to say yet. Everyone fell silent instantly and looked at Jillian with expectant eyes, waiting for the next word of welfare she would say. Jillian cleared her throat. Sister XN has also decided to use her private apartment for the lottery. One of you will be the luckiest person and will get the right to use a 95 square meter apartment in Anxiao Apartments near the company for 5 years. The market value of this apartment is close to 2 million. Within 5 years, you can live in the house yourself or rent it out. You have the right to dispose of it. You don't need to pay for water, electricity, property management fees, etc. Sister XIN has already paid for them after 5 years. Chapter 36, I did it on purpose. As Jillian finished speaking, all the employees exclaimed, 5-year use rights for a 95 square meter apartment in Anxiao Apartments? Anxiao Apartments are high-end apartments. Although their prices cannot be compared with residential housing due to the property rights of the apartments themselves, the price of Anxiao Apartments has reached an astonishing price of nearly 20,000 per square meter. The monthly rent for renting it out starts at least 5,000. The right to use for 5 years is more than 300,000. If you draw this, you'll take off, right? Jiaojia, how do we draw the lottery? Don't worry, everyone. Do you see the box in my hand? There are 9 of you in total. I put 9 balls in it. 8 of them say free draw, and 1 says welcome to win. I'll put the box here in a while. Whoever draws the welcome to win ball will have the right to use the apartment for 5 years. After Jillian finished speaking, she carried the box to the 9 employees one by one and asked them to take out a ball from it. When she came in front of Lin Feng, Jillian blinked at Lin Feng, indicating that she was ready, and Lin Feng also responded secretly. Among the 9 people, Jillian was the last to walk in front of Su Yushu, because only in this way could she ensure that Su Yushu would draw the winning ball. Originally, when Jillian first brought the box, all 9 balls in the box were drawn in vain. But after the first 8 people had drawn, Jillian would secretly turn a switch inside the box and replace the last ball with "Welcome to Win." After turning the mechanism, Jillian walked up to Su Yushu with a smile. "Come on, there's only one ball left." Su Yushu smiled lightly. "It's good that I don't have to worry about which one to choose." After taking out the last ball, Jillian put the box aside and said, "Everyone, open it and see who will be the lucky winner." I just knew that I had never won a prize since I was a child. My winning was in vain. Me too. Although I'm a little disappointed, I already have so many benefits. I'm already very satisfied. I smoked a pack of cigarettes in vain. I always feel like this is a hint to me that I don't need to quit smoking today. Well, I'll smoke a pack when I get home. The balls were opened one by one, and everyone showed their white balls and drew once. Lin Feng also unpacked the ball. As soon as he unpacked it, Lin Feng slammed the table. Fuck. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Lin Feng. Did Xiaolin win the prize? It seems that the god of fate chose a boy among us girls. Looks like Xiaolin is going to treat me to dinner today. However, Lin Feng then smiled and showed the note he took out from the small ball. It's a free draw. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. I didn't win either. Cut. Who else hasn't opened their box yet? The grand prize hasn't appeared yet. Jillian looked around at everyone. After Lin Feng finished dismantling his own, he came to Su Yushu and asked, "Why don't you dismantle yours?" Su Yushu held the ball tightly in her hand, her expression serious. I saw on TV that the main characters who won the lottery would wait until the very end before announcing it. I will wait until the very end too. Maybe I can win too. Su Yushu looked so cute that Lin Feng couldn't help but pinch her face. "You bullied me again. Last time you held my hand, and this time you pinched my face. Humph. Just now maybe my hand couldn't help it because you look so cute. Don't worry, I will teach it a lesson when I get back." Su Yushu wanted to say something, but Lin Feng spoke first. "Don't say anything else. It's time to open the ball now. You see, you are the only one who hasn't opened it yet. Isn't it the case that in the TV shows, two people open the box at the same time, and the one who wins is the protagonist?" After hearing this, Su Yushu no longer cared about Lin Feng pinching her face. Since they had already held hands, there was nothing wrong with pinching her face. Su Yushu herself didn't realize that she had already accepted in her mind that it was normal to have some intimate actions with Lin Feng. Among the 9 employees, only Su Yushu and another old employee have not opened the note in the ball. The rest of the employees' eyes were all focused on the two of them. The 2 men came to the middle of the crowd, opened the ball at the same time, and took out the note inside. Su Yushu was extremely nervous. If she won the prize, she would no longer have to rent a house more than 10 kilometers away from the company. You don't have to spend more than an hour and a half commuting every day. The most important thing is that there is no air conditioning in the house she rented. Su Xingui's follow-up recuperation is almost over. After being discharged from the hospital, the environment of the rental house is not good and the weather is slowly getting hot, which is very unfavorable for Su Xingui's subsequent recovery. She herself can endure the hardship. But if Su Xing does not recover well after being discharged from the hospital and his condition becomes more serious, that would be a big deal. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Yushu and another girl open the note together. One says it's a free draw. One says welcome to win. And the note welcoming the winner belonged to Su Yushu. The moment everyone saw the note, Lin Feng and Jillian smiled at each other. There was no mistake. The plan was successful. Jillian read the message from Lin Feng's eyes that Lin Feng would reward her later. You asked Jillian how she extracted this information from Lin Feng's eyes? Jillian said she came up with it herself. After confirming that she had won the prize, Su Yushu jumped up with joy. If she dances, it dances too. Then he hugged Lin Feng tightly. I won the prize. I won the prize. Lin Feng also hugged Su Yushu, feeling the pressure on his chest, and silently sorted out the order in his heart. At present, Lu Xian's breasts, no, her chest, are the best among all the girls Lin Feng knows. Lin Feng would like to call her a big devil. Apart from Lu Xian, the second person with the broadest mind is Su Yushua. Lin Feng hadn't paid much attention to her before, but after hugging her like this today, he felt something interesting. Lin Miao can only rank 3rd for now, temporarily at the bottom. As for Jillian, it seems that she hasn't felt it yet. She might as well feel it when she has nothing to do. After holding Lin Feng for a while, Su Yushu finally realized her rash actions. I just didn't mean it. I know you didn't mean it, but I did, Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Yushu was full of confusion. What did you do on purpose? You'll find out in a moment. About a minute later, Su Yusuf finally understood what Lin Feng meant by what he had just said. Will you let me go? I see. You didn't let go on purpose. Is that what you just said? I beg you, everyone is watching, please let go. Chapter 37, they are all masters of slacking off. After hugging for about 2 minutes, Lin Feng reluctantly left Su Yushu. Because the two of them were jumping around to celebrate and were some distance away from the others, no one else could hear their conversation. After Lin Feng let go of Su Yushu, the others also knew the relationship between the two from the hug between them just now. Congratulations, Yushu. Don't leave in a hurry when you get off work today. I will give you the key to the apartment, Jillian said lightly. After learning that Su Yushu had won the prize, the others also expressed their congratulations. Although I feel a little envious, it is far from the level of jealousy. After all, the benefits that Jillian just mentioned are already good enough, and people should not be greedy. Then Jillian left with a lottery box, and the work area returned to peace. After returning to his workstation, Lin Feng moved closer to Su Yushu and nudged her with his elbow. You won the prize. Don't forget to treat me to a meal. Su Yushu had a smile on her face. Okay, then why don't you get off work? I'll take you to a place I used to go to often, although it's not very expensive, but the taste is really good. Okay, I'm not a picky eater, but if you say it tastes good, shouldn't there be a standard? For example, is it your lips that taste good, or is it the food there? Lin Feng held his chin and looked at Su Yushu. Su Yushu pouted and snorted. You haven't tasted either of them. Wait until you taste them before you tell me which one is better. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Then I'll try it now? Su Yushu was startled. She was very confident that Lin Feng would dare to kiss her on the mouth right now. After all, with so many people watching, Lin Feng dared to hold her for several minutes without letting go. You don't mess around, this is a company. Lin Feng chuckled. Isn't that more exciting? Su Yushu's expression was terrified, like an emoticon. Don't come over here. Fortunately, Lin Feng just wanted to scare her, and it was not time to kiss her yet. After playing around for a while, Su Yushu shook her head and said, I'm still at work. I can't chat anymore. I have to go to work? Hearing Su Yushu talking about work, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Work? Do we have work to do? Has Sister Jiao arranged the work? Su Yushu blinked and said, You're right. It seems that there is indeed no work assigned. Lin Feng looked at the other employees strangely again. Everyone was staring at the computer, frowning from time to time, and looking very nervous. Lin Feng pointed at the other employees and said, What are they doing? Have they arranged the work, but we don't know about it? It's possible. I'll go ask. I'll go ask too. Lin Feng walked towards an old employee who was originally from another department of the company and quietly approached him. Sister, can I spare a moment of your time? I want to ask you something. Brother Xiaolin, what do you want to ask? Is there something you don't understand? Just come and ask Sister Annie. Annie said with a smile. I want to ask, what is our job now? I see you are all working so hard, but I don't know what to do. And smiled and said, because there really is no work assigned yet. Lin Feng was startled. Then I see you all seem very serious. What are you doing? Annie smiled and said, I can tell from the look of it that you don't have any work experience. If you had a few years of work experience like me, you would understand. Today is your first day here, so I'll teach you. Annie hooked her finger at Lin Feng, then pointed at each person in the work area in turn. Look at her. On the surface, she is staring at the computer, checking the time from time to time, frowning and scratching her hair occasionally. In fact, she is playing Plants vs. Zombies. Frowning, scratching hair, and checking the time are 3 essential elements in work, also called the 3 elements of slacking off. No matter what you are doing, as long as you intersperse these actions in between, it will give people the impression that you are working hard and seriously. Do you understand? Lin Feng nodded in sudden realization. My goodness, this isn't taught in school. It is true that you can learn as long as you live. But if Annie knew that she was teaching the company's chairman to slack off, I guess she would have a very funny expression, right? Annie continued to teach Lin Feng the trick of slacking off. Look at the person on the far left. The sound of her typing is louder than anyone else's. Do you think she is working? No, she is writing a novel part-time. And the person next to her, why did he let his hair down? Because it covered the headphones she was wearing. And the one reading a novel, the one browsing Taobao, each of them is a master at slacking off. Of course, the most important thing about slacking off is, do you know what it is? Without being discovered by the boss? Lin Feng answered tentatively and nodded. Yes and no. Why do you say that? Because we really can't let the boss find out. This is, of course, the most important thing. But what's equally important is how to avoid being found out by the boss. This is where the ancestral magic weapon of MOU comes in, one-click screen switching. Annie demonstrated it to Lin Feng. Look, for example, this page I'm on is a document, but when you came, I was actually reading a novel. Recently, I found a very good novel called Are You Crazy? Do You Call 10 Trillion Pocket Money? Have you read it? The protagonist's name is the same as yours, Lin Feng. Lin Feng groaned. Although I haven't read it, I know from the name that the author of this book must be very handsome. The reader is even more handsome. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Annie nodded in agreement. Before you came over just now, I was actually reading a novel, but when I noticed someone coming over to me, I quickly pressed the shortcut key and switched to this page of the file. Lin Feng opened the door to a new world from Annie, although this new world was of no use to him. Lin Feng was already looking forward to Annie's expression when she knew he was the chairman of the company. After returning from Annie's place, Lin Feng told Su Yushu everything Annie had just said. Su Yushu was also shocked. This was inconsistent with her previous understanding. This isn't a good idea, is it? The company has already given us a lot of benefits, and we are still being lazy. Isn't that a bit unfair? How could that be? Let me tell you, we work and the company pays us. That's called working in exchange for company compensation. Only when we are lazy and the company pays us, that's called making money. And I'll tell you a secret. Lin Feng lowered his voice. I heard that the chairman of this company has become a pervert. It's only right that we take advantage of him. Chapter 38, Riding an Electric Donkey. Lin Feng didn't feel any psychological pressure when he scolded himself. After all, to some extent, it's not really cheating. Lin Miao Miao and Lu Xin can both prove it. Well, Lin Feng is so honest. Su Yushu disagreed with Lin Feng's words. It's not good to believe rumors. I just won the right to use the apartment for 5 years. I don't work all the time, and I feel a little guilty. Lin Feng waved his hand. It's nothing to feel sorry about. Besides, there is really no work arranged for you now. You can still be serious when there is real work to do. Let's chat while there is no work yet. Lin Feng took the lead in opening the topic. What do you plan to do with the apartment you won? Are you going to live in it or rent it out? Su Yushu thought for a moment. I still plan to move in. My dad's condition in the hospital is recovering well, and he will be discharged in less than 2 weeks. If he still lives in the original house I rented, it will not be good for his recovery. Besides, the original house is too far from the company, and the commuting time is too long. While it's good to move in, life will get better and better in the future. Su Yushu counted on her fingers. My current monthly internship salary is 8,000, and my salary after becoming a regular employee is 12,000. Add to that various benefits every month, and the total will be around 25,000. After deducting the necessary monthly expenses, I can save about 23,000 to 24,000. This way, I can save nearly 300,000 a year. This way I can pay you back in about 3 years. Su Yushu's eyes were full of hope, and life was really getting better. Fate has not been kind to Su Yushu since she was born. Her mother died of heavy bleeding due to a difficult labor due to her. Dad has always been in poor health, and the family's medicines are enough to open a drugstore. Su Yushu is finally about to graduate from college and start working to earn money, but Su Xingue gets into trouble again. After so many twists and turns along the way, I finally see the flowers in bloom. Lin Feng looked at Su Yushu, whose eyes were full of hope, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Lin Feng tried several times to ask Su Yushu to pay back the medical expenses, but Su Yushu was easy to talk to about other things, but she would never agree to this and insisted on paying Lin Feng back. Lin Feng had no choice but to come up with this idea, which was to try his best to improve Su Yushu's welfare in the company so that she could pay Lin Feng back as soon as possible. Yushu, how about discussing something with you? Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng and said, I will definitely pay you back. It's useless for you to say anything. Su Yushu had a stubborn expression. I promised you, and I will definitely not go back on my word. But you just said that you would return almost all the money to me every month, leaving almost nothing for yourself except for necessary expenses. I feel that something is wrong. I don't eat much, and it doesn't cost much to cook for myself every day. I don't have to pay for the water and electricity in the apartment, so I don't spend much money in a month. My dad and I spend less than 2,000 yuan a month. But your father just had surgery. Doesn't he need some nutritious food to replenish his body? 2,000 yuan a month for 2 people is definitely not enough. How about this? You listen to me. You pay me 15,000 yuan a month, which is 180,000 yuan a year. I advanced you 1 million yuan, and you said that the deposit was not spent, and there was probably about 300,000 yuan left, so you owe me 700,000 yuan. 180,000 per year, that's 720,000 for 4 years, so you can pay me back in less than 4 years. Actually, it's okay to pay back 20,000 yuan every month. Our family doesn't spend much money. Su Yusu said weakly. No, I said 15,000 a month is 15,000, and you must eat better every month and buy more meat. I will go to your house from time to time to supervise you. If I find that you don't eat well, then don't even think about paying me back. Su Yushu pursed her lips. I don't really like eating meat. You don't like eating meat? How can you not eat meat? How can your body develop? Look how thin you are. Come, let me touch you. Hey, why are you hitting me? Lin Feng rubbed his waist. It would have been better if Su Yushu didn't attack him, but when she did, she pinched his waist. Where were you putting your hands just now? Su Yushu put her hands in front of her chest. Lin Feng remained calm, saying, I just wanted to see how you were doing and whether you were too thin and unhealthy. You said so. You were obviously going there for that. Being too thin is not healthy. Actually, my ancestors ran a clinic. Although the medical skills were not passed down, there is a set of massage techniques that have been passed down. If you don't mind, come to the apartment today, and I will give you a massage to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. I guarantee that within 3 months, you can increase your bra cup size by another cup size. Su Yushu finally understood what Lin Feng was talking about after hearing the last part, and her face immediately turned red with shame. You, forget it, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Su Yushu turned her back, and Lin Feng pursed his lips, wondering what he had said wrong. Isn't it attractive? I am really good at kneading. Time flies, and it's time to get off work in a blink of an eye. Su Yusa got the key and address of the apartment from Jillian, and she can live there directly from now on. Lin Feng also approached Su Yushu again, as if nothing had happened in the afternoon. Where are we going to eat later? Where is that delicious place you mentioned? Su Yushu also tacitly did not mention the massage that enlarged her breast size in the afternoon, and said, the store is near our university, 7 or 8 kilometers away from the company, and it only takes a short subway ride to get there. I don't want to take the subway. How about we go another way? Taxi? Or bus? Neither. Just wait for me here for a while, and you will know in a moment. About 3 minutes later, under Su Yushu's curious gaze, Lin Feng rode a pink electric scooter leisurely to Su Yushu. Where did this come from? Is it yours? Su Yushu asked curiously. Of course it's not mine, it's Sister Jiao's. You stole Sister Jiao's car on your first day at work? That's not good, right? Lin Feng. What's the train of thought behind this? I borrowed it from Sister Jiao, and she didn't need it, so she lent it to me temporarily. Just now, when Lin Feng was stealing the car, he rewarded Jillian several times. Then let's go. It'll probably take less than 20 minutes to get there by train. Su Yusu was just about to sit on the back seat of the tram, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Wait, don't get in the back. I'm going to sit in the back. You sit in the front. After saying that, Lin Feng had already moved from the front seat of the tram to the back. Chapter 39, Sister Chiao. Su Yushu was stunned when she saw this. I want to ride? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, this glorious task is left to you. Su Yushu didn't say anything. She put the bag in the basket, got on the bike, and rode towards the restaurant she mentioned. Of course Lin Feng knows how to ride a bike, but he is not so stupid as to ride a bike at this time. Sitting in the back seat, the road was flat, and the car was driving steadily, but Lin Feng kept swaying from side to side. Then after a few minutes, Lin Feng opened his arms and hugged Su Yushu's waist. Su Yushu was startled, and the electric bike was a little unstable. What are you doing? It's too bumpy. Do you mind if I help you? Yes, I do mind. As long as you don't mind, I'll hold you. Su Yusu. I said I mind a little, not that I don't mind. Su Yusu thought it was because of the wind on the road, and Lin Feng didn't hear clearly, so she repeated it again. What? You said if my hands are cold, I can warm them up inside my clothes? That's embarrassing. I'll just respectfully obey you. Su Yusu. Su Yushu's bike speed slowed down significantly. Her back was stiff, and even her voice was trembling. Don't move. Okay, I'm just kidding you. I'm not the kind of person who plays hooligan. Lin Feng made a feint, but in the end his hands did not move, and Su Yusu breathed a sigh of relief. Their relationship now could not support any intimate actions, so Lin Feng did not take the next step. In this way, the 20 minutes on the road were spent in this unchanging action. Finally, the electric car stopped in front of a store called Shaoqing Barbecue. After the electric car stopped, Su Yusu did not get off immediately because Lin Feng's hand had not yet left her waist. Can you please take your hands away? Su Yushu's face was extremely embarrassed at this moment, and the blush had begun to spread to her neck. Oh, we're here? Lin Feng decided to stop while he was ahead. He pinched Su Yushu's belly, then withdrew his hands and got out of the car with a smile. Su Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After parking the car, Su Yushu walked up to the smiling Lin Feng, then aimed at Lin Feng's right foot and put her own foot on it. Humph. Damn, Lin Feng, you're so bad. So this is why you don't ride your bike. I'll step on you. Su Yushu stepping on his foot had no lethality. Lin Feng just thought she was cute. After stepping on it a few times, Su Yusu was about to leave, but when she saw that Lin Feng's shoes were dirty because of her, she hesitated for a moment, then took out a wet wipe from her bag and wiped Lin Feng's shoes again. Lin Feng smiled. If this was considered a punishment, then perhaps all the bad guys in the world would laugh out loud. After stepping on your shoes, she even helped you wipe them. Su Yushu is such a kind person. If Lin Feng is not around in the future, she will definitely suffer. After wiping Lin Feng's shoes, Su Yushu pretended to be angry. Huh. This restaurant is it. I like eating barbecue here the most, especially grilled gluten and grilled leeks. They are all very delicious. Lin Feng raised his eyes and glanced at the sign in front of him. Shaocheng Barbecue. It is indeed not far from Qizhou University. Only about 10 minutes walk, and even faster by bike, but Lin Feng has never been there. Although Lin Feng often went out to eat with his roommates and girls, it happened that he had never been here. Then let's go and try how delicious this place is. That's why Yushu is so concerned about it. Lin Feng naturally took Su Yushu's hand. At first, Su Yushu didn't feel anything wrong. However, when they just walked to the door of the barbecue restaurant, Su Yushu suddenly stopped. Lin Feng was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yushu suddenly grabbed Lin Feng and returned from the store door to the place where she had parked the electric bike. Then she shook her ponytail, snorted, and let go of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, you're almost 22 years old after all. Why should you be so childish? But Lin Feng suddenly thought of a sentence he had seen before. When a person frequently shows her childish side in front of you, it means that she has begun to regard you as someone she can rely on, and then you are not far from being together. Of course, there is one exception, that is people who are childish all the time. Such people are not dependent on you, but deserve a beating. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Su Yushu was certainly not a childish person all the time. That meant that his relationship with Su Yushu had taken a step further. Following Su Yusu, Lin Feng also stepped into the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Su Yushu entered the door, a young woman who was about 30 years old came to greet her. The young woman was wearing an apron and had 2 shallow dimples on her face. She had a good-looking appearance, and the key was that her young woman's temperament added a lot of points. Girls in their early 20s are like cherries, pretty, but not necessarily delicious. A 30-year-old woman is like a ripe grape, both beautiful and delicious. Even though Lin Feng had seen rare beauties like Su Yushua, Lin Miao Miao, and Lu Xian, he still couldn't help but look at the beautiful young woman a few times. Don't think too much. Lin Feng just thinks her apron is beautiful. So why'd Ugg so big, Ugg? It seems that Su Yushu and the beautiful young woman know each other and have a good relationship. When Su Yushu came in, the young woman greeted her eagerly. "Yushu, you're here? I just wanted to go see your father recently. How is your uncle? Does he need medical expenses? You transferred the money I sent to you that day back to me. Sister Chiyo, I have already taken care of the medical expenses. My father's operation was very successful, and he will be discharged from the hospital after recuperating for a while. I have now started my internship at Huarong Group, and the salary and benefits are very good. Sister Chiyo, you don't have to worry." "That's good. I'm glad you're all right. Huarong Group is a big company. When Yushu becomes a rich woman in the future, don't forget your sister. Your sister is waiting for Yushu to support me." Chapter 40. Sister Chiyo's Past. After Lin Feng came to Su Yushu, the person whom Su Yushu called Sister Chiyo looked back and forth at Lin Feng with her almond-shaped eyes. "Yushu, this is? Your boyfriend?" Su Yushu paused. "No, he is my colleague. We happen to be in the same company, so we just came out to have a meal." Chung Yinchio's beautiful eyes turned slightly. "Yushu, we have such a good relationship. Are you planning to lie to your sister Chiyo about this? Your relationship must be more than just ordinary colleagues, right?" Su Yushu wanted to say something to explain, but the words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say them. Su Yushu found that she couldn't tell that she and Lin Feng were just ordinary colleagues, with no other relationship at all. She herself didn't believe such words. Just when Su Yushu was stuck, Lin Feng spoke up. Actually, I am pursuing Yushu, but she hasn't agreed yet. If you ask about the current situation, Yushu and I are indeed just colleagues, but who knows what will happen in the future. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, then snorted at Lin Feng. Of course not. You are so mean and always bully me, so I won't agree to you. Cheng Yinxiu smiled and said, so you want to pursue Yushu? Then you have to work hard. I remember Yushu once told me that she would not fall in love easily. Until now, she has never been in a relationship. Then Sister Chiao, just wait for the good news. When I succeed, I will definitely invite you to the wedding. Then I'll wait for that day. Okay, stop chatting. Find a place to sit down. Eating is the real business. What do you want to eat? Lin Feng and Su Yushu found a seat and sat down. Su Yushu didn't take the menu and said familiarly, let's keep it the same as before. My taste is still the same. What do you like to eat, Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at the menu, then looked at Cheng Yinxiu. What do you recommend, Madam Boss? The pork belly skewers in the store are good. How about this? Lin Feng nodded. Okay, then 20 skewers of pork belly, 10 skewers of lamb, 2 skewers of squid, shark fin, leeks, gluten, and kidney. Cheng Yinxiu's beautiful eyes wandered over Lin Feng. You ordered so much. Can you finish it? This is not a restaurant that shortchanges people. The portions are all very generous. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hands. It's okay. I have a big appetite. It doesn't matter if I can't finish it. And there's Yushu. She eats even more. She ate 8 bowls of rice at noon today. Lin Feng just made up something. Cheng Yinxiu stared at Su Yushu with eyes wide open. Su Yushu's face was full of question marks. What are you talking about? Sister Chiao, you don't believe what he said, do you? This is impossible. I usually eat a bowl of rice, and I feel full. Okay, I won't get involved in your quarrel. I'll go and get the food ready for you. Sister Chiao, what are you talking about? Who is he and his spouse? However, Cheng Yinxiu had already walked far away and could no longer hear Su Yushu's muttering. After Cheng Yinxiu left, Lin Feng asked curiously, what is your relationship with this Sister Chiao? Su Yu slowly told Lin Feng how she met Cheng Yinxiu. When Su Yushu was a freshman, after the military training, she wanted to find a part-time job near the school to earn living expenses and tuition fees. But it was not easy for a freshman to find a part-time job. Because she had to balance classes and a part-time job, Su Yushu searched for more than a week, but couldn't find a suitable job until she came to Cheng Yinxiu's store. When Cheng Yinxiu saw Su Yushu, she treated her like a younger sister and kept her in the store. She was also very flexible with her work requirements. She told her not to come when she had classes, and to come as much as possible when she didn't have classes. If she couldn't come because of something, she could just give her a call. So Su Yushu worked here part-time for more than 3 years. The relationship between the two is no different from that between real sisters. During the Chinese New Year and other holidays, Su Yushu would come to see Cheng Yinxiu, and the two had agreed to meet at least once a month. Once when Su Yushu was in the store, a man who had drunk a lot of alcohol suddenly stopped Su Yushu and asked her to drink with him. Otherwise, he would not let Su Yushu leave. Cheng Yinxiu didn't even hesitate and threw a wine bottle at him. Afterwards, that man brought people into the store to threaten us, but Cheng Yinxiu's brother fought them off forcefully. Since then, Cheng Yinxiu has also warned those who came to the store to covet Su Yushu that if anyone dares to tease Su Yushu again, she will exchange his life for theirs. No one dared to bet whether she was bluffing or not. After all, you only have one life. You can win the bet countless times, but if you lose once, you are gone. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and praised Cheng Yinxiu's behavior. No wonder you came here when you talked about eating. It turns out there is such a story. Then Lin Feng asked curiously, Sister Chiao is so beautiful, but from what you said just now, doesn't she have a boyfriend? She should be married at her age. Sister Chiao is indeed single now, and she also told me that she will never look for another partner in the future and wants to live her life alone. Why? Isn't it nice to have a partner? Like us. Su Yushu glared at Lin Feng and did not refute. Instead, she continued, Sister Chiao also studied at Qizhou University 10 years ago. At that time, there were not as many college students on the streets as there are now. She was still quite talented. At that time, Sister Chiao also had a relationship, but it was that relationship that hurt Sister Chiao completely. At that time, Sister Chiao and that guy had a good relationship. But one time, the school had a quota for studying abroad. Sister Chiao's grades were very good. If she had competed for the quota, it would have most likely fallen into Sister Chiao's hands. But Sister Chio's boyfriend at the time pretended to tell Sister Chio that they wanted to be together forever, and neither of them wanted the quota. In the end, Sister Chio was deceived into not applying, and the quota fell into the hands of that person. When Sister Chio found out, she was very angry and ran to question him. But when she found him, she discovered that there was a woman beside him. It turns out that he already had a girlfriend, and he contacted Sister Chio just for the opportunity to study abroad. He has been acting for several months. After Sister Chio learned the truth, she collapsed instantly. Especially before that person left, he left a sentence. "It's a pity. I was too conservative. I didn't make it. It's such a pity. Ha ha." Sister Chio cried all night, and her eyes were swollen the next day. Since then, Sister Chio has been unwilling to fall in love again. She said that every time someone wants to pursue her, she will think of that person, and she will live a good life alone in the future. It is also good to die alone. Lin Feng didn't expect that Sister Chio, who seemed to be very charming on the surface, actually had such a past. While the two were talking, Sister Chio came over with a few plates. Chapter 41A Fei. Seeing Sister Chio coming over, Su Yusa coughed and signaled Lin Feng not to talk about these things in front of Sister Chio. "Here, let me give you a plate of peanuts, mixed cucumbers, and edamame. Eat them first, and I'll be there in a while." "Okay, thank you, Sister Chio," Lin Feng and Su Yushu said with a smile. "What are you thanking me for? If you really want to thank me, then give me a baby to play with. I will give it back to you if the baby cries from playing." Sister Chio giggled, and her chest beat with it. "Sister Chio, you just know how to make fun of me." Su Yushu pretended to be displeased. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Chio. If Yushu has 8 children in the future, I'll give you half of them. I guarantee you won't be lonely in the future." Su Yushu glared at Lin Feng, then reached out and touched Lin Feng's arm and pinched it lightly. Although Lin Feng didn't feel any pain, he still pretended to be in pain and cried out, "If you smile and say it doesn't hurt at all, then you'd be stupid." After Sister Chio left, the two continued talking. "Go on. Tell me, did Sister Chio never have a romantic relationship again?" Lin Feng asked. Su Yushu nodded. "Yes, since then, Sister Chio has been very depressed and has no interest in studying. Although she graduated successfully, she has never found a job. 7 years ago, Sister Chio and her brother opened this barbecue restaurant together, and it has been running until now." "Is this barbecue restaurant opened by Sister Chio and her brother?" "Well, Sister Chio's brother is called Chung Iha. According to Sister Chio, her brother was always a gangster in school. Once when he was fighting with his brothers, he accidentally stabbed one of the other guys, and his best brother took the blame for him. Since then, he seemed to have become a completely different person, silent and taciturn, and his expression usually showed no joy or sadness. Sister Chio said that even she and her brother could hardly say a few words." Lin Feng nodded slightly. These two siblings, one for love and the other for friendship, are really two people with miserable lives. As they chatted, Sister Chio gradually brought the skewers over. Lin Feng and Su Yusu started the topic of Sister Chio and chatted happily. The barbecue restaurant's business has not been very good recently. Although it is already dinner time in the evening, less than half of the seats in the restaurant are occupied. Apart from Lin Feng and the other person, there are only 5 or 6 tables of customers in the restaurant. Sister Chio sat at the cashier counter with her chin in her hands, looking at Lin Feng and Su Yusu with a hint of envy in her eyes. "I'm 30 this year, and I haven't been in a relationship for 8 years. Today, when I saw Yushu and her husband, my heart was a little moved." After saying this, Chung Yinxiu shook her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Forget it. I've sworn not to touch these things anymore. It's good to be alone, unless there's also a handsome guy like Lin Feng." When she was bored, Chung Yinxiu saw that there were no new customers coming into the store, so she called Chung Iha out from the kitchen. "Iha, come out and chat with me." Not long after Chung Yinxiu finished speaking, a thin man walked out from the kitchen. Judging from his face, he looked somewhat similar to Chung Yinxiu. Although his skin was dark, it could be seen that he could be a handsome and cool guy if he cleaned up a little. "Sister, call me." This thin man is Chung Yinxiu's younger brother, Chung Iha. "It looks like there aren't many customers anymore. You've been staying in the kitchen all the time. Look how much darker your skin has become than before." Chung Iha didn't say anything, just sat on a stool with an expressionless face. Chung Yinxiu seemed to have gotten used to Chung Iha's behavior, and she kept talking to herself. The hotel's business has been getting worse and worse recently. After paying the rent and other things last month, we only had a few thousand yuan left. Do you think our hotel can still operate? Chung Iha was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. I don't know. Just 3 simple words, but it seemed particularly difficult to say them from Chung Iha's mouth. Oh, it's too much trouble to talk to you. Not long ago, a popular hot pot restaurant opened nearby and attracted a lot of people. The number of people coming to our store is decreasing day by day. If the situation doesn't improve next month, I'll just quit. The rent is due next month. I'll follow your instructions. Chung Iha was still as frugal with words as ever. The two sat in silence for a while, and Chung Yinchio suddenly asked, "What year is this year?" Chung Iha's expression suddenly paused. A barely perceptible sadness flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly spoke. 7 years and 2 months. There are still 4 months, and it will be out. Chung Iha rarely spoke a long sentence. Chung Yinchio sighed slightly. Will you notify us when he comes out? He has no family, and if we don't pick him up, no one will. Chung Iha closed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. I won't notify you, but Ah Fei can write the letter himself. After Ah Fei comes out, we must thank him very much. I don't know how he managed these 7 years in prison. Chung Yinchio's eyes were filled with tears. Chung Iha raised his head. His hollow eyes met Chung Yinchio's. Sister, will Ah Fei hate me? Why did I agree to let him take the blame for me? Why? Why? I should have been the one to go to jail. I should have been the one suffering for the past 7 years. Why? Why? Chung Iha suddenly lost control of his emotions. Tears flowed down his face, and he fell on his knees sobbing. It's all over. Ah Fei will be released soon. This is what I think. After Ah Fei is released, we should sell the house that our parents left for us and give the money to Ah Fei. He deserves the house after all the suffering he has endured over the years. Chung Iha raised his head, his eyes already filled with tears. Sister, that house, you still have half. What do you mean mine and yours? We are a family, and we don't have to say a word. Now that my parents have gone abroad, there are only 2 of us left at home. If it weren't for Ah Fei, you wouldn't be at home these years. It's only right that we give the house to him. We owe him this. Chung Iha was not a hypocritical person. He nodded heavily. Thank you, sister. We're a family, so there's no need to be polite. I'm a little hungry. Go grill me some chicken wings. When your sister gets old, I'll be satisfied if you can grill me some chicken wings every day. Chung Yinchio and Chung Iha's conversation was not loud, and they were about 7 or 8 meters away from the people eating, so it did not attract the attention of others, except for one person. That's Lin Feng. After his body was strengthened by the system, Lin Feng's hearing was also enhanced, so he probably heard about 70% to 80% of the conversation between the two just now. Chapter 42 Encounter with Lu Shua. While eating the pork belly skewers, Lin Feng was digesting the conversation between Chung Yinchio and his sister. Yushu just said that Chung Iha accidentally stabbed someone during a fight before, and it was his best brother who took the blame for him. Now it seems that he is the Ah Fei they are talking about. Ah Fei is about to be released, and they plan to sell their house to Ah Fei. The barbecue restaurant business has been getting worse recently. Lin Feng gradually came up with a plan in his mind. Sister Chiu was a good person, so Lin Feng decided to help the 2 siblings. Lin Feng also took note of that gangster and planned to have someone check which prison he was in and when he would be released. Just when Lin Feng was thinking about something, a man and a woman suddenly walked past the hotel. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, raggedly dressed, with thick foundation on her face, a pair of high heels on her feet, and her, but wiggling. The man was wearing a crooked suit and had a rebellious smile on his face. Just as the 2 were passing by Shaoqing Barbecue, the man was suddenly stunned and stopped. The woman took the man's arm and leaned on him. Brother Shaw, what's wrong? Didn't we agree to go eat filet mignon? Wait a minute, I think I see an acquaintance, Lin Feng. I didn't expect that after 7 or 8 years, he is still so shabby and comes to such a shabby place to eat. Lu Xuan narrowed his eyes and looked towards the barbecue restaurant. Suddenly, his eyes became stern and he glanced at Su Yushu, who was sitting opposite Lin Feng. For a moment, Lu Xuan was stunned. Su Yushu was like a fairy from heaven, exuding endless charm in her every frown and smile. Compared with Su Yushu, it seemed as if everything in the world had lost its color. After seeing such a stunning beauty like Su Yushu, Lu Shua turned his head again and looked at the mediocre woman next to him and instantly lost interest. Although she was a new girl and they had never played together before, Lu Shua no longer reacted to her. Brother Shua, why aren't you talking? Are we going to eat steak or not? I'm starving. Let's go to a late-night movie after dinner. I can have ice cream today. Lu Shua glanced at her, then took out a stack of bills from his wallet and threw it at the girl's face. If you want to eat, go eat by yourself. I have something to do. Get out of here. The woman was a little dazed by the money. She didn't understand why she was fine just now. The two agreed that Lu Shua would take her to eat filet steak, buy a limited edition bag, and then they would go to Life Harmony in the evening. But Lu Shua's expression changed too quickly. Brother Shua, I want to eat with you. Please don't leave Shuer alone, okay? Bang! Lu Shua slapped him directly. Why are you hesitating? Just get out of here if I tell you to. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. The woman cursed in her heart, but because she was afraid of Lu Shua's identity, she dared not say anything. She squatted on the ground, picked up the money on the ground, and then walked away in shame. Lu Shua looked at Su Yushu in the barbecue restaurant with a greedy look in his eyes, and then walked into the barbecue restaurant. Seeing another guest coming in, Chung Yinxiu stood up to greet them. Please sit anywhere. What would you like to eat? When Lu Shua saw Chung Yinxiu, he was slightly stunned and was extremely surprised. He did not expect to have such an unexpected gain. I originally came here just for Su Yushu, but I didn't expect that besides Su Yushu, there was also such a charming young woman in the store. Lu Shua's face was instantly filled with smiles. You are the boss lady, right? What delicious food do you have in this restaurant? Mutton skewers, pork belly skewers, chicken wings, squid, they're all good. How about you try some of each? Chung Yinxiu didn't think Lu Shua was here to cause trouble at this time. What to eat is not the most important thing. The most important thing is who eats with me. How about you, boss lady? Eat with me and have a couple of drinks? Lu Shua stared at Chung Yinxiu with lustful eyes. Chung Yinxiu's expression immediately turned cold. If you want to come in for dinner, I welcome you. If you have a dirty mouth, get out as soon as possible. Lu Shua was not annoyed at all. Okay, I like people like you who refuse to obey even if they die. Don't worry, if you accompany me to drink, I won't treat you badly. How much is your store? I will open 5 more for you. How about that? Is that enough? Just as Lu Shua was speaking, a flying kick landed on his butt, knocking him directly to the ground. Who? Who dares to kick me? Are you trying to kill yourself? Lu Shua screamed hysterically on the ground. Lin Feng patted his shoes and said, I kicked you. So what? I was afraid that my shoes would get dirty if I kicked you. It's really bad luck. When Lu Shua saw that it was Lin Feng who did it, he laughed instead of getting angry. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you. I almost forgot what I came here for. Lu Shua slowly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and glanced at Su Yusu and Chung Yinxiu beside Lin Feng with a squinting look. Lin Feng, long time no see. Come to think of it, I haven't seen you since I graduated from junior high school, right? Lin Feng snorted coldly, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. He didn't expect that he would meet him today just after he had investigated Lu Shua's detailed information and wanted to take action against him. It's been almost 7 years, and you haven't changed at all. You still deserve a beating. You're lucky you haven't been beaten to death before. You haven't changed. You're still so harsh. And what hasn't changed is that you're still so poor. You brought your girlfriend to a shabby place like this for dinner? Are the things here edible? If you eat them, you'll lose so many years of your life. Chung Yinxiu's face was gloomy. Watch your mouth, the ingredients here are all fresh. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will tear your mouth into pieces. Look at my mouth, I forgot about you. Beautiful lady. I'm not saying that the food here is bad. I mean that since you bring your girlfriend out to eat, you should choose a high-end place. Big beauty, and this little beauty, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Shua. I am Lin Feng's junior high school classmate. You should know Chinga's supermarket, right? That's my family's business. I want to invite you to eat steak now. Have you heard of filet mignon? When you take a girl out to eat, you have to eat something classy. Chief Lu found that after he finished speaking, both Su Yusu and Chung Yinxiu showed expressions of disgust on their faces, which was completely different from how he picked up girls in the past. Are you done? You can go away now, Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Now that I'm with Su Yusu, it's not appropriate to deal with Lu Shua. Otherwise, my identity will be exposed. Did I talk to you? Do you need to answer whether they agree or not? Chung Yinxiu immediately spoke up. Lin Feng's words are what we mean. You are not welcome here. Get out. What Lin Feng said is exactly what I meant. Su Yusu also said. Chapter 43, Throw him away. Lu Shua was a little surprised. He was surprised that Su Yushua and Chung Yinxiu had no reaction at all after he introduced his identity, and he was also surprised that the two beauties he liked actually stood firmly with Lin Feng. Maybe they have never seen the world and don't know what it means to say that Chinga's supermarket is owned by their family, nor do they understand how expensive filet steak is. So Lu Shua took out all the remaining cash in his wallet, which amounted to about 20,000 yuan. Then if I ask you again, I know that you two beauties may be very busy. If I say that I will use my half-day pocket money to buy you two beauties a day's time, would you be willing to spend dinner with me? The smile on Lu Shua's face seemed as if he was sure that Su Yusu and Cheng Yinxiu would not reject him. But he was disappointed again. If Su Yusu and Cheng Yinxiu agreed, they would no longer be themselves. It is precisely because these two people will not do anything for money that they are different from those slutty bitches out there. Don't you understand what I just said? If you are deaf, go to the hospital to check your ears. If you are deaf and blind, go eat some lobster to make up for it. Cheng Yinxiu was not polite at all and did not give Lu Shua any face. Lu Shua's face began to grow gloomy. I'll ask you one last time. I'm inviting you to dinner, but you're not going? Is there something wrong with your brain? If you don't get out of here, I'll help you get out. Lin Feng moved his wrist. Lu Shua glanced at the few people and sneered a few times. Okay, if you don't accept my toast, you will soon know the consequences of going against my ideas. Cheng Yinxiu couldn't stand it anymore and clapped her hands. Iya, someone is making trouble. Get rid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Iya's sturdy figure walked out from the kitchen, and his eyes were fixed on Lu Shua. Is it him? Cheng Yinxiu nodded, but Lu Shua still didn't realize the situation he was in. Cheng Yihe walked towards Lu Shua with cold eyes. What do you want to do? My father is Lu Ping, and my uncle is Lu Huaqiang. If you dare to touch me, they will not let you go. Let me go. Lu Shua was a little panicked. Cheng Yihe grabbed the back of Lu Shua's collar with one hand and lifted him up. Put me down. If I lose even a hair, you will die without knowing how you died. I'm saying this for the last time. Let me go. Shit. Lu Shua's voice became smaller and smaller. Not because he shut up, but because he was getting farther and farther away from the store. Cheng Yihe threw him out of the store. Lu Shua made a perfect parabolic movement and finally landed next to the garbage dump next to the barbecue restaurant. Lu Shua cried out for a long time, and after a few minutes he stood up and cursed. Fuck you. You dare to throw me into the garbage dump? Are you tired of living? Believe it or not, I can just make a phone call and your store will be closed. My father is Lu Ping, and my uncle is Lu Huaqiang. I can easily crush you like a bug. Cheng Yinxiu picked her ears in the store, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Yeah, throw him away. He's so noisy and annoying. Cheng Yihe didn't say anything, just walked out of the store and walked towards Lu Shua again. Lu Shua swallowed his saliva, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. What are you going to do? You can't touch me, or you will regret it later. Don't go any further. I'm warning you for the last time. Lu Shua's threats had no effect at all. In the end, Lu Shua ran away in a panic, saying as he ran, Just wait. I won't let you go. Seeing Lu Shua running away by himself, Cheng Yihe also stopped. Cheng Yinxiu asked him to throw Lu Shua farther away. Now that Lu Shua ran away by himself, he didn't need to do anything anymore. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Cheng Yinxiu apologized to the guests at the other tables in the restaurant. Excuse me, a dog just came into the restaurant and disturbed your meal. I will give each table 2 bottles of beer for free later. If you don't drink, you can also exchange it for 2 squids. Thank you, Madam Boss. There's no need to get angry with a hooligan like that. If you get sick from being angry, it's your own fault. I'm also a regular customer here. With Brother Cheng here, no one can stop me. Brother Cheng, it would be a waste of your energy if you don't continue to work here. After a while, the store returned to calm again. Cheng Yinxiu moved a stool and sat with Lin Feng and Su Yusu. Do you want to drink? How about we drink together? Cheng Yinxiu put a dozen beers on the table. I'm fine with it. Can Yushu drink it? Lin Feng looked at Su Yushu. I haven't drunk much, so I'll just drink a little. After opening 2 bottles of beer, the 3 of them filled their glasses and raised their glasses together. Lin Feng looked towards the kitchen and said, There are no new customers yet. Let Brother Cheng come out and drink with us. He's used to being alone and doesn't like to eat and drink with others. There's no need to call him. We can just eat. After hearing what Sister Chiu said, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. After drinking a glass of wine, Cheng Yinxiu's narrow and beautiful eyes moved around Lin Feng. The one who just came in and caused trouble. Was he your junior high school classmate? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, he and I have had a bad relationship since junior high school, but I didn't expect to meet him here today. Cheng Yinxiu drank another glass of wine. He just said that Chinga's supermarket is owned by his family? Is he bragging or telling the truth? It's the truth. His family has been rich since junior high school, so he has always been very arrogant. But don't worry, Sister Chiu. If he dares to retaliate against you, contact me immediately, and I will make him pay for it. I'm not worried. Iha and I have nothing to worry about, so we're not afraid of his revenge. I'm worried about you too. If what he just said is true, his uncle is Lu Huaqiang, a well-known local thug in Qizhou. He has a bunch of thugs under him, and they're bullying all day long. Those people don't have any scruples. If they come after you, it'll be troublesome. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Sister Chiu, don't worry about us. Don't look at Lu Shua's arrogance. I just heard recently that he offended a person who should not be offended. That person is preparing to attack Lu Shua and Qing's supermarket behind him. Instead of worrying about his revenge, it is better to wait and see what happens to Lu Shua recently. Seeing that Lin Feng was not worried at all, Qing Yinxiu didn't know whether he was really fearless or just didn't care. Then I won't say much. You should be more careful recently. Lin Feng and Su Yusa nodded at the same time, and then the three of them stopped talking about Lu Shua and just ate skewers and drank. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. No matter whether Lu Shua came to take revenge or not, the plan against Lu Shua would officially begin tomorrow. Chapter 44, do you mind? The three of them ate and drank, and time passed quickly until 8 o'clock in the evening. The rest of the customers in the barbecue restaurant had left, leaving only Lin Feng and a few others. It was already dark outside. Lin Feng drank 5 or 6 bottles of beer, which was just a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng's alcohol tolerance. Qing Yinxiu also drank 3 bottles of beer. Her face was slightly rosy, and she became more relaxed after drinking. Because she felt a little hot after drinking, Sister Chiu took off her outer coat and was left with only a thin sports vest inside. Although the vest is relatively large and does not reveal important parts, it is still very hot and shows Qing Yinxiu's hot body to the fullest. And Qing Yinxiu's figure is somewhat different from Lu Xian's. Lu Xian's figure has extremely exaggerated proportions in anime, with a very thin waist and a very thin body, but her bear is very big. There is probably not one woman in 100,000 who has a figure like Lu Xian. It's like a dream come true. But Qing Yinxiu is different. Her breasts are also big, second only to Lu Xian's. But she has a kind of plumpness unique to young women, which is very attractive, especially to some innocent little boys. When they meet such a woman, they have almost no resistance. Su Yushu drank the least, only about half a bottle. She had never drunk too much before, and her alcohol tolerance was not good, so she didn't drink much. It's already 8 o'clock, and it's dark outside. Sister Chiu, we should go back too. It's time to go back. I think you came here on an electric bike. It's getting dark now, and you've been drinking. Don't ride your bike. Take a taxi back later. Sister Chiu, I think so too. I'll give you the key first, and I'll leave this electric donkey with you, Sister Chiu. Don't worry about leaving it here with me. Call me when you're free and come over and ride away. After saying goodbye to Sister Chiu, Lin Feng and Su Yusu walked out of the barbecue restaurant. The temperature difference between day and night in Qizhou in April is as high as 20 degrees. One day is enough for you to experience all 4 seasons. It is hot like summer at noon and cold like winter in winter. After Lin Feng and Su Yusu came out of the store, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Su Yusu shivered. The slight dizziness caused by drinking was instantly blown away by the cold wind. Let's go directly to your apartment. We can also take a look at your future new home. Su Yushu nodded. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu left, Qing Yinxiu closed the door, cleaned up the table, and said to Qing Yiha, the door will be closed tomorrow. Take a break for now. It will be too troublesome if that scoundrel comes looking for you. Okay, Qing Yiha replied. Lin Feng and his companion took a taxi to Anxiao Apartments and arrived at apartment 1302. This house number does not mean the 13th floor, but the 6th floor of Unit 1. Su Yushu took out the key and opened the door of the apartment. As soon as she came in, she was shocked by the cleanliness and luxury of the apartment. The floor of the living room is made of wooden floor. There is a 50-inch LCD TV hanging on the wall, a beige sofa, soft and comfortable. The bathroom is clean and tidy, and the kitchen appliances are stylish and luxurious. The rooms are equipped with the most luxurious fabrics, furniture, and facilities, with rich yet lively tones, unrestrained and grand layout, and natural and beautiful lines, providing luxurious comfort and the most supreme experience. The apartment has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a private balcony. It looks pretty good. Su Yushu also nodded. It's really good. I thought I would need to buy furniture for it myself. The two walked back and forth in the apartment and finally sat together on the sofa in the apartment. After a while, there was something wrong with the look in Su Yushu's eyes when she looked at Lin Feng. Um, Lin Feng, I want to take a shower and then go to sleep. Okay, I'll go fill the bathtub with hot water, and we'll take a bath together later. So you're not going to stay here tonight? Lin Feng spread his hands. How could I be the kind of person who would take advantage of you? It's just that I'm a little tired, and you happen to have an empty room here. You don't mind, right? I mind. I'm glad you don't mind. Lin Feng could only hear what he wanted to hear. Su Yushu snorted, but finally gave in. You can live here, but you have to behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Su Yushu nodded thoughtfully. What kind of person are you? I understand. I'm going to call the police now. Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's unreasonable bargaining, Su Yeshitong finally agreed to Lin Feng's request to take a bath here and then stay in the next room for one night. But the prerequisite is that Lin Feng must take a shower first and is not allowed to enter Su Yushu's room. Lin Feng agreed very readily, but as for whether he would comply or not, that was up to fate. Lin Feng glanced at his cell phone. It was past 9 o'clock, so he took off his coat and the thin sweatshirt underneath, revealing his muscular upper body, his 8 distinct abdominal muscles, his strong pectoral muscles, and his figure was as perfect as a sculpture. Su Yushu couldn't help but take a few more glances, and finally woke up suddenly when Lin Feng's hand touched his belt. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng looked innocent. Take off your clothes and take a shower, what's wrong? You go in and take it off. I'm still here. Oh, it's okay, you can look at it, I don't mind. After saying that, Lin Feng unbuckled his belt and took off his pants. Su Yushu blushed and went into the inner room. Lin Feng, you are shameless. After Lin Feng took off his pants, he looked down and said, 5 feet? Yushu, you are mistaken. I am a sturdy and handsome man, 1.85 meters tall. Seeing Su Yushu's unhappy expression, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. After taking off his clothes, Lin Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom in this apartment is separated into dry and wet areas, and the toilet and shower are separated by a partition. Lin Feng silently gave it a good review. In the old neighborhood like Lin Feng's home, the shower was right next to the toilet. Every time he forgot to cover the toilet lid when taking a shower, it would be full of water after a while, and he would sit on it without knowing it. Hiss, that's what comfort is. The sound of shower water was heard in the bathroom, and Su Yusa tiptoed out from the inner room. After confirming that Lin Feng was already taking a shower, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yushu came to the sofa and folded the clothes that Lin Feng had casually thrown on the sofa. While folding clothes, Su Yushu suddenly thought of Lin Feng's muscular figure just now. He seems quite handsome. Su Yushu was shocked when she realized that such thoughts had arisen in her mind. You know, Su Yushu has always been indifferent to matters between men and women, but now she actually has such thoughts. No, Su Yushu, you can't think about these things. Besides, it's so embarrassing to talk about such things. Su Yushu shook her head, trying to drive the thought out of her mind. But the more she tried to suppress it, the more likely it would backfire. Chapter 45 Xiao Bai is live streaming. Inside the bathroom. After taking a shower, Lin Feng wiped the water off his body and then opened a cabinet outside the shower, which contained 2 sets of pajamas. After Lin Feng put on a set of pajamas, he looked at the remaining set of pajamas in the closet, thinking about something. After a moment, Lin Feng pushed open the bathroom door. The pajamas on his body seemed a bit heavy, but when he looked inside the closet, it was empty. There was no trace of the 2 sets of pajamas. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Feng pretended to say casually, "There are pajamas in the bathroom. We didn't bring any change of clothes. Why don't we put the clothes we wear today in the washing machine to wash them? The washing machine can dehydrate them. After washing today, we can wear them tomorrow morning." Su Yushu sat on the sofa, her face slightly unnatural. I'll wash it myself in a while. Washing them twice is too troublesome and wastes water. The clothes we have together are not that many, so we can just wash them together. I don't want to see you take off your clothes. You know my character well. Do you think this is okay? I'll go to the inner room now, and you take off your clothes and put them on the sofa to take a shower. When you enter the bathroom, call me, and then I'll come out from the inner room. What do you think? Su Yushu paused. After eating barbecue just now, her clothes were indeed stained with a lot of odor. It was time to wash them. Well, okay, but you are not allowed to peek. Lin Feng immediately raised his left hand. I swear, I will never peek. If I peek, I will be punished by never finding a wife. You can't find a wife, but you can find a girlfriend. Lin Feng said silently in his heart. Without waiting for Su Yushu to answer, Lin Feng ran back into the house. Call me when you're done. Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng's clothes on the sofa, and she made up her mind. Since there were pajamas in the bathroom, she wasn't afraid that he would see anything. Besides, if Lin Feng wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago. They all live under the same roof, so what is there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Su Yushu put aside her worries and started taking a bath. Inside the room, Lin Feng took off the outer layer of pajamas, leaving another one inside. At this time, the cabinet in the bathroom was empty. After a while, Su Yushu's light voice came from outside. I'm fine, I'm going to take a shower. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Then he walked out of the room, whistling as he threw the clothes of the two people on the sofa into the washing machine. Will I not be beaten soon? But it seems worth it. About 20 minutes later, Su Yushu looked at the empty cabinet and stood there in a daze. Where are your pajamas? Su Yushu's mind went blank for a moment, and then she frantically searched everywhere. The final result was of course obvious. Nothing. Su Yushu looked down at the only underwear left on her body, took a deep breath, and decided to pinch Lin Feng hard a few times after she got out. But then she fell into deep thought. How can I get out in this state? Su Yushu tried to use a towel, but it was too small and couldn't even cover it. After hesitating for several minutes, Su Yushu knocked on the door gently. Lin Feng, are you outside? Yes, what's the matter? Do you want me to go in and take a bath? I'll go in right away, waiting. Su Yushu was startled and hurriedly locked the door. You don't come in? This is not what I asked you to do. Lin Feng was disappointed outside. What do you want me to do? Massage? Sudusu? You don't say anything first. Let me ask you, where are the pajamas in the closet? We clearly looked at it together when we first came here. There were 2 sets of pajamas. Yushu, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect that I deliberately took away 2 sets of pajamas? And then deliberately washed your clothes and left you with nothing to wear? Do you mean that I went through so much trouble just to take advantage of you? Lin Feng shouted loudly. Lin Feng, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Yushu, you're really good at judging people. Sudusu. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Su Yushu was the first to break the silence. Lin Feng, can you go back to your room first? Okay. Lin Feng agreed readily. Su Yushu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so directly. About 15 seconds later, Lin Feng's voice came from outside. I'm going into the inner room. Yushu, come out. Su Yushu was silent. Do you take me for a fool? Could you at least take a few steps and make some sound? And your voice is exactly the same as before. Your position hasn't changed at all. At least you can fool around a bit. Lin Feng, you called me? You didn't even go back to your room? Are you still on the sofa? Yushu, how did you know? Sudusu? You didn't intend to hide it from me, and yet you asked me how I knew. Then why don't you go back to your room? You don't have anything to do outside, right? Hey, Sudusu. After teasing Su Yushu for a while, Lin Feng stopped teasing her and pushed her pajamas in through the crack in the door that Su Yushu had opened. About a minute later, Su Yushu came out of the bathroom with a stern face, pinched Lin Feng, and ran back into the house. Lin Feng, you are so bad. I will ignore you, humph. Lin Feng pursed his lips and thought to himself, if I am a bad person, I will just wet your bed so that you will have to share the same bed with me. After Su Yushu returned to the house, Lin Feng also returned to the house. It's still early now, not even 10 o'clock. Lin Feng used to go to bed at least after 11 o'clock, so Lin Feng lay on the bed and opened Douyin. As soon as I entered TikTok, a notification suddenly appeared at the top. The classmate Xiaobai you follow is currently live streaming. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Student Xiaobai? When did I ever follow a host with this name? After clicking into the live broadcast room, Lin Feng remembered that it was her. That day, Lin Feng went to see his Pagani and met the anchor in the garage. He scared her so much that her phone flew away. At that time, Lin Feng entered her live broadcast room and gave her a few carnival gifts to compensate her for her mobile phone. Buying Rual was singing at this time, but the song she was singing seemed a little strange. Oh, don't row away. This song is for you single guys. Other people have partners for eating, drinking, and having fun, but you don't. You stay up late every day holding your phone and become bald. Single friends. 2 Orioles sing in the green willows. You still don't have a girlfriend. A male and female rabbit are walking side by side. You don't have a girlfriend yet. A river of spring water flows eastward, and you still don't have a girlfriend. How sad can you be? When will you have a girlfriend? You've never had a girlfriend. This song should only exist in heaven. After listening to it, you will still be a single dog. Chapter 46. Big Brother is really good at judging people. As expected, there were a lot of barges in by Ingrua's live broadcast room. Retired Ji Xiangwu, the anchor, is heartbroken. I haven't talked to a girl in several years. I'm still a college student. Am I hopeless? I am Tegan in the Northeast. The joke above is so funny. Retired Flying Collection. I thought this was a joke when I was in college. I am Tegan in the Northeast. Don't scare me. I am taking the college entrance examination this year. I am so upset. I used to think that I didn't have a partner in high school because the school didn't allow premature love. Brother and I, she from Yangtzuan. Don't be too sad. I'm already 30 and still haven't had a girlfriend, but I don't feel any regrets. By the way, brother, I sent you a private message. If you feel stressed, you can come to me. I can also teach you how to get married. You pressed on my leg hair. Brother Jie appeared. Wangzai Little Pants. Brother Jie, just come at me. I'm not afraid. You pressed on my leg hair. You're really not afraid. You even look forward to it. After Bai Ingrua sang for a while, she was surprised to find that there were fewer people in the live broadcast room than before she sang. There were originally more than 200 people, but now there are only more than 100 left. Dear audience, what do you want to see? Type what you want to see in the barrage. There is poison in the shit. Kong Kang's legs. Wangzai shorts. Kong Kong waist. A bald man will eventually shine. Kong Kong bear. Oh, the host doesn't have it. Forget it. Buying Rua. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke, instantly attracting the attention of others in the live broadcast room. Boss Diao Chan. Can the anchor dance? I'm 36. Save me first. There are actually fans at level 40 in the anchor's live broadcast room. It doesn't match the anchor's current deserted live broadcast room. Almost grew up to be a handsome guy. The young anchor may also be a wealthy person who can spend a lot of money. At level 40, he should have earned nearly 100,000 yuan, right? Shit is poisonous. I remembered this rich man. A few days ago, the anchor found a limited edition Pagani in the garage. It belonged to the rich man. The anchor was so scared that his phone was broken. The rich man just gave the anchor 33 carnivals. Almost grew up to be a handsome guy. A Pagani limited edition worldwide? A random sale costs 100,000 yuan? Why can't I meet such a rich man? Poison and shit. Although the local tyrant is rich, the anchor is not bad either. After all, he is the one who carries the airport with him. Buying Rua. Buying Rua looked down and saw that it was quite big, but a little small. It is said that a woman who can't see her toes when she looks down is the most beautiful woman in the world. Buying Rua lowered her head. Wow, it didn't block her view at all. What's the good of being older? You'll still be alive, even without it. Buying Rua muttered, then followed Lin Feng's Douyin account. Brother Jiao Chan asked me if I can dance. Although I have never learned it, I still know some simple moves. What do you want to see, brother? Boss Diao Chan, can you dance a 200-point dance? Buying Rua. What's wrong with this audience? I can't follow the train of thought at all. A bald man will always shine. Red and hot, hazy. I am dying of laughter. 200 dances. Poison in the shit. The big brother has spoken. Why don't the anchor jump up? Buying Rua tried hard to control her expression. Boss Diao Chan, what is the nearby dance? I can't dance it. Boss Diao Chan, this dance is very simple. Host, listen to my instructions now. Make a 6 with your left hand and a 7 with your right hand. Raise one shoulder high and lower the other. Spin your left foot and drag your right foot on the ground. This dance is called the Urbai dance. Buying Rua seemed to be not very smart. She actually performed the gestures according to what Lin Feng said. Then she suddenly found that she looked a bit like the fool at the village entrance. Boss Diao Chan, that's right. That's it. Look at yourself. Does it look like an idiot? If so, you've jumped correctly. There's poison in shit. Ha 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 ha. Almost grew up to be a handsome guy. Ha 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 ha. I 36 saved me first. Ha 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 ha. The comments all laughed out loud in unison. Buying Rua was also very annoyed after she realized what was happening. Are you kidding me? I'm ignoring you. I won't reply if you send me another barrage. Boss Diao Chan. Host, do it again. I will give you the carnival. Buying Rua snorted. Dream on. Even if I die of poverty, die here, or jump off the building, I will never repeat the action just now. Even if you play the carnival, it won't work. I have no say. Lin Feng, who was watching the live broadcast, curled up the corners of his mouth. Wang Jingze, a man of steel. betrayed his country over a bowl of fried rice. I wonder at which carnival you will change your tune. It just so happens that the reward for signing in today is 100 million Douyin coins. I didn't know where to spend it, so now is the place to spend it. Then Lin Feng moved his little hand to make money and began to rule by Rua's live broadcast room. Diaochan Boss sends carnival. Diaochan Boss sends carnival. Diaochan Boss sends carnival. Just casually, just try 100 for fun. Boss Diaochan, are these enough for you to dance again? Bai Ingrua stood there in a daze, rubbed her eyes, made sure that she was not seeing things, and looked at her backstage again. Take a breath of cold air. 100 carnivals indeed. 300,000 could just become a virtual gift so casually. The barrage also instantly 99. Poison in the shit. Oh my god, it's still the familiar smell, and it's still that generous rich man. 8-4 scale. I am so upset. I only make 5,000 yuan a month, 60,000 yuan a year. I have to go without food and drink for 5 years to save up this money, and people just give me gifts so casually? Online dating cheated of 50 cents. The anchor just said that no matter how many gifts you give, it will not jump again. What do you think the anchor will do? Only make 50 cents from online dating. The above, your comment reminded me of a guy I met a few days ago. I only cheated him out of 50 cents after chatting for 3 months. I was cheated out of 50 cents in an online relationship. Huh? You cheated me? I lost more than 3 months of my wonderful time. You actually cheated me out of money? I could have bought a bag of spicy noodles with 50 cents. Online dating only makes 50 cents. Brother, times have changed. Spicy snacks are now 2 yuan. After being stunned for a while, Bai Yingruo looked at Lin Feng's pinned comment and smiled an unprecedented smile. Brother, you are really good at judging people. I will dance for you again. Chapter 47. Why is your room so noisy? Bai Yingruo staged a large-scale "It's so delicious" scene. Lin Feng also nodded. Well, this young man is really teachable. It seems that Wang Jing's Xinxiang sect has a successor. Lin Feng typed again and sent out a barrage. Boss Diaochan. Very good, the host is really a tough guy. You don't need to continue with this idiotic dance. Do you know how to do military boxing? Show me a set. Bai Yingruo stared at the bullet screen in confusion. Military boxing? I really don't know how to do that. Lin Feng didn't say much, but moved his fortune-making hands again and started bombarding with gifts. Diaochan Boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diaochan Boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diaochan Boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Another 100 carnivals? Another 300,000? Bai Yingruoren was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Shit is poisonous. Am I dreaming? Don't all these gifts usually appear when big streamers are playing? Which rich guy is so bored? Xiao Jiang is sleepy. Counting the 100 carnivals just now, that's a total of 200. Each one is 3,000 yuan. That's a total of 600,000 yuan. There's nothing wrong with 600,000 yuan. I can use it as a down payment for a house. A bald man will always shine. Boss Diaochan, look at me, look at me. Although I am a man, I am very coquettish. If you pay attention to me, I have no bottom line. I don't need hundreds of carnivals. Just 10 carnivals, and I will let you do whatever you want. Retired flying collection. Upstairs, how can a person be like this? Can you throw away your dignity just for money? Bald people always shine. If I give you money, would you come? Retired collector. Of course I am willing. You can't just give up money for the sake of your dignity. I don't even want 10 carnivals. 5 will do. Sunshine soap. Me, and me, the 3 of us are enough? I'm not just an ordinary person. Back off, first-class performing artist. Get out of the way, let me do it. I don't want any money. There is poison in the shit. Retreat drum, first-class performing artist. Show me I love freeloading the most. Retired Ji Xiangwu, a first-class performing artist. I want to see it too. It's a good thing to get it for free. Sun Shangxiang is a first-class performing artist who quits the show. I also want to be healthy. I am a first-class performing artist who always shines in the retreat of bald people. +1. Milky Pink Head retreats first-class performing artist. +1. Mom, my wife ran away. I'm a first-class performing artist. +1. Artist performing the retreat drum. Lin Feng laughed so hard that his stomach hurt when he looked at these silly netizens. They were so talented. However, Lin Feng did not forget his business. He had not yet let Bai Yingruo practice military boxing. Boss Diaochan, do you know how to do it now? Bai Yingruo swallowed her saliva and said, I can. Boss Diao-chan. Well, you were sensible. Let's start. Bai Yingrua, still confused, began to swing her fists in the same way as the military boxing that her instructor had demonstrated during the military training in college 2 years ago, which was very vague in her memory. However, because Bai Yingrua was relatively small and her swung fists had no strength, no power was revealed, and instead she looked very cute. Cute, The barrage is also very lively. A bald man will always shine. Is this the gangster's exciting punch? Serious pervert. I'm already getting excited. Lao Wang next door. You really deserve this, but I am really excited. The anchor has found the traffic password. 300 Gene Little Lolita. I don't know if the live broadcast has found the traffic password, but I have found it. The password is Diao-chan. As long as you are on the list of Diao-chan, you don't have to worry about the rest of your life. Poor, ugly, 1.59 meters tall, damn. I suddenly remembered. Why did Diao-chan give so many gifts? It can't be because he has too much money and has nowhere to spend it, right? After giving gifts, he must get something, right? Let go of that girl, and let me go first. Holy shit. It's over. Another innocent and lovely little anchor is going to fall into the hands of the super rich. No, I'll go first to show my respect. I want to be beaten up. I predict that the anchor will stop broadcasting for a few days in the next few days. Vitality young woman. Can Mr. Diao-chan give everyone some benefits when the time comes? Do you consider live streaming on some fruits? I promise to give gifts. Breast-clutching cookie. Master Diao-chan, would you please consider this? By then, maybe you can even earn back all the money you spent on gifts today. Bigfoot loli. Doesn't that mean I can get it for free? Good people have flat chests all their lives. Brothers, you think too much. If it was just an ordinary rich man, it would be fine. This Diao-chan boss is obviously rich. Who can send 100 carnivals with just one barrage? Instead of hoping that Diao-chan boss will give you benefits, it is better to do like me and give some gifts to the anchor so that you can feel a little involved when Diao-chan boss and the anchor explore the mysteries of the human body. A good person with a flat chest sent a hot air balloon in Xiaobai's live broadcast room. The good man's flat-chested action immediately attracted the imitation of other viewers in the live broadcast room. Shitly You Do gave away beer in Xiaobai's live broadcast room. Poison in the shit. Please help us fulfill our dreams, Mr. Diao-chan. The bald guy always shines and gave away a sports car in Xiaobai's live broadcast room. A bald man will always shine. Master Diao-chan, please give me a few more kisses. The dream of 900 million young women. Boss Diao-chan, please help me. Bigfoot loli. Boss Diao-chan, please help me. Suddenly, the live broadcast room, without Lin Feng giving gifts, was still bombarded with all kinds of gifts. And with the 200 carnivals led by Lin Feng, the Douyin site broadcast it several times, and a large number of people flocked into Bai Yingrua's live broadcast room. Now Bai Yingrua's live broadcast room has grown from more than 100 people at the beginning to hundreds of thousands. The popularity quickly rushed to the top 3 of the entire site. But this is far from the end. The gap between Bai Yingrua's live broadcast room popularity and the second place began to narrow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she successfully overtook the opponent 2 minutes later. Bai Yingrua's movements during the military boxing were a little slow, and she could hardly believe her eyes. When the number of people in Bai Yingrua's live broadcast room reached 200,000, Bai Yingrua could no longer remain calm. Thank you all for your support. What else do you want to see? Military boxing or Bai dance? I can do both. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the room where Bai Yingrua was. This voice was 70% similar to Bai Yingrua's. Why is it so noisy in your room? Chapter 48, Let Me Dance, Impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yingrua's room door was opened. What stunned Lin Feng and the other viewers in the live broadcast room was that the person who opened the door was Bai Yingrua again. The door of the room was opened, and Bai Yingrua was startled, and her military boxing movements paused. Sister? How did you get in? Aye. The newcomer, Bai Yingrua, was wearing pajamas. Although she was dressed casually, it did not affect her stunning beauty at all. After all, she looked exactly like Bai Yingrua. Not only does she look exactly like Bai Yingrua, her height and even her chest area are the same. If there wasn't a slight difference in the voice, I believe everyone would mistake the new person as Bai Yingrua's clone. The person who came in was none other than Bai Yingrua's twin sister, Bai Yinka. Bang curiously poked his little head towards Bai Yingruo. What are you doing in the house? I've been listening outside for a while. Who are you talking to? You. Is this a live broadcast? You're not doing anything illegal, are you? Sister, this is a serious live broadcast, not the kind of thing you secretly watch under the covers at night. Bainka got anxious instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever watched Cat live? I'm suing you for defamation. Look, you just confessed. You even told me what you were looking at. Bainka. When the two sisters were arguing, they completely forgot about the live broadcast. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly became excited when they saw two sisters who looked almost identical. Boss Diao Chan. Isn't this double the happiness? All right. Toxic shit, sisters. This is my favorite category when watching movies. I'll start talking if I don't agree. Is the movie you mentioned above serious? Poison and shit. It's not a question of whether it's serious or not. It's a movie with a very small investment. The whole movie only needs 3 actors in one scene, and only needs to pay the wages of 2 actors because male actors who want to shoot this kind of scene have to pay for it. Bald people always shine. I'm asking for a friend of mine, are the movies with simple scenes like the one you mentioned still hiring male actors? I know, my friend can't wait any longer. He just got addicted to acting recently. Lababa Fairy. Hey, you guys don't seem to have grasped the point. Isn't the point the Cat live broadcast that the sister mentioned? A friend of mine wants it. My feet smell better and better. Same as above. +1. Breast sandwich biscuits. Same as above. +1. By the time Bai Yingrul and Bai Inca reacted, the barrage had reached 99, and the number of people in the live broadcast room had once again reached a new high, reaching more than 400,000 people. You have to know that the number of people in the live broadcast room is not as fictitious as the number of fans of some anchors. There are real people in the live broadcast room. 400,000 people is something that an ordinary live broadcast with several million fans cannot achieve. There must be at least tens of millions of fans to have so many fans supporting the show. After seeing the twins, Lin Feng, who was originally a little sleepy, suddenly became energetic again. Boss Diao Chan, how about you two sisters dance together? Lin Feng has now reached nearly level 50 in Bai Yingruo's live broadcast room. Every time he posts a barrage, it will be pinned to the top for 2 minutes, and there are special effects, making it difficult to ignore. Don't ask. The only thing I need to ask is the money ability. Bai Inca glanced at Bai Yingruo's phone and saw the comments sent by Lin Feng. Then he frowned and looked at Bai Yingruo. Were you dancing on the live broadcast just now? And you want me to dance? How is that possible? I just want to tell Jiao Chan, who sent the comments, just now that you have the wrong person. I am different from my sister. Even if you give me gifts, no matter how many gifts you give me, I will never dance. Absolutely not. I am not that kind of person at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Oh my god! This familiar scene seemed to have just happened a few minutes ago. These two sisters are indeed twins. Even their stubborn expressions are exactly the same. However, Lin Feng will use the carnival to help Bai Inca liberate the original self in her heart. I have Jiao Chan on my waist. Are you sure you don't want to jump? Bai Inca sneered. I find you very funny. I said I won't jump, and that's it. If you can make me change my mind, I will let you do whatever you want me to do. Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile. I just want you to be this unruly. I hope you will still be like this after 100 carnivals. Then, Lin Feng moved his hands to make a fortune, and it was the familiar plot and the familiar taste. Diao Chan sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have become numb. With the support of the previous 200 carnivals, the audience's vision has been raised, and some even think that 100 carnivals are nothing more than this. Bai Inca looked at the gift special effects that kept appearing on the phone screen curiously and poked Bai Yingruo next to her. What are these things? Gifts? Bai Yingruo looked at Bai Inca with a smile, and thinking of how fragrant she looked just now, she waited to see Bai Inca make a fool of herself. Yes, it's the gift from the person who just posted the barrage. It's called Carnival. Carnival? I don't watch the live broadcast, so I don't understand what these gifts mean. Can you explain to me how much this carnival costs? I see he has given away 100. It's not very expensive, 3,000 each. Bai Yingruo couldn't wait to smile. 3,000. Bai Inca was startled at first, then quickly calmed down as if she had thought of something. You mean 3,000 in TikTok? I'm asking how much that translates to. Bai Yingruo looked at Bai Inca calmly. I'm talking about the converted value. 3,000 for one carnival. Bai Inca stood there, with his eyes and mouth wide open. 3,000. 3,000 for one carnival, so 100 is... Bai Inca raised her head and took a deep breath. 300,000? Bai Yingruo nodded. Yes, 300,000. At this time, Lin Feng sent another comment. Boss Diao Chan, have you changed your mind now? Do you want to jump or not? Bai Inca was like a master of face-changing. He quickly pulled Bai Rua's hand and said, "What are you still looking at? Jump quickly. You made Big Brother wait for so long. The first month of the lunar year is the new year, the first day of the lunar year. My home is in the northeast, on the Songhua River. Brother, how's my dancing? I'm in the school dance club." Chapter 49, Really Fragrant Scene. Bai Inca's performance of Xinxiang is more exciting than Bai Rua's, and her facial expressions change faster. She was so strong just now, but after learning about the price of the carnival, she even started to act like a double act. But Lin Feng had a question. Does the University Dance Club also teach Rinzuin? The audience in the live broadcast room were even more excited about Bai Inca's reaction. "Bakugan boy, it smells so good. There is poison in the shit. It smells so good. The eagle without Yonghua, it smells so good. The little boy in the church, it smells so good." Bai Inca, who was happily performing the duo act, saw the screen full of Xinxiang. Her strong and unyielding appearance just now emerged in her mind, and a trace of shame suddenly flashed across her face. Feeling guilty, Bai Inca's dancing movements became much slower. Bai Rua, who was also dancing, saw that Bai Inca looked troubled and touched her arm. "Sister, what's wrong?" "Rua, I suddenly feel that what we are doing is not right. Should we listen to others just because there are 100 carnivals? Should we dance just because others tell us to?" Bai Rua raised her eyebrows. Is this a sequelae of her iron character? Actually, when Boss Diao-chan gave the first 100 carnivals, I had the same idea, but then he gave it the second time, and I didn't want it either, but he gave too much. Bai Rua said silently in her heart. Bai didn't get a direct answer from Bai Rua, so she pointed at the screen and said sternly, "Just now, I didn't think calmly and was accidentally bewitched by your carnival attack. But now, after careful consideration, I decided to criticize my behavior just now. I won't jump anymore." Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Bai Inca was slightly shaken in her heart, but she still insisted. "It's useless for you to do this. I have never touched money. I have no interest in money." Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. "You evil devil are corrupting my soul with your dirty money." Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. "You evil devil are turning the carnival into a tool for you to harm me." Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. "You, who have been corrupted by money, are trying to corrupt me." Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. "There's nothing wrong with the carnival. And in fact, your intentions are not wrong either." Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. "Brother, what else do you want to see? I know a lot. Let me tell you a joke." Bai originally wanted to yell loudly, but Lin Feng gave her too much. The comments below were all filled with comments saying it smells really good. But Bai couldn't care less at this moment, because it was really fragrant. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. He couldn't sleep in tomorrow. After all, his current identity in front of Su Yushu was an employee. You can't be late for work the next day, right? Watch for a while, and then go to bed. "Boss Diao-chan, I'm a little tired of brushing gifts. Tell me a joke. If it's good, I'll brush another 200 carnivals." Bai Inca's eyes lit up. "Brother, listen to me. I'm really good at telling jokes. My sister is the school belle, and I'm the joke. Brother, just wait for your laughter." Speaking of which, my sister Bai Ingra always had short hair when she was in college. So many people in school mistook her for a boy. She was even reported several times when she went to the bathroom, but that's not the point. When Bai Ingra heard Bai Inca talking about herself, she was stunned for a moment and thought to herself, "How come I didn't know that I had short hair before?" After listening for a while, Bai Ingrua couldn't stand it anymore. Time passed little by little, and one day a girl suddenly blocked the door of my sister's class and wanted to confess her love. At that time, my sister said helplessly that she was a girl. After that, the girl kept staring at my sister with a suspicious look. After a long time, the girl touched Bai Ingrua's chest and then walked away crying, saying while crying, "You can't even find a better excuse to reject me. You are even flatter than my brother. How can you be a girl? Poison and shit. Even flatter than my brother. Ha ha ha. Mom, my wife ran away. After all, she is a rich woman with a built-in breast chest, but I didn't expect that she is flatter than boys. Ha 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 ha. My younger brother. The child will suffer in the future." He felt around on the bed and found a father. After a while, he found another father. "Where is the mother?" Ha 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 ha. Buying Rua's face turned pale and blue. She grabbed Bianca's collar and said, "You are talking nonsense. This is a story you made up. I am suing you for defamation." Bianca spread her hands. "If you don't agree, you can tell me." Bai Ingrua snorted coldly. "Humph, just tell me. Just listen. When my sister was in her rebellious period, she would quarrel with me from time to time. One time, I went shopping with her, and she had spent all her pocket money, so I was the only one with money. I don't know what we talked about during the meal, but she started arguing with me again. I said at the time, if you act aggressively again, I won't treat you to dinner, and you have to pay for the meal yourself later." Although she was very reluctant, she had no money in her pocket and had no confidence to speak, so she could only say in a low voice, "I'm not fierce." Bai Ingrua paused, then glanced at Bianca's airport. "You're so proud of yourself for not having a bear?" Chapter 50. Good jokes, just a quick review. Bianca took a deep breath and pressed her temple. "If you have the guts, tell a joke seriously without making personal attacks. Let's see who tells the funniest story." Bai Ingrua refused to give in. "Of course, would I be afraid of you?" Bianca snorted. "I'll go first. One day, Shu Qi, Wang Dalu, and Yao Chen were drinking in a bar, and they were talking about big mouths. So the three of them started to compete to see who had the bigger mouth. Shu Qi was the first to act. She picked up an apple on the table, stuffed it into her mouth, then took it out easily and looked at the other two with contempt. Yao Chen was not willing to be outdone. Without saying a word, she clasped her fists together and put them into her mouth without changing her expression. Wang Dalu laughed. 1 minute later, Wang Dalu walked out of the bar alone. Bai Ingrua snorted, "What's so funny about this? If you want to tell a joke, you should look at me and listen to me." Once upon a time, there was a white professor who was sent deep into Africa to live with primitive tribes. He spent years teaching them reading, writing, math, and science. One day, the tribal leader's wife gave birth to a white-skinned child, and the whole tribe was shocked. The chief of the tribe found the professor that day and said to him, "Professor, you are the only white person we have ever seen, and this woman gave birth to a white child. Any fool can figure out what happened." However, the professor answered slowly, "No, Chief, you are wrong. This is a natural phenomenon. We in the civilized world call it albinism." After saying that, the professor pointed to the fields over there and said, "If you don't believe me, look at the flock of sheep over there. Those sheep are all white, but there is one black sheep among them. This is the result of natural selection." After the professor finished speaking, the leader was silent for a while, then said, "How about this? You stop mentioning the black sheep, and I promise not to mention the white kid again." After Bai Ingrua finished speaking, even Bianca couldn't help but laughed. Bai Ingrua didn't realize that you understand this kind of dirty joke. "Unlike me, I don't understand what you were saying in your joke," Bianca said in a teasing tone. Bai Ingrua rolled her eyes at her. "I don't know who watches Fakata Aimi and Mikami Yua every day." Bianca hurriedly covered Bai Ingrua's mouth and said, "I'm suing you for defamation." The two of them were arguing loudly, and Lin Feng on the other side of the phone screen laughed out loud, and this laughter seemed to attract the attention of Su Yusu in the next room. "Are you still awake? What are you laughing at?" Lin Feng covered his mouth and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he wore headphones when watching the live broadcast. "I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just thinking of something happy. It's past 11 o'clock. You still have to go to work every day. Go to bed early." Su Yusu said gently, "It's okay. I'll wait until you fall asleep and then crawl into your bed." Su Yusu. Su Yushu silently got out of bed and locked the door of the room. He really believed that Lin Feng would do this. After all, to some extent, Lin Feng is a man of his word. After taking a break to tease Su Yushu, Lin Feng continued to focus his eyes on the phone screen. The jokes these two sisters tell are pretty good, so watch more of them. "Boss Diao Chan, you all said it well. I'll give you a few more before you go to bed. Just a quick review." Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast room was once again violently dominated by Lin Feng's carnival storm. Diao Chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao buys live broadcast room. Diao-chan boss sent a carnival in Xiao buys live broadcast room. 1,000 carnivals. Poison in the shit. Brush it lightly brushed 1,000 carnivals and made 3 million. Well, this is very Diao-chan boss. Milky pink head. Is there any big brother who can calculate how much money boss Diao-chan just spent? No one knows live streaming better than me. I calculated that Diao-chan boss swiped 100 carnivals the first time, then swipe 100, 100, 200, and finally 1,000, a total of 1,500 carnivals, which is 4.5 million. Poor, ugly, 1.59 meters tall. I feel like I've gotten carried away. I decided to buy the $5 grilled sausage I've been craving for a long time. Bald people always shine. I have also participated in multi-million-dollar projects. Boss Diao-chan spent more than 4 million, and I spent more than 400, which is about the same. The 1,000 carnivals that Lin Feng swiped helped by Ingrua's live broadcast room become the most popular on Douyin, and the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. Buying Rua originally had less than 10,000 fans, but now has exceeded 500,000, and it is still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's even more terrifying is Lin Feng's account. The number of fans has easily exceeded 1 million. According to the current growth rate, by tomorrow morning, there will be at least 2 million fans. For a time, the name of Diao-chan also became a hot search on major platforms and appeared in the barrage and comments of various live broadcast rooms. Lin Feng's Douyin background also received countless private messages from female anchors. Some people half-concealedly said that they admired Lin Feng's character and wanted to get to know him. Someone directly sent his contact information, saying that as long as Lin Feng said a word, he could parachute in from any part of the country at any time. There was also one who sent her sexy photos, saying that she was single and lonely and wanted Lin Feng's hand to warm her heart. There are also men who post photos. However, Lin Feng didn't know all this, because after Lin Feng finished 1,000 carnivals, he directly exited the live broadcast room, muted his phone, and threw it aside, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, Lin Feng was awakened by a knock on the door. Su Yushu's voice came from outside the door. Get up, go to work at 9 o'clock, don't be late. Lin Feng's mind was still not awake, but he could not control his mouth and answered, get up immediately. After receiving the reply, Su Yushu outside the door did not knock on the door again and went to wash up directly. 10 minutes later, Su Yushu came back from washing up, but still didn't see Lin Feng push the door open. She felt a little confused, so she went to knock on the door again. Are you still not up? If you don't get up, you're really going to be late. Get up, get up. Then I'll go buy breakfast first. When I come back, you should have finished washing up and can eat. Another 15 minutes passed. Su Yushu came back with buns and soy milk, but still didn't see Lin Feng. Hasn't he woken up yet? Su Yushu put the breakfast on the coffee table, then came to Lin Feng's door and knocked, but this time there was no response. Lin Feng, are you up? Are you still in the room? There was no response. Su Yushu was puzzled and looked towards the bathroom. Did he get up to wash up? So Su Yushu turned the doorknob of Lin Feng's room, and the door was not locked. After pushing the door open, I saw Lin Feng still sleeping soundly, and as if he had dreamed of something good, with a smile on his face. Su Yushu came to Lin Feng's bed with a stern face and patted Lin Feng's thigh hard. Get up, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. You're going to be late for work. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes in confusion. I called you twice just now, and you answered each time. Why are you still asleep now? Lin Feng's upper and lower eyelids were still fighting, and he said in confusion, when did you call me? Sudusu? Chapter 51. The System That Fuels the Fire. Lin Feng was confused. He really felt like he had slept till now. Did Su Yushu call him? He didn't feel anything at all. Su Yushu looked helpless. I called you twice. The first time you said you would get up right away, and then I went to wash up. The second time you said you would get up right away, and then I went out to buy breakfast. I've already bought the buns, and you said I didn't call you. Lin Feng scratched his hair. This is really weird. Is this what I said in my sleep? Su Yushu brought the clothes on the balcony to Lin Feng's bedside. The clothes are dry. You should get up quickly. I've already bought breakfast. Fortunately, this place is close to the company, otherwise you will be late. Lin Feng yawned, put on his clothes, and rubbed his eyes. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is sign in. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system. System, sign in. Give me something useful today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining a world-class public relations company. Reversal of everything. The Wanwu Reversal Company. With tens of millions of internet trolls, it can manipulate the direction of the internet, adding fuel to the flames invisibly, making a small matter a big one and a big matter a small one. Lin Feng smiled. This reward sounds great. I just want to take action against Lu Shua's family. This PR company just gave me a new plan. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng put on his clothes and went to the sofa in the living room. Su Yusu was sitting on the sofa eating buns. After Lin Feng walked over, he passed the empty sofa that was nearby and sat directly next to Su Yushu. Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng and said nothing. Lin Feng ate buns while observing Su Yushu. A moment later, Lin Feng put down the bun in his hand and stared at Su Yushu closely. What are you looking at? There seems to be something on your face. Lin Feng said. Su Yushu turned on the front camera of her phone and observed carefully. She didn't find anything on her face. She looked at Lin Feng strangely. What's there? Why didn't I see it? Lin Feng smiled. It looks pretty good. Sudusu? I was just joking. There is indeed something on your face. You look a little haggard. Didn't you get enough rest last night? You have faint dark circles under your eyes. Su Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, It's all your fault. Last night you insisted on getting into my bed after I fell asleep. I was so scared the whole night that I didn't fall asleep until almost 4 in the morning. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that a casual joke of his would make Su Yushu frightened all night. Is the image of me as a pervert so deeply rooted in people's minds? Yushu, I feel like you may have some misunderstandings about me. How could I be that kind of person? Tell me honestly, am I that kind of person? Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng with her big eyes, then ate the buns and whispered, Of course. What did you say? No, nothing. I didn't say anything. Su Yushu quickly denied it. Yushu, I can honestly say that I, Lin Feng, am definitely not that kind of person. Even if you were to take off all your clothes and lie in front of me, I would not do anything except take off my clothes to keep you warm. I swear on my conscience right now, Yushu, why are you pinching me? Lin Feng rubbed his arms and looked at Su Yushu with an innocent face as she clasped her hands on her chest. Su Yushu said coldly, What are you doing? Lin Feng remained calm. I am speaking from my conscience, right? Why are you pinching me? You need to check your conscience. Touch your own. Why are you touching mine? It's obscene. After yelling at Lin Feng with a red face, Su Yushu ran out with the uneaten buns on the table. Yushu, where are you going? I'm going to the company, you bad guy. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm never going to talk to you again. Bang! The door of the apartment was closed. Lin Feng pursed his lips, then recalled the memory with a smile on his face. A little smaller than Lu Xian, but bigger than Lin Miao Miao. The sisters Bai Ying Ruo and Bai Inca don't have to participate in the competition at all. God has blocked this path for them from the beginning. As for comparing with Sister Chiao, as soon as this idea came up, Lin Feng quickly nipped it in the bud. No. Sister Chiao can't do this. I feel a little bit overwhelmed indeed. Even Sister Chiao dared to think about it. What is the host afraid of? As long as you are brave, the female ghost will take maternity leave. Don't be a coward, host. If you were like this, I will be the first one to look down on you. Just when Lin Feng was trying to suppress this idea, the system suddenly appeared and added fuel to the fire. Oh, the dragon doesn't roar and the tiger doesn't howl. This little system is ridiculous. Host, are you scared? No way. You're scared now? TSK. The host I know is not that kind of person. Didn't you say that my little cover is ridiculous? I don't think the host has much courage. TSK. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He really underestimated the degree of vengeance of this little lowly system. When was the first time I said that her little bra was ridiculous? Do you still remember it? Since you, the system, are here to add fuel to the fire, I won't be polite. Lin Feng thought of the jokes that the Bai Yingrua sisters told during the live broadcast yesterday and decided to tell them to the system as well. System, how about I tell you a joke? Oh, now you know how to please me? I tell you, girls need to be coaxed, not angered. Just tell me, if you tell it well, then I won't be angry. Then I will start. One day in the future, you will appear in the real world and have a real body. You will also be included in my harem. Host, you are too shameless. This is something that has not even started yet. You haven't even found a way for me to enter the real world, but you are already thinking about collecting concubines. This system despises you. Don't talk yet. This is a prerequisite. Okay, then go on, I'm listening. Time goes by. You have a child. And one day the three of you are lying in bed. You fall asleep, but your child suddenly wakes up hungry and wants to find his mother. Then your child starts crawling on the bed, trying to find his mother. He first comes to his father, reaches out to his chest and touches it, then takes his hands back and says, "It's Dad." Then he continued searching, and when he came here, he reached out his hand and wiped it, and then he started crying. She cried and said, "How come both of them are dads?" Whoa. Chapter 52, Melting Iceberg. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the system was stunned for a few seconds before it reacted, and finally became anxious. However, Lin Feng has already exited the system space. It's another day to do good deeds without leaving a name. The system's interruption disrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. What were you thinking about just now? Oh, I remember now. It's Sister Chiu. At least for now, you can't have any bad thoughts about Sister Chiu. Su Yusu and Sister Chiu have a sisterly relationship. If Lin Feng is greedy and wants to have them all, there will probably be only one outcome in the end, and that is he will get nothing. After thinking it through, Lin Feng stuffed all the remaining buns into his mouth, one at a time, and swallowed them with a gulp of water. This is what we call a busy day. If I make Su Yushu angry, won't I have something to do the next day? This method is worth learning for all couples who are a little tired of being with their partner and don't know what to do. Get angry, then coax her for a day. Isn't this day coming? After breakfast, Lin Feng left the apartment and went to the company. After arriving at the company, Lin Feng did not go to the workplace first, but went to Zhang Lei's office on the 33rd floor. Zhang Lei was processing the company's documents. When he saw Lin Feng coming in, he stood up and said, "Director Lin, you're here." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "I came here because of Lu Shua's matter. I will take action against Lu Shua soon, so I came to tell you so that you can prepare yourself." Zhang Lei nodded. "Okay, what's Director Lin's plan?" "I recently found a world-class public relations company, and my plan is..." Lin Feng told him the plan that came into his mind after he acquired the Everything Reversal Company. "This is just a plan for Lu Shua. We can expose his past fights that resulted in disability, as well as other illegal and disorderly things. We can make him socially dead and put him in jail. I can also arrange for people to dig up his dirty laundry and expose it to affect the sales of Qinghe's supermarket. Your task is to take the opportunity to acquire Qinghe's supermarket when it runs into problems." Zhang Lei nodded. "Mr. Lin, do you have any other plans?" "Then the plan is even simpler. Qinghe's supermarket has been doing dirty things over the years. A random investigation will reveal a lot of dirt. When its reputation hits rock bottom, I will take action and buy it at the lowest price. Well, I will call the person in charge of the Everything Reversal Company over now, and we will discuss the specific details of the plan in detail." After that, Lin Feng called Chu Yue, the person in charge of the Everything Reversal Company. Chu Yue's voice sounds like that of a young woman, and her style sounds similar to that of Sister Chiu. After calling Chu Yue, Lin Feng left Zhang Lei's office and returned to the Secretariat office area on the 32nd floor. After returning to her workstation, Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng, then snorted and moved to the other side. If it were an ordinary person, they might fall into a cold war at this time and finally break up because of cold violence. However, Lin Feng was different. He was shameless and just slid to Su Yusu's side on the chair. After all, Lin Feng should take full responsibility for Su Yushu's anger. Su Yushu snorted again. "What are you doing? This is my workstation. You are disturbing my work. But I'm also working now. I met Sister Jiao just before I came in. She assigned me a task to do today. I had no choice but to come to you." Lin Feng leaned on the back of the chair with a sincere look in his eyes. "Then go to work. Why are you looking for me?" "But Sister Jiao said that it takes two people to work together, and she specifically designated two of us. I have no choice but to come to you. I know you are angry with me, but the work still needs to be done." Su Yushu turned around and asked, "What does Sister Jiao want us to do? Why don't I know?" Lin Feng chuckled, then took out the documents he had just brought from Zhang Lei's office. "Jiao Jia asked us to research what issues we need to pay attention to when entering the supermarket market, and then make a report and give it to her." When Su Yushu saw the document, her suspicion of Lin Feng gradually disappeared, but she was still angry about Lin Feng's sneak attack on her conscience. "Then just give me the file, and I'll do it myself." "But Sister Jiao gave this task to the two of us." If Sister Jiao saw that you were the only one working on it and I was slacking off, she would definitely think that I was not serious and proactive in my work. What if she fired me? Yushu, can we investigate together? Su Yushu snorted again. Only this time, it won't happen again. Lin Feng was delighted, and then happily went to Su Yushu's workstation to work together. Lin Feng is good at coaxing girls. After just a few minutes of being together, Su Yushu laughed several times, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. You can tell from the way they sit. At the beginning, Su Yushu turned sideways away from Lin Feng. Then as the two communicated, Su Yushu began to sit up straight and finally began to turn sideways to Lin Feng. Just when the ice between Lin Feng and Su Yushu was gradually melting and their relationship was getting back together, Jillian suddenly came over. Hello, Sister Jiao. Good morning, Sister Jiao. Morning, Sister Jiao. Employees greeted Jillian wherever she passed by. Jillian responded with a smile, then walked to the workstations of Lin Feng and Su Yushu. Lin Feng, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Lin Feng blinked at Jiao. Jiao Jie, Yushu and I are already doing the work I just assigned to me. Are you looking for me for this? Jillian was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Just now, Lin Feng did something in Jillian's name, which was meant to prevent her from being exposed. Although Jillian doesn't seem to be very smart sometimes, she is still very reliable when it comes to doing things for Lin Feng. Jillian responded quickly. I'm not here to talk to you about that matter just now. I just told you about your work. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not in a hurry either. I have something else to talk to you about. Come with me. A smile flashed across Lin Feng's lips. He has a very quick reaction. It seems that I will have to reward Jillian well later. Lin Feng touched Su Yushu's head. Su Yushu showed no intention of resisting. It seemed that her anger about the attack on her chest had subsided. I'm going to go out for a while. Su Yushu was patted on the head like a well-behaved little white rabbit. Well, I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Feng followed Jillian into her office, but as soon as they entered the door, Jillian's expression immediately changed, from a cold female boss to a soft female subordinate. Director Lin, was my reaction fast? How about you take some time to give me a lesson? Teach me about the company. Chapter 53, Exposing Lu Shuo. Lin Feng looked at Jillian's expectant eyes and said helplessly, Okay, then I'll teach you another lesson. This time I'll introduce the company to you. Thank you, Director Lin. Director Lin is so nice. Stop grinning like an idiot. Let's go and find an empty meeting room. After a while, Jillian gained a lot from listening to Lin Feng's class. Even after the class was over, she was still reluctant to leave. Director Lin, why don't you hold a class? I still want to listen. Lin Feng patted her little head. You're not done yet. You must have something important to tell me. Come on, tell me the business. I'll reward you later when I have time. Jillian pursed her lips. I was so excited just now that I forgot about the business. General Manager Zhang asked me to come. He said that General Manager Chiu from the PR company has arrived and asked you to go and discuss the details. Lin Feng touched his chin. He had already wasted almost 10 minutes. He couldn't leave for too long. Otherwise, Su Yushu would become suspicious. Go and tell Zhang Lei to conduct an in-depth investigation into what Lu Shuo, Cheng, and the supermarket have done. Dig out all the dirty tricks on them, and then collect enough evidence to expose it online bit by bit, adding some explosive stuff from time to time. I won't be there. Let Zhang Lei and Chu Yue handle it. After explaining things to Jillian, Lin Feng returned to the office area and to Su Yushu's side. As soon as Lin Feng came back, Su Yushu came up to him and asked, What did Sister Jiao want to ask you for just now? Didn't I ride Sister Jiao's electric scooter to eat yesterday? Sister Jiao asked me why I didn't ride the electric scooter back today. Su Yushu then remembered, we took a taxi back last night, and the electric donkey is still at Sister Chiu's place. I told Sister Jiao, and she's not in a hurry to use it, so don't worry, just ride it over when you're free. When we get off work today, let's go to Sister Chiu's store and ride the bike back. Don't let Sister Jiao wait anxiously. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, let's go together after get off work. In the afternoon, an article suddenly appeared on the internet. He was the top student in the class with a promising future, but a violent incident turned him into a disabled person who can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The article was posted by a well-known blogger who received an anonymous submission from a user. The article describes in detail the experience of a bullied student named Xiao San. Just because he reminded his roommates in the dormitory not to make too much noise in the middle of the night, Xiao Sun was beaten up by his roommates in the dormitory. The solid wooden stool hit his legs. A kettle of boiling water was poured on his calves. He was eventually sent to the hospital with both legs shattered and severe burns. He will have to sit in a wheelchair forever. Xiao Sun had good grades, but because he made serious mistakes in the college entrance examination, his score was at least 50 points lower than his usual level. His family would not let him repeat the year, so he could only come to this second-tier university. But Xiao Sun did not give up on himself. Instead, he studied hard every day and was always first in the class in every final exam. He wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination to change his current life. But unexpectedly, just because of a reminder, he encountered things that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Since then, Xiao Sun's mental condition has been unstable, and he even attempted suicide many times. But he was discovered and rescued in time. When Xiao Sun attempted suicide for the most recent time, he finally figured out why he, the victim, could only be relieved by death, but the perpetrator was able to go unpunished. So Xiao Sun chose to post the article online. It was not because he did not want to call the police, but because his family had called the police when the incident first happened. But it was of no use. So he can only hope that the internet can give him justice and make the perpetrator receive the punishment he deserves. Attached to the article are the various injuries on Xiao Sun's body, the hospital's injury certificate, and videos and audio recordings of the subsequent negotiations. The evidence is so complete that it makes people extremely angry after reading it. With secret promotion, this article quickly became the #1 hot search on all major platforms. At the end of the article, the name and information of the person who beat the man were revealed. Lu Shua, the only son of Lu Ping, the controller of Qing's supermarket. The article caused a huge uproar on the internet. Countless righteous netizens have joined this war without the smoke of gunpowder. One person's voice may not be valuable, but what if 10 people, 100 people, 10,000 people, 100,000, 1 million people? No one wants to meet someone like Lu Shua. No one wants their child to have the same experience as Xiao Sun. In order to prevent their children from becoming Xiao Sun, and in order to prevent their children from meeting Lu Shua, millions of netizens spontaneously forwarded comments, adding heat to this matter. Although the PR company Wanwu Reversal fanned the flames behind this, the fact that it can continue to rank first on the hot searches is not due to the PR company, but the anger of netizens. Horrible. Shocking. I can't believe that in the 21st century Blue Planet, in the 21st century China, and on a 21st century university campus, such a thing could still happen. Both legs were shattered and he will have to live in a wheelchair from now on. These are just 2 words of understatement for us, but they determine the rest of a child's life. How desperate is that child? Why would a healthy child, a child who never complained about life and studied hard, encounter such a demon? The perpetrator must be severely punished. I also have a child in college. If this happened to my child, I would not give up on the perpetrator even if I risked my life. No matter if he is rich or poor, if he wants to harm my child, no one can stop him. Severe punishment must punish severely. If such a demon continues to go unpunished, who knows what he will do next? I was really sad to see this news because my daughter also experienced school bullying not long ago. What my daughter experienced was much less serious than this child, but she still suffered from depression. It is enough to show how bad this matter is. Do you think people are fools if you don't get angry? I was once a victim of bullying, and I know very well how helpless you feel when facing such a thing. I swear here that if the perpetrator is not severely punished, I will go and meet him in person. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The school doesn't do anything, the police don't do anything. Are the lives of rich people more valuable than ours? Do people without money deserve to die? We all have 2 shoulders for 1 head. Who is nobler than who? Who has more life? Do you think you can cover up the problem just because you have money? No way. If you have the guts, break both my legs. Official Chinese police from Nanjiang and Qizhou, come out and take a look. Are you just going to let this kind of devil continue to go unpunished? Qing's supermarket, right? This supermarket will be on my blacklist from now on, and I will spit on it every time I see it. Lu Shua and I are in the same class. I am here to prove that what Xiao Sun said is absolutely true. And Lu Shua has done more than just this one evil thing. He beats people up at school, and it is common for him to be mean to girls. I've also been beaten up before. You can find out about this kind of thing if you ask around. I can testify, and now I am not worried about retaliation. I will report it with my real name. Lu Shua has injured at least 10 people in school. I have the evidence here. Chapter 54, Am I That Kind of Person? In just less than half a day, the Lu Shua incident has caused an uproar on the internet. The number of readings has exceeded 100 million. The number of people participating in the topic exceeded 20 million. The number of reposts is close to 100 million. This initial effect has far exceeded the expectations of Wanwu Reversal Company. Chuyue's original plan was to let this matter become a small hit, and then gradually release more explosive news. I didn't expect the netizens' anger over this matter to be so unexpected. After getting off work at 5:30, Lin Feng and Su Yushu went to Chung Yinxio's place to pick up Jillian's electric scooter. Then Su Yushu went home, and Lin Feng returned to the 33rd floor of the company. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng, Zhang Lei, Chuyue, Lu Xian, and Jillian were sitting together in the office. Director Lin, the popularity of the article that came out this afternoon was beyond our expectations, and the effect was extremely good. Now Lu Shua and Qing's supermarket have become like rats crossing the street on the internet, to the point where everyone wants to kill them. It's time to move on to step 2 of the plan. Lin Feng browsed through a few mainstream ones. Until now, the topic of Lu Shua beating someone to permanent disability is still in the top 10 of the hot list. What is the second step of your plan? Continue to release the rest of Lu Shua's explosive information. Lin Feng looked at Chuyue. Chuyue was probably in her 30s, with a plump figure, and she smelled even more like a young woman than Chung Yinxio. Chung Yinxio is only at the age of a young woman, but her experience and what she has gone through are far from being called a young woman. However, Chuyue is that kind of person who is truly charming, and her every frown and smile seems to be captivating. Lin Feng would like to call her the fairy. Chuyue pursed her lips, changed her legs, and continued, Yes, but not completely. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what your plan is. Chuyue smiled lightly and then said, Of course the rest of Lu Shua's black material must be exposed, but not in the form of text like this time, but in a different form. Next, I plan to interview all the people Lu Shua has beaten, hurt, and abused, especially Xiao Sun, the one who is the worst offender. The interview with Xiao Sun will be the main focus, and the rest will be used as auxiliary to make a big summary of everything Lu Shua has done. Listing all of Lu Shua's negative information has brought the heat of this matter to a new level. Not only that, I have asked people in the company to contact dozens of marketing accounts, self-media, and big names from various platforms. Those people will publish more than 5 videos on each account within a few days. Our company will also be the promoter behind those videos to ensure that the traffic of the videos is large enough. Make sure this matter remains hot within 3 days. While exposing Lu Shua's dark material, the police were also notified and given all the evidence of Lu Shua's harming people, as well as how Qing's supermarket had expanded in recent years, how Lu Shua's uncle Lu Huaqiang acted as a thug for Lu Ping and his son, and all the evil things he had done in Qizhou. In the past, Lu Shua was able to get away with it because Lu Ping bribed some of the police officers handling the case, and the matter didn't become a big deal at the time, so it was left unresolved. But this time is different. The matter has become a big deal and has developed into an irreversible major accident. Moreover, Mr. Lin, your name of Huarong Group is much more prestigious than Lu Ping's. According to the plan, within 3 days, Lu Shua will be imprisoned for intentional injury. Lu Ping will be arrested for bribery, illegal business operations, and other crimes, and Lu Huaqiang will be no exception. He will not be able to escape the charges of intimidation, extortion, and organizing a mafia gang. Chuyue was clear and organized, and explained the general process of the plan and the final fate of Lu Shua's family in great detail. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, that's good. I'll do as you say. Okay, Director Lin, I'll do it. Chuyue stood up from her seat and prepared to go to the 30th floor of the company, which was temporarily arranged as the office for the employees of the Everything Reversal Company. Chuyue was about to leave, but Lin Feng stopped her. Wait a minute. Chuyue turned around, his narrow eyes wandering around Lin Feng. He was very curious about his boss who had suddenly appeared. What else does Director Lin need? Have you contacted the victims? Where are they now? I think this interview needs to be done as soon as possible. Chuyue smiled. Don't worry, Director Lin. The victims are already in the company, and my people have already started preparing to interview them. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Already in the company? Well, let's go and take a look. Please wait a moment, Director Lin. I have something to report to you about this plan. Chuyue glanced at Lu Xian, Jillian, and Zhang Lei. Chapter 55 Sun Qihong. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then waved to Lu Xian and the other two. You guys go out first. After Lu Xian and the other two left, Lin Feng and Xiaoyu were the only ones left in the huge conference room. What do you want to tell me alone? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Qiuyue came up directly. Qiuyue kissed Lin Feng forcefully. Lin Feng was confused. What the hell is going on? At least say hello in advance. After the forced kiss, Qiuyue acted as if nothing had happened. Looking at her, it was as if what happened just now had never happened at all. Director Lin, let's go and take a look at the victims. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless, and could only selectively forget what had just happened. Have all the victims arrived? Qiuyue smiled and said, a lot of them have arrived, about 2/3. Has that little son arrived yet? He's the one whose legs were shattered by Lu Shua. He's here. Qiuyue looked at her phone and continued. He has just finished recording a video accusing Lu Shua and is still on the 30th floor of the company. Take me over there and have a look. When leaving the meeting room, Qiuyue walked in front, reapplying lipstick, looking very calm. Lin Feng walked behind and wiped the lipstick all over his face and neck with a tissue without changing his expression. 30th floor, Huarong Group. Lin Feng met the biggest victim in the Lu Shua incident, Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun sits in a wheelchair. Now he is very familiar with operating the wheelchair. He can control the wheelchair by himself, except in some scenarios where he cannot operate it alone, such as going upstairs or downhill. When the people from Qiuyue Company found Xiao Sun, hope reappeared in Xiao Sun's eyes, which had been calm for nearly a year. The people who harmed him are finally getting the punishment they deserve. Lin Feng walked up to Xiao Sun, and Xiaoyu introduced him to Xiao Sun. This is Chairman Lin Feng of Huarong Group. It was Chairman Lin who did all the exposure of Lu Shua. Xiao Sun was so excited that he quickly sat up straight. Lin, Director Lin, you are my son Qihong's benefactor in this life. He had no feeling in his legs and wanted to get up but couldn't. Lin Feng quickly held him down. Don't get excited, you're exaggerating. To be honest, I'm ashamed to say that I have a grudge against Lu Shua, so all this I did was to avenge Lu Shua. To put it bluntly, I'm using you guys. However, Xiao Sun shook his head and said, Mr. Lin, you can't say that. A gentleman judges deeds rather than intentions. No matter what your original intention was, you still helped me and all those who were hurt by Lu Shua. What's more, your original intention is not bad. People like Lu Shua should be punished. You are my benefactor. From now on, half of my life, Sun Qihong belongs to you, Mr. Lin. Although I am almost a useless person now, as long as you can use me, I will definitely not have any second thoughts. Lin Feng did not continue this topic, but looked at Sun Qihong's legs. Although he knew that talking about this was like exposing his scars, Lin Feng still wanted to ask if there was any possibility of recovery. Is there any chance that your leg can recover? Don't worry about the money. Speaking of this, Sun Qihong's eyes dimmed for a moment. The doctor said that it's impossible. The best case scenario is that I can regain a little bit of consciousness in the future, but it's almost impossible to get out of the wheelchair. Go to the hospital for a checkup soon. Go to the best hospital. I'll pay for it temporarily. When Lu Shua's matter is over in the next few days, he will pay you a lot of compensation. And what they didn't pay you at that time, they will double it. Thank you, Director Lin. I have checked many times, and there is no hope. But I am satisfied to see Lu Shua get the punishment he deserves. Lin Feng looked at Sun Qihong and silently used poisoned milk in his heart. I hope Sun Qihong's leg condition will get worse and worse, and he will have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. After Lin Feng finished his words, he sighed silently. Even if Lu Shua was punished, the people he had hurt could never go back to the way they were before. It was like a nail nailed to the wall. Even if the nail was pulled out, the mark on the wall would remain there forever. Just when Lin Feng suddenly left, Sun Qihong's cell phone suddenly rang. Sun Qihong took a look, and his face suddenly changed. Lin Feng noticed the change in Sun Qihong's expression. What's wrong? Who called? Sun Qihong's lips trembled and he clenched his fists. Yes, it's Lu Shua. Lin Feng's face turned cold. You answer it, turn on the hands-free mode. Don't get excited. I'll handle it if there's anything. As soon as Sun Qihong answered the phone, Lu Shua's angry voice came from the other end of the line. Fuck. You dare to mess with me, right? You're not afraid of death, right? It's not enough to have your legs broken, right? I think you don't want to live anymore. I know where you live. If you were smart, just clarify it online. Do you think you will have a good ending like this? There is only one final outcome, and that is you will die without a burial place. You're not talking? I know you're listening. Do you think you can discredit me by doing this? How naive and ridiculous. My power is beyond your imagination. If you turn back now, it's not too late. Sun Qihong didn't say anything. Lin Feng took the phone with a stern expression. Lu Shua is so bold that he even dares to call and threaten Sun Qihong. Chapter 56 Interview Video. Lu Shua, you haven't realized your situation yet. How dare you call and threaten me? Lin Feng said coldly. Lu Shua on the other end of the phone was stunned. He realized that the voice on the other end of the phone was not Sun Qihong, but another voice he was very familiar with, Lin Feng. Lin Feng? How did that kid's phone end up in your hands? Did you plan this from the beginning? No wonder. I said that kid didn't have the guts to do that. I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened in the barbecue restaurant that day, but you showed up on your own. You're so brave. Neither of you will have a good ending. You should think about yourself first. In a few days, you may not be able to make phone calls as freely as you do now. Just wait. Wait for your death. You dare to try to hit a stone with an egg without even considering your own weight. I want to see how miserably you will die in the end. After saying that, Lu Shua hung up the phone. Lin Feng returned the phone to Sun Qihong. Don't worry. He won't be so arrogant for a few days. Just block him. If he changes his number and calls you again, just hang up. You and the rest of the people can stay in a hotel near the company these days. The company will pay for it. Sun Qihong nodded. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements, Director Lin. After looking at Sun Qihong, Lin Feng looked at the other victims who had been beaten by Lu Shua, some of whom were still wrapped in bandages. After reading it, Lin Feng asked Shiyue to get some money from Huarong Group to compensate the victims first. After Lu Shua was punished, he would return all the money that should be returned. That evening, the heat of the Lu Shua incident has decreased somewhat, and it has fallen out of the top 10 hot searches on all major platforms. And the number of people discussing it is also decreasing. The internet is forgetful. Some people may just be overwhelmed with a sense of justice for a moment, but there is also a considerable number of people who continue to pay attention to the Lu Shua incident. 9 o'clock in the evening, a video was released, which was an exclusive interview with the biggest victim of this incident, Sun Qihong. As the biggest victim in the Lu Shua incident, Sun Qihong has always been the focus of many people. Now that the exclusive interview with Sun Qihong has been released, the exclusive interview with a victim of the Lu Shua incident has immediately topped the hot search list again in a very short time. In the video, Sun Qihong was sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a mask, a hat, and sunglasses, covering himself tightly. His real name did not appear in the video, only his previous pseudonym, Xiao Sun. Sun Qihong's voice has also been processed later. These are all to protect Xiao Sunday. Although Lu Shua's family will be liquidated soon, there may be some omissions. If Xiao Sun is retaliated against, it will not be worth it, so there is nothing wrong with being safe. Hello, Xiao Sunday. What motivated you to muster up the courage to expose Lu Shua's atrocities nearly a year after you were hurt? The voice of the interviewer was heard from outside the screen. It's hatred, and I feel so worthless. After I found out that I could no longer stand up with my legs, I was desperate, gave up on myself, and tried to commit suicide many times, but each time I failed for various reasons. After my last suicide attempt, I was found by my family in time, sent to the hospital, and treated in time. After that, I figured out some things. I noticed that your wrist is still wrapped in gauze. Is it because of your last suicide attempt? Xiao Sun nodded. Yes, I tried to cut my wrist that time. What have you figured out since that time? Why? Why am I, the victim, so eager to die, while Lu Shua, the perpetrator, is able to get away with it every day? I am unwilling to accept this. I know that I cannot die. If I die, the sad people in the world are the ones who care about me and are happy. They are exactly the people like Lu Shua who hurt me. Therefore, I must make Lu Shua pay the price he deserves. So you chose to submit your article online and use the power of the internet to help yourself, right? Yes, I actually tried many methods. I went to the police who were in charge of my case with Lu Shua at the time, but they couldn't do anything. Some things cannot be changed by ordinary police officers, so I can only rely on the power of the internet. Are you satisfied with the current popularity of this matter on the internet? Xiao Sun nodded, then shook his head, satisfied but also dissatisfied. How can you say that? I am satisfied that more and more people know about this incident and what kind of person Lu Shua is. But I am not satisfied that Lu Shua has not received the punishment he deserves. Released along with Xiao Sun's interview were also information about other people who had been harmed by Lu Shua. There were more than 20 people in total, and these videos instantly caused an uproar on the internet. At the same time as the incident, there was also a spontaneous activity initiated by netizens. boycotting Qinghe's supermarket. Wreaths, rotten eggs, and banners wishing for its early closure were sent to the doors of dozens of Qinghe's supermarket branches in Nanjiang province. There were also people spontaneously marching in front of the supermarket. Resolutely boycott Qinghe's supermarket. Do not give even a penny to the bullies. The supermarket opened by the bully should be closed down as soon as possible. If Qinghe's supermarket is still open in the future, every penny it earns may be used as capital for their evil deeds. Don't say it's useless. I bought these rotten eggs at my own expense. Throw them away. A villa area in Qizhou. After reading the recent information compiled by his assistant, Lu Ping was so angry that he almost passed out. Go and call that rebellious son over to me. After the assistant called Lu Shua over, Lu Ping gave him a big slap in the face. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Now the supermarket's business has plummeted. Look at what you've done. Lu Ping threw a pile of information compiled by his assistant into Lu Shua's face. Dad, don't be angry. I know who did it. I just called that disabled person, but the person who had a conflict with me the day before yesterday answered the phone. He organized the whole thing. He's the mastermind behind it. I have already contacted my second uncle. If you dare to do something to me, you should be aware of the consequences. Lu Shua said viciously. Lu Ping frowned. You said this is a plan by someone specifically targeting you. Is there someone behind this? It's not a coincidence. Yes, it's a guy named Lin Feng. Don't do anything rash. Anyone who can organize something like this is definitely not an ordinary person. Don't act rashly. Lu Shua agreed verbally, but sneered in his heart. What ability could a poor guy have? Chapter 57, Lu Shua's Plan. There are more and more revelations about Lu Shua on the internet, and some media even listed Lu Shua's 10 major crimes. However, the silence of some official media on this matter has aroused dissatisfaction among many netizens. In fact, it is correct for the official media not to respond easily, because it has been less than a day since the Lu Shua incident broke out. One day is enough time for a piece of information to spread countless times in this era of the Big Bang. But it is still not enough for an official investigation. Without sufficient evidence, the official media is right to remain silent. Only after a thorough investigation can the official media make a final conclusion on this matter. But some netizens don't care about this. They only see that the official media did not speak out in the face of such a serious incident and did not take any action against Lu Shua. They're definitely shielding Lu Shua, they're definitely accepting benefits, and they are definitely protecting each other as officials and businessmen. So since the Lu Shua incident broke out, the comment sections of some official media have been filled with accusations. Why not arrest Lu Shua? Is it because he is rich? Aren't everyone equal? It's really too dark. Officials and businessmen protect each other. The poor deserve to be bullied, and there is no place to seek redress. Now that the matter has become so serious, are you not going to come out and deal with it? I think they are in cahoots with Lu Shua. They just want to let this matter go and then deal with it coldly. The memory of the internet is limited. When no one discusses this matter, Lu Shua will still be the rich kid, and Xiao Sun will still be sitting in a wheelchair and feeling depressed. The internet has no memory, but I do have memory. I am posting this as proof. If this matter cannot be handled fairly, I will come here to comment forever. In addition to the righteous netizens, countless marketing accounts have begun reporting on this matter. Lu Shua has completely become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat. Early that morning, Lu Shua, his second uncle Lu Huaqiang, and many of Lu Huaqiang's gangsters gathered together. Lu Shua, are you sure you want to do it? Your father told me to stay calm in the near future. Uncle, my dad is timid. Are you also timid? Don't you know what people are saying about me online? If we want to solve all these problems, we have to solve the person who caused this trouble first. Seeing that Lu Huaqiang was still hesitating, Lu Shua added fuel to the fire again. Uncle, the supermarket business is getting worse and worse. If things continue to develop, you will not get the money you deserve. Will you still be as powerful as you are now? You must have a lot of enemies by now, right? When your enemies come to seek revenge, you won't have money to give to your subordinates. Do you want to see that day come? Lu Shua's words made Lu Huaqiang fall into deep thought. He can be where he is today only because of working for Lu Ping. Lu Ping gave him money every month to support him and his group of younger brothers, and asked them to do things when he could use them. If Qinghe's supermarket really goes bankrupt and there is no money, my subordinates will definitely run away. They are not loyal brothers, but just some gangsters who follow anyone they like. If he wants to keep his current position, ensure that he can have money coming in every month like before, and ensure that his subordinates do not run away. He must calm down the things on the internet now. You're right. If we want to calm down the situation online, we have to deal with the person who caused this incident. Lu Shua showed a happy expression on his face. Second uncle. That's right. So you have to listen to me. Go to Lin Feng's house and kidnap his parents. I don't believe that he will dare to go against me at that time. Okay, uncle will listen to you today. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Lu Shua showed a cruel smile on his face. Let's go to Lin Feng's house. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Lu Shua and a group of people sneaked into the residential area where Lin Feng's former home was located, and then followed the stairs to find Lin Feng's door. Is there anyone who knows how to pick a lock? Lu Shua whispered to the crowd. I can. I used to be a pickpocket for a while. A little bald guy in the crowd volunteered, and Lu Shua slapped him on the bald head. Are you afraid that others won't know we're coming over because of the loud noise? I was wrong. The little bald man hurriedly admitted his mistake. If it's useless, we'll talk about it later. How long does it take to pry open this kind of lock without making any sound? The little bald man searched for a while, then patted his chest and assured, Master, don't worry, it will be opened in 10 minutes at most. Okay, hurry up and open it. The bald guy was indeed not bragging. He used to be a habitual thief. He said it would take 10 minutes at most, but it only took him more than 3 minutes to open the door. Lu Shua smiled and patted the little bald man on the shoulder. Good, well done. You get the first credit this time. After opening the door, Lu Shua waved to everyone and walked into the house first, holding a machete in his hand. But after searching for a while, Lu Shua looked unhappy and asked, Have you searched everywhere? We searched inside and outside and confirmed that no one was there, and all electrical appliances were turned off. It seemed that no one had lived here for several days. Lu Shua swung the machete in his hand fiercely towards the TV in the room. Damn it! Did they receive the news in advance, or did they move? Lu Shua's second uncle Lu Huaqiang spoke up. It should be that they moved. You didn't tell anyone about your plan to come to his house, right? We only found out when we were going to do it, so it's unlikely that someone leaked the news in advance. Lu Shua thought for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Don't worry if you come up empty-handed. Come with me to another place. There may be other gains there. That night, Lin Feng was surprisingly energetic and didn't feel sleepy at all. Lin Feng, who was not sleepy, opened his phone to check the time. It was already early morning the next day. The number of sign-ins will be refreshed after 12 o'clock. Let's see what good things will be there today. System, come out. I want to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining a world-class security company, Lin Security. This security company has 100 special mercenaries who have retired from the battlefield. The strength of each mercenary is world-class. The head of the security company, Li Huai, has the combat power to fight against 30 cold weapon-wielding soldiers alone. In addition to highly capable mercenaries, security companies also have a variety of talents, such as investigation, assassination, etc. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Generally, the system gives me very useful rewards like these that I will need recently, just like that PR company. Now it gives me a security company. Could it be that someone wants to attack me? Chapter 58. Sister Chiao is kidnapped. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system, and he asked the system, Is there anyone trying to harm me recently? Is that why they gave me such a security company? At least the host can use it in the near future. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Who wants to attack me? I don't have many enemies now. I can't think of anyone other than Lu Shua. At this point, he still dares to attack me? He's really brave. Lin Feng sneered and then ignored it. Since the system gave him the security company, it must be useful. And with the aura of the protagonist, nothing will happen to you, so there is no need to worry at all. No longer thinking about the security company, Lin Feng opened Douyin and was surprised. 2 million followers? I remember that when I gave gifts to the Bai Ingrua sisters that day, I only had a few thousand followers, right? Isn't this speed of gaining followers a bit shocking? 100,000 private messages? Oh my god! Lin Feng blocked all the private messages with one click, and then started watching videos. Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that not only were there a lot of things about the Lu Shua incident in the video today, but even the live broadcast was talking about it. Lin Feng saw several people who were sorting out the Lu Shua incident on live broadcasts. Some of them were still reviewing various legal documents and discussing what would happen to Lu Shua if he was arrested. Seeing that those people were discussing heatedly, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire and gave gifts to all the live broadcast rooms or videos on Douyin that spoke out for Xiao Sun and the people who had been hurt by Lu Shua. He didn't stop until he had spent all the remaining Douyin coins in his account. After rewarding Bai Yingruo last time, there were more than 50 million Douyin coins left in Lin Feng's account, which is equivalent to more than 5 million. Now, they have all been bought by Lin Feng. After brushing his teeth, Lin Feng went to sleep. However, at 5 o'clock, Lin Feng was suddenly awakened by a phone call. It was Su Yusa calling. Lin Feng quickly picked up the phone. On the other end was Su Yushu's nervous voice. Lin Feng, something happened. Sister Chiu and brother Chung were kidnapped. Lin Feng woke up instantly, then sat up. Don't be anxious, talk slowly. Su Yushu on the other end of the phone relieved her tension and then told what had happened. He just received an anonymous call. The person on the phone asked Lin Feng to call back, otherwise Chung Yinxiu and Chung Yihe would be dead. The anonymous caller hung up after saying this. And then a text message came in immediately with a photo of Chung Yinxiu and Chung Yihe tied up with ropes. Su Yushu sent the photos to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the photo and squinted his eyes. I now know why the system gave me a security company. It turns out it's because of this. Su Yushu on the other end of the phone was very anxious. Lin Feng, what should we do now? Will Sister Chiu and the others be in trouble? Who kidnapped them? Yushu, don't worry. The caller just now wanted me to call back, right? Yes, that's what they said on the phone. Before I could ask, the call was hung up. Give me that guy's phone number. Isn't he looking for me? Then I'll see what he wants to do. Su Yushu didn't hesitate and directly sent the number of the person who called to Lin Feng. After receiving the number, Lin Feng called back immediately. Toot! After ringing for a while, the phone was picked up. Who are you? I'm Lin Feng. What do you want to do with me? Ha ha ha. There was a laugh coming from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. What was that voice? Is it Lu Shua? Lu Shua kidnapped Sister Chiu and brother Chung? Lu Shua? It was you? You did the kidnapping. Lin Feng, do you still remember my voice? I thought you forgot it. Do you remember what I said when I called that cripple yesterday? If you mess with me, there will be no good end. Lin Feng's face was grim. What on earth do you want to do? What do you want to ask me? If you don't want anything to happen to these two people under my control, then quickly make that disabled person and all those who claim to have been bullied by me clarify everything. Now you have no choice but to listen to me. If you don't, I can't guarantee what my brothers will do to that woman. Ha ha ha. If you dare to mess around, you will die miserably. Are you threatening me now? I'm so scared now. I can only vent my anger on that woman. And don't worry, I won't forget you for such a good thing. I will record a video for you so that you can enjoy it. Lu Shua's words were very arrogant, but Lin Feng just couldn't provoke him now. Don't mess around. I agree to your conditions, but I want to make sure that nothing happens between the two of us. If you mess around, you won't get what you want, and I won't be satisfied, right? Lu Shua on the other end of the phone sneered. Of course I know this truth. Otherwise I would have forced myself on you long ago. Lin Feng, listen to me. I'll give you an hour. If I don't see any news clarifying the matter for me online within an hour, you can wait to receive the video of that woman and me. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Okay, but I have to confirm one thing now. What are you sure about? Make sure the two people you kidnapped are safe and sound. Record a video and send it to me. I want to see what they look like. Okay, wait. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Feng received a video. In the video, Chung Yinxiu and Chung Yihe were tied to a pillar with their backs against each other. Except for some dust on their trouser legs, the rest of their bodies were intact, and they did not look like they had been bullied. After watching the video, Lin Feng immediately contacted Li Huai, the head of his security company. Director Lin, I am the head of Lin Security Company. My name is Li Huai. I will protect your safety from now on. Lin Feng got straight to the point. I'm sending you a video now. Can you find the specific location from the background in the video? In theory, as long as there is a sufficiently iconic background, it can be found, but it will take enough time. You just need to look for it locally in Qizhou. I've sent the video. See how long it will take. The situation is very tense right now. If it takes more than an hour, things will be difficult. Director Lin, wait a moment. My brothers and I will take a look. About 10 minutes later, Li Huai's voice finally came from the other end of the phone. Director Lin, if we can limit the scope to Qizhou, then it will be easy to investigate. After a preliminary investigation, we have narrowed the scope to 3 targets. Chapter 59, A Critical Moment. Hearing Li Huai's reply, Lin Feng felt relieved. Which 3 places? According to the images in the video, The environment is an abandoned factory. There are not many abandoned factories in Chizhou. And judging from the time in the video, combined with the weather, light, and other factors, the abandoned factory is located in a sunny place with sufficient light. And Li Huai sorted out all the clues in an orderly manner and finally locked his target on 3 abandoned factories. I have asked my men to investigate near the 3 factories. I believe we will have the answer in less than half an hour. Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied with Li Huai's efficiency. Where are the addresses of the 3 factories? Find a place that is roughly close to the 3 places. Take people there and wait, and once you receive news about which factory it is, take action directly. Okay, Director Lin. About 5:40. Lin Feng, Li Huai, and about dozens of people from the security company all rushed to a rental house. This place was equidistant from the 3 factories, and it would only take 15 minutes at most to get to any of the factories from here. Li Huai answered a call, and then his eyes were stern, looking at Lin Feng. Director Lin, we have locked the target. It's the factory near Tianxiao Road. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Dozens of people got on the bus and drove towards their destination. In the car, Lin Feng received another call from Lu Shua. It's already 5:42. I gave you an hour, and now 40 minutes have passed, but I still haven't seen your clarification online. Are you kidding me? I have been communicating with Sun Qihong just now to clarify this matter. I can't just say a few words online that you are innocent and others will believe it. Without Sun Qihong's presence and empty words, who would believe that you are innocent? So I spent a lot of effort to finally convince Sun Qihong. I'm on my way to see Sun Qihong now. I've already prepared what he should say later, but the 1 hour you set may take a little longer than that. But it's already this late. What's the difference of 10 minutes? You shouldn't care, right? Lu Shua on the other end of the phone sneered. If the time is short, I naturally won't care, but if you deliberately delay the time to fool me, then don't blame me for being rude. I always take my promises seriously. Wait a minute. I'm almost there where Sun Qihong is. I believe that in less than half an hour, you'll be able to see the video that clarifies things for you. Okay then, I'll wait for you. Inside an abandoned factory, Lu Shua hung up the phone, threw it aside, and came to the Tide Chengyanxiu. I didn't expect that Lin Feng really cares about you. He would casually abandon such a big plan for you. It seems that you two have a close relationship. I'm really a little envious of him. The beautiful girl next to him that day was also his lover, right? I can actually enjoy 2 stunning beauties all to myself. What a blessing. But he should never have made a deal with me. Because I have never been honest, ha ha ha. After he releases the clarification video, I will have someone secretly fan the flames. And after that, you will be mine. I will send the video to Lin Feng later and let him see how his woman was bullied by me. Haha. Cheng Yinxiu looked at Lu Shua coldly, and he had already made up his mind that he would rather die than be insulted. At the same time, the tall figure of Lin Feng appeared in his mind. Lu Shua kidnapped him to threaten Lin Feng? Logically speaking, he and Lin Feng had only met once. Judging from what Lu Shua just said, the Lu Shua incident that has been making a big splash on the internet these past 2 days was caused by Lin Feng. But now, in order to save himself, Lin Feng can only clear Lu Shua's name again. Am I more important to him than my own plans? Cheng Yinxiu's heart was in turmoil. About 10 minutes passed. Lu Shua looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. In April, it was already dawn at 6 o'clock. Lu Shua, sitting on a chair, closed his eyes and rested. None of them slept all night. Cheng Yinxiu saw that several people around him were yawning, and some were even snoring. He then looked at a dagger not far from him. While the people around him were not paying attention, Cheng Yinxiu slowly moved his right foot towards the dagger. Because the rope was tied very tightly, Cheng Yinxiu had a hard time moving. In the end, he felt he had reached his limit, but his right foot was still a few centimeters away from the dagger. It's just these few short centimeters, but to Cheng Yinxiu at this moment, it seems like tens of thousands of miles away. Cheng Yinxiu's arms and chest were painful from being tied by the rope, but it was still not enough. Cheng Yinxiu was afraid that if he continued the action, he would be noticed by the people around him. So he had no choice but to temporarily retract his right foot. Then she touched Cheng Yihe, who was tied up with his back to her, and pointed at the dagger over there with her foot, but Cheng Yihe was tied even tighter than her and could not move at all. Cheng Yinxiu took a deep breath and decided to rely on herself. She tried to move her body up and down so that the rope that was originally on her chest would be lowered a little, so that it could be loosened a little. After making all the preparations, Cheng Yinxiu carefully looked around and made sure that no one was paying attention. She quickly stretched out her right foot. This time, she touched the dagger. The dagger made a sound. Cauldron. The dagger hit the ground, making a crisp sound, which immediately woke up the person who was resting nearby. Lu Shua also opened his eyes suddenly. Before Cheng Yinxiu could retract her right foot, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Want to run? Why do you want to do this? I wanted to wait until Lin Feng clarified everything for me before I did anything to you. But since you didn't listen, don't blame me for taking action in advance. Now you're tied up and can't move, right? Let me taste what you feel first. Lu Shua had a lewd smile on his face and rubbed his hands as he moved closer to Cheng Yinxiu. Lu Shua reached out and removed the tape on Cheng Yinxiu's mouth, his eyes filled with strong possessiveness. If you don't want to suffer, then be good, otherwise I won't be the only one left. At this critical moment, Lu Shua reached out to touch Cheng Yinxiu, and a cold light flashed before Lu Shua's eyes. By the time Lu Shua reacted, his hand had already fallen to the ground, followed by a piercing pain. Chapter 60, Capture Alive. Ah! A heart-wrenching roar spread throughout the abandoned factory. Cheng Yinxiu's eyes widened. Just at that critical moment, a cold light flashed before her eyes, and then the next moment, Lu Shua's hand disappeared before her eyes. To be precise, it should be half a hand. Cheng Yinxiu was startled, and then he saw that the people around him were facing a great enemy. These people are all small thugs who bully the weak and fear the strong. They usually bully ordinary people. But have they ever seen a situation like this? After Lu Shua's hand was chopped off by a flying knife, more than half of the gangsters were so scared that they squatted on the ground. The rest who were still standing were trembling in fear, and some even had wet pants. As the boss, Lu Huaqiang still had some courage. He came to Lu Shua, looked at the broken arm that was bleeding, and felt a chill in his heart. They are in big trouble. Quick, surround these two people. They must be here to save them. As long as we have these two people in our hands, we won't have. However, before Lu Huaqiang could finish his words, another knife flew over without warning and slashed his neck. After that, there was no expression on his face, and blood flowed from his neck, and he fell to the ground. Ah! Everyone in the factory was like a frightened bird, and they immediately ran away in all directions. If Lu Shua's broken arm just now only initially destroyed their psychological defenses, then Lu Huaqiang's fall made them completely collapse. You know how to run now? Can you run away? When Lin Feng's voice came out, something in Cheng Yinxiu's heart seemed to be touched. Although the plot of the hero saving the beauty is cliché, it really works. When people are in despair, they would have thought that their Mr. or Mrs. Love would come down from the sky and save them from the dire straits, right? Cheng Yinxiu was naturally no exception, but she thought a little more. Lin Feng is Su Yushu's boyfriend. Although Su Yushu has not admitted it yet, the intimate actions between the two have proved everything. She can't. Just when Cheng Yinxiu was feeling conflicted, Lin Feng had already waved his hand to let the people from the security company take action. Try to capture them alive, but if they are too stubborn, you can kill them. It will be considered self-defense anyway. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. While the others were capturing Lu Huaqiang's men, Lin Feng strolled to where Cheng Yinxiu and Cheng Yihe were tied up. The place that was a bit crowded just now seemed much more spacious as many of the younger brothers left. In the middle, besides Cheng Yinxiu and Cheng Yihe who were tied up, there was also Lu Shua who was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his arm. Lin Feng came to the pillar, untied the rope, and released Cheng Yinxiu and the other man. Sister Qiu, Brother Cheng, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? Cheng Yinxiu let out a long sigh. We are fine, Lin Feng. Luckily we have you. If it weren't for you, we don't know what we would have gone through. I had already planned to commit suicide. Lin Feng sighed. I should be the one to apologize to you. They came for me. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have kidnapped you. Don't say that. I also offended him in the barbecue restaurant that day. Their revenge is inevitable. Cheng Yihe, who usually keeps quiet, spoke seldom. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Brother Cheng, this is the first time I've heard you speak a complete sentence. Cheng Yihe sighed. Through this incident, I figured out a lot of things. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. I don't want to live the decadent days I used to live. Lin Feng, I want to ask you something. Lin Feng was stunned. What do you want to ask me? What do those people do? Can I become like them? I'm pretty good at fighting. Cheng Yihe pointed at the people from the security company next to him, his eyes shining, completely different from before. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, but before he could reply, he suddenly heard Cheng Yinxiu shouting, Lin Feng, be careful. Get out of the way. Cheng Yinxiu pushed Lin Feng away violently. Only then did Lin Feng realize that Lu Shua, who had been lying on the ground, had somehow found a dagger and stabbed towards him violently. Lin Feng's reaction speed is now several times that of an ordinary person. The moment he saw Lu Shua, he kicked Lu Shua away and then hugged Cheng Yinxiu. Lin Feng's timely reaction caused the dagger in Lu Shua's hand to narrowly miss Cheng Yinxiu's clothes. Only his clothes were torn, he was fine. Cheng Yinxiu was stunned and just nestled in Lin Feng's arms. At this moment, she felt that there was nothing else in the world warmer than Lin Feng's arms. After a while, Lin Feng took the initiative to release his hands from Cheng Yinxiu's waist. Cheng Yinxiu then reacted and let go of Lin Feng with both hands, feeling reluctant to let go. Cheng Yinxiu turned around, his face slightly red. His heart, which had not beaten for 7 or 8 years, was beating especially frequently and violently today. After the two men let go, they tacitly kept silent. Cheng Yinxiu faced the wall, while Lin Feng waved at Li Huai and pointed at Lu Shua, who had just been kicked away. Help him stop the bleeding, then knock him out, and hand him over to the police later. He can't die now. He needs to give an explanation to the many public opinions on the internet. Li Huai took out a medical kit from his pocket, some gauze and a bag of salt. Let's disinfect your wound first. After saying that, Li Huai sprinkled salt on Lu Shua's wound. Lu Shua almost fainted from the pain. The pain caused by using salt disinfection without anesthesia can be imagined. However, this is what Lu Shua deserved. I believe that when Xiao Sun's legs were hit by Lu Shua, the pain would not be much less than this, right? I believe that when Xiao Sun had the scalding hot water poured on him, the pain he felt was no less than Lu Shua's now, right? I believe that when Lu Shua was hurting others, he never thought that this day would come to him, right? After using salt to disinfect Lu Shua's wound, Lu Shua fainted from the pain on his own without Li Huai knocking him out. The rest of the brothers were also captured by the security company and tied up with ropes. Director Lin, now that all the people have been captured, what should we do with them? Lin Feng glanced at the people on the ground and thought in his mind that it had taken almost a day to provide various information and evidence to the police. Now it was almost time to hand Lu Shua over. Contact the police and hand these people over to them. Lu Shua has one more crime on his list, kidnapping. Li Huai led Lu Shua and others out of the factory. Lin Feng and Cheng Yinxiu looked at each other and said, "Let's leave here first. I know you have a lot of questions. We'll talk about them in the car later." Chapter 61 sent to the police station. In the car, Lin Feng and Cheng Yinxiu, brother and sister, sat together. "If you have anything you want to ask or say, you can say it now," Lin Feng said, looking at the two of them. Cheng Yi spoke first. "What I was saying just now was interrupted by that man's sudden attack. Who are those people who follow your orders? Can I join them? I have confidence in my skills. If you don't believe me, you can test me." "Brother Cheng, those people are from a security company. They are mercenaries who have retired from the real battlefield. They are now engaged in some specific tasks. Sometimes they may do something dangerous. I don't recommend you to join." "Lin Feng, these people just called you Director Lin. Are you the boss of the security company you mentioned?" Cheng Yi stared at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, but I won't make a decision on whether you can join or not. Let's put this matter aside for now and talk about it after all the recent things are dealt with, okay?" Cheng Yi nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Then, Cheng Yinxiu quickly spoke up. "Lin Feng, what do you do? You are definitely not just an ordinary employee of a company, right? Ordinary employees can never do what you are doing now." Lin Feng paused, then decided to confess. At this time, hiding things was not a good thing. "Sister Chiu, Brother Cheng, let me be frank with you. In fact, I am not an employee of Huarong Group, but the chairman of Huarong Group. In addition to Huarong Group, I also have several other companies under my control. The recent uproar about Lu Shua was also planned by me, with the purpose of bringing Lu Shua to ruin and making him pay for all the things he has done." Although Cheng Yinxiu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked and opened his mouth wide after hearing Lin Feng's words, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long time, Cheng Yinxiu's shock eased slightly, and he asked, "Then, what is your purpose in doing this?" "I'm doing this for Yushu." Then Lin Feng told Cheng Yinxiu his thoughts one by one. If Lin Feng approached Su Yushu as the chairman of Huarong Group at the beginning, Su Yushu might feel pressured when facing him. But if he approached her as a colleague, the relationship between the two would be much easier. And Lin Feng hasn't experienced the feeling of normal love for a long time. Although Lin Feng had had several relationships when he was in college, Each one of them was attracted by his handsomeness and had a lot of flaws. They were either yin-yang fighters or money worshippers. So in the end, Lin Feng simply stopped looking for anyone. Su Yushu is different from all the girls Lin Feng met before. She is perfect in both appearance and personality, so Lin Feng really wants to have a serious relationship like this. And this feeling can only be found in Su Yushu at present. Lin Feng likes this feeling very much. After listening to this, Cheng Yinxiu was silent for a moment. Lin Feng, if Yushu finds out your true identity in the future, she will most likely leave you without saying a word. I know Yushu's character. What will you do then? Lin Feng was also worried about what Cheng Yinxiu said, but Lin Feng didn't want to think about the bad consequences. I'm currently trying to decide whether to tell her bit by bit or just tell her everything. Based on my understanding of Yushu, she will be angry no matter what it is. She is very resistant to being deceived by others. Cheng Yinxiu said, let's talk about this later. At least it's good for now. I believe I can find a way to solve it. Lin Feng didn't want to continue talking about this topic. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to continue speaking, Cheng Yinxiu stopped talking too, and the three of them fell into silence for a while. Finally, the car drove into the police station. Lin Feng handed Lu Shua and the gangsters over to the police and informed them of Lu Shua's kidnapping. The matter was resolved smoothly. Lu Shua's injury and Lu Huaqiang's death were both attributed to self-defense when they were trying to save people. With Lin Feng's identity as the chairman of Huarong Group and the perfect follow-up work done by the security company, things went very smoothly. The police also assured Lin Feng that Lu Ping and his gang would be arrested soon, and the official announcement would be released before tonight. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The matter concerning Lu Shua had finally come to a successful conclusion. After coming out of the police station, Lin Feng asked someone to send Cheng Yinxiu back. Cheng Yinxiu did not go back. He was determined to join the security company. Lin Feng asked Li Huai to take him for a test to see if he met the requirements to join the company. After finishing all the things, Lin Feng lay in the car, rubbed his temples, and then took out his cell phone. In order not to affect the operation, my cell phone was turned off. As soon as I turned on the phone, there were dozens of missed calls and a lot of text messages coming in, all from Su Yushu. Lin Feng took a look at the contents of the text messages, most of which were from the past hour. Su Yushu anxiously asked what happened to the kidnapping. Did Lin Feng call the police? Did she need to call the police? Will anything happen to Lin Feng's phone since it's been turned off? Who kidnapped Sister Chiu and the other person? Yushu should still be worried now, right? I need to call him back immediately, but before I call him back, I need to think of a coherent excuse. After a moment, Lin Feng thought of a reasonable explanation and called Su Yusa back. When Lin Feng called back, Su Yusa picked up the phone instantly. It was obvious that she had been waiting by the phone the entire time. Lin Feng, you finally answered the phone. Who kidnapped Sister Chiu? It's Lu Shua. He's the guy we met at the barbecue restaurant that day. He knew I asked Xiao Sun to expose him online, so he kidnapped Sister Chiu and Brother Cheng to threaten me. There was a lot of information in Lin Feng's words, and Su Yushu didn't react for a while. After a moment of silence, Su Yushu asked anxiously, how are Sister Chiu and the others now? Have you called the police? I called the police. Now Sister Chiu and Brother Cheng have been rescued, and Lu Shua has been arrested by the police. You don't have to worry. Sister Chiu and Brother Cheng are fine and have returned home safely. Hearing this, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. It's all right. It's all right. I'm going to find you now. I'll tell you the details later. Okay, let's meet at the company. Chapter 62, The Disturbed Sister Chiu. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he packed up his things and set off for Huarong Group. The other side. Cheng Yinxiu returned to the barbecue restaurant in a daze. Instead of opening the door, he went back to the room and sat on a stool in a daze, not saying a word. She sat for a long time. 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed from my eyes. Cheng Yinxiu, you said you were not moved earlier, but you were not moved later. Why are you moved now? And the object of your affection is... Well, Cheng Yinxiu sighed. If he hadn't arrived in time today, I would have been. Just as Cheng Yinxiu was lost in thought, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Cheng Yinxiu looked at his phone and saw that it was Su Yusa calling. Su Yushu learned from her conversation with Lin Feng just now that Cheng Yinxiu had returned safely. So after hanging up Lin Feng's phone, she quickly called Cheng Yinxiu. Cheng Yinxiu looked at Su Yusa's phone number, and Lin Feng's tall figure appeared in his mind again. She quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of the figure that shouldn't appear in her mind. But the more she wanted to forget, the more Lin Feng's figure kept lingering in her mind. Cheng Yinxiu went to the faucet, scooped up a handful of cold water, and washed his face, and finally he calmed down. After answering Su Yushu's call, Cheng Yinxiu looked much calmer. Hey Yushu, I'm fine. Sister Chiu, I'm glad you're okay. I was almost scared to death when I received the call from the kidnappers this morning. I'm fine thanks to Lin Feng, he saved me. Lin Feng told me that he called the police in time and found the abandoned factory. The police rushed in and rescued you. He also said that the person who kidnapped you was the one who suddenly broke into the barbecue restaurant that day. Cheng Yinxiu was slightly stunned. When Lin Feng was talking to Su Yusu, he changed some things and changed Lin Feng's subordinates who were originally responsible for saving people and a policeman. Cheng Yinxiu also unconsciously concealed the truth for Lin Feng. Yes, it was the police who saved us. That Lu Shua has been taken away by the police. I'm glad you're okay, Sister Chiu. I'll go to the company to ask for leave, and then come to see you with Lin Feng. Cheng Yinxiu's face changed, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat, and ultimately he didn't say anything. Well, then you guys come over then. Cheng Yinxiu originally wanted to say that there was no need to come, because she was afraid that if she saw Lin Feng again, she would have all kinds of wild thoughts in her mind. It was impossible for her and Lin Feng to be together, because Lin Feng belonged to Su Yushu, and she couldn't snatch him away from him, and she certainly couldn't take him away from him. But the words of rejection were always like fish bones stuck in my throat, and I never uttered them. The words coming out of his mouth turned into agreement. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Yinxiu slapped himself, as if he was slapping the self who had agreed to let Lin Feng come over. I'll see him for the last time. Tomorrow I'll buy a ticket and go out of town. I'll never come back again and never see him again. After Lin Feng and Su Yusu met in the company, they both took a leave and went to Xiao Chung barbecue together. On the way, Lin Feng confessed to Su Yusu that he was the man behind the online exposure of Lu Shua, but the process was changed by Lin Feng. The version Lu Shua told Su Yushu. After meeting Lu Shua in the barbecue restaurant that day, Lin Feng found out from his former classmates about all the outrageous things Lu Shua had done. So a plan gradually took shape in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng found Xiao Sun, the person Lu Shua had hurt the most, and persuaded him to ensure Xiao Sun's safety and to stand up bravely to expose Lu Shua's evil deeds. The heat of the incident later far exceeded the expectations of Lin Feng and Xiao Sun. So the two struck while the iron was hot and contacted the rest of the victims and spoke out together online. After Lu Shua found out that Lin Feng was the man behind the incident, he kidnapped Sister Chiu and two others to threaten Lin Feng. After learning that Sister Chiu was kidnapped, Lin Feng superficially agreed to Lu Shua's conditions, and then bought time, giving the police enough opportunities to rescue the hostages. After more than an hour, the police successfully found the abandoned factory where Sister Chiu and the other person were kidnapped, and captured Lu Shua alive. Except for one person who fought desperately and was shot dead on the spot, all the others who participated in the kidnapping were also arrested. When Su Yushu was talking about Lin Feng's story, she held Lin Feng's hand tightly when she was nervous. After hearing that Sister Chiu was rescued in time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng's story was highly credible, so Su Yusu did not doubt its truth. Fortunately, the police arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Sister Chiu must have been scared. Isu Yusu sighed. While they were talking, they arrived at Xiaoqing Barbecue. The door of the barbecue restaurant was closed, but Su Yushu did not knock on the door. Instead, she walked straight past the door and came to a small door at the back of the store. This is the back door. Inside is where Sister Chiu usually rests. When business was good in the past, she was too busy to go home at night, so Sister Chiu would rest here. Su Yushu is very familiar with the barbecue restaurant, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is half of her home. Boom, boom, boom. Su Yushu knocked on the door. Sister Chiu, it's us. Moment. Cheng Yinxiu opened the back door. His eyes quickly swept across Lin Feng. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. This was a subconscious reaction and could not be deceived. However, this hint of joy was quickly concealed by Cheng Yinxiu. Yushu, you're here. Come in. It's a small place here. Don't mind it. Sister Chiu, what are you talking about? I've been here so many times. I'm not a stranger. After Lin Feng and Su Yusu came in from the back door, Cheng Yinxiu moved stools for them. After the three of them sat for a while, Cheng Yinxiu always felt that she was easily distracted. She was also a little absent-minded about what Su Yusu said, and her eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of Lin Feng. Gradually, Su Yusu also noticed that something was wrong with Chung Yinxiu. Sister Chiu, what's wrong with you? Are you still scared by what happened today? Why don't you go to the hospital? It will be troublesome if something happens. No, it's okay. I just haven't eaten since this morning. I'm a little hungry. You haven't eaten either, right? It's almost time for dinner, so let's have a meal together. Chung Yinxiu hurriedly stood up and walked into the kitchen as if he was fleeing. Although Su Yushu felt a little strange about Chung Yinxiu's behavior, it was understandable that he was a little emotionally unstable after being kidnapped, so she didn't ask any more questions. Sister Chiu, let me help you. No, no need. I can do it myself. You just sit there and wait. Standing in the kitchen, Chung Yinxiu looked at Su Yusu, then at Lin Feng, and his idea of going out of town became more determined. Chapter 63, can you send it again? That afternoon, the official authorities, which had remained silent since the Lu Shua incident broke out, suddenly made a shocking statement. The official media directly issued 3 announcements in a row, bringing the Lu Shua incident, which had been a hot topic for nearly 2 days, to a successful conclusion. First announcement. After receiving the report about the various rumors about Lu Shua that have been circulated on the internet recently, the public security organs attached great importance to it and mobilized police forces to investigate the truth of the incident on the same day. After detailed investigation and evidence collection, it was confirmed that the rumors were true and that Lu Shua kidnapped the relatives of the person who exposed him before the police arrested him. Now the suspect has been arrested. The criminal suspect, Lu Mao, was convicted of kidnapping, intentional injury, bribery, forgery of academic qualifications, rape, and other crimes. The case is awaiting further trial by the court. Announcement 2. In the investigation of Lu Shua's case, the police followed the clues and found that Qing's supermarket owned by the suspect's father Lu Moping had a legal competition. Lu Moping was charged with illegally organizing a mafia gang and intentionally causing injury. At present, Lu Moping has been arrested according to law, and the case is under further investigation. Announcement 3. Lu Chong, the younger brother of the criminal suspect Lu Ping, organized a gang and was suspected of multiple extortion, blackmail, and intimidation activities. Most of the activities were directed by Lu Ping and carried out by Lu Chong. There were 16 core members and 87 peripheral members in the gang. Currently, Lu Chong died while resisting arrest in the kidnapping case. The rest of the gang members have all been arrested according to law. The case is under further investigation. As soon as the 3 announcements were issued, other media outlets forwarded them one after another. And in just less than half an hour, they topped the hot search lists on various platforms. The comments under the announcement also changed from the ridicule and abuse of the previous 2 days to praise. I knew it. The government will not sit idly by and watch such a terrible thing happen. Who said there was collusion between officials and businessmen a few days ago? I was the first to disagree. I said it at the time, but no one believed it. Do you believe it now? They have all been arrested. People like this should be arrested. It's time for the whole internet to abuse them. Instead of thinking about how to make up for their mistakes, they dare to kidnap and threaten. People like this should be shot directly. If they are released in the future, they will still be a scourge. It's true that if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. People from the same family are not good people. There is no good person in this family. Shoot them all. Shoot them on the spot. Interrogating them is a waste of police resources. If they are alive, they waste air. If they are dead, they waste land. I strongly suggest that these people be launched into outer space. The blue planet will not accept losers. Always trust the authorities. The official media did not respond a few days ago because the case is still under investigation and conclusions cannot be drawn easily. As a result, a bunch of people ran to the comments to say that officials and businessmen colluded. How ignorant! It's so satisfying, so satisfying. People like this will have a hard time in prison after being caught. There are many prisoners in prison who use the back door. Ha ha ha. With the release of the official announcement, the fermentation of the Lu Shua incident on the internet finally came to an end. After Lu Shua's family moved in, all Qing's supermarkets closed. Zhang Lei took the opportunity to buy out all Qing's supermarkets at an extremely low price. From then on, Qing's supermarket was renamed Jia Supermarket and became a subsidiary of Huarong Group. That night, Lin Feng and Su Yusu came out of Chung Yinxiu's barbecue restaurant. Chung Yinxiu said that he would leave Qizhou starting from tomorrow and go to live in another city for a period of time, and it was uncertain whether this period of time would be long or short. It could be a few months, a few years, or even a lifetime. The reason Chung Yinxiu gave was that the kidnapping had left her with a deep psychological trauma, so she wanted to change her living environment. Although Su Yusu was reluctant to leave Chung Yinxiu, she still respected Chung Yinxiu's ideas. After Lin Feng and Su Yusu went out, they did not notice that Chung Yinxiu had been watching them through the crack in the door. Yushu, I don't want to leave you either, but if I continue to stay here, I really can't help but think about him, and I can't be sure what will happen. Therefore, the only way to avoid tragedy is for me to leave. After Lin Feng left Chung Yinxiu's house, he first sent Su Yusa back to the apartment, and then returned to Fenglin Landscape. After returning home, Lin Feng received a text message. I'm leaving tomorrow. Can you come and see me off by yourself? Don't tell Yushu? Okay. I'll be waiting for you at the train station at 8:30 in the morning. Just give me 2 minutes. After reading the text message, Lin Feng silently deleted it. When he was at the barbecue restaurant, he didn't understand why Chung Yinxiu left suddenly. Now, combined with this text message and her very strange behavior since he rescued her from Lu Shua, Lin Feng understood. Lin Feng respects everyone's choice. Since Chung Yinxiu chose to leave, Lin Feng would not say anything more. It looks like I have to go there tomorrow. I can leave her some money and arrange for a few brothers from the security company to protect her secretly. Although I can't change her choice, it should be okay for me to protect her secretly, right? Suddenly, Lin Feng realized something and his face turned ugly. Did the text message just now say the time? Damn it, I deleted it too early. Lin Feng covered his face and thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember the time agreed upon in the text message. When Lin Feng was reading the text message just now, he didn't pay attention to the time at all. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called Chung Yinxiu. Chung Yinxiu didn't answer the call the first time. The second time, I didn't answer either. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to send a text message. Can you send the time again? I deleted it a little too quickly after reading it and forgot to check the time. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Chung Yinxiu was looking at the text messages on his phone, and the redness on his face gradually disappeared. This guy, really? How could anyone like him? How stupid would one be to like him? Okay, I admit that I'm stupid. I deleted it before I even read it all. This kind of thing is very embarrassing. And you asked me to post it again? Really? Chung Yinxiu was angry for a long time, but finally sent the text message again, then climbed onto the bed, buried his face in the quilt, and stopped looking at his phone. Inside Lin Feng's villa. This time, Lin Feng confirmed that the time was after 8:30 in the morning, and he did not delete the text message. Although he has a good memory now, he wanted to be on the safe side. What if he forgets it again when he wakes up tomorrow morning? Inside Lin's security company, Chung Yihe was brought by Li Huai into a room filled with various instruments and equipment. This was the Lin Security Company's unique combat power detection machine. Are you sure you want to join our security company? Here, you need to obey orders 100%, and there is a high possibility of injury or even death. Are you sure? Li Huai stared at Chung Yihe and said, Chapter 64. One punch, 700 kilograms. Chung Yihe's eyes were firm. I've made up my mind. I want to join. We don't have anyone who can join us. If it wasn't for Director Lin telling you to give it a try, I wouldn't even look at someone as unconventional as you. But even if Director Lin told me to, I would only bring you here to give it a try. If you fail, you'll be kicked out anyway. Do you understand? Chung Yihe's determined gaze remained unchanged. I understand. But I believe I will pass. Confidence is a good thing, but excessive confidence is arrogance. Without further ado, this thing in front of you can test your strength. Come on, use all your strength and hit it. Chung Yihe took a deep breath, looked at the instrument in front of him, and clenched his fists. He has been famous for his great strength since he was a child. When he was a gangster, his nickname was Mighty King Kong. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing now, it was a very impressive existence at that time. Ha! Chung Yihe shouted loudly, then threw a terrifying punch. Li Huai stood aside with his eyes narrowed. Although Chung Yihe had not received professional training and his punching action did not exert all his potential, he was still shocked by this punch. Ding, ding, ding. The machine made a sound, and then the power of the punch was revealed. People who don't understand may not realize what 726 means, but Li Huai knows. He knows what it means for someone who has not undergone any professional training to type 726. Rarely seen in decades. The greatest power that was circulated in the past was the astonishing 800 that Tyson once punched. However, Tyson's 800 was contributed to by many factors. On the one hand, It was largely due to marketing factors at the time, and on the other hand, the instruments of the time were not accurate. If it were tested with today's accurate instruments, Tyson's hit numbers may not necessarily be higher than Chung Yihe's. Besides, Chung Yihe has not received any professional training or guidance. If his movements are more professional, it will not be difficult to hit over 800. Now, the strength of everyone in the security company is roughly divided by a strength of 800. Only those who exceed 800 can be considered a real master. Although a person's strength does not rely entirely on strength, strength is always one of the most important factors in judging strength. Chung Yihe used all his strength in this punch, so much so that after the punch, his arm began to ache and he could hardly muster any strength. Is my punch qualified? Chung Yihe held up his right hand and looked at Li Huai. Li Huai nodded solemnly. I underestimated you. Your punch is already ranked in the middle among all the brothers in the security company now. Chung Yihe looked surprised. Although he was confident in his strength, he was still a little unsure when it came to the test. But now Li Huai's affirmation finally made him feel relieved. Although you are very strong, don't be too proud. The strength test is only the first item. There will be a series of tests such as speed, reaction, etc. After your arm is relieved for a while, we will continue with the next round of tests. Okay, Chung Yihe replied in a deep voice. The next day, Lin Feng got up early and patted Lin Miao Miao's, but, little lazy pig, do you want to get up and have breakfast? Lin Miao Miao was a little tired yesterday, so she answered in a daze. No, I don't want to eat. I was full last night. I wrote you a note. Remember to read it when you get up later. Lin Miao Miao answered in a daze, and Lin Feng didn't know whether she heard him or not. Lin Feng wrote on the note that if Lin Miao Miao was interested, the original China supermarket would now be Jia Supermarket, and the owner of Jia Supermarket would be handed over to Lin Miao Miao. Of course, Lin Miao Miao is just a figurehead. If she is really asked to manage the supermarket, she is not good at it. However, the general direction of the supermarket's development in the future will be left to Lin Miao Miao. If Lin Miao Miao feels bored managing the situation alone, she might join her parents. After leaving the note, Lin Feng left home, drove his Pagani to Qizhou railway station to keep his appointment with Chung Yanxiu. On the way, Lin Feng started signing in for a new day in the car. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained 10 shopping cashback cards. The cashback limit for each card is 5 million. The cashback multiple is randomly selected by the host from 1. Lin Feng's consciousness came out of the system. Another crappy reward, nothing good. Train station. Chung Yanxiu wore a bright red dress and put on some makeup when she went out in the morning. Now people would believe her when she says she is less than 25 years old. Women dress up to please themselves. Chung Yanxiu had decided to live out her life alone, so she didn't like to dress up much and relied entirely on her looks to get by. But now her heart is moved again after many years. After dressing up carefully, Chung Yanxiu attracted the attention of many passersby. Both men and women could not help but glance at her when they passed by. Even compared with Su Yushu, she is not much different now. And compared to Su Yushu, Chung Yanxiu has a more mature temperament. In simple terms, the temperament of a young woman. 8:25. Lin Feng appeared at the train station driving a Pagani. Chung Yanxiu stood on the side of the road, like the only rose among wild flowers, exceptionally dazzling. Her eyes were always looking forward, as if she was looking for the person she was looking for in the crowd, but people came and went, and she still couldn't find him. Lin Feng drove the Pagani slowly towards Chung Yanxiu. Because the car window was shadowed, Chung Yanxiu couldn't see that it was Lin Feng in the car through the window. The moment he saw the car, Chung Yanxiu subconsciously took a few steps away from the car. For some reason, she was instinctively resistant to such luxury cars. In her opinion, 9 out of 10 rich people who drove these sports cars were bad. People without money may be kind, but people with money are definitely bad. This is eternal and unchanging, because the laws of the world mean that if a person has wealth that an ordinary person cannot earn even if he works hard for several lifetimes, then his wealth is either obtained by exploiting others or passed down to him by his ancestors through exploitation. Therefore, being rich is the original sin. Being rich is definitely not obtained through hard work. If you strictly rely on hard work to get rich, then the richest man in the world should be a donkey. That's going too far. When Chung Yanxiu saw the Pagani driving towards him, he frowned and moved a few steps to the side. She originally thought that the Pagani was just passing by, but she didn't expect it to stop right in front of her. After the vehicle stopped, Chung Yanxiu was about to leave, But the next moment he saw the window of Pagani lowered, revealing the face that he had been thinking about all day yesterday, and that made his pants wet. Sister Chiao, am I not late? A bright smile appeared on Chung Yinchio's face, and the thoughts in his mind just now were instantly thrown out of the window. 9.5 out of 10 people who drive this kind of car are broken, and Lin Feng is the remaining half. Chung Yinchio. Chapter 65, Why Don't You Leave? Chung Yinchio looked like an 18-year-old girl. Her face blushed slightly when she saw Lin Feng. You're here. Lin Feng waved at her and said, Get in the car first. It's still a little chilly in the morning in April. Chung Yinchio nodded, then got into Lin Feng's Pagani. Inside the car. What time is your train? It's 9:30. There's no hurry. Chung Yinchio sat in her seat, holding the corners of her clothes with both hands, as if she had returned to the age of a young girl in love. Can you tell me where you're going? Which city? Exactly. There was a trace of struggle in Chung Yinchio's eyes, but in the end her irrationality prevailed. She couldn't be rational when she was alone with Lin Feng. I'm going to Ningbai City in Jiangdong Province. I've been there before when I was in college. As for where exactly I'm going, I haven't decided yet. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then took out a bank card from his pocket. Sister Chiao, take this. It's my parting gift to you. Chung Yinchio didn't reach out to take it. I can't take it. I still have some savings, which is enough for me to live on. Here, there's not much money in it. The password is 220,406, which is the date I first went to the barbecue restaurant. Seeing that Chung Yinchio was still a little hesitant, Lin Feng said helplessly, Take this. This is not a gift from me, but what you deserve. Deserve it? What does that mean? Chung Yinchio asked puzzledly. It's your brother. Yesterday, he passed the security company's test and has officially joined the company. The salary at the security company is very high, with a basic salary of 200,000 yuan per month. Add in all the subsidies, bonuses, and incentives for going on missions for the year, and the money he earns in a year is at least 5 million yuan. There is 5 million in this card, which will be Brother Cheng's first year's salary. I'm in charge and can advance it. Chung Yinchio was a little surprised. He had joined the security company? He won't be in danger, right? Chung Yinchio thought of what Lin Feng said that day, that it might be dangerous for security companies to carry out various tasks. There may be danger, but it will never endanger my life, and I will not allow my men to do anything dangerous. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chung Yinchio breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of security after hearing Lin Feng's words. Well, 5 million is too much. I don't need so much. So I'll just take 200,000. You can give the rest to Iha. Let him keep it and save it for. He knows. You tell him. He knows what I mean. Is it off Fei? Chung Yinchio was shocked. How did you know? Did he tell you? No. Actually, I heard your conversation with Brother Chung in the barbecue restaurant that day, and I asked someone to check. Ah Fei's sentence was reduced. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be released at the end of this month. You? Are you serious? Chung Yinchio widened his eyes. It's true. You don't have to worry about Ah Fei. When the day comes when he comes out, I will notify you and Brother Chung. Chung Yinchio was silent for a moment, then said, Lin Feng, thank you. Thank you very much. You helped me a lot. Why should we be polite as a family? Actually, I have something I want to ask you. When Chung Yinchio heard Lin Feng talk about family, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. You? What do you want to ask? Why did you leave Chizhou? I want to change my environment and mood. The kidnapping incident has left a shadow on me. This is not the main reason, right? Lin Feng and Chung Yinchio's eyes met, but Chung Yinchio quickly dodged. This is the reason. Chung Yinchio said this with little confidence. Okay, but I don't really want you to leave, Sister Chiao, just like the last time Lu Shua kidnapped you. Fortunately, you are in Chizhou and I can get there in time. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry about me. I will be careful next time. The two chatted for a long time, until around 9 o'clock. Chung Yinchio looked at the time. The train was at 9:30, and it was time to check tickets and enter the station. Let me see you off, Sister Chiao. I'll take you to the station. Chung Yinchio nodded and did not refuse. The two walked in silence until they reached the station. Chung Yinchio seemed to muster up all his courage and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, I want to hug you. Can I? Lin Feng had sharp ears and eyes, and although Chung Yinchio's voice was very low, he still heard it. Why are you hesitating so much? Girls should use their hesitancy for the right things. Lin Feng muttered something, then opened his arms. Come on, give me a hug as a farewell. Lin Feng relieved some of the pressure on Cheng Yinxiu. Cheng Yinxiu put down the suitcase in his hand and threw himself into Lin Feng's arms. The two hugged each other for a long time. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already 9:25. If he didn't leave now, it might be too late. However, Lin Feng had a selfish motive. Ningbei City was too far away from Qizhou. If Cheng Yinxiu missed this train, could he not leave? Cheng Yinxiu closed her eyes as if she was intoxicated in Lin Feng's arms. This feeling made her infatuated and reluctant to leave. It was after 9:30 that Lin Feng finally spoke. The train should have left by now. Why don't we just not leave? Cheng Yinxiu opened his eyes suddenly. 9, it's 9:30? She quickly took out her cell phone to check the time. It is worth mentioning that when she checked the time, she was still reluctant to leave Lin Feng's arms. Why didn't you remind me just now? Cheng Yinxiu hugged Lin Feng, and there was no blame in his words, even. Is there still a hint of relief? Since the train has already left, why don't you go to Ningbei? If you really don't want to stay in Qizhou, there happens to be a branch of Huarong Group in Taizhou next door. Why don't you go there? The company also has a house there. What do you think? Cheng Yinxiu thought to himself, I left Qizhou just to escape from you, and now I'm going to the place you arranged. So what's the point of leaving? And why does this sound a bit like keeping a mistress? How is it? Give me an answer. Cheng Yinxiu hesitated and said nothing. Reason told her that she couldn't do this, but Cheng Yinxiu now no longer knew what reason was. Finally, after a long struggle, Cheng Yinxiu finally made the final decision. Chapter 66, High School Deskmate Luo Nanqing. Okay, I'll go to Taizhou. In the end, Cheng Yinxiu's irrationality prevailed. Who cares about reason? I'm just going to do what I want today. Following Lin Feng's arrangement, Cheng Yinxiu went to Taizhou, next to Qizhou, and the place where she lived in Taizhou was also arranged by Lin Feng. Give money, give housing, and arrange jobs. When Cheng Yinxiu left, he was thinking, doesn't this look too much like being kept as a mistress? But then Cheng Yinxiu shook his head. As long as I have a clear conscience, that's it. Have a clear conscience. Cheng Yinxiu called Su Yusu only after arriving in Taizhou and told her where he would live in the future. He also told her that she could visit him when she was free. It's better to bring Lin Feng with you. Of course, Cheng Yinxiu did not say the latter sentence. After resolving a series of issues involving Lu Shua and Cheng Yinxiu, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The first name on his little notebook was finally resolved. It's time to prepare for the next one. The second person is the class monitor in high school, Li Haoyu. Li Haoyu also has to deal with the unresolved love affair with his high school deskmate. TSK, scumbag. There may be nothing wrong with the system, so it comes out to add fuel to the fire. Did I ever say I wanted to take in my high school deskmate? System, please don't spit blood on me. Oh, what does the host want to do? Is he going to talk to her about the past? I have known the host for many days, and I know exactly what kind of person you are. Lin Feng remained calm. System, your slander against me is a bit too much. If I don't do something, won't I be slandered in vain? So I decided that I can't be slandered in vain. I will do as you say. Cut. The system no longer paid attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng then told Li Huai to check Li Haoyu's information and find out what Li Haoyu was doing now and whether he had done anything against the law. After explaining everything to Li Huai, Lin Feng found the contact information of his high school deskmate Luo Nanqing. The two haven't been in touch for a long time. The main reason is that the university Luo Nanqing attends is too far away from Qizhou, in Jiangchuan province in the south. When they first started college, the two of them chatted frequently. Lin Feng even went to Jiangchuan University to find Luo Nanqing. The two of them looked no different from a couple at the time. But distance is always the source of destruction of all beauty. Because I wasn't around, the conversations between the two of us gradually became less and less, from chatting whenever we had free time to not saying anything else to each other except saying good morning and good night. Later on, we didn't even say good morning or good night to each other, and we only chatted a few times a week. Later on, we never talked again. Lin Feng later thought that he and Luo Nanqing had regrets, and now, Lin Feng wanted to make up for this regret. Just be a scumbag if you want to be one. I finally have a system, so it's not too unreasonable to be a scumbag, right? Lin Feng sent a message to Luo Nanqing. How have you been recently? It should be time for your internship now, right? Are you interning in Jiangchuan or going back to Qizhou? We haven't seen each other for a long time. After the message was sent, Luo Nanqing replied immediately after about a minute. I thought you had almost forgotten about me. Look at what you said. I can forget anyone but you. Do you remember what I told you when I went to Jiangchuan to find you? From now on, whenever you want to see me, just tell me and I will rush over right away. Why didn't you send me a message for such a long time? The last time you sent me a message was 376 days ago. There was obviously resentment in Luo Nanqing's words, but Lin Feng was surprised. 376 days? Isn't this too accurate? I didn't send it to you, but you didn't send it to me either, right? How can it be the same? The last message was sent by me. Okay. I have been waiting for your reply for 376 days. I have kept the chat history even though I changed my phone. Lin Feng? Is this Scorpio? Can you wait for news for 376 days? Just when Lin Feng was stunned, Luo Nanqing sent another message. Lin Feng, did you just say that as long as I say so, you can come to me right away? Of course. I would never lie. Can you come to me now? I may not be able to wait for you any longer. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly called Luo Nanqing. Luo Nanqing said this. Could it be that... Is there something wrong with her body? The call was quickly connected, and Luo Nan's soft and clear voice came from the other end of the phone, still as pleasant as ever. Lin Feng, I have been hesitating for several days recently. It just so happens that you contacted me today, so I decided to tell you about this. What's wrong? Don't say such things. You will be fine, as long as I am here. Even if the king of hell wants to take you away, I will pluck a few hairs from his beard. Lin Feng thought that Luo Nanqing was suffering from some serious illness, and his words were filled with anxiety. Lin Feng, you misunderstood. My life is not in danger. I might get married. Lin Feng on the other end of the phone widened his eyes and froze in place for a moment. What's this Minotaur plot? I'm the protagonist after all. Isn't it too miserable for me to experience such a plot? However, Luo Nanqing's description made Lin Feng feel a little relieved. It turned out that Luo Nanqing didn't fall in love with someone else, but there was another hidden story. Since Luo Nanqing went to Jiangchuan to attend college, his whole family followed him to Jiangchuan. In nearly 4 years, he has only returned to Qizhou a handful of times. After arriving in Jiangchuan, Luo Nanqing's father Luo Mashuan started from scratch and founded a clothing company. After this year's development and financing, the company's valuation has now exceeded 100 million. Luo Mashuan was able to start from scratch in a foreign country and establish a company with a valuation of over 100 million yuan within a few years. He is indeed not an ordinary person. After all, not everyone has a system. But recently Luo Mashuan's company had some problems. This year, the company spent a lot of money to hire a well-known designer to design the company's new summer women's clothing. Everything was going very smoothly, and Luo Mashuan and the rest of the company were very satisfied with the designer's work. But after the company finished producing all the clothes before April, no shopping mall or store was willing to buy them. Because the design of this batch of clothes copied almost all the famous luxury brands on the market. And it's not even high-level plagiarism. It's very low-level and clumsy way of just replacing the luxury brand with one's own. This accident caused the company to have several warehouses full of clothes that could not be sold, and the funds could not be repatriated, resulting in a serious financial crisis for the company. Chapter 67 I'll pay. Luo Mashuan wanted to settle the score with the designer, but when he came to his senses, he found that the designer and the group of people in the company who were responsible for reviewing whether the design was plagiarized had disappeared. Only then did Luo Mashuan realize that the company was being deliberately targeted. But there's no point knowing that you're being targeted, because the clothes are still piled up in the warehouse. The loss this time is at least over 3 million. This is undoubtedly a nuclear bomb-like damage to a company that has just started. Even though a company's valuation is over 100 million, a company's valuation does not mean that the company really has that much money, but rather it is the outside world's assessment of the company's potential. Therefore, the maximum amount of funds that can be mobilized in the company's account is only more than 5 million. So the loss of 3 million is definitely a disaster for the company. Now the money in Luo Mashuan's company account can only pay 2 months' salary to all employees at most. If the funds cannot be recovered, the company will face the risk of bankruptcy. Luo Mashuan looked for everyone he knew, trying to seek help, but all those companies chose to refuse. In the end, Luo Mashuan had no other choice but to plan to sell the company. But at this moment, a person appeared in the Luo family's sight. The man's name was Zhong Renyao. Luo Nanqing recalled that he met the man by chance on the street and wanted his contact information, but Luo Nanqing did not give it. Luo Nanqing originally thought that it was just a casual chat. But unexpectedly, Luo Nanqing saw that person again at home later. Zhong Renyao is the only son of Zhong Ru, chairman of Zhong Group, the largest local clothing company in Jiangchuan. That time, Zhong Renyao and Zhong Ru came to Luo Mashuan's house and implicitly expressed a meaning. As long as Luo Nanqing was willing to marry Zhong Renyao, the Zhong Group would invest in Luo Mashuan so that he would not have to sell the company. Luo Mashuan sternly refused this. He would not exchange his daughter's happiness for the continuation of his company. But who would have thought that Zhong Renyao said on the surface that he just admired Luo Nanqing? And since Luo Mashuan refused, he naturally would not force it, but he actually made a move on Luo Mashuan's company behind his back. The day after Zhong Renyao left, the company's finance department suddenly took away all the remaining money in the company's account and left behind a pile of bad debts, making the company's already poor situation even worse. Although there was no conclusive evidence to prove that it was Zhong Renyao who ordered someone to do it, his subsequent reaction made the Luo family confirm that it was him who was behind the incident and wanted to force Luo Nanqing to obey him. As the Luo family continued to refuse, Zhong Renyao gradually exposed his true face hidden by his elegant appearance. Just 2 days ago, Zhong Renyao gave the Luo family an ultimatum. Finally, give Luo Nanqing 3 days to consider. If he still doesn't marry him, Luo Mashuan will be in trouble. He can destroy Luo Mashuan's company, and he can also make Luo Mashuan disappear from the world. Luo Nanqing has been thinking seriously for a long time these days. In order to prevent Luo Mashuan from getting into trouble, she decided to compromise. Before Lin Feng contacted her, just now, she thought for a long time about how to talk to Lin Feng. After all, in Luo Nanqing's opinion, she and Lin Feng are still in the ambiguous period as they were 376 days ago. Scorpio, so scary. After listening to Luo Nanqing's description, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. I am indeed worthy of being the protagonist. The side storyline will be triggered at any time. Since it's here, I can't refuse it. If I want to accept Luo Nanqing, I must go through this side storyline. Nanqing, don't worry. Tell me, how much money do you need to get your father's company back to normal operation? I don't know the exact details, but I heard my dad talking to himself recently, and he said it would cost more than 8 million. Okay, I'll pay the 8 million, and I'll buy a plane ticket to your place now. You are mine, and whoever dares to take advantage of you, I'll make him pay. Lin Feng said domineeringly. Luo Nanqing felt warm in his heart after hearing Lin Feng's words. During the 376 days when she had no contact with Lin Feng, she had actually never forgotten Lin Feng. However, because of her Scorpio personality, she had been waiting for Lin Feng to come back and look for her, because the last sentence of their conversation was sent by her to Lin Feng. Just like a classic old joke, a Scorpio woman and a Pisces man were in love, and they had a big fight and didn't contact each other for the last week. The Pisces man thought that the two of them had broken up, so he listened to his family and went on a blind date. Half a year later, the Pisces man was getting married. On the day before the wedding, the Scorpio woman suddenly sent him a message. Do you know you are wrong? Although the joke is a bit exaggerated, it can directly reflect Luo Nanqing's character. Luo Nanqing felt warm in her heart after hearing what Lin Feng said, but she knew the situation of Lin Feng's family. They were not wealthy, just an ordinary family. Asking Lin Feng to take out 8 million was really a fantasy. Lin Feng, I know you want to comfort me, but 8 million is too much. You, Nanqing, I know you won't believe me if I suddenly tell you that I can come up with 8 million, but there's no time to explain too much now. I'll explain it to you slowly when I get to Jiangchuan. Just give me a bank account now, and I'll transfer the money to you. Luo Nanqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. In the end, Luo Nanqing had no choice but to give Lin Feng a bank account, but even so, she still had no hope. The initial impression is so deep that it is difficult to change unless you see it in person. It feels like your childhood friend who you used to play games with. And suddenly, after not seeing him for a year, he says he can easily come up with 8 million. Would you believe it? You definitely won't believe it. Lin Feng also knew this. If Luo Nanqing was a villain, then Lin Feng might be able to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. But now the Luo family is in urgent need of money, and the most important thing is to transfer the money directly. After Luo Nanqing sent the bank account, Lin Feng directly transferred 10 million yuan. Ganlin City, Jiangchuan Province. A text message suddenly came in on Luo Nanqing's cell phone. Your bank card with the last number 2770 has received 100 million yuan, and the current balance is 10,000,3675 yuan. Luo Nanqing's eyes widened. He held his breath and couldn't believe his eyes. I transferred the money. Did you see if you received it? Lin Feng's voice on the other end of the phone pulled Luo Nanqing out of shock. Lin Feng, is this really from you? Yeah, this money should be enough to solve the problems of your father's company, right? Luo Nanqing rubbed his eyes, confirmed again that he was not mistaken, and then counted. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million. Chapter 68, accidentally pressing an extra zero. Luo Nanqing pinched his thigh hard to wake himself up and counted several times. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million. No matter how Luo Nanqing counted, the number on the text message was always 100 million. Lin Feng, how much money did you transfer? 10 million? What? Didn't you receive it? Lin Feng was a little confused. Usually, when he used the black card to transfer money, the money would be credited to his account within seconds. What happened this time? No, just now. I counted. It seems that you transferred not 10 million, but 100 million. Luo Nanqing felt that the image of Lin Feng in his mind began to blur. Is the person who called me still the same Lin Feng who liked to make me happy? 100 million? Didn't I transfer 10 million? Maybe I was a little anxious just now and pressed an extra zero. But it's okay. As long as the amount is not less, a little more money is fine. You should give this money to your father quickly so that the company can get through the recent difficulties first. Lin Feng, what happened during the days when we didn't contact each other? You didn't do anything illegal or criminal, did you? Luo Nanqing said worriedly. In just 376 days, Lin Feng went from an ordinary college student to a man who could easily spend 100 million. What exactly did he go through? Besides, Lin Feng didn't look like he cared about the 100 million just now. How could he make so much money in such a short time? Nanqing, others may not understand me, but don't you understand me? I hate others doing illegal and criminal things the most in my life, so how could I do it myself? I made this money by chance by speculating in stocks. I can't explain those things in a few words, so I'll tell you when I get to Jiangchuan. You just need to use this money to save the company. If everything goes well, I will be able to reach Jiangchuan before dinner today. Well, I'll transfer the 92 million you don't need to you first. Don't worry about this. Let's talk about it after I get to Jiangchuan. Your most urgent task now is to hand over the money to your father. The company's situation cannot be delayed. If you delay, something bad will happen. I understand. I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng immediately booked a flight to Ganlin City, Jiangchuan province, and then notified Li Huai to take some brothers from the security company to buy tickets to Jiangchuan. Lin Feng had a hunch that Luo Mashuan's company on Jiangchuan's side could not be solved with money alone. If he wanted to get through this side storyline, the person he had to deal with in the end was the one who had been playing tricks behind the scenes, Zhong Rinyao. After hanging up the phone, Luo Nanqing hurried to find Luo Mashuan. Boom. Luo Nanqing knocked on Luo Mashuan's door. Luo Mashuan in the room had his hair turned white overnight after a series of blows recently. His originally high-spirited appearance has turned into decadent and depressed now. Luo Mashuan is only in his 40s, but now it seems that people would believe him if he said he was almost 60. The things that happened recently were really too much of a blow to him. It has exceeded his endurance limit and has crushed him, the only pillar of the family. Dad, can I come in? I have something to tell you. Luo Mashuan raised his lifeless eyes and said weakly, Come in. Luo Nanqing pushed open the door and saw Luo Mashuan sitting on the floor with lifeless eyes and a dejected look. Nanqing, don't worry. Even if the company goes bankrupt, even if our family has nothing left, I will not let you marry that beast. He wants to use the company to force me to surrender, but he has chosen the wrong person. Dad, I'm here this time for the company's business. Luo Nanqing helped Luo Mashuan up from the ground and took out his cell phone. However, Luo Mashuan thought that Luo Nanqing wanted to marry Zhong Rinyao in exchange for solving the company's current problems. Nanqing, you don't have to sacrifice yourself for me. Why did I start a business and establish Shinran Company? It is to let you, your mother, and our family live a good life. If I give up your happiness for the company now, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? You don't have to say anything. I've figured it out. I'm going to file for bankruptcy tomorrow. Dad, that's not what I want to say. I want to say that I have borrowed enough money to solve the company's funding problem. Luo Maoxuan's expression, which had been expressionless for a long time, suddenly showed a hint of surprise, but it quickly faded away. Nanqing, stop joking. In order to overcome the company's current difficulties, we need at least 8 million in funds. This amount of money is not a small sum. Who are you going to borrow it from? Dad, do you still remember Lin Feng, my high school classmate I told you about? Is that the high school classmate you mentioned before who you had a crush on? I remember why I mentioned this all of a sudden. Dad, Lin Feng just transferred me some money, which is enough for the company to get through the current difficulties. Luo Maoxuan showed a look of disbelief in his eyes. 8 million is not a small amount. I remember you told me before that his family conditions are not very good, and you also discussed with me about not asking for a betrothal gift and giving more dowry in the future. Luo Nanqing's face flushed slightly. Lin Feng said recently that he made a lot of money from stock trading. Stock speculation? Although it is indeed a bull market recently, it is not easy to make 8 million by speculating in stocks. If it is a banker, it is possible, but if it is a retail investor, it is almost a fantasy. Dad, the money Lin Feng transferred to me was not 8 million. Luo Nanqing added. I see. You can't really make that much money from stock trading, but the little money is almost a drop in the bucket for the current company. I appreciate Lin Feng's kindness, and this child is indeed worthy of trust. You don't have to worry about the company's affairs. I will file for bankruptcy tomorrow. The money he transfers to you can be used as the startup capital for your future family. Dad, why don't you ask how much money Lin Feng transferred to me? A smile appeared on Luo Nanqing's lips. Just as she was shocked when she received the text message from the bank just now, Luo Maoxuan will be just as surprised in a moment. She couldn't be left alone in that embarrassing situation. How much money was transferred? 1 million. Luo Maoxuan thought this was the upper limit of how much money individual investors could make from stock trading. But Luo Nanqing shook his head. Did I say too much? Indeed, there are too many chances for retail investors to make $1 million by speculating in stocks in such a short period of time. How much is that? 800,000? 500,000? Or even less? Luo Nanqing gave a mysterious smile and stretched out a finger. 100,000? Luo Maoxuan asked in a questioning tone. Luo Nanqing shook his head. 100 million. Puff. Luo Maoxuan spat out the tea he had just drunk. What did you say? Chapter 69. The scout came to the door. Luo Maoxuan looked incredulous. You tell me again, how much money did he transfer? 100 million. He originally wanted to transfer 10 million, but he pressed an extra zero, so he transferred 100 million. Luo Nanqing said truthfully. But Luo Maoxuan looked at her with a look of, are you kidding me? Nanqing, are you under too much pressure recently? Go back and have a good rest. I'll take care of the company's affairs, so you don't have to worry about them. Dad, I know you don't believe what I said. I didn't believe it at first either. Not to mention 100 million. I didn't believe it even if it was 8 million. But then I received a text message from the bank about a transfer. Luo Nanqing showed the text message in his mobile phone to Luo Maoxuan, and Luo Maoxuan's eyes widened after seeing it. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million. It's actually true? Luo Maoxuan took a breath of cold air. Seeing Luo Maoxuan's shocked expression, Luo Nanqing curled up a smile. She had the same look of disbelief just now. However, Luo Maoxuan quickly restrained the expression on his face and shook his head slightly. No. Luo Nanqing was puzzled. Dad, what's wrong? It's just a text message, so it doesn't mean anything. Maybe he sent it to you under a different bank name. Luo Nanqing was helpless. Dad, why are you so unwilling to believe it? Can I open my mobile banking app and show you the balance? Luo Nanqing then opened the mobile banking app. Her heart was in her throat when she logged in. Although she trusted Lin Feng very much, after hearing what Luo Maoxuan said just now, she was afraid that the text message might really be a joke. Enter password, login, account details. Balance? Call. Luo Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng had indeed transferred 100 million to her. When Luo Maoxuan saw the long string of numbers, he held his breath, and then a smile appeared on his face which had been expressionless for a long time. Nanqing, you are our family's lucky star. The company is saved. Luo Nanqing and Luo Maoxuan looked at each other, and both could see each other's joy in each other's eyes. After Lin Feng bought the plane ticket to Jiangchuan, he briefly explained a few words to his parents, Lin Miao Miao, Lu Xian, Jillian, and Su Yusu. The excuse given to Su Yushu was that a relative of hers had some problem in Jiangchuan. so she was in a hurry to get there. The excuse given to the rest was that there was something going on in the company and they needed to go on a business trip. Everyone's responses to Lin Feng were mostly concerned, without asking too many questions. After a simple packing, Lin Feng drove his Pagani to the airport. Li Huai and his group were quite large, with more than 30 people, and they had a lot of things that were inconvenient to carry on the plane, so they split into two groups. A large group of nearly 30 people, led by Li Huai, traveled lightly by plane to Jianchuan, while another group of 6 people drove 2 modified coasters to Jianchuan. The 6 of us took turns driving, and we would arrive in Jianchuan not much later than by plane. In this way, Lin Feng embarked on his journey to Jianchuan Airport. Lin Feng bought a first-class ticket, so he didn't have to sit outside waiting for the flight. There was a special waiting room with air conditioning, food and drinks, and special service staff. This is the power of money. When Lin Feng was lying on a chair in the waiting room with his eyes closed, he did not notice that someone was staring at him from behind. When the boarding time arrived, Lin Feng opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and prepared to board the plane. However, just as Lin Feng stood up, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Lin Feng turned around and saw a middle-aged woman in a black dress. The woman had an ordinary appearance, but her eyes seemed to be filled with shrewdness, making people feel like they were being plotted against the first time they saw her. "Who are you? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Lin Feng said indifferently. The woman smiled, then slowly took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Lin Feng. "My name is Wang Liping. I'm a professional agent. This is my business card." Lin Feng did not reach out to take the business card. He looked at the woman directly and said, "I asked you if you have anything to do for me. If not, I will board the plane." Wang Liping didn't show any annoyance at all when facing Lin Feng's look. She just calmly stuffed the business card into Lin Feng's bag. But it may also be that the surface work is done well enough. If it is the latter, then this person is really cunning. "I have no ill intentions. You heard me introduce myself just now. I am a professional agent. I believe you know what I do, right? Our company is currently discovering all kinds of future superstars. I just saw you in the back, and you look very handsome. I wanted to ask if you're interested in joining our company." "Not interested," Lin Feng said lightly. Although being a star is glamorous and earns a lot, Lin Feng already has money, and he doesn't like to be in the spotlight too much. Flirting with girls would be detrimental to Lin Feng's response to the country's policy of having more children. So Lin Feng refused cleanly and neatly. "You don't have to reject me so quickly. To be honest with you, even some of the top-tier celebrities I've seen are not as good-looking as you. Although those celebrities are handsome, they lack a bit of heroic spirit between their eyebrows. But you are different. With your looks, if you enter the entertainment industry, you will definitely kill a lot of people. With a height of over 1.8 meters and outstanding looks, I have absolute confidence that I can promote you to the position of a top-tier actor. If you don't have confidence in me, I can tell you that Kuan Kuan, Xiao Lu, and Fan Fan were all created by me. You can have confidence in me." Wang Liping looked confident that she would win. She was confident that no one would not be tempted by the situation she described. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer, Wang Liping added fuel to the fire. "You may not care about fame, but what about profit? Do you know how much money a first-tier actor can make every year? It's calculated in billions, you know? As an ordinary person, even if you work for thousands of years, can you earn 100 million? In a few years, you can earn enough for your lifetime without worries. Wouldn't you be tempted?" Lin Feng smiled. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Wang Liping smiled and thought to herself, as expected, no one would refuse fame and fortune. No one. "What do you want to ask? I'll try my best to answer you. Is it good to be a star?" Wang Liping was stunned. "Didn't I just say that? Isn't it good to earn enough money for a lifetime in a few years? Then how much money do you think you would need to live a carefree life without working?" Lin Feng asked again. "It should be at least several hundred million. The minimum cannot be less than 100 million. But I already have so much money. Why do I want to be a star?" Chapter 70. First Class is Great. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Wang Liping was slightly stunned and looked up and down at Lin Feng. Then he sneered, "Little brother, there should be a limit to bragging. The clothes you wear should not cost more than 1,000 yuan, right? Although rich people don't care much about what they wear, cheap clothes are not as comfortable as expensive ones. I don't think anyone who is rich would like to wear cheap clothes." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What was supposed to come finally came. Ever since he became rich, he never found the time to go to the mall to buy some clothes. After all, He had been busy for several days since he got the system. Well, can flirting with girls not be a serious matter? So he had always ignored the matter of his clothes. In addition, since he worked with Su Yushu, dressing too well would not be in line with his identity as an ordinary person, so the matter was put on hold. I didn't expect to encounter something like judging people by the quality of their clothes today. Lin Feng did not take the initiative to prove that he was rich. He just asked calmly, "What is the name of your company?" "Longfei Entertainment Company, a place dedicated to cultivating idols. Have you heard of it?" Wang Liping's face was full of pride when she spoke. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand." Then Lin Feng turned around and left without any hesitation. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you say something if you are interested?" Wang Liping shouted from behind. Lin Feng called Zhang Lei while walking. Zhang Lei quickly answered the phone. "Director Lin, you're looking for me? Have you heard of Longfei Entertainment Company? What's its scale?" Although Zhang Lei was a little surprised why Lin Feng suddenly asked about an entertainment company, it had nothing to do with Huarong Company. But he still answered obediently. As a subordinate, he didn't need to know why the chairman asked this question. He just needed to answer it well. "I haven't investigated Longfei Entertainment because our company has no overlapping business, and we have never cooperated with them. But I have heard that this company has only risen in recent years. With several talent shows, it has produced many idols. However, it has a very bad reputation in the industry and is often reported to have exploited its employees. Longfei is not listed, but a professional organization estimated last year that if Longfei were to go public, its market value would be around 2 billion, and its potential would be limited." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "How long will it take for you to find out about the acquisition of this company now?" Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone was shocked. "Director Lin, you want to acquire an entertainment company? This has nothing to do with our company. Besides, the group currently has more than 5 billion yuan in funds that can be mobilized. Although it is enough to acquire Longfei, it is very likely that there will be difficulties in recovering the funds." Zhang Lei lived up to his identity as a professional manager and pointed out the drawbacks of this matter in just a few words. However, Lin Feng just smiled and said, "Who said I want to acquire it in the name of Huarong Group? I want to acquire Longfei Entertainment in my own name. I don't need the company's money. The money will be deducted from my personal account, so I don't have to worry about the money. I just need to complete the acquisition as soon as possible." Zhang Lei nodded slightly. "Okay, Director Lin, I'll do it right away." After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Do you want to ask why Lin Feng suddenly acquired Longfei Company? Of course, he was a little unhappy because Wang Liping had mocked Lin Feng just now. Just so willful. Having money means you can do what you want. After acquiring Longfei, I believe Wang Liping's expression will be very interesting when she sees Lin Feng again. Lin Feng boarded the plane with a smile on his face. Just as he got on the plane and had not yet found his seat, a flight attendant took the bag from behind Lin Feng and asked him if he wanted to put the bag in the cabinet in front. That cabinet is specially used for luggage and takes up quite a lot of space. It is indeed a luxury to be able to reserve such a large space specifically for luggage in a first-class cabin where every inch of space is valuable. It's just a bag. You don't have to put it there. Just put it on the seat. Then the flight attendant took Lin Feng to his seat. It was the first time for Lin Feng to sit in first class. In his previous flights, he had bought discounted tickets and all were economy class. Today, Lin Feng finally got to see the luxury of first class. The space is very large and the door can be closed, making it equivalent to a small private room. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, the flight attendant handed him the menu. The service was very good, which was a service Lin Feng had never experienced in economy class. Just when Lin Feng was about to close the door, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. "Huh?" Lin Feng looked at her curiously for a few more times. She looks a bit like a female celebrity, especially her chest, which is as big as Luo Xian's. She seems a bit far from my seat, but never mind. I'm going to look for Luo Nanqing this time, so I don't want to cause any more trouble. I'm a very loyal person," Lin Feng said seriously, then looked for a while and closed the door. The system complained again. "Haha, you are such a shameless liar. If you are loyal, then it would be like a prostitute who has been in love for 10 years saying that she is a virgin." Lin Feng ignored the system. Now Lin Feng discovered that the best way to deal with the system is to ignore her, and then suddenly attack and mock her when she lets her guard down. Sure enough, after Lin Feng ignored her, the little lowly system knew it was boring and stopped talking. About half an hour later, Lin Feng's consciousness suddenly sank into the system. "System, why are you so fierce? The little lowly system was confused. What are you talking about? When did I ever treat you badly? Are you sure you're not vicious? Of course I'm not vicious. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. It's good to know. In fact, small ones are very cute. At least they are useful when playing cards. If someone plays a pair of 3, you just tear off their clothes. Yes, I can't afford it. The little lowly system finally reacted, and then began to criticize Lin Feng. However, at this time, Lin Feng had already left the system, put down the chair, turned it into a bed, and lay on it with a smile on his face. There is gossip all day long. If you don't listen, it will disappear. Ganlin City, Jiangchuan Province. After Luo Mashuan and Luo Nanxing confirmed that the 100 million transferred by Lin Feng could be used normally, they both fell into a long silence. 100 million! This is a wealth that many ordinary people cannot obtain through their lifetime efforts. A few days ago, Luo Mashuan was still trying every possible way to get 8 million. But now Lin Feng just casually transferred 100 million to him. Nanxing, what is your relationship with that Lin Feng now? Chapter 71 Female Star? What is your relationship with Lin Feng now? Luo Mashuan asked Luo Nanxing. Luo Nanxing blushed slightly. It doesn't matter yet. We are not officially together yet. You have to grasp a person like Lin Feng. He is so outstanding that there must be many people around him who covet him. You were his desk mate in high school. This time he knew that my company encountered problems, and he immediately transferred 100 million to me. This shows that he cares about you very much. Is he going to come here from Qizhou? Luo Nanxing nodded. He said he would be here before dinner today. So he's having dinner here tonight? That should be it. Luo Mashuan thought for a moment and said, Nanxing, go check what dishes are left in the kitchen. You cook for dinner tonight. Luo Nanxing was slightly stunned. My cooking is just average. Shouldn't Lin Feng go out for a good meal when he comes to eat? What do you know? Is the taste the most important thing about a meal? No, it's the thought that matters. But your cooking is really average. How about this? Go find your mom and ask her to help you and make sure the taste is acceptable. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Luo Nanxing pursed his lips. The reason why mom's cooking is so delicious is because she captured your stomach in the past? Luo Mashuan smiled. Of course not. I was the one pursuing your mom at the time. Your mom likes to cook, so I was always the guinea pig for her to taste. After trying a little, your mom's cooking gradually became delicious. And I also became good at it, so that's how you were born. Ganlin Airport. Lin Feng walked out of the airport with a bag on his back. In order to keep a low profile, Lin Feng wore a pair of sunglasses to slightly cover his peerless face. I took out my cell phone and found an unread message. It was sent by Lin Miao Miao. The real estate certificates for the hundreds of houses in Fenglin Shanshui were processed so quickly. I saw on the internet that it usually takes at least several months for most people to get them. It seems that wholesale is different. Lin Feng sent a message to Lin Miao Miao, asking her to wait for him. After he returned, he would take the pile of property certificates to rent out those houses. He believed that the people who received him would be shocked. After replying the message, Lin Feng raised his eyes and noticed the person who looked like a female celebrity that he saw on the plane. Even though she's wearing sunglasses, she does look like her from the side. It should be Zhou Yuqiong, almost certain. Zhou Yuqiong was Lin Feng's #1 idol during his adolescence. Lin Feng even specially customized an oversized pillow with Zhou Yuqiong's photo on it. I can't tell anyone about this, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Lin Feng's face rarely turned red, and then he continued to look in the direction of the woman who looked like Zhou Yuqiong. Zhou Yuqiong seemed to be in a bad mood, with a stern face without a smile. Finally, she got into a business car with an expressionless face. Usually when celebrities appear at the airport, there will be fans to greet them. But Lin Feng did not see any fans of Zhou Yuqiong at the airport gate, which means there are 3 possibilities. First, that woman just looks like Zhou Yuqiong, not really her. Second, Zhou Yuqiong's itinerary has not been made public, and it is not for recording a program or working. Third, Zhou Yuqiong is out of fashion and has no fans who follow her anymore. Of these 3 possibilities, Lin Feng prefers the second one. Lin Feng is very smart now. He usually won't make a mistake. And although Zhou Yuqiong has indeed been a little out of fashion in the past 2 years, she is still considered a second-tier star and still has some fans. I've never dated a female celebrity before, and as my mentor, she should be more responsible for me. Lin Feng smiled. Forget it. Let's talk about flirting with female celebrities later. Let's get down to business first. This time we're here to take Luo Nanqing away. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and was about to ask where Luo Nanqing's home was. But before he took out his cell phone, Lin Feng saw someone in the crowd waving at him. It's Luo Nanqing. Her height of 1.7 meters made her stand out among the many girls in the crowd. Luo Nanqing was wearing a pair of tight jeans that perfectly outlined her graceful curves and a white and blue baseball jacket. Although the clothes covered her chest, Lin Feng could still see that it was a lot bigger than before. Although Luo Nanqing was not right before, he was thin and no more than 100%. But now Lin Feng estimated that it had it. After seeing Lin Feng, Luo Nanqing made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted, "Lin Feng here." Lin Feng walked over with a smile, then touched Luo Nanqing's head without hesitation and patted her. "But how do you know I'm getting off the plane at this time? You haven't been waiting here all the time?" After Lin Feng slapped Luo Nanqing's, but Luo Nanqing seemed to be stunned on the spot, his body stiff. Lin Feng looked at her strangely. When he and Luo Nanqing were desk mates, he often spanked her. Sometimes when Luo Nanqing did not do well in the exams, Lin Feng would frown and say that he would punish Luo Nanqing so that she would have better motivation to study. Gradually, Lin Feng would spank Luo Nanqing every time he met her. Lin Feng seriously suspected that at least half of the credit for Luo Nanqing's perky but was due to him. "I just hit her. Why is she suddenly reacting so strongly? Is it because we haven't seen each other for such a long time that he is somewhat resistant to his own behavior?" However, Luo Nanqing's subsequent behavior made Lin Feng understand why Luo Nanqing was like that just now. Luo Nanqing turned his head stiffly, looked in the direction of Luo Mashuan, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Lin Feng, this is my dad." Lin Feng stood there in a daze. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? What did I just do? He slapped Luo Nanqing's, but in front of his future father-in-law, and acted like he was very familiar with it, which showed that he had done this before. Others have been growing cabbages for more than 20 years, and it turns out that they had been secretly eaten away before. Lin Feng looked at Luo Mashuan awkwardly. "Uncle, hello, my name is Lin Feng just now." Luo Mashuan was also very embarrassed. Although he had tacitly agreed to Lin Feng as his son-in-law, anyone would be embarrassed in this situation, right? Luo Mashuan coughed twice, then put aside what had just happened. "Let's go home first. Nanqing will cook the meal herself." Chapter 72, I Slipped the Tongue. Lin Feng didn't say anything, and the three of them got in the car together. Luo Mashuan was driving, while Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing were sitting in the back. After 5 minutes of long silence in the car, Lin Feng spoke first. "Nanqing, how did you know I would be at the airport at this time? You and Uncle wouldn't have been waiting for me here all this time, right? Didn't you tell me when you got on the plane? So I checked the flights from Chizhou to here and guessed that you were on this flight, so I came here to wait for you." Luo Nanqing held his head high, looking as if asking for praise. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his hand to touch Luo Nanqing's head, but suddenly thought of Luo Mashuan who was driving in front. His raised hand froze for a moment, then slowly put it down. "Then you and Uncle didn't wait long?" "No, Nanqing and I just arrived," Luo Mashuan said with a smile. After a pause, Luo Mashuan continued. "Lin Feng, Uncle wants to thank you. I want to thank you on behalf of the entire Luo family. If it weren't for you, I might have already applied for the company's bankruptcy procedure." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. "Uncle, you are too polite. When something happens in Nanqing, how can I just stand by and watch? These are what I should do. I have a few questions for you. Is that convenient? What does Uncle want to ask? I heard from Nanqing that you were from an ordinary family a year ago. How come you suddenly have so much money?" Perhaps because he was afraid that Lin Feng would think too much, Luo Mashuan added, "Don't worry, I'm just asking. It was actually a series of coincidences. When I first entered university," Lin Feng told Luo Mashuan the reason he had given to his parents. Although it was too coincidental, it was theoretically completely feasible. Luo Mashuan didn't say much after listening to it. "It seems that God has blessed you. This indirectly shows that you, Xiaolin, are a good person and someone who is worthy of trust." "Uncle, you are too kind," Lin Feng said with a smile. "By the way, I used nearly 9 million of the 100 million you transferred to Nanqing. I wanted to transfer the remaining money directly to you, but I couldn't because of the limit. Tomorrow, I will transfer it back to you using the company's account. In addition, I have no ability to repay the money you gave me in the near future, so my idea is to exchange the money for shares in the company. What do you think?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned and quickly waved his hand. Uncle, it's really not necessary. Transferring shares is too troublesome. Besides, we are not outsiders, and it's too vulgar to talk about paying back the money. 100 million is not a small sum. The extra money must be returned to you, and the shares are also necessary. After the company has recovered from this period and its performance has improved, you can exchange the shares for money. Lin Feng was helpless. Isn't it just 100 million? Is it a lot? Not to mention 100 million, even if there were a few more zeros, he wouldn't care about it now. However, Luo Moshuan insisted, and Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. Finally, Luo Moshuan made a decision to transfer 35% of the company's shares to Lin Feng. Originally, Luo Moshuan held 80% of the company's shares and had absolute control over the company. Now that he has divided nearly half of it to Lin Feng, he has also lost absolute control of the company. And if Lin Feng buys out the shares of some other small shareholders, then Shinran Company will no longer be a one-man show by Luo Moshuan. But Luo Moshuan had no concerns about this because he knew that Lin Feng would never do that. It's not because he absolutely trusts Lin Feng's character. It's just the first time they met today, and no one can see through the other person's character and personality at the first meeting. But judging from the fact that Lin Feng casually took out 100 million yuan, Lin Feng is definitely not a person who is short of money. Shinran Company may be very attractive to ordinary people, but for Lin Feng, to put it bluntly, even looking at Shinran Company is a waste of time. They are not on the same level at all. Luo Moshuan had already thought of returning the remaining money and giving Lin Feng shares. As for rich people, he can be generous to you, but you have to know your limits. If Luo Moshuan didn't mention the 100 million yuan to Lin Feng when they met this time, Lin Feng might not ask him for it, but he would definitely detract points from Luo Moshuan's image in his heart. Having a bad impression of Luo Moshuan is not a big deal, but it would be a big deal if you also dislike Luo Nanqing. Luo Moshuan would never do anything that would harm his daughter's happiness for his own personal gain. The car is speeding. Although the traffic in Ganlin has improved compared to Qizhou, the improvement is limited and there was still a short traffic jam along the way. After about 40 minutes, the vehicle stopped at the gate of an old residential area. After getting off the car, Luo Moshuan closed the door and said, "Not long ago, we sold the house we just bought because of company matters, and our family moved back here. This is where we lived when we first arrived in Ganlin. It's a bit old, so it's appropriate to call it my humble abode." Lin Feng looked around the neighborhood carefully, and it was indeed somewhat similar to the home where he had lived for more than 20 years. Maybe all the old communities in the country are a bit similar. Just like when you pass by every village, you can find places similar to your own village. In the past, Lin Feng didn't quite understand what kind of feeling that was, but now that he thinks back on it, it's homesickness. This place is a bit like my old home, and it feels familiar after looking at it. Luo Nanqing on the side grinned and said, "You feel a bit like that, right? I felt the same way when I first came here. I wanted to tell you about it at the time, but I was cleaning the house all day and forgot about it." The two of them seemed to have opened up and talked about many things in the past, but Luo Moshuan's eyes became more and more strange. Ahem! Luo Moshuan coughed twice, then looked at Luo Nanqing. "Nanqing, have you ever been to Xiaolin's house before?" Luo Nanqing was suddenly stunned, and Lin Feng was also stunned. "Oops, I let it slip. After the college entrance examination, I went to Lin Feng's house to play once. I remember I told you about it at that time." Luo Nanqing looked away and said guiltily. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just smiled awkwardly. Luo Moshuan was confused, but it was not a good idea to ask now. Besides, the two of them were already adults, so even if it was true, he couldn't say anything. "Then let's go in first. Nanqing's mother should have heated up the food by now." Luo Moshuan walked into the community in front. Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing looked at each other, and Luo Nanqing stuck out his tongue, thinking it was a false alarm. After the college entrance examination, when Luo Nanqing went to Lin Feng's house, the two of them didn't make the final breakthrough, but Chapter 73, Mother-in-Law Meets Son-in-Law. Although nothing really happened between the two people, a lot of things did happen. At that time, Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing's relationship was developing very well. Lin Feng's parents were not at home those days, so he persuaded Luo Nanqing to stay at his house for one night. That night, the two had originally planned to sleep in separate rooms. After all, they had not officially confirmed their relationship, but Lin Feng accidentally found a can of wolfberries. "What is this jar you're holding for?" Luo Nanqing asked curiously. "It seems to say wolfberry here. Have you ever eaten it?" I haven't tried it before. Is it delicious? Why don't you try it and know? After eating, the two found that their bodies seemed to be very hot, and they always had an urge to take off their clothes. Later, Lin Feng asked Lin Tianya and found out that it was not an ordinary wolfberry. Lin Feng continued to ask, but Lin Tianya kicked him away and said that if he touched his things again in the future, he would hang Lin Feng up and beat him. After eating wolfberries, Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing suppressed their adverse reactions and went straight to sleep. However, after falling asleep, Luo Nanqing had a strange dream. Very strange. The next day, the two people shared their dreams from the previous night and were surprised to find that their dreams were very similar. Since then, the relationship between Luo Nanqing and Lin Feng has reached a new level, and that incident became a common secret in the hearts of the two people. That's why the two of them were so nervous when they let the cat out of the bag in front of Luo Mashuan. Lin Feng even planned to pull Luo Nanqing and run away. He was a pig eating cabbages and let the owner of the cabbages know that he was eating cabbages. He felt guilty. Fortunately, Luo Mashuan didn't ask any more questions. Luo Nanqing and Lin Feng followed Luo Mashuan into an old apartment building and went up to the third floor. Before the three of them knocked on the door, Luo Nanqing's mother opened the door first. Lin Feng looked up and saw that Luo Nanqing's mother looked somewhat similar to Luo Nanqing. Time had not left too many traces on her face, but perhaps because of the recent incident at Luo Mashuan's company, she looked a little haggard. "Are you back? I heard you guys coming upstairs in the living room." Mother Luo smiled gently and welcomed the three people in. "Hello, Onshi. I'm Lin Feng, a friend of Nanqing." Luo's mother smiled and looked at Lin Feng with a very satisfied look. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she is. "You're my boyfriend, right? I used to hear Nanqing mention you often, but she has mentioned you less recently. I heard from Mo Xian that we should thank you for the company's funding problem this time. You have done a great favor to our Luo family. I think with such a great favor, why not give you my only daughter?" Luo's mother smiled like a flower and spoke without treating Lin Feng as an outsider at all. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing but nodded in his heart. Okay, this way I can legally steal cabbage. Mom, you're making fun of me again? Humph. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Luo Nanqing pouted and turned away. "It's okay. Mama's already sold you for a good price anyway. Xiaofeng, when you want to marry Nanqing in the future, you can sell it according to the price of pork by the kilogram." "Mom, you still set?" Luo Nanqing rushed over and started playing with Luo's mother. Lin Feng laughed. The environment in which this family usually gets along is really relaxed, almost like his own home, but I am usually the one who gets beaten. Maybe this is the difference in how pigs and cabbages are treated. All right, stop messing around. Xiaolin is still here. Wash your hands and have dinner." Luo Nanqing made a face at Luo Mashuan, then said to Lin Feng with a smile, "Eat more later. Today's meal was made by me. This is the first time I cook so many dishes by myself." Luo Nanqing waved his little fist with a smile, as if seeking credit. Seeing Luo Mashuan and Luo's mother and Xiorong washing their hands together, Lin Feng felt relieved and touched Luo Nanqing's head. "My Nanqing is so great. I will lick the dishes clean in a while." Luo Nanqing was very pleased with Lin Feng's words. Seeing that Luo Mashuan and the others were not there, he kissed Lin Feng on the face at lightning speed. "This is your reward for telling the truth." After the kiss, Luo Nanqing acted as if nothing had happened and skipped to the bathroom to wash his hands. Lin Feng touched the place where Luo Nanqing had kissed him just now, and the corners of his mouth curled up, feeling sweet in his heart. "Don't wash your face today. Although we were close before, this is the first time you've kissed me. Oh, why do I always have my first kiss taken away by others?" Luo Nanqing skipped to the bathroom. Although she looked relaxed on the surface, it was her first time to kiss Lin Feng, and also her first time to kiss a member of the opposite sex. However, in her heart, Lin Feng was already her only lover in this life. Luo Nanqing's face flushed slightly, and his heart beat much faster than usual. When Luo Mashuan and Xiorong came out of the bathroom, they saw Luo Nanqing's slightly rosy cheeks and were a little surprised. "It's not too hot in the room. Nanqing, why is your face red?" "But it might be because I was jumping around just now." "Oh, you guys should go eat quickly. I'll go after I wash my hands." Without waiting for Luo Mashuan and the others to answer, Luo Nanqing slipped into the bathroom as if feeling guilty. Luo Mashuan and Xiorong looked at each other without saying anything. While the two children were washing their hands, They came to the dining table. Luo Mashuan leaned over and whispered in Shirong's ear. When you were taking a shower tonight. After giving the instructions, and Shirong was a little surprised. Nanqing has grown up. She is no longer the child she used to be. This kind of thing is her freedom. Besides, I think Xiaofeng is a good kid. Let's not interfere. I just want to know. This is not a small matter. Nanqing always discussed with us when she encountered any major issues. She also told you when she and Xiaolin had a crush on each other. There is no reason not to tell you about this kind of thing. If your guess is really verified, can you still break them up? Chapter 74 Zhong Rinyao arrives. If your guess is really verified, can you still break them up? And Shirong rolled her eyes at Luo Mashuan. I just want to know. Besides, Xiaolin doesn't seem like the kind of person who's impatient. And Shirong rolled her eyes at Luo Mashuan again. That's true. Do you think everyone is like you? I was only 20 years old at that time, and you destroyed my beauty. Luo Mashuan coughed twice and stopped talking. Soon, the four of them washed their hands and sat at the dining table, just like a family of four. Xiaolin, try the dish that Nanqing made today. It was ready at around 4 in the afternoon. It got a little cold just now, so your aunt heated it up. Come and try it. Lin Feng picked up the plate of stir-fried bean curd skin closest to him on the table and put it in his mouth. He chewed it gently and found it surprisingly not that bad. Originally, Lin Feng thought that if Luo Nanqing cooked by himself, the food would definitely not be delicious. It was not that Lin Feng did not trust Luo Nanqing, but it was indeed based on his previous experience. In the past, Luo Nanqing was not a boarding student and could go home every night after noon and evening self-study. So sometimes in the afternoon when Luo Nanqing returned to school, she would bring Lin Feng the dishes she cooked. She said that she originally cooked them for her parents, but after eating them, her parents praised them for being delicious, and then, that's all. The mouth can lie, but the body cannot. Although Luo Mashuan and Shirong said that Luo Nanqing's food was delicious, after just taking a bite, the two of them went to order takeout. Then Luo Nanqing brought the dishes to Lin Feng, and after Lin Feng ate them, he fell silent. It's not a question of whether it tastes bad or not. It's definitely not cooked. So when Lin Feng heard that Luo Nanqing was going to cook it himself, he had already decided that no matter what the dish turned out like in the end, he would eat it with tears in his eyes. But after tasting it, Lin Feng found that it was not as bad as he had imagined. While Lin Feng was eating, Luo Nanqing opened his watery eyes wide, staring at Lin Feng without blinking, waiting for Lin Feng's reaction. Although she knew that her cooking skills had improved a lot, the opinions of Luo Mashuan and the others were not valuable as a reference. Her own taste was also rather strange. Unless the food was extremely unpalatable or extremely delicious, her evaluation of the food was always the same. It was okay. When Luo Nanqing saw Lin Feng's surprised expression after finishing the dish, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Isn't it delicious? My cooking skills have improved a lot in the past 2 years. I learned a lot from my mother. Luo Nanqing looked proud. It's really delicious. You've improved a lot since you were in high school. Luo Nanqing waved his fist. Of course, that was my first time cooking, so I wasn't very good at it. But now I've changed completely. Try the rest of the dishes. They were all cooked by me. It took me more than 2 hours. Then Lin Feng tasted the braised fish, spicy chicken, and stir-fried beef brisket on the table one by one. Luo Nanqing's cooking skills have indeed improved a lot. After the reward, she was asked to cook. Just as the family of four was happily eating, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Feng was stunned. Who was knocking on the door? Are there any other people in the Luo family? After hearing the knock on the door, Luo Mashuan and Shirong looked at each other, and their faces gradually darkened. Uncle, and who is knocking on the door? Lin Feng asked. I don't know, but it's very likely Zhong Rinyao. Lin Feng paused slightly. Zhong Rinyao? Luo Nanqing had mentioned this name to Lin Feng. It was him who was behind the scenes, trying to force Luo Nanqing to marry him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He hadn't even gone to look for him yet, but he came to him. Uncle and Aunt Nanqing. I'll go open the door. Lin Feng stood up from the dining table. We'll go with you. The other three also stood up. The four of them came to the door together. Lin Feng opened the door and saw a man wearing a well-fitting suit, a pair of shiny leather shoes, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his ears. The man's outfit reveals 2 words, elegant. However, Lin Feng knew that this was just a disguise. He looked elegant on the surface, but in fact he was a bastard who would do anything to achieve his goals. Zhong Rinyao saw the door open with a smile on his face, but when he saw Lin Feng in the front, the smile on his face paused, and then his brows slightly frowned. Who are you? Lin Feng sneered. You knocked on the door, but asked who I was? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhong Rinyao snorted coldly. I am Nanqing's fiancé. This place is half my home. I come to my own home. What's so ridiculous about that? Lin Feng spat. Ah, you? Nanqing's fiancé? Nanqing, come here and let him know who your fiancé is. Luo Nanqing behind him walked to Lin Feng without any hesitation, took his arm, and then kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Zhong Rinyao outside the door was struck by lightning. You? He opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he turned his gaze to Luo Mashuan and then Xiaorong and his wife behind Lin Feng. You, how dare you? I can destroy your company and your entire family. Lin Feng sneered. Zhong Rinyao, right? I haven't looked for you yet, but you've come here. I'm telling you, within 3 days, you'll die miserably. A surge of anger rose from Zhong Rinyao's heart. Good boy, you dare to touch the woman I like, and you dare to speak nonsense. I will kill you. After saying that, Zhong Rinyao changed his elegant look, gritted his teeth, threw his glasses to the ground, and rushed straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, his expression as usual. A rich kid like Zhong Rinyao has long been drained of his body by alcohol and sex. Not to mention that Lin Feng's body has been strengthened now. Even if it has not been strengthened by the system, he can still beat 2 of them. Looking coldly at Zhong Rinyao, who was rushing towards him, Lin Feng raised his right foot, and Zhong Rinyao bumped directly into Lin Feng's foot. Bang! Zhong Rinyao flew out and stopped only when he hit the wall of the corridor and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhong Rinyao was struggling and roaring on the ground, his face grim, and he was cursing. Lin Feng walked up to him with cold eyes and stepped on his chest with his right foot. Luo Mashuan, who was standing behind him, was afraid that Lin Feng would act impulsively, so he hurriedly reminded him, Xiao Lin, don't do anything stupid. Beating someone is completely different from killing someone. Uncle, don't worry, I know my limits. After Lin Feng calmed Luo Mashuan and the other 2, he exerted a little force with his feet, and Zhong Rinyao's face turned red. You dare to touch me, do you know who I am? But you are under my feet now, aren't you? Can your identity save you? Chapter 75, Go Away. Lin Feng smiled. No matter how noble your status is, no matter how prominent your family background is now, at this moment, you are under my feet. I want your life at any time. Zhong Rinyao finally restrained his arrogant attitude, trembling all over, and was extremely frightened. Who are you? What do you want to do? Who am I? Didn't I tell you? I am Luo Nanqing's fiancé. If you dare to set your sights on my woman, you are touching my weak spot. If you touch my weak spot, you are courting death. Lin Feng's voice gradually became cold. Zhong Rinyao felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his body shaking uncontrollably. He was scared and regretful. However, he did not regret having plans against Luo Nanqing, but he regretted why he came alone. If he had come with bodyguards, how could he have been so easily trampled under Lin Feng's feet? However, I don't intend to take your life now, but the real show is about to begin. I will use completely legal means to make you and the family behind you pay an unimaginable price. Then, Lin Feng removed his foot from Zhong Rinyao's chest and patted his shoes. My shoes are a little dirty after stepping on you. I think I should buy a new pair later. Then Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Rinyao and said, Why don't you get out of here? Are you waiting for me to change my mind and kill you? Zhong Rinyao felt as if he had been relieved. He hurriedly got up from the ground, rolled down the stairs using his hands and feet, and left without looking back. He originally wanted to say something harsh, but when he turned around and met Lin Feng's cold eyes, he shuddered all over and ran away without looking back. Lin Feng is so scary. After Zhong Rinyao ran away, Lin Feng turned around with a smile and said, Let's go eat. The 3 of them didn't say anything and returned to the table in silence. After eating in silence, Luo Mashuan spoke slowly. Xiao Lin, Zhong Rinyao has a good background. I've had enough of Gonlin these years. I want to go back to Qizhou to develop in a few days. What do you think? Lin Feng raised his head slightly with a smile on his face. Uncle, it's a good thing that you want to go back to Qizhou. Qizhou is my hometown, and my roots are in Qizhou. When I get to Qizhou, I can take care of anything that happens, but Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject. Uncle, if you want to go back to Qizhou, of course you can, but not now. Shaolin, what do you mean? Luo Mashwan didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course we have to wait until we have dealt with Zhong Rinyao and the family behind him before we leave. Shaolin, I know what you're thinking, but the Zhong family is very powerful in Ganlin. The Zhong Group is the largest clothing company in Ganlin and even in Jianchuan. In addition, the Zhong family has been developing in Ganlin for many years and has already had complicated relationships with the locals. Let's go." Qizhou is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. No matter how powerful the Zhong family is, they can't interfere in things so far away. Xiaolin, don't act on impulse, Luo Mashwan patiently advised. However, Lin Feng just smiled and said, "Uncle, of course I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. Since I'm here, I certainly know what I'm doing, and I'm not acting on impulse." Luo Mashwan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. "Uncle, you may not believe me just by words. How about this? Let's make a bet. Let's bet on whether the Zhong group behind Zhong Rinyao will fall in 3 days." Luo Mashwan's eyes flickered. Lin Feng's expression didn't seem like he was joking, but what he said was too outrageous. Although Lin Feng can easily take out 100 million yuan, the Zhong group should not be underestimated. As the leading group in the clothing industry in Jianchuan province, the market value of the Zhong group is nearly 5 billion, and Zhong Renyao's family is the local tyrants in Ganlin, Jianchuan. Even if Lin Feng has roots in Qizhou, he came to Ganlin alone. Can he really take down the entire Zhong group by himself? Shaolin, this is not a question of whether to gamble or not. I have heard some rumors about the Zhong family. This family is very vengeful. You beat Zhong Rinyao today, and they will definitely come to seek revenge on you. If you don't leave immediately, it may be too late if you want to leave again in the future. Luo Mashwan's tone was serious, and Lin Feng understood that what he said did sound like bragging, and no one with a normal mind would believe it. How about this, uncle? You, Andy, and Nanqing, don't stay here for the next 3 days. I'll have someone pick you up in a while. Just find a hotel. I'll arrange for someone to protect you. If the Zhong family dares to retaliate, they will never come back. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. This time, Lin Feng opened the door with a normal expression. The person who came was Li Huai. "Director Lin, the brothers have all been settled. They are in the Yunjing Hotel. The entire 3rd floor of the hotel has been booked and will be used as the brothers' base for the time being." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Okay, how is the investigation of the information about the Zhong group that I asked you to look up going?" "We have completed the investigation on the way. The information about the Zhong group is very simple. It is just a local tyrant in Ganlin. It does not have a strong background. We could just go ahead and do it without any scruples." Luo Mashwan, who was standing behind Lin Feng, widened his eyes. He found that he could not see his future son-in-law clearly. The huge Zhong group was so understated when that person mentioned it. He even said that he could just do it directly. There was no need to have any scruples. Am I too confident in myself? Or do I really have that ability? Just as Luo Mashwan was thinking, Lin Feng waved at them. "Uncle, and Nanqing, you can't stay here for the time being. Let's go to Yunjing Hotel. You stay there for the next 3 days. At most 3 days, you will see the news that the Zhong family is finished." Luo Mashwan and Xiaorong looked at each other, then nodded to each other. "Okay, we'll listen to you." Although they felt that what Lin Feng said was a bit too much, they still instinctively chose to believe Lin Feng. The family packed up briefly, then locked the door, went downstairs, and came to the outside of the community. "Uncle, please don't drive your car for now. The Zhong family should be very familiar with your car. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can take the car I arranged." At the entrance of the community, there was a specially modified coaster with a large space inside that could accommodate more than 20 people. After Luo Mashwan got on the car, he saw a lot of weapons in the back of the car, and there are also hot weapons. Luo Mashwan's pupils seemed to be shaking. He recalled the big words that Lin Feng had said and thought silently in his heart. How could his daughter capture the heart of such a terrifying man? Chapter 76 Chance. Cloud View Hotel. This hotel is not eye-catching in Ganlin. In terms of star rating, it is not even 4 stars. However, it is far away from the city center, relatively quiet, and its business is average. This is also one of the important reasons why Li Huai and others chose this place. If you want to rent an entire floor as a base, you naturally cannot choose a hotel that is bustling with business. A hotel with average business and located in the suburbs in a relatively secluded area is naturally the best choice. The 3rd floor of the hotel. The button of the elevator to the 3rd floor was stopped. It seemed that only a specific card could be used to enter the 3rd floor. There was a sign saying, "No entry for no permitted persons" at the entrance to the third floor, and someone was watching secretly. If anyone entered, they would be immediately asked to turn back. When Li Huai negotiated with the hotel politely said no, but later Li Huai gave the hotel manager 1 million. And then, everything is easy now. The power of money is so useful. Luo Mashuan's family of 3 were taken to a suite with 2 bedrooms and all the necessary facilities. Apart from the slightly better environment, it was not much different from home. Lin Feng and Li Huai entered another room, where there were several people concentrating on a large amount of information on the computer. "Director Lin, the Zhong family's information is here. I didn't bring a printer this time, and I felt it was risky to use someone else's printer, so I didn't print it out. Please take a look at the electronic version." Lin Feng's eyes fell on the computer, and he quickly browsed through all the information about the Zhong family. The Zhong group has been in Ganlin for some time. It has been quite large since the generation of Zhong Renyao's grandfather. By the time it came to the hands of Zhong Renyao's father, Zhong Ru, it was the leader in the clothing industry in the entire Jiangchuan province. However, the Zhong family's social background is simple, and they don't have any big background in either the underworld or the white world. It is very easy to deal with such a family. "Have you found out about the Zhong family's behind-the-scenes activities at Xianran Company?" Lin Feng asked. "We found out that the Zhong family first bribed a designer and the person in charge of reviewing design styles at Xianran Company, so that no one wanted the clothes that Xianran Company spent a lot of time and money to make. In the end, the goods had to be squeezed in the warehouse. Then they bribed the financial officer of Xianran Company and instructed him to run away with all the money in the company's account, leaving a lot of bad debts. These things were done very crudely, leaving behind a lot of obvious evidence. I suspect that it was Zhong Renyao who was in charge. I have also investigated this person. He is fond of wine and women. His ability is equivalent to a negative number, and he particularly likes to prove himself. But he does have one advantage, which is that he only offends people he can afford to offend. This time he provoked the Luo family, probably because he had carefully assessed the Luo family's strength and thought it was strong enough for him to control. But he didn't know that he had hit a wall this time. After Li Huai finished speaking, he asked again, "How does Director Lin plan to deal with the Zhong family?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said slowly, "Collect evidence, win over high-ranking officials, and put them to death." Luo Mashuan and his family of 3 sat in the room for a long time. "Nanqing, what exactly does Lin Feng do? I feel like I can't see through him anymore," Luo Mashuan asked. Luo Nanqing was also confused. "I don't know either. He was just an ordinary student before. Who would have thought that after just 1 year of no contact, he would become so mysterious?" Luo Mashuan wanted to ask something else, but seeing that Luo Nanqing looked like he knew nothing, he gave up the idea of asking further. "Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. Although I think what Lin Feng said is unlikely, I have an inexplicable feeling of trusting him. No matter what, we will know what will happen to the Zhong family in 3 days." Luo Nanqing stopped thinking about it. She didn't like to think about too many complicated things. She was only sure of one thing, that although Lin Feng had become much more mysterious, the relationship between them was still the same as before. Lin Feng still loves her. That's enough. Then I'll go take a shower first, and then go to bed. Luo Nanqing got up and walked towards the bathroom. And Xiurong also stood up. "Nanqing, let's take a bath together. It's been a long time since we, mother and daughter, have taken a bath together." Luo Nanqing didn't hesitate. "Let's go." In the bathroom, Luo Nanqing and Xiurong were naked, and Xiurong was an experienced person. After observing Luo Nanqing carefully for a while, she confirmed that her daughter was still a virgin. This made Xiurong feel relieved. Her daughter had been very obedient since she was young. She would tell them first when encountering any major events. Losing virginity was not a trivial matter. Fortunately, Luo Nanqing was still there. Luo Nanqing herself is not a serious person. While washing, the mother and daughter started playing around in the bathroom, covered in foam, with laughter ringing in the ears. After taking a shower, and Xiurong and Luo Mashuan entered one room, and Luo Nanqing went to another room. After entering the room, and Xiurong told Luo Nanqing that she was still a virgin, Luo Mashuan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, his evaluation of Lin Feng became even higher. The next day, Lin Feng slept well tonight and dreamed of many things that were inconvenient to write down. Lin Feng woke up from joy several times in the middle of the night. The system has come out to complain, but the points of the system's complaints seem a bit strange. The system did not say anything about Lin Feng's lustful behavior, but instead asked Lin Feng why he didn't include itself. In response to this, Lin Feng could only say, "Sorry, Xiong is too young to be gay." After waking up, Lin Feng immediately entered the system to sign in. Start today's sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Get a chance to meet an important person. Opportunity to meet important people. At 8:43 this morning, a child will fall into the lakeside park in the center of Ganlin City. The child is the only son of Chu Yuan, the current deputy mayor of Ganlin City. He was born in middle age and is very doted on. Chu Yuan is in charge of the commercial affairs of Ganlin City. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this reward. It's like sending you a pillow just when you're sleepy. As long as we can establish a relationship with Chu Yuan, it will be much easier to deal with the Zhong family. The system is pretty good to me, even though I often get angry with it. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He put on his clothes and brought Li Huai to the lakeside park in the city center. It was past 8 o'clock, and there were not many people in the park. Most of those who did morning exercises gathered at 6 or 7 o'clock, and by 8 o'clock, most of them had gone back to eat. Lin Feng and Li Huai came to the lake and carefully observed everyone around them. The information provided by the system said that a child would fall into the water, but there were quite a few parents with children around, so it was not easy to lock onto the target. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was 8:43, the exact time when the child fell into the water. At this moment, a child who was playing with a balloon suddenly let the balloon slip away from his hand. The child hurried forward to chase it, but in front of him was the lake without any protection measures. Chapter 77, Rescue. Thump. Ah! The child was so focused on the flying balloon that he paid no attention to the lake in front of him. He missed his step and fell into the lake. Ah! Help me! The child screamed desperately in the lake, but the more he struggled, the faster he sank. In just a moment, most of the child's body was swallowed by the lake water. Pedestrians around soon noticed the child falling into the water, but most people didn't dare to go in. Firstly, most people couldn't swim, and secondly, there were so many people trying to scam people. What if they saved someone and were blackmailed? So when they first saw the child fall into the water, most people were looking around. But soon, a figure quickly passed by the pedestrians watching around and jumped into the lake. Lin Feng jumped into the water, lifted the child's body out of the lake, and then walked to the shore little by little. With the help of Li Huai, the child returned to the shore safely. Lin Feng was soaked all over and climbed out of the lake one step later. "You are awesome, young man." If you hadn't been quick, the child would have been in great trouble. Although the lake is not very deep, it is still very dangerous for children. This child's parents are so careless, aren't they? How could they leave their child alone by the lake? They are so irresponsible. Young man, you are soaked to the skin. It is not summer now. Hurry up and wipe yourself off to avoid catching a cold. There are not many young men with such a warm heart in this world. He is so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Are you married? I have a daughter at home, in her early 20s, you see. Lin Feng was immediately surrounded by a group of people, and many middle-aged people were vying to introduce their daughters to Lin Feng. At this moment, a man in a black suit ran over in a hurry, and the marshmallow in his hand fell to the ground. He pushed through the crowd and hurried to the child who had fallen into the water. "Shouty, are you okay? I shouldn't have left your sight just now. Do you want to go to the hospital?" The child called Shouty recognized the man in the suit. Uncle, I'm fine." The balloon flew away. Shouty pointed to the balloon that was flying farther and farther into the sky. "It's okay. We'll buy another one once the balloon flies away. As long as you're okay, that's fine." The man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shouty was fine. If something happened to Shouty while he was in care, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be for him. Then the man in the suit came to the soaking wet Lin Feng and held Lin Feng's hand with a serious look. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, my nephew may have died here." Lin Feng waved his hand casually. "It's just a small favor, but I have to say something to you. You are so confident in leaving a child by the lake. How brave are you? I'm here this time, but what about next time? What if no one rescues him next time? Since you brought the child out, you should be more serious and make sure the child is within your sight at all times." Lin Feng scolded the man in the suit with a stern face. The man in the suit nodded repeatedly. "You're right. This won't happen again." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Okay, the child was choked by water a few times. He should be fine, but to be on the safe side, you should take him to the hospital for a checkup. If he is fine, I will leave." Lin Feng wrung the water out of his clothes and immediately planned to ask Li Huai to leave. However, the man in the suit stopped Lin Feng and said, "Brother, wait a minute. You are my nephew's lifesaver. Moreover, you got your clothes soaked while trying to save him. We are not the kind of people who don't repay a favor. Take this money and consider it as my compensation for your new clothes." The man in the suit took out a stack of red bills from his wallet, roughly estimating that the stack was worth a few thousand yuan. Lin Feng didn't reach out to take it, but instead frowned. "What do you mean? Do you think I save people just for money?" No, brother, you misunderstood. You were soaked all over. You save people with good intentions, but good intentions must be rewarded. This money is my compensation for buying you clothes. Please accept it." Lin Feng refused sternly. "No, the clothes are just wet. I'll go back and wash them later. You should take the child to the hospital for a checkup. I'm leaving first." However, the man in the suit still insisted. This time he did not hand over the money, but took out a business card. "Brother, I know you don't want money, so let me give you a business card with my contact information on it, and you can also give me your contact information." Perhaps fearing that Lin Feng would refuse again, the man in the suit added, "I also want to wait until I have checked at the hospital to let you know if Xiaodi is okay. You saved Xiaodi, so it's reasonable for you to know about his condition, right?" Lin Feng considered it for a moment and finally nodded, took the business card handed over by the man in the suit, and then took out a wet business card from his pocket and handed it to the man in the suit. "Okay then, remember to let me know after you finish the examination at the hospital." After saying that, Lin Feng greeted Li Huai and turned to leave. The man in the suit looked at the business card Lin Feng handed over and asked, "Chairman of Huarong Group?" In order to take Xiaodi to the hospital in time, the man in the suit put the business card in his pocket without thinking too much and carried Xiaodi into a black Audi not far away. After Lin Feng and Li Huai left, they also got into a car. In the car, Lin Feng changed his wet clothes. "Director Lin, I have a question. Why did you bring me to this park today? Is it just to save the child who fell into the water?" After Lin Feng changed his clothes, he smiled and said, "Of course." Li Huai didn't understand. "Mr. Lin, the evidence of the Zhong family's crimes in recent years has been almost collected. You haven't asked me to send it to the police. What are you waiting for? You came here specially to save the child today. Did you know that he would fall into the water?" Facing Li Huai's doubts, Lin Feng just smiled. Although the Zhong family does not have a particularly strong background, it has been entrenched in Ganlin for many years after all. It is not an easy task to directly bring them down with those evidences. At least it cannot be done within 3 days. Therefore, we need to find someone who is capable of bringing down the Zhong family to help us. Li Huai felt something in his heart. The child who fell into the water is the one who helped us. Clever. But Mr. Lin, how did you know that the child would fall into the water? Was falling into the water also planned by you, Mr. Lin? Li Huai was shocked. Of course not. I just happened to know that he would fall into the water at this time today, and his father is the one who can help us. Who is his father? Chapter 78, Will Wang Duyu save Xiazhu? Who is his father? Lin Feng smiled. Deputy Mayor of Ganlin City, Chu Yuan, in charge of business. Li Huai understood immediately. It turns out that Director Lin had already arranged everything. Li Huai did not continue to ask why Lin Feng knew that Chu Yuan's son would fall into the water in the park today. Sometimes subordinates do not need to know too much. If he really needs to know, Lin Feng will tell him. Then, Director Lin, what should we do next? Do you need me to send all the information to the police? Okay, now tell your brother to send the evidence to the police. I believe I will receive a call from Chu Yuan tonight at the latest. I have not concealed my identity as the chairman of Huarong Group. I believe Chu Yuan will find me soon. Municipal Government Office. Chu Yuan is in a meeting. Recently, Ganlin City's economy has been declining for 2 consecutive years, which has caused great distress to him, the deputy mayor in charge of commerce. Most of the enterprises in Ganlin City are mainly engaged in the primary and secondary industries. Now, with the development of science and technology, these enterprises are increasingly unable to keep up with the pace of development. However, Ganlin did not have any potential enterprises to support, which gave Chu Yuan a headache as he wanted to accomplish something during his term of office. Just when Chu Yuan was in a meeting, his secretary suddenly knocked on the door and came in. Chu Yuan frowned. What's going on? Didn't they say that anything that happens during a meeting should be discussed after the meeting? Are there any rules? Chu Yuan scolded his secretary Ma Jinya. This superficial scolding is done for everyone else at the conference table to see. After all, as the person presiding over the meeting, one cannot take the lead in breaking the rules. Secretary Ma hurriedly bowed and said, Mayor Chu, there is an urgent matter. I really have no choice. Chu Yuan said calmly, this won't happen again. What happened? Secretary Ma hurried to Chu Yuan's side and whispered something in his ear. Chu Yuan's expression changed drastically. When did it happen? It was this morning, Secretary Ma said. Chu Yuan thought for a moment and looked around at the people at the conference table. Go back and discuss the issue I just mentioned. Today's meeting ends here. Adjourn. After the meeting was hastily adjourned, Chu Yuan hurriedly took Secretary Ma back to his office. Is Xiaodi okay now? It's okay. Shiryu has taken the young master to the hospital. Judging from his performance along the way, the young master is fine. According to the onlookers at the scene, the young master was rescued quickly after falling into the water. Chu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then a hint of anger emerged in his heart again. What happened to Shiryu? How did Xiao Di fall into the water? Luckily, he rescued him in time. Otherwise, I will never forgive him. Chu Yuan has the aura of a superior. If an ordinary person stood in front of him now, he would definitely be scared by him. Secretary Ma heard Chu Yuan's words and quickly added, it was not Shiryu who rescued the young master from the lake, but a passerby in the park at the time. Chu Yuan's eyes were stern. Where was Shiryu when Xiao Di fell into the water? At that time, the young master wanted to eat cotton candy. Shiryu thought that he would be fine for 1 or 2 minutes, so he went to buy cotton candy for the young master. However, during those 2 minutes, the young master fell into the water because he was chasing the balloon. Secretary Ma told Chu Yuan everything that happened in the park. Chu Yuan's face was as gloomy as water. You were going to assign a job to Shiryu some time ago, right? Tell him to change it and tell him to get out of here as far as possible. I don't want to see him in Ganlin anymore. No, I don't want to see him in the entire Jiangchuan province. Secretary Ma nodded slightly. I'll arrange it in a moment. By the way, can you find a person who saved Xiaodi? It is not the habit of our Chu family to not repay the favor after receiving it from others. According to Shiryu, he insisted and left the man's business card. That man was not an ordinary person. He was the chairman of Huarong Group. Chu Yuan's eyes were stern. Huarong Group? Is it the Huarong Group in Nanjiang province? The Huarong Group that is one of the Fortune 500? Secretary Ma nodded. From the business card, yes, but I haven't asked anyone to verify it. Shiryu said that the man is very young, only in his early 20s. The chairman of Huarong Group should not be that young. Chu Yuan was silent for a moment, wondering what he was thinking. Mayor, do you suspect there is some conspiracy here? Secretary Ma is Chu Yuan's confidant, so he doesn't have to worry too much about talking behind closed doors. Go and carefully check the surveillance footage of Xiao Di going to various places in the past few days, and secretly investigate all the surveillance footage and witnesses in that park today. Okay, I'll do it right away. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng sat in the hotel and watched a movie with Luo Nanqing. This was the first time the two of them had gone to the cinema to watch a movie. It was also that time that the two of them could see each other's feelings from each other's eyes. Wang Duiyu, aren't you rich? Before the sun sets, bring 10 million to redeem your woman. Otherwise, this will be the end. I still remember that when the movie was about to end, Luo Nanqing looked at Lin Feng and asked a question. Lin Feng, do you think Wang Duiyu will give up 30 billion to save Xiaozhu? At that time, Lin Feng's answer was, of course. Why? Because it's a movie. Although Luo Nanqing didn't say anything at that time, she was actually a little disappointed. This was not what she wanted to hear. This time, when seeing this plot, Luo Nanqing seemed to have thought of something and asked the same question again. Lin Feng, do you think Wang Duiyu will come to rescue Xiaozhu? Yes. Lin Feng's answer remained unchanged. Why? Because Wang Duiyu loves Xiaozhu, just like I will never give up on you no matter how much money you get. Luo Nanqing's eyes softened immediately, and his body nestled in Lin Feng's arms became more relaxed. Then Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng was young and ignorant in the past, but now he finally understands that sometimes women ask you questions just to hear some sweet words. At this time, you should just say something she likes to hear, and don't think you are very humorous or too serious. You see, after Lin Feng finished answering, Luo Nanqing became happy. She was originally unwilling to give Lin Feng a back massage, but now she was willing. While Luo Nanqing was massaging Lin Feng's back, he asked, Lin Feng, do you really want to bring down the Zhong family within 3 days? Lin Feng took off his shirt and lay on the bed enjoying Luo Nanqing's massage with his eyes closed. Of course. How could I lie to you? It seems that you went out once in the morning and stayed in the hotel the whole day. During that time, you tricked me from my parents' room and tried to play hooligan. Lin Feng said calmly, I have already told others to do the rest. The most important time has not come yet. Once the time comes, it will be the end of the Zhong family. What's the timing? Lin Feng pointed to the phone beside him and said, wait for a call. That call is the opportunity. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Lin Feng opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curved up. The time has come. Chapter 79. An appointment at Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Luo Nanqing asked curiously, whose call is it? Lin Feng smiled. He's the one who can deal a fatal blow to the Zhong family. Lin Feng answered the phone and heard the voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, is this Lin Feng? Asked the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone. I am, you are? Hello, I'm Xiaoti's father, the child you rescued from the lake in Lakeside Park this morning. I'm calling to tell you that Xiaoti is fine, and I also want to thank you individually. So it's because of this incident. It's just a piece of cake. I believe anyone who sees this situation will make the same choice as me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Lin Feng said cheerfully. You were too modest. I heard that when Xiaoti fell into the water, there were many people around, but you were the only one who jumped in without hesitation. Maybe it's because I have quick eyes and hands. Lin Feng said with a smile. I wonder if it's convenient for you, Xiaolin. I want to treat you to dinner tonight. What do you think? There's no need to eat. I didn't want to leave my phone number after saving the man because of this. Do good deeds without leaving your name. I know you have good morals, Xiaolin, but I am a person who repays favors. Besides, don't you want to come and listen to me talk about the Zhong family? Lin Feng pretended to be surprised. How? Do you know? Who are you? Chu Yuan laughed. Didn't I say that? You are my son's benefactor, and also the benefactor of our Chu family. Of course, we should repay our benefactors. I found out that you recently had a conflict with the Zhong group in Ganlin. So, although you are very powerful, Mr. Lin, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. In Ganlin, I will help you, and the effect will be better. Although they were separated by a phone, Lin Feng could imagine that when Chu Yuan said this, he looked like he was in control of something. Lin Feng naturally cooperated very well. Okay, where's the dining place? I'll go there now. That's right. You are our Chu family's benefactor. Now I can help you with something. This is called mutual help. I'll wait for you in Songlong Pavilion. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth curled up. Luo Nanqing, who was standing by, was a little confused when he heard what Lin Feng said on the phone. You just said that the person on the phone is someone who can deal a fatal blow to the Zhong family? But it sounded like you were just talking on the phone for the first time. It is indeed the first time that I called, but this does not conflict with their fatal blow to the Zhong family. I have to go out for a while. Before I leave, can you give me some reward? What reward? Luo Nanqing had not yet realized that danger was approaching. Let me kiss you. Without waiting for Luo Nanqing to answer, Lin Feng rushed over directly. Whoa! About 15 minutes later, Lin Feng walked out of the hotel and took a breath of fresh air outside. Oh, my first kiss was taken away from me again. Damn my charm. Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Although the name sounds impressive, the business here is not doing well. The glorious moment of Songlong Pavilion was in the last century, when it was recognized as the most upscale place in the entire Ganlin. Anyone who can treat others to a meal at Songlong Pavilion has that status as a symbol. However, as the new century began, more and more restaurants emerged and Songlong Pavilion gradually declined. The most serious decline was that the former owner saw that the business was not as good as before, so he sold it out in despair and left. Since then, Songlong Pavilion has completely become a second-rate restaurant in Ganlin. However, because of its glorious past, many middle-aged people come here from time to have a meal and reminisce about the past. Chu Yuan was such a person. When Songlong Pavilion was at its most glorious, he was in poverty, so he never had the opportunity to come here to have a meal. As Songlong Pavilion declined, Chu Yuan gradually made the acquaintance of noble people and became prosperous. He could afford to come to Songlong Pavilion, but the feeling he had before could never be returned. In addition to nostalgia, there is another reason why Chu Yuan chose Songlong Pavilion, which is that the business here is not good and there are not many people. His current status makes it inconvenient for him to eat in places with too many people. Inside a private room, Chu Yuan picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He doesn't know much about tea. He just feels that this kind of tea is very classy and someone of his status needs to be classy. Mayor, are you sure there's no problem with Lin Feng? Secretary Ma asked. Chu Yuan glanced at him and said, Didn't I tell you? Call me Mr. Chu here to avoid unnecessary trouble. Secretary Ma hurriedly lowered his head and said, Yes, Mr. Chu. Chu Yuan retracted his gaze and took another sip of tea. Don't all the information prove that Lin Feng had nothing to do with Xiao Di falling into the water? He just happened to pass by and save Xiao Di. Moreover, if he had known Xiao Di's identity earlier, would he have refused again and again without leaving any contact information? Maybe all of this was his plan? He didn't want the business card in order to leave a good impression? In the end, he still left his business card, didn't he? Secretary Ma still felt that it was a bit too coincidental. If he planned all this, then why did he do it? To deal with the Zhong family? Although the Zhong family is good, it is still not as good as Huarong Group. What's more, Lin Feng has more than just Huarong Group. Huarong Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies, the world's top security company, the world's top public relations company, and the recent rumor that Longfei Entertainment is going to be acquired by him. Would such a person think that Zhong Group is troublesome? At most, it will just take up some time. There is no need to take the risk of offending me to arrange all this. Although Secretary Ma felt that what happened was a coincidence, Chu Yuan's explanation was very reasonable, and he could only attribute it to his overthinking. Then how do you plan to help him, Mr. Chu? Just go with the flow. He has already sent all the evidence of the Zhong family and the Zhong Group to the police station today. I can help resolve some of the interference, so that the Zhong family can be brought to justice as quickly as possible. While the two were talking, Secretary Ma glanced at his phone, then nodded to Chu Yuan. Mr. Chu, he's here. Not long. There was a brief knock on the box door. Chapter 80, I will bring an investment. Boom, boom, boom. There was a short knock on the door. Chu Yuan motioned to Secretary Ma to open the door. The door was opened, and the person who came in was the handsome Lin Feng. Chu Yuan and Secretary Ma looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Although they already knew from the investigation that Lin Feng was only in his early 20s, they were still surprised when they saw the real person. To be able to control so many world-class companies at such a young age, his background must definitely be extraordinary. Besides being shocked by Lin Feng's youth, the two were also shocked by how handsome he was. With this appearance, it is possible for him to make his debut right away. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Chu Yuan stood up and shook hands with Lin Feng. I am Chu Yuan. Please sit down. Secretary Ma closed the door of the box. Lin Feng sat down, and Chu Yuan spoke first. Director Lin, can you tell me what the conflict is with the Zhong Group? Mr. Chu, don't you know? I thought Mr. Chu called me here with all his confidence and had already investigated everything clearly. Chu Yuan smiled. I only found out that you handed over some evidence of the Zhong family's crimes to the police station. Time was short, and I didn't find anything else. In that case, I'll tell you about it. Then Lin Feng told Chu Yuan the whole story without exaggerating. After all, with Chu Yuan's ability, it was easy for him to find out these things. It is very likely that he had already finished the investigation and just deliberately asked Lin Feng to repeat it. After Chu Yuan heard this, he slammed the table and said, This is too much. If Chairman Lin hadn't come in time, Zhong Renyao might have taken it by force. I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen in Gonglin. Even if you are not my son's savior, I will still take care of this matter. Chu Yuan looked indignant. No matter whether he was pretending or real, at least he looked very indignant. I haven't asked you anything since I came in. Where is Mr. Chu employed? Chu Yuan laughed and said, I am a deputy mayor of Gonglin, in charge of business. Lin Feng pretended to be very surprised, stood up suddenly, and looked at Chu Yuan with an incredulous look. Chu Yuan seemed very satisfied with Lin Feng's surprised expression. After Lin Feng stood up in surprise, he seemed to have thought of something, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Chu City. Chu Yuan stretched out his hand to interrupt Lin Feng. Just continue to call me Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, I really don't know your identity. Your son fell into the water. Chu Yuan knew what Lin Feng wanted to say. Don't be afraid. If I didn't find out the truth, would I be able to chat with you so easily? Xiaodi falling into the water has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng looked relieved. Mr. Chu is very observant. Now we can continue to talk about what happened just now. You have a conflict with the Zhong family, and the Zhong family did something wrong, so I can help you. How do you think I can help you? As long as the Zhong family pays for all the illegal things they have done over the years. I told Zhong Renyao when he came to me that I would use legal means to bring down the Zhong family and the Zhongshe group. Chu Yuan smiled. Although he had decided to help Lin Feng, If Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask him to do something against the rules, he would do it, but his evaluation of Lin Feng would be lowered. But he was very satisfied with Lin Feng's approach, asking others to do things for him without causing trouble for others. This is a smart person. Okay, then I will go back and urge the relevant people to handle the case of the Zhong family properly. The Zhong family will be arrested tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. And with the cooperation of your Huarong group, the Zhongshe group will be declared bankrupt within a few days. Lin Feng smiled. Then I would like to thank Mr. Chu first. I am just going with the flow. Even without me, with your energy, it would take you a little longer to deal with a small Zhong group. At this moment, a ding sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Bite! The host is detected to be communicating with Chu Yuan, triggering a random task. Make friends with Chu Yuan. Make friends with Chu Yuan. Ganlin's economy is in a downturn, and Chu Yuan is worried about it. If the host attracts investment into Ganlin, Chu Yuan will definitely have a good impression of the host. System suggestion. Invest in Martian, a very promising smart home enterprise in Ganlin. Task reward. 2 health cards. Health card. After using it, all hidden diseases in a person's body will disappear, and there will be no serious illness within 50 years, making the person young again. Lin Feng sank into the system and squinted his eyes. Health card? It's just right for my parents. They are only in their 40s. They have been working hard for so many years. I often see them have back pain, and I can also make friends with Chu Yuan. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng smiled. Then he said, Mr. Chu, besides this matter, I want to discuss something else with you. Chu Yuan was slightly stunned. What else? This time I ruined Ganlin No, the largest clothing company in Jiangchuan province. I feel a little sorry for Ganlin and Mr. Chu, so I want to bring some investment to Ganlin as compensation. Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Investment? What do you want to invest in, Mr. Lin? Support your father-in-law's Xianran company? Let him eat up the previous share of Zhongshe Group. Lin Feng shook his head. Swallowing the Zhong Group is certain. This cannot be considered an investment. Otherwise, I would be too insincere. After a pause, Lin Feng continued. I want to invest in a smart home company called Martian in Ganlin. I've checked and found that this company has great potential, but it had problems with initial financing. If it is strongly supported, it is very likely to grow into a leading company in Ganlin or even the entire Jiangchuan. Director Lin's tone is really very big. It seems that Director Lin came to Ganlin this time not only to solve his father-in-law's family affairs. How much does Director Lin want to invest? Chu Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Lin Feng stretched out a finger. I want to invest this much. Chu Yuan was slightly disappointed, but the disappointment was fleeting. 100 million investment is not a small amount for a startup company. I would like to thank Director Lin on behalf of that company. Mr. Chu seems to have misunderstood. What I want to invest is not 100 million. 100 million does seem a bit shabby when it comes out of my hands. Lin Feng said lightly. Chu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Director Lin wants to invest 1 billion? However, Lin Feng still shook his head. 1 billion is still not enough. I will invest 10 billion. Chapter 81 Happy Cooperation. Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, somewhat unable to believe his ears. What did you say? 100 billion? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Since I said I would bring investment to Ganlin, I naturally have to show my sincerity. 100 million or 1 billion is not a small amount, but for a city, it is just a drop in the bucket, so 10 billion is not a lot. Chu Yuan began to re-examine the young chairman of Huarong Group sitting opposite him. In the beginning, Chu Yuan actually did not treat Lin Feng as a person of the same level. One reason was that Lin Feng was young, and the other was that he still looked down on businessmen in his heart. But when Lin Feng said just now that he wanted to invest 10 billion, he was really shocked. Director Lin, this is no small matter. You can't joke about it. Mr. Chu, I never joke about such important matters. Mr. Lin, although Huarong Group is one of the Fortune 500 and a financial company with strong cash flow, it will definitely be a huge loss to take out 10 billion at once, right? Chu Yuan still didn't believe what Lin Feng said. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea on the table and said, Indeed, if Huarong Group takes out 10 billion at once, the group's funds will be in big trouble. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Was Lin Feng kidding him? Then what did Director Lin mean by what he just said? Director Lin plans to pay out 10 billion in installments. No, Mr. Chu has confused one thing. Although I am the chairman of Huarong Group, I'm not just the chairman of Huarong Group. This 10 billion will not come from Huarong Group's account, but I will use it for personal investment. Chu Yuan took a deep breath. Mr. Lin, can you personally come up with 10 billion? I really can't believe it. Mr. Chu, there is no need for me to deceive you. It is no good for me to brag to you now. If I can't come up with 10 billion to invest in the end, you won't lose anything, but my reputation in front of you will be completely ruined. Why should I do something that will do me no good, but only harm? Chu Yuan thought carefully about Lin Feng's words and felt that they did make sense. Now Lin Feng and he have a good relationship, so there is no need for Lin Feng to lie to himself. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan really couldn't see through the handsome young man in front of him. Could he be from a big family? Anyone who sits in Chu Yuan's position has some understanding of some secret families. No one would believe that Lin Feng, who is so young, owns so many companies without the power of the family behind him. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan stopped his thoughts in time. Knowing too much and thinking too much about the affairs of a big family is not a good thing. Then Chu Yuan stood up and bowed to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, your 10 billion has helped me a lot and helped the entire Ganglan a lot. Lin Feng hurriedly helped Chu Yuan up. Mr. Chu, you are too kind. I'm a businessman. I'm just optimistic about the future development of Ganglan. You don't need to thank me. This is business. However, I do have something I would like to ask Mr. Chu for help with. Chu Yuan became alert. Did he really need his help with something? Sure enough, these 10 billion are not something that can be taken casually. What kind of big thing could it be that could use 10 billion investment as a bargaining chip and ask for his help? Chu Yuan didn't dare to think about it. What's the matter? Tell me about it. Chu Yuan didn't dare to agree directly. Lin Feng leaned close to Chu Yuan's ear and whispered something. Secretary Ma, who had been silent, had a flickering look in his eyes and pricked up his ears to try to hear something from the slight sound. After a moment, Lin Feng sat back in his seat and Chu Yuan's looked surprised. Secretary Ma guessed that Chu Yuan must have been asked to do something important. Otherwise, Chu Yuan would not be so surprised. It seems that this 10 billion investment is going to go down the drain. But what Chu Yuan said afterwards almost made Secretary Ma drop his jaw in shock. Chu Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a very complicated look and only said a minute later, "That's it, Secretary Ma?" Lin Feng chuckled softly. Mr. Chu feels embarrassed? If this is difficult, then what else can I do? I'm just wondering, Mr. Lin, did you spend 10 billion just to show off? Lin Feng coughed twice and said calmly, Mr. Chu, how can you be so uncivilized? This is not called pretending. This is called showing off in front of others. Chu Yuan gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Mr. Lin is indeed a young man. His thinking is different from that of a middle-aged man like me. But for such a simple matter, I will do my best to help you. Mr. Chu, it's a pleasure working with you. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand. Chu Yuan shook Lin Feng's hand enthusiastically. It's a pleasure to work with you. Mr. Lin is a man of character. I, Chu, will make friends with you. Secretary Ma was standing beside them, completely confused. What? What's the pretense? Who can show his power in front of you? What is this all about? Why don't you understand all of a sudden? What on earth did I miss? That evening, after Lin Feng returned to the hotel, he went to Luo Mashuan's family's room. The family of three has been very bored since they moved into the hotel. As they cannot go out, they started playing landlord. In this game, Luo Mashuan is the landlord, and Xiurong and Luo Nanqing are farmers. Now it is in Xiurong's turn to play. 10 hooks circles Kai Jian. Don't want. Pass. 80, 80, 90, 90, 10. Submit the order. No. Luo Mashuan didn't seize the opportunity to play a card. When Luo Nanqing saw and Xiurong placed the order, a look of joy appeared on his face. I explode. And Xiurong stared at Luo Nanqing with wide eyes, her big eyes full of confusion. However, Luo Nanqing was obviously unaware of Xiurong's reaction. He was still immersed in doubling. Double it again, and I'll blow it up again. No, don't. If looks could hit people, Luo Nanqing would be being beaten violently by Xiurong now. Pass. Luo Mashuan still had a pile of cards in his hand, and he had basically given up on winning. Haha, enough explosions, time to end. 1-3, Mom, it's your turn. But, and Xiurong said weakly, Luo Nanqing. Mom, why don't you play? I played 3. If I could have pressed it, wouldn't I have gone out? Mom, you don't have 3 left, right? Luo Nanqing had a bad feeling in his heart. I told you I didn't believe it. I was about to leave. Why did you blow it up? Didn't I want to double it? Luo Nanqing's voice became much softer. Luo Mashwan smiled when he saw the situation on the field. Oh my god! There is an unexpected gain? Chapter 82, I have a gift for Zhong Renyao. Luo Mashwan originally thought that he was going to lose this round, but unexpectedly, there was a silver lining. 3, you don't want it, right? I want it. King, do you have any more bombs? Luo Nanqing lowered his head, not daring to look in Xiurong in the eye. 678,910. Shunzi, don't want. Go ahead. 3 hooks and a small 4. Don't want. Pass. 3 against. Ha ha ha, I won. Luo Mashwan laughed particularly wildly. Nanqing, didn't you see me winking at you when you dropped the bomb just now? I thought it could be doubled. Why would I pay attention to this? Luo Nanqing pursed his lips. Who would have thought that in Xiurong would leave a 3 on the order sheet? At this moment, Lin Feng came in and sat behind Luo Nanqing. Xiao Feng, do you want to play with us? Nanqing is too stupid. He always loses whether he is a landlord or a peasant. Especially when he is a peasant, he is such a pig teammate. He can't lead us at all. And Xiurong glanced at Luo Nanqing. Luo Nanqing wanted to refute, but had no choice because Xiurong was telling the truth. I won't play it anymore. I'm not very good at it. I'm probably not as good as Nanqing. However, when Luo Nanqing heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. It's okay. Let's play a few games together, Mom. Don't play anymore. You are too good. It affects the balance of the game. Lin Feng spread his hands. Then let's play a few games. Luo Nanqing shuffled and dealt the cards happily. After playing 5 games, Luo Nanqing burst into tears. You are lying. You won all 5 games, and yet you say you are not good enough. You are a big liar. Luo Nanqing shouted at Lin Feng. You are such a fool, girl. You took Xiao Feng's modesty seriously. And Xiurong mocked mercilessly. Luo Nanqing lost his temper and ran to his room to draw circles. After Luo Nanqing left, Lin Feng looked at Luo Mashwan and Xiurong. Uncle and Aunt, I came here this time because I have something to talk to you about. What is it? Tomorrow, we'll go together. After leaving Luo Mashwan's room, Lin Feng found Li Huai again and asked him to buy some things needed for tomorrow. After making all the preparations, Lin Feng lay on the bed, waiting to show his prowess in front of everyone tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the first thing he did after getting up was to sign in. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the master level cooking skill. The host's cooking skills are now not much worse than those of the best chefs in the world. Lin Feng's consciousness sank out of his mind. It's not bad, at least it's better than money. Without paying too much attention to the reward for signing in today, Lin Feng quickly put on his clothes. Today, he was going to deal with the people from the Zhong family. About 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng, Luo Mashwan, Luo Nanqing, and Xiurong, Li Huai, and 10 brothers from the security company came to the downstairs of the Zhong Group. As an enterprise that has been developing in Gonglin for decades, the Zhong Group also has a building of its own, but compared with the entire building of Huarong Group, it is not at the same level at all. The building of Zhong Group has only 7 floors, and its facilities are already old. Huarong Group's building can buy dozens of them. Luo Mashwan looked at the sign of Zhong Group and felt a little unsure. Lin Feng, are you sure you want to do this? Lin Feng smiled. Of course, uncle. Don't worry. Everything is in my plan. It's exactly 9 o'clock now. Let's go. The plan will begin. Then Lin Feng and his group of more than a dozen people entered the building in a mighty manner, and the brothers from the security company were carrying a huge gift box behind them. People in the company soon noticed Lin Feng and his group. There were more than a dozen people coming, carrying a huge gift box. It was impossible not to notice. The company's security guards stopped Lin Feng first. Are you employees of the company? What are you holding in the back? Lin Feng smiled. We are not employees. I'm a good friend of your chairman's son. Today is a special day for Zhong Renyao's family. I am here to give him a gift. The security guard looked at the gift box at the back that was as tall as a person and said, Are you giving a gift to our chairman's young master? What's in it? Maybe it's something dangerous? Call the young master now. Otherwise, if anything happens to you after I let you in, I won't be responsible. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe that this young security guard was quite responsible. Li Huai was about to step forward and violently push the security guard away, but Lin Feng stopped him. Now is not the time to use violence. Young man, please be flexible. This is a surprise for your master's family. If I tell him in advance, can it still be called a surprise? As he spoke, Lin Feng took out 200 yuan from his bag and stuffed it into the security guard's hand. The security guard's attitude softened a lot at that time. It's not that I have to make things difficult for you. The company does have its rules. I can understand your desire to give the young master a surprise, but I do have some difficulties. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and understood that the difficulty was that there was not enough money. So Lin Feng took out another 200 yuan and asked, "Are you still having trouble now?" The security guard happily put the money away and said, "Difficulties? What difficulties? You are our young master's best friend. Isn't it only natural for us to let you in? Come in. Is that thing heavy? Do you need help?" Lin Feng nodded to the security guard. "You can accomplish great things. We can just take this thing ourselves, so we won't bother you. You are really conscientious." After praising the security guard, Lin Feng walked into the building as he watched with a smile. Not long after he left, Lin Feng suddenly turned around again. "By the way, there is one more thing. Do you have your young master's contact information? Can you call him down?" "How can a small security guard like me have the master's number?" "But you can go to the front desk. There is a slut at the front desk." "No, there is a receptionist. She has a special relationship with the master. She should be able to contact the master." The security guard took 400 yuan from Lin Feng and was very nice, basically answering whatever he asked. Lin Feng nodded, then led a group of people to the front desk and searched among the 3 receptionists. Then, he really set his target on the receptionist in the middle. Well, the security guard really has a keen eye. It's really cool crossed out. So Lin Feng walked over and patted her shoulder. "Hello, I'm looking for Zhong Rinyao. Is he in the company? Can you call him out?" Lu Ying looked at the boy who was more handsome than a star with doubt. "What do you want from the young master?" Lin Feng pointed to the big gift box behind him and said, "I have something for him. Please let him know." Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, but still called Zhong Rinyao and asked him to come down. Maybe because Lin Feng was too handsome, Lu Ying didn't want to refuse his request and wanted to wait until after get off work to go to Wushan with Lin Feng. After calling Zhong Rinyao, Lu Ying looked at the big guy behind her curiously. "What's in that gift box? What are you going to give to the young master?" Lin Feng curved his lips and waved at Li Huai. Then the gift box was opened, revealing a bronze bell. "I'm here to see off the Zhong family." Chapter 83. One person determines the world. "I'm here to see off the Zhong family." Lin Feng's voice resounded throughout the entire first floor hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Who is that? Did I hear correctly? Who are you going to give a funeral to? The Zhong family? You're not talking about our chairman's family, are you? Let's go and take a look. I've been annoyed with those people from the Zhong family for a long time. Ha ha ha. It's better not to go. Judging from the situation, the chairman will definitely come over soon. Don't cause trouble. You know how petty they are." "Yeah, that idiot Zhong Rinyao must have caused trouble again. Let's go quickly and don't get into trouble. You guys go ahead. I'll take a look from a distance and see who Zhong Rinyao has offended this time." People around were talking about it. Although some people left early because they were afraid of getting into trouble, most people still liked to join in the fun and basically watch from a distance. After Lin Feng finished yelling, Lu Ying, who had just called Zhong Rinyao, was stunned and stood there blankly. When she recovered, she picked up the phone and wanted to call Zhong Rinyao again, but Lin Feng snatched it away. "I just called, so there's no need to call again. I came here for Zhong Rinyao's family and don't want to affect other people, so I don't want to see anyone involved." Lu Ying swallowed, then slowly put down her phone and ran away in a hurry. Zhong Rinyao was playing games with his secretary in his office upstairs. The game ended when he received a call from Lu Ying. Zhong Rinyao pulled up his pants and pushed away the secretary who had just called him baby. "No worldly desires. Someone sent me something? Isn't it my birthday yet? Forget it. Let's go down and take a look." After coming out of the office, Zhong Rinyao took the elevator down to the first floor. As soon as the elevator opened, the hall was full of people. The crowds blocked Zhong Rinyao's sight, so he didn't see Lin Feng and others at first, nor did he see the bell. "What are you doing? Don't you have to go to work? Do you believe I will deduct your salary? Go back to work!" Zhong Rinyao shouted with a stern face, and the crowd immediately made way for him. Everyone looked at Zhong Rinyao with different expressions. Some were joking, some were just watching the fun, and some were waiting to see Zhong Rinyao make a fool of himself. Zhong Rinyao followed the path that was cleared and saw Lin Feng, Luo Nanqing, Luo Mashuan, and the bell. Zhong Rinyao looked unhappy. "It's you? You are so brave to come here. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? This is my territory." Lin Feng turned around, his eyes met Zhong Rinyao's, and he smiled. "I came here to give you a gift, to celebrate the arrest of your Zhong family today. I came here specially to give you a clock. Tell me, why don't you appreciate the kindness of others? What nonsense! It's complete nonsense. Where are the security guards? Come here and kick them out. Zhong Renyao knew that he was no match for Lin Feng in a fight, and Lin Feng brought so many people with him, so he could only let the security guards deal with it. There were a lot of security guards in the Zhong group, more than a dozen in total on the first floor. Zhong Renyao shouted, and they all gathered around immediately. Hit me. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Each of you will get 10,000 afterwards. Zhong Renyao's face was grim. Lin Feng smiled faintly, looking indifferent to the dozen security guards holding electric batons who surrounded him, then waved his hand at Li Huai. I don't think I've ever seen the skills of the brothers in the security company. Show them off? Li smiled evilly, an expression he seldom showed. Zhang Shanyu, take care of these people who are in the way. A thin-looking man walked out of the crowd. It was obvious that he was the Zhang Shan that Li Huai had mentioned. Zhang Shan stretched his body, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bad brother, I haven't let go of my hands and feet and have a good fight for a long time. Today, I can finally stretch my body. A dozen security guards around looked at Zhang Shan suspiciously, holding electric batons and eager to try. As soon as Zhang Shan finished speaking, his body jumped out. Although many security guards caught Zhang Shan's movements with their eyes, the reaction of their hands could not keep up with their eyes. A moment later, Zhang Shan appeared behind a security guard, a sly smile still lingering on his face. The electric baton in your hand looks quite interesting. Let me see it. Before the security guard could react, the electric baton in his hand had already slipped into Zhang Shan's hands. The security guard's eyes widened, but before he could say anything, the electric baton hit him. Ah! Everyone come at him together. He's alone, and one kick from each of us can kill him. The security captain shouted and pulled back everyone who had just begun to retreat, but this was meaningless in the face of absolute strength. I won't play with you anymore. Director Lin has said that we need to deal with you as soon as possible. Come on. Zhang Shan threw the electric baton in his hand to the ground, restrained his smile, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. 1 minute later, Zhang Shan returned to Lin Feng and bowed. Director Lin, I am glad I have fulfilled my mission and brought shame to you, right? Lin Feng nodded. Not bad, very good. If we have a chance in the future, we can have a sparring match. Although I am not as experienced as you in combat, it is still uncertain who will win or lose in the end. Zhang Shan licked his lips, his face somewhat defiant. Then I'll wait for Director Lin, but I still suggest that you don't fight with me, because once I do, I'll be serious. To be honest, Director Lin, I don't quite accept that you are managing us now. Not only me, but probably many of our brothers are not convinced. We are convinced by Bad Brother from the bottom of our hearts, because he is better than us in every aspect. But now, all the bad guys have to listen to you, Director Lin, and sometimes we can't understand why. Zhang Shan, don't say anything you shouldn't say. Li Huai scolded with a stern face. Lin Feng stopped Li Huai. No, I know this is indeed a problem. So if I beat you, will you be convinced by me? Zhang Shan nodded. Of course, we are all rough people. We only respect the strong. Well, after I resolve these issues, I will fight in the entire security company. Anyone who wants to challenge me can come and challenge me. If I lose, you don't have to respect me anymore. Li Huai stepped forward immediately. Director Lindis. Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't say anything. I know what I am doing. I know my skills well. After talking to Zhang Shan and Li Huai, Lin Feng looked at Zhong Renyao. The security guards were all lying on the ground wailing. Are you ready to accept your fate? Chapter 84. Ring the bell and send the Zhong family away. Zhong Renyao looked at the security guard wailing on the ground and couldn't believe his eyes. What happened in just that minute? In 1 minute, I had only exerted half of my strength on the bed. How could these dozen security guards with electric batons be knocked down by one man with bare hands? Is this scientific? Lin Feng looked at Zhong Renyao jokingly. What's wrong? Are you stupid? The support you just had seems to be lying on the ground. Are you sleepy? Zhong Renyao swallowed, then changed the direction of his left foot and pretended to run. But no matter how fast he was not as fast as Lin Feng. This is about the speed of reaction, not anything else. Please don't misunderstand Lin Feng. Lin Feng kicked Zhong Renyao to the ground, just like when Zhong Renyao came to Luo Mashuan's house the night before. With his right foot on Zhong Renyao's chest, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Do you remember what I said when you came over that day? Zhong Renyao remained silent and tried to move Lin Feng's feet away from his chest with his hands, But no matter how hard he tried, he could not move Lin Feng's feet at all. You're not talking? Are you mute? If you're mute, this is no small matter. I will help you get treatment right away. Lin Feng laughed, then kicked Zhong Rinyao right on the mouth. Ouch! Zhong Rinyao screamed, and his entire mouth swelled up rapidly. No, no. What do you want? Money or something else? I'll give you everything. I was blind before. Please let me go. Lin Feng sneered. It seems that my treatment method is very effective. He was mute just now, but he was cured so quickly. You must thank me. Thank you. Thank you. Zhong Rinyao replied hurriedly. Well, now that your muteness has been cured, go ahead and answer my question. Your question? Zhong Rinyao didn't remember what Lin Feng asked, and he stammered, unable to say anything. Huh? Why aren't you talking? Lin Feng increased his strength with his feet, and veins on Zhong Rinyao's face bulged. I forgot you. What you said was what it was. Zhong Rinyao spoke a little unsteadily. Lin Feng showed a look of realization. So you are not dumb, but deaf? It seems that I need to treat you again. My treatment for your dumbness just now was very effective. Seeing Lin Feng raising his foot to step on Zhong Rinyao's ear, Zhong Rinyao trembled all over. No, I'm not deaf, no. Not deaf? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng stepped on his feet with more force again. Zhong Rinyao could hardly speak, and his face turned the color of liver. Well, since you forgot, I'll tell you again. I said the other day that I would use completely legal means to bring you, your entire Zhong family, and the entire Zhong group down. Lin Feng loosened the strength under his feet. If he continued to exert force, he was fully convinced that Zhong Rinyao would die under his feet. The intense pressure suddenly disappeared, and Zhong Rinyao immediately started coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. Bang! Lin Feng clapped his hands and signaled Li Huai to start. Li Huai nodded to Lin Feng, then waved to the people next to the big clock. Then the brother from the security company took out a wooden stick as thick as half a head from the big gift box. Ring the bell. Send the Zhong family on their way. Along with Lin Feng's deep voice, several brothers from the security company controlled the wooden stick together and hit the bell heavily. Boom! A bell rang throughout the hall, and the lingering sound lingered for a long time. The huge commotion in the hall soon attracted Zhong Rinyao's father, Zhong Ru, the current chairman of the Zhong group, and other senior executives of the group. More than half of the senior executives of the group were members of the Zhong family. What happened? What's going on? Is it that brat Ren Yao who did this again? Zhong Ru is about 50 years old and is only less than 1.7 meters tall. However, he is the one who inherited the Zhong group from his father and developed it further. He has a strong aura, and just one voice can suppress everyone around him, and the noisy noises immediately quieted down. The only sound left in the entire hall was the sound of the bells. The others will be scared by Zhong Ru's voice, but Lin Feng and his group will not, because Lin Feng is waiting for him. To deal with the Zhong family, Zhong Ru is the most crucial person. Zhong Ru walked over step by step in his leather shoes. Wherever he went, no one dared to look him in the eye. He didn't stop until he reached where Zhong Rinyao collapsed. Then he bent down and helped Zhong Rinyao up. Rinyao, what's wrong with you? Who did it? Zhong Ru's face was gloomy. Zhong Rinyao's face turned pale. He stretched out his finger and pointed in Lin Feng's direction. Zhong Ru's face was extremely gloomy. After handing Zhong Rinyao to the person behind him, he walked around the security guard on the ground and walked up to Lin Feng alone. I need an explanation about my son. Zhong Ru's words were filled with dominance. Lin Feng smiled. Explanation? What explanation do you need? I don't care how Rinyao offended you, but he is my son. Today you came here openly to hurt him, and there are so many security guards on the ground. If you can't give me a good explanation, I will never let you go. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly, and Li Huai beside him and the brothers from the security company also laughed out loud. What they were laughing at was Zhong Ru's subsequent threat. Just like an elephant hearing an ant threatening itself, it was hard not to laugh out loud. However, Luo Mashuan and his family of 3 in the crowd were feeling nervous at this moment. Although Lin Feng told them last night that they were absolutely sure of what would happen today, they had been in Ganlin for nearly 4 years, and Zhong Ru was considered a big figure in the local area. It was inevitable that they would be a little nervous when they really confronted him. After hearing the laughter of Lin Feng and his group, Zhong Ru frowned and asked, "Were you laughing just now?" Lin Feng restrained his smile. "You and your son have the same problem, deaf or blind. Do you need to ask this?" Zhongru took a deep breath and then exhaled quickly. Good, very good. You are good. Zhongru said 3 good S in a row. People who knew him knew that he was angry. I don't care who you are or what your background is. I can tell you responsibly that you are in big trouble. Zhongru said coldly. Lin Feng snorted. I'm in big trouble? I think you said it the wrong way around, right? Lin Feng cleared his throat and began to list the various evil deeds committed by the Zhong family and the Zhong group in recent years. Chapter 85, A Sudden Reversal. Lin Feng pointed at Zhong Ru's nose and revealed all the dirty deeds of the Zhong family and the Zhong group over the years. On July 20th, 2017, Zhong Rinyao drugged a girl at the university and took her home to have sex with her while she was unconscious. Afterwards, your family showed no remorse, did not compensate the girl at all, and instead paid off the school's top brass. They used the bait of the whole dormitory being admitted to graduate school and let the other people in the girl's dormitory persuade her not to make a big deal out of it. In the end, the girl jumped off the building to make it clear, but after she jumped off the building, the other 3 people in the dormitory were admitted to graduate school, and the top management quickly suppressed the matter. On December 6, 2017, Zhong Li, your biological sister, Zhong Ru, drove drunk and hit 6 cars on the road, killing 2 people and injuring 7. Such a serious accident was whitewashed as a result of the vehicle sliding due to the handbrake not being pulled properly because there was no surveillance. The families of the dead and injured only received a small amount of money from the insurance company. You, apart from the money you spent to smooth the relationship and conceal the truth, did not give a penny to the victims. On January 23, 2018, Zhong Ru, because your female secretary and a new employee were getting close, you hired someone to beat them up while they were off work. Then you stripped them naked, took a bunch of photos, and circulated the photos in their hometowns and at the company, forcing them to resign. On February 9, 2018, the Zhong group sent someone to steal Huimei's clothing design drawings, and then asked the factory to copy them overnight. In the end, Huimei and the Zhong group went to court, but due to lack of evidence, the matter was left unresolved. On March 26, 2022, Zhong Ru, you bribed Xuanran's new designer Jean Tung and the staff who reviewed the design samples, allowing Jean Tung to pass the review with a low-quality plagiarized design, and then squeezed a large number of Xuanran's products in a warehouse, making it difficult to recover funds. On April 2, 2022, you bribed Zhao Su, the financial director of Xianran Company, and transferred all the money in Xianran Company's account, leaving a pile of bad debts. You want to completely drive Xianran Company to the brink of destruction. Zhong Ru, everything I said is correct, right? Lin Feng stared at Zhong Ru with stern eyes. However, after Lin Feng finished reading out all these evil deeds, Zhong Ru did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but instead laughed out loud. Ah, you've checked it very clearly, little brat. I've forgotten some things. If you hadn't reminded me just now, I wouldn't have remembered them. Lin Feng raised his eyes. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? If these things could convict me, would I still be standing here obediently? I didn't see Luo Mashuan behind me just now. Now I understand why you came here. But do you think you can deal with me after finding out these things? I could tell you a secret for free. Have you sent all these to the police station? You just sent them to the police station, and the police told me the story right after. Haha. Luo Mashuan's family in the crowd felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Just now when Lin Feng passionately listed the crimes of the Zhong family, they were also very excited. It turned out that this was Lin Feng's reliance, but now Zhong Ru's words made their hearts fall to the bottom again. It turns out that the police are in cahoots with him. He called the police, and they notified him right after. What should he do? Behind Zhong Ru, Zhong Rinyao and a bunch of senior executives from the Zhong group all had smiles on their faces. Just now, when Lin Feng listed all the things they had done over the years, they were indeed panicked. But now it seems that they're still the winners. Do you think you can bring them down by investigating everything thoroughly? Wishful thinking. At this moment, Zhong Rinyao seemed to have forgotten the scene of being stepped on by Lin Feng just now. He walked to Zhong Ru tremblingly, rubbed the swelling on his mouth, and regained his arrogant look, looking at Lin Feng with a defiant face. Are you still so arrogant? You think you have a trump card in your hand, but to us, it's just a small 3. Don't think you can fight against us. There are some gaps that can't be made up for by anything. Just now you said with certainty that you would use legal means to bring us down. Now think about what you just said. Don't you find it ridiculous? I'll give you a chance. Now, kneel down, call me master, and then obediently offer Luo Nanqing to me, and I can spare your life." Zhong Rinyao held his neck high with pride, looking even more arrogant than when he first came out. Lin Feng sneered. "Do you know what you look like now? You look exactly like a clown." However, Zhong Rinyao was not annoyed at all. "I really like to see a person incompetent and furious, and you are exactly like this now. TSK, TSK, TSK. Weren't you very impressive when you listed our crimes just now? Didn't you keep saying that you would make me, our entire Zhong family, and the Zhong group pay the price? Why are you silent now? I'm standing here, waiting for you to make me pay the price. Come on, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now, kneel before me, call me Grandpa, and then offer Luo Nanqing to me with both hands, and I will spare you. Otherwise, you will not have a good ending." Luo Nanqing came to Lin Feng, grabbed Lin Feng's hand, his eyes filled with tears. Lin Feng, don't worry about me. You have more people, leave quickly. I will stay." Luo Mashuan and Enshirong stepped forward and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Good son-in-law, after these 2 days of getting along, I have completely accepted you as my son-in-law. The whole thing was caused by me. You should leave quickly. We will stay here. The person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it." Zhong Ru sneered. "Leave? You try to leave. You openly beat someone up in my company. If I let you go so easily, where will I put my face?" A hint of redness appeared on Zhong Rinyao's pale face, and he walked towards Lin Feng with a grim smile. "I'll say it one last time. Are you going to kneel down or not? I'll give you 3 seconds, 3, 2. Before Zhong Rinyao finished counting to 3, he heard a sound like thunder. Bang! It's a gunshot. The people around fled like birds and beasts, but were all stopped by the police who came in. Police investigating a case. Everyone stay where you are. I repeat, police investigating a case. Everyone stay where you are." Zhong Ru looked at the police officers who rushed in with confusion, but when he saw the leader, a smile appeared on his face again. "Director Wang, I can handle this kind of thing myself. Do I have to trouble you to come here in person? You are so polite." Bang! "I'm so polite, damn it." Chapter 86, Unsuccessful Kiss. Zhong Ru was caught off guard. "Wang, Director Wang, you..." Bang! Another slap. "What do you mean?" "Zhong Ru, I think you are tired of living." Wang Xiaowei pointed at Zhong Ru's nose and cursed at him, as if the two were enemies for several lifetimes. But Zhong Ru knew that Wang Xiaowei had also handed over the evidence that Lin Feng had sent to the police station to him yesterday. Zhong Ru's heart sank. It's over. After Wang Xiaowei slapped Zhong Ru twice, he walked up to Lin Feng with a smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" Lin Feng sneered. "Director Wang, from what you said just now, it seems like you knew each other well before." Wang Xiaowei waved his hands hurriedly. No, Mr. Lin misunderstood. That was because I was ignorant before. Now that you and the mayor are whipping me, the first thing I will do is to draw a clear line between myself and this old bidden, and then arrest the whole family with my own hands." Lin Feng smiled and ignored Wang Xiaowei. Instead, he looked behind Wang Xiaowei at Chu Yuan, who seemed ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he exuded the aura of a superior. "Mr. Chu, you came in just in time for me to show my power to the greatest extent possible. I've been listening outside the whole time. You asked me to do such a small favor. If I don't do my best, it would seem that I'm too insincere. And Director Lin, you're really good at pretending." Chu Yuan gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Mr. Chu is still so vulgar. I'm clearly asking people to show off their sageliness." Chu Yuan smiled and did not refute anything. Instead, he looked at Wang Xiaowei and said, "I will settle your account with you later. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Don't you know what you should do?" I know. Wang Xiaowei stiffened his neck with a smile on his face. He knew that only if he behaved well enough today, Chu Yuan would be lenient with him when the time came to settle the score in the future. Maybe I can get on Chu Yuan's boat again in the future, but of course, this possibility is extremely small. Wang Xiaowei turned around and waved to the police who were maintaining order nearby, then took out a list and said, "Listen, arrest all the people on this list. Zhong Ru, Zhong Rinyao, Zhong Li." One name after another was read out from Wang Xiaowei's mouth. Every time a name was read out, the police would handcuff someone. Everyone in the Zhong family was extremely nervous, fearing that the next name to be called out would be their own. Death is scary, but waiting to die is even scarier. Now these members of the Zhong family can't run away. The guns are pointed at them. If they dare to run, the police have the power to shoot. They can only prick up their ears to see if their names are on the list, and try hard to recall whether they have done anything against the law or morality. Zhong Ru sat down on the ground. Finished. It's all over. The Zhong family and the Zhong group are finished. Beside Lin Feng, Luo Maoxuan and his family stared with wide eyes at everything that happened in just a few minutes. This reversal came too quickly. Just now, they thought Lin Feng was bound to lose, but now there is a ray of hope. Director Wang, who used to be in cahoots with Zhong Ru, arrested their whole family personally. The man called Mr. Chu by Lin Feng, based on how Wang Shuawei addressed him just now, is the mayor. Lin Feng actually knows the mayor of Ganlin, and it seems like it's more than just an acquaintance. The way they talk, it seems like they have a very good relationship. Luo Nanqing pulled at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Is this true? Is this true? Obviously, Luo Nanqing still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Lin Feng gently stroked her head. It's true. I said I would protect you, and I said I would bring Zhong Renyao's family to justice. I won't break my promise. If anyone dares to bully you again, I will make him suffer eternal damnation. Lin Feng spoke in a domineering manner, but at this time, Lin Feng's words were extremely useful to Luo Nanqing. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of Luo Nanqing's eyes. They were tears of excitement. Recently, her life has been like a roller coaster, with many ups and downs. First, her father's company had problems, and Zhong Renyao threatened Xianran Company to force her to marry him. Later, Lin Feng appeared like a savior and solved the financial problems of Xianran Company. After more than a year, he finally returned to her side. However, the Zhong Renyao incident was not over yet. Even though Lin Feng promised her that Zhong Renyao's entire family would be brought to justice, she was still worried. It was not until now, when she saw Zhong Renyao and his family being handcuffed, that she finally felt relieved. Luo Nanqing's body softened, and Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, hugged her slender waist, and held her in his arms. From now on, I will always be with you in your life, and no one can bully you. Luo Nanqing's eyes met Lin Feng's, and their expressions gradually became blurred, and then their faces got closer and closer. Luo Maoxuan and Enshiron coughed, and then Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing realized that it seemed a little inappropriate to kiss here. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, which had just had some restless thoughts, from touching Luo Nanqing's chest and buttocks. Let's leave these things for the evening. To be precise, what you need to do in the evening includes what you wanted to do just now, but what you wanted to do just now is not just what you need to do in the evening. What I just did is a subset of what I will do in the evening. Well, I am really good at math. Luo Nanqing's face was flushed with red, and she buried her head in Lin Feng's chest, not daring to lift it up for a long time. However, Lin Feng's face became much thicker, and even though he was a little embarrassed just now, he remained calm. Chu Yuan walked over with a smile. Director Lin and my sister-in-law are really a perfect match, made in heaven. I didn't understand why you went to so much trouble to pretend, no, to show off in front of others. Now that my sister-in-law is here, I understand. It's better to be young. Chu Yuan is also a man with a story. He understands very well that someone is trying to show off in front of his lover. Lin Feng also smiled and held Luo Nanqing's arms tighter. Then I would like to thank Mr. Chu for helping me today. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Luo Nanqing. She's a little shy, so she will not meet anyone for now. These two are my father-in-law and mother-in-law, Luo Maoxuan and Shiro. Then Lin Feng introduced Chu Yuan to Luo Maoxuan and the others, uncle and aunt. This is Mr. Chu, the deputy mayor of Ganlin in charge of commerce and my friend. Luo Maoxuan swallowed. Chu Yuan was the biggest figure he had ever seen up close. Hello, Mayor Chu. My name is Luo Maoxuan. Chu Yuan extended his hand politely to Luo Maoxuan. Mr. Luo's company is called Xianran Company, right? Chapter 87, Getting Back to the Past. When Luo Maoxuan heard that Chu Yuan knew about his small company, he was immediately surprised. He knew that it was because of Lin Feng's face. He alone was not worthy of making a person like Chu Yuan remember his company. Yes, Chu, Mayor Chu knows about my small company. You are thoughtful. Chu Yuan waved his hand. You could just call me Mr. Chu. I heard that Xianran Company, like Zhong Group, is also in the clothing business. Now that Zhong Group is going bankrupt, the vacated space cannot be snatched by other companies. Director Lin has brought a very lucrative investment to Ganlin. Ganlin's economy will get better and better in the future. Mr. Luo, your Xianran company cannot be absent in the future. After hearing Chu Yuan's words, Luo Mashuan's breathing became a little rapid. The meaning of Chu Yuan's words was very clear. If the Zhong Group went bankrupt, the shares it gave up in the clothing industry would definitely be coveted by many people. But since Chu Yuan had spoken, it was equivalent to assigning those shares to Xianran Company. How could Luo Mashuan not be excited? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I will definitely not let you down. Luo Mashuan cupped his hands towards Chu Yuan, then bowed deeply. Chu Yuan smiled casually. Do your best. If you have any problems in the future, you can discuss it with your son-in-law. Luo Mashuan nodded deeply, which meant that if Xianran Company encountered any problems in the future, they could use Lin Feng's channels to seek help from him. For someone of Chu Yuan's status to say something of this magnitude shows how prestigious Lin Feng is. Well, the Zhong family has been arrested and the matter has been resolved. Director Lin, you should be able to handle the rest. I won't get involved here. I'll go back first. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Well, Mr. Chu, I'll take you there. Lin Feng and Chu Yuan walked side by side towards the gate. Wang Shuawei also called on the police who were escorting the Zhong family to follow and followed behind the two of them. Not long after, Lin Feng turned back and looked at Luo Mashuan with a smile. Uncle, I have accomplished my mission. The farce of the Zhong family is over. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. In a few days, the Zhong Group will be acquired by someone I arranged at a low price. My idea is this. I will leave the shares of the Zhong Group to you, and then merge Xianran Company into the Zhong Group and finally change the company's name. Luo Mashuan was surprised. Lin Feng's move was equivalent to giving him a group with a market value of billions. This gift was too big. Xiao Feng, it's best for you to take the shares of Zhong Group. I only need to take the small share of Xianran Company. If you don't want to manage it, then I will manage it for you, but you should still be the actual controller of the company. Lin Feng smiled. He really looked down upon the small Zhong Group. Uncle, I've already made up my mind about this matter. If you don't want the shares, then give them to Nanqing. Don't refuse anymore. Luo Mashuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng, who forced him to accept the Zhong Group. Uncle, the Zhong Group itself is the largest clothing company in Jiangchuan province. Although there will be some turmoil during the handover in recent days, the foundation of the group has not been damaged, so it is not difficult to maintain the current share, but it will not be easy to go further. Luo Mashuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, Xiaofeng. Since you have handed the company to me, I will naturally not let you down. I dare not say anything else, but I have some talent in business. I have deduced in the past what would happen if I were to control the Zhong Group. Now that it is really handed over to me, I believe I will not do too badly. Okay, I feel relieved to hand over the company to Uncle. It's inconvenient to talk more here. Let's go back first. I believe that the company will be handed over in a few days. Then Lin Feng, Luo Mashuan's family of three, Li Huai and the brothers from the security company left the building in the same mighty manner as when they came. The clock that Lin Feng brought was still placed in the lobby of the building. A gust of wind blew over, and the sound of bells could be heard, as if praying for the Zhong family. In the next 3 days, Zhang Lei arranged his professional team to acquire the Zhong Group at a low price. The money from the sale of the company did not fall into the hands of the Zhong family. Lin Feng used the money to compensate those who had been hurt by the Zhong family, as a way to atone for the evil deeds of the Zhong family. The acquisition of Zhong Group went very smoothly, and then Luo Mashuan took office. He first merged Zhong Group with Xianran Company, and then changed the name of Zhong Group to Xianran Group. Luo Mashuan's first 3 actions after taking office were to remove all of the Zhong family's confidants in the group, leaving no one behind. He also spread the word throughout the clothing industry in Jiangchuan province that anyone who dared to hire these people would be going against the Xianran Group. Those people had no choice but to either change their careers or leave. Once the Zhong family went bankrupt, these people would never be able to achieve anything. Luo Mashuan was carrying out major reforms in the company. He had originally wanted to ask Lin Feng for his opinion, but Lin Feng had been busy with official business these days. After Luo Mashuan asked him a few times, he told him to take full charge, and he didn't need to ask him. And what Lin Feng has been doing these days is naturally to go on a date with Luo Nanqing again. Although the two people who had not been in contact for more than a year had a good relationship, they still couldn't go back to the feeling they had before. So at Luo Nanqing's suggestion, the two decided to date again for a few days to regain the feeling they had before. Inside a hotel, Luo Nanqing pinched her waist and glared at Lin Feng. Is this the classroom you were looking for? Lin Feng looked innocent. Is there something wrong? Isn't this a classroom? Look at the two big words on the door, classroom. Luo Nanqing continued to stare at him. Then can you explain what the last four words, theme hotel, mean? Lin Feng remained calm and said, Hee, I was stupid when I was in school. I only knew the classroom, but I didn't know the last four words. Luo Nanqing snorted. I told you that I wanted to find a classroom and recreate the feeling we had when we were in school. But you dragged me directly to the hotel. No wonder you covered my eyes before coming here. It turns out you had bad intentions from the beginning. Lin Feng grinned. Nanqing, you are wrong. Although this is a hotel, it is also a classroom, isn't it? In fact, there is nothing wrong here. You are thinking wrongly. It's not the hotel that is wrong, but your evil thoughts. Lin Feng had a lot of twisted logic, and Luo Nanqing actually thought it made sense at first. If Lin Feng hadn't put his hand on her, but she would have believed it. At least let's go in and take a look first. If you think it's not possible, we can go somewhere else. Without waiting for Luo Nanqing to answer, Lin Feng took her hand and pushed open the door of this classroom-themed hotel. Chapter 88 Memories of High School. Luo Nanqing was pulled into this classroom by Lin Feng. The moment she entered, Luo Nanqing was slightly stunned. The podium, blackboard, desks, these familiar things seemed to bring her back to high school, back to the days when she sat at the same table with Lin Feng, back to those days when she was very tired but very happy because Lin Feng was by her side. But these memories were soon torn apart by a double bed in the room. Lin Feng pulled Luo Nanqing to sit at the desk in the classroom. Lin Feng stared at the blackboard in front of him, as if recalling some good memories from the past. Luo Nanqing looked back at the bed several times and tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Let's go. Although the environment here is very similar, the bed in the back always makes me feel that something bad will happen. Lin Feng looked at Luo Nanqing and wondered, how did you know? However, Lin Feng said righteously on the surface, you have been looking for it for a long time and still can't find it. I think this place is very good. Just now I looked at the blackboard and remembered a lot of things in the past. As for the bed in the back, you don't have to worry about it at all. We are innocent. Luo Nanqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Don't think too much. Don't you trust my character? Nanqing, do you remember? That was how we were at that time. We were desk mates. At first, we were not familiar with each other. Do you remember why we first became familiar with each other? Luo Nanqing stopped talking. Lin Feng's words brought her thoughts back to her busy and fulfilling senior year of high school. Of course I remember. It was during the morning reading. I was reciting the text. You came up to me and asked me the lyrics of a song. Then we started chatting. I was no longer in the mood to recite the text. Lin Feng continued to speak following Luo Nanqing's words. We have often chatted during morning readings since then. Now that I think about it, I only scored over 600 in the college entrance examination. It's all your fault. Luo Nan gave Lin Feng a look of innocence. You're still talking about this? When we first sat together, you deliberately didn't say that you were one of the top students in the class. You said that your grades were very poor and asked me to explain the questions to you every day. Later, I found out that you knew all the answers to those questions. So no matter what you said at that time, I said I didn't understand, and then I came to see you all your free time in the day. Lin Feng laughed. You were still talking. I just remembered now that you never listened carefully to what I said at that time and kept staring at my face. Luo Nanqing said angrily. Lin Feng immediately retorted, Nanqing, I'm going to refute you on this sentence. I did not listen to you carefully at that time, but I was not staring at your face all the time. After a pause, Lin Feng continued. At that time, I was not only staring at your face, but also your legs. Luo Nanqing suddenly attacked and pinched the flesh on Lin Feng's waist. You pervert! I'll strangle you to death. Although Lin Feng didn't feel much pain, he still cooperated and begged for mercy by crying out, ouch, ouch. The two of them seemed to have returned to the happiness of being desk mates in high school. Combined with the high school classroom setting in the room, the two people were playing and fighting, as if they had really returned to those busy and happy days 4 years ago. After playing for a while, the two felt a little tired. At Lin Feng's suggestion, they decided to lie down on the bed in the back for a while. But before leaving, Luo Nanqing and Lin Feng came to a gentleman's agreement on 3 rules. We can go there and lie down, but you can't touch me. Of course, don't you know my character? You can't touch me while you're kissing me. A real man should be honest and single-minded in his work. When I am doing something, I certainly won't think about other things. We'll just lie down for a while, and when we've rested enough, we'll leave and find another classroom. Of course, Everything is up to you, Nanqing. Besides the above, let me think about it. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Nanqing looked at Lin Feng, who was taking off his clothes with a wary look on his face, and pulled the quilt on the bed over himself to protect himself. Lin Feng smiled. I'm a little hot. Then let's continue talking about the 3 rules. Do you remember what I just said? I remembered some, but not all. Lin Feng scratched his head. So what time do you remember? Remember to touch you and grope you while I'm kissing you. Luo Nanqing. For the next 3 days, Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing were trying to find the feeling of the past. The relationship between the 2 people quickly got through the adjustment period of more than a year of not seeing each other and entered the stage of passionate love. 3 days passed in a flash, and before he knew it, Lin Feng had been in Ganlin for 5 days. In the past few days, Luo Machuan has initially taken control of the former Zhong group, which is now the Xinran group, while Lin Feng is in Ming and Qing. The 10 billion investment promised by Lin Feng has also arrived, and it was received in one lump sum. In addition to the smart home company Martian that was given key support, the 10 billion gave a shot of chicken blood to all of Ganlin's companies, big and small. It is obvious to the naked eye that Ganlin's economy will definitely rise next year. Lin Feng handed over the investment matters of these companies to professionals. If you ask what Lin Feng is doing, of course he is reminiscing about the past. On the 6th day of staying in Ganlin, Lin Feng began to receive messages and phone calls constantly. Lin Feng knew that it was time to go back. Nanqing, I've been here for almost a week. It's time for me to go back. My parents have called me several times. Do you want to go back with me? Lin Feng said to Luo Nanqing. Hearing the news that Lin Feng was leaving, Luo Nanqing felt very disappointed, but after thinking for a moment, she answered seriously, I want to go to Qizhou after some time.